Chapter 1, First Sum of Money. Using my, an online game tycoon, a master of cultivating immortals who stayed up all night. As a junior in the Department of Journalism and Communication, she was once regarded as the goddess of a great cross-dimension because of her gentle appearance and sweet voice, which attracted thousands of otaku to worship. After being exposed to live too rough, once fell to the altar ==. Facing the ups and downs of life, Using my remained unmoved, and became an upright master of the Buddha system. This week will be more games, next week will be more gourmet, and another week will be more beautiful. I have nothing to do to edit and make a ghost and laugh at you. Eat a chicken on a whim, yoga curls up and thins the body. Click to increase, double the collection, triple quality, plus coin. When I am in the mood to pick up ads, I have nothing to do with tweets, tear up with video pirates, fight with my snood, and have fun with millions of fans. After 3 years of drunken life and death, Huang Liang wakes up from the 4th and 6th level of dream. Zi said, if you don't work hard at ordinary times, how can you pass grades 4 and 6? Play games all night and KTV on weekends. Look at yourself, in addition to skyrocketing calories, you learned how to beep. Facts have proved that the dog words spoken by the ancestors have some truth. As long as it's an individual, it will always be paid back when it comes out. For example, using my, when blind and Baron Bolang arrived 1 week before the exam, he came to the library with his brand new level 6 materials and charger, and he took root in a secluded place and buried his head. Play mobile ==. Mo Fang, once the wrong payment was made, there are still 6 days to learn, no hurry. Then the salted fish. When the sun rises and the moon rises, thinking about a 5-day surplus, don't worry. Suigiu paralysis. Until the very end, the liver exploded all night for 3 days. He didn't think about eating and drinking, had long hair and baldness, was mentally exhausted his blood, and died. He was 21 years old. At that time, the beautiful and feminine girl was lying on the table with her head resting on her arm and her black hair scattered. The phone screen at her fingertips flickered, and the last sentence she typed popped out. What's the 6th level, isn't it just staying up late? How could a woman like me who won't be bald when she grows stronger? Using my, a dumb ordinary college student. He died before the 6th level exam, and was reborn after the first 7 degrees. She still remembers the cry of her parents, "Fool boy, you can't think of learning." Is it because the game is not fun or the scarf is not easy to brush? She still remembers the howling of her younger siblings, eldest sister, "You love English so much, I will burn all the level 6 materials for you." Woo! She still remembers the call of the fans. Kiwis crowd-funded a new game Full-Time Hunter, we teamed up to burn for you cry.jpg. Using my said, I'll be back. Why are you crying? She hasn't belched yet. However, it seems that it is only 1 centimeter away from passing away again. Looking up, there are towering ancient trees, looking down, it is dark and fertile soil. On the left, a mouthful of flames of the fire-breathing dragon freezes in the air, on the right, the half-tail bone of the 8-clawed monster is stuck in the middle. At this moment, Using my was wearing a LV.1 lowly whiteboard, standing in a static space and time, facing the magical blockbuster scene within reach, with no expression on his face. Reach out his hand and touch the top of his chilly head. Oh, no hair anymore. She wants to be quiet. Zi said, life is like tearing up, even if you fail, you have to stabbing hard. Facts have proved that the dog words spoken by the ancestors are all truth. Using my is a great god level up master at any rate. The game commentary has been too much, and I have never seen Zhu Pao always eat dried vegetables. Brainstorm for 1 minute and hands-on for 2 hours. After a few beats, a few strokes, and many clicks, she really drew out a grey 16-inch panel, and the amount of information loaded on it was amazing. The first thing that caught my eye was a line of bright green characters: Jinjiang Tao Shao System version 6.16, under maintenance. Below is a neatly written letter. Dear Ms. Using My, hello. In the past 3 years, in view of your excellent performance in paying for the genuine game Krypton, paying for the genuine text, and voicing for the genuine rights protection, congratulations on becoming a qualified person for the 6.16 version of Jinjiang Tao Shao system. Because you stay up all night for a long time, your body breaks down. In order to supplement your new life, the Supreme Honor package has been exhausted, and the system energy is also on the verge of exhaustion. Sorry for not being able to bring you Sushuang's life experience, but please keep your feet on the ground, starting from LV.1 and sprinting towards LV.100. Jinjiang Tao Shao system will accompany your growth and unlock more interesting cheats for you. Here, we still have to solemnly warn you, stay up all night 10,000 times, life is only one time, burst liver is not standard, sudden death 2 lines of tears. Wish you alive. June 16, 2019. Using my. She said no fuck. All in all, in short. She spread positive energy for several years, and it was the time to reap good results. Should have jumped from the university salted fish to the urban flying dragon, but life stepped on the brakes. Fortunately, kindness has rewards, and it's good to be alive. But starting from the beginning is no big deal. However, Yu Xing did not expect to say that he was starting from the beginning, but he really started from the scratch. On the right side of the 16-inch panel, she recorded the games and roles she had played. Jianwang 34 sects, hundreds of gods in Ping and Jing, Chaldean evil forces, small publics have countless wardrobes, even Tetris has equals. However, every icon is a lifeless gray. The only bright golden head that was illuminated was a school of Jianwangsan, and it was also the new Shaolin that she currently applies to. Shaolin, a master of martial arts. It can play and carry, is durable and wear resistant. It is a comprehensive development of martial arts. A pure-hearted monk, a little monk in the courtyard, flying in the sky, climbing on the ground, swimming in the water, the scenery is so beautiful, there is no mother. Using my was so scared that she awakened spontaneously Shaolin crotch covering skill. Oh, cakes, great, she is a mother. Oh no, she is a nun. Wait, the nun is also bald, what's so happy equals. After she fiddled with her for a while, she was beaten in the face again, only to find out that it's not a big deal, it's really a big problem. As a new LV.1 whiteboard number, the first place to come is naturally Xinchao Village. In most mobile games and terminal games, shouldn't the task of Novice Village be picking herbs, delivering packages, sending letters, and passing messages? But what are these two around her? The fire-breathing dragon, the flicking octopus. Each one is about 10 meters high, and it is a king point boss in the copy, and there are many people to team up to kill. Using my began to understand what the profound meaning of the phrase "I wish you alive" had. Sure enough, when she turned the template to the end, she saw a line of scarlet characters: Dark Continent in Novice Village. There is also a countdown of 189 seconds. Countdown, this is. Using my's eyes widened, and he looked around in astonishment, and saw that the large space was like a piece of glass, silently cracking cobweb-like gaps, spreading at an unstoppable speed. The temperature of the left cheek rose little by little, and the skin on the right cheek felt a little pain. Using my yelled fuck, and in the last 3 minutes of the countdown, he ran away quickly. Why is this kind of life-critical reminder put at the end? Also, is the name of Dark Continent really a novice village? I memorize few words, don't fool me. Go to your I'll be back, I will never come back again. Boom! The ancient beast roared behind him, and the nuclear explosion crisis swept across the forest. The shock wave enveloping the heat wave destroys the decay and decays, and the energy that destroys the earth fills up and down, and the dignified and terrible coercion echoes around. If it weren't for tripping over a stone while escaping, he fell into a mountain col. I'm afraid at this moment, her head has been blown away. In this regard, using my said, I said, I am not running fast, my head is shot flying. The dog words of the ancestors sincerely do not deceive me. Human beings are extremely adaptable creatures. For example, using my, after spending the first 3 months of surviving on an extremely difficult desert island, he evolved in the direction of Pei, and he was out of control. She found a colony of chimeric ants. After ambushing for a while, he opened the panel and pressed the camera button. Hey, look, what did I find? A single colony of anteaters, we can try to catch them. Ants can provide me with energy for several days. They are rich in protein. But this kind of cannibal ant is not easy to deal with. We slowly approach it from behind. Be careful, don't make any noise. Using my turned on the camera, holding the stick and holding his head. After aiming at the target, he started to kill. The stick method was simply and neat, and there was no murderous intent, but it swept all directions. There is no such thing as a monk. Hey, I caught it. It's struggling hard. Watch me twist its head off and eat the rest of it. Its protein content is 6 times that of beef. Using my has a chimeric ant in one hand, gnawing ferociously. Of course, if time is not tight, we can bake it first, it will be more delicious. Ah, chicken flavor, crunchy and crispy. As usual, year after year. If it weren't for a lot of game characters to be upgraded, in the long loneliness and life and death, I am afraid it can really drive people crazy. It took using my 5 years to promote Shaolin to full level. The achievement of a martial art at full level, as if injected with fresh energy, randomly unlocked another martial art LV.1 Whiteboard 7 show. The great master of martial arts Shaolin, plus the 7 shows of milk all over the world, is enough for her to leave the Dark Continent. It's just that even the Dark Continent defined as Novice Village is in mode. What if you leave here and go to an unknown distance, where it is more brutal? Using my poked the panel, thought for a moment, and decided to stay longer in the Novice Village. Didn't the Xinjiang system say it? Tens of thousands of upgrades, only one way to survive, lack of skills, 2 lines of tears. This tribulation is another 3 years. When the panel showed that the bone age reached 16 years old, the LV.100 boss dressed as a savage left the novice village. She took a ride on a giant bird's ride, went west in the direction of the wind, and then fell from a high altitude. Lightly landed in the southeast of the Eulabian continent, the Balusa Islands. However, using my of LV.100 did not expect that the humans and beasts she encountered outside the novice village were all LV.5 rookies. Chapter 2, Second Money. Eulabian Mainland, Baruka Islands. When the first rays of morning light shine on the town, the people who make a living from fishing have already drove back to the port, sorting out baskets of seafood into different categories, and sending them to the market after finishing. The fisherman's harvest brought back the needs of the family, and the smell of the food awakened the sleeping children. The flower girl walks the streets and lanes with the basket on her back, the brawny boy rushes to the pier looking for work. Ordinary and warm, busy and true. Occasionally, people who are acquainted with each other will meet up and talk about their experiences at sea. The merchant asked the sailors to unload the goods and said, "I came back later than usual, and the fish is much less." The fish was terrified. The young man laughed, "I saw a beast when I went out to sea for the first time. The wings that burn like flames are very big. Flying over the fleet, ha ha ha. Wave. Hey, Warcraft. Yes. I heard the old captain say that it is the legendary flaming bird, a mysterious creature recorded in anecdotes, and it's great to be fortunate to see it." For a while, the topic of flaming bird became everyone's after-dinner talk, and it became the children's favorite bedtime story. However, the simple fisherman did not realize that the owner of Bird Walker sneaked into the town cautiously, and when he saw the strange words and the strange language all over the street, he was stupid. Using my, a savage who has survived on a desert island for 8 years. After all the hard work to upgrade, get ready to be beaten, resolutely leave the village. I thought I was going to face the jackals, tigers, and leopards, to fight to the ground, to die bravely, but unexpectedly everything I met was. The grandmother walked tremblingly in front of her with a cane, and dropped a coin. It's so rare. You can still see beggars these days. The little milk baby took her mother's hand and stuffed the half of the pie with tooth marks into her hand. Eat the pie, don't be hungry. Grandpa came up, pushed the reading glasses, and gave her an egg. Seeing that she didn't say anything, she still looked like a silly fork. She couldn't help but shook her head and sighed, she's a fool, right? Using my found in despair that she could not understand anything. Just forget it, she didn't even dare to pant, let alone move her fingers. The savage's instinct told her that if she doesn't suppress her spirit and strength, like she is in the novice village, after a second, she would kneel on the ground and cry her father and mother and beg them not to die. Qaq. Don't come here. Don't come near me. You guys are going to burp. Using my was surrounded by a group of LV.1s and forced to the corner of fate, like a dog with exploded hair, clinging to the wall tightly. However, the small town has always been peaceful, and there is rarely a lively scene to see. Therefore, whenever there is any turmoil, it will attract a grandmother and grandmother who is too idle to panic. Focus on onlookers, comment on the head and foot, give pointers to the world, and demonstrate conjectures. At that time, Using my had a chicken feather inserted into his messy hair, muddy all over his body, a few pairs of cloth on his bare feet, beads hanging on his neck, and a skeleton on his back. How silly it looks, like a baby born to a monkey, blooming in the cracks of the stone. Fortunately, the masses have finished eating the melons, and the old way is not bad, and they will follow the plan to find a home for the mentally retarded. When an old man with white beard and hair dressed as a nun passed through the crowd and watched her quietly, Using my gradually relaxed and took a tentative step. The old man held the cross and smiled and waved at her. Using Mill thought for a moment, as if he was weighing something. After a while, she responded to the old man's kindness, kept a safe distance from the other party, and walked towards the church standing in the distance. Churches, crosses, nuns, approximately equal to the Bible, Jesus, and Christ. Did she come to Europe? So the question is, why don't Europeans speak English? Why do the signs on the street look like tadpoles? Even the race is more Asian. Where is this? Using my pressed his doubts to the bottom of his heart, and just looked at it silently. Never mind. She is still alive, living in the human world, and it's pretty good. Even if the Dark Continent raised her into a monster, her humanity for 20 years has never been eroded. In any case, she is a person and wants to be a person. For this reason, she turned into a lion and gathered her claws, she turned into a poisonous snake and gathered her fangs. She is just an ordinary person. Using Mai's footsteps were a little brisk, but things were impermanent, and her heart was at ease for less than 3 seconds. She heard the roar of the collapse of the building behind her and the exclamation of people. Suddenly looking back, the corner of the wall she had leaned on has become a broken wall, spitting her soul into the sky in the dust. The smoky ash was charming, and the crowd cast their sights, making her a little dazed. But what am I doing? What does the product of your tofu residue project have to do with me as a savage? Using Mai was adopted by an old nun. The other party is a gentle and kind lady, who has been carved with countless wind and frost lines by the years, and it is difficult to conceal the elegance and calmness in her temperament. Her name is Alessa, she is the most respected nun in the town, and the sister, mother, and grandma of many orphans. Sue is raising more children, even if he brings back a little savage, Alyssa will have full patience to raise her. Especially, the particularity of this child, like a fierce beast with gorgeous human skin, beautiful, but deadly. People have to be cautious. Compared with Alicia's careful teaching and persuasive temptation, Using Mai has a much more casual life after regaining the feeling of being a human. After being an ordinary person for 3 months, Using Mai admits that the most important thing about learning a foreign language is not rote memorization or frantic questioning, but the language environment. If you go shopping for groceries, go to the bathroom, or stroll around, your ears are still full of foreign languages. Before long, I will become a foreign language speaker. Just like now, she can basically understand what others are saying, stumbling to organize language, adding gestures, and doing simple communication. As time goes by, quantitative changes cause qualitative changes, information accumulates, and the grass can only be opened. She has come to a whole new world, similar to the 21st century Earth, but not completely. There are continents and oceans, but the plates are inconsistent. There are wars and nuclear weapons, but history is two different things. The same has Chinese characters and English, which is not popular at all. There are computer phones, most of which are desktop flips, and mode app. The amazing thing is that there is an airship here. It seems that the technology tree of 2019 regressed back to the 1990s, lighting up strange places. But the field she knows is a waste of time. There are business opportunities everywhere, and there is gold everywhere. However, what are you thinking about? What does it have to do with her being illiterate? She is just an ordinary person. Xing Mai. Alessa called, the moon has risen, and it's time for us to pray. Using Mai nodded obediently, and followed the old nun up to the clock tower. She didn't understand why prayer was arranged at night, nor did she understand why prayer had to sit cross-legged and meditate. But when you go to the village to do what you like, how Alessa prays, she just does what she does. Zi said, if you shoot a good shot, you must be low-key. Once the big guy shows off, he can't get away with a headshot. The ancestors' dog talk always makes sense, so listen to it more. Using Mai straightened her posture, and her mind automatically revolved around the sun and the sky, and the place she passed was warm, and she was so comfortable that she wanted to hum. Ah, ordinary me, like it. At this moment, Alessa opened her eyes and sighed deeply. She stared at Using Mai's boiling neon, and sighed in her heart, you can be your own person. Using Mai stayed in the small town for a year. In addition to meditation and prayer and study, he went to the dock to help people load and unload goods, and did some energy to earn nuns. She has always been well measured, doing more without talking, referring to the ability of a middle-class sailor, loading and unloading a fixed amount of goods every day, no more than an inch, no less, and very well mannered. Gradually, it is considered small savings. She settled down, worked in the morning, studied in the afternoon, and meditated in the evening. When he had enough self-control and determined that it would not cause all kinds of strange accidents, Using Mai applied for a public university in the city of Yukixan. In December of the same year, Using Mai was admitted to the Broadcasting and Hosting Department of Yabal University. At the end of February the following year, she said goodbye to Alicia and returned to school with a huge suitcase. Until halfway, she suddenly regained consciousness. Emma's suitcase has 4 wheels and can be towed directly. Low profile equals. Using Mai got on the train with the crowd, dragged his suitcase, carefully squeezed through the crowd, and found his own box. In terms of railway transportation, she has to commend the New World. Both take the train and the same 6-seater, New World dare to spend the cost to build a comfortable box. The environment is quiet, the seats are soft, and tea and newspapers are provided, which is beautiful. But, take the train, you will always encounter 1 or 2 unqualified, and 3 or 5 bare children. Using Mai pushed open the private room door and found that his seat was occupied. Even if it takes up a seat, a group of 7 people are squeezed here, evading the fare. The mummy wears gloves, plays with the purple-haired girl with braided rope. Long hair covers her face and reveals her eyes, skeleton clothes with an umbrella. They seem to have blessed the love burial family aura of killing Matt and almost blinded her. Do you need more seats? Nonsense, of course, it costs money. Carrying the suitcase, using my came to a teenager who focused on playing games in the sight of the family's death. Hello, can you please let me in? This seat belongs to me. The young man raised his narrow and cold eyes and stared at her. Puff. Who seemed to laugh out loud, suddenly making her reasonable request become interesting. Yusine frowned slightly. Little brother, can you let me let it in? This seat belongs to me. Ha ha ha, little brother. Phaeton is a little brother. A rough-looking man laughed. He patted his thigh, tears gushing out. Phaeton, you are the little one. The boy was enraged. He put down the game console and buckled the umbrella aside. Without a word, he pierced Using Mai's forehead. Unexpectedly, in the next second, Using Mai accurately held the umbrella and pressed it down. While killing Matt in a box, he yelled, occupying a seat and hitting someone. Who is his parent? It doesn't matter. Zi said, behind the bear children are bear parents. Don't deceive me. She hadn't done anything to the bear child, all the nests violently, she punched and kicked her. Yusine was furious, and one failed to control. The golden bell opened wide, breaking the wall of the carriage, and flying 7 people. It just so happened that the train drove through Jiao, burying the Love family like dumplings, fell into the water with a few puffs, and when I picked it up, it was my own person equals. Du Lu Using Mai stood there, facing the hole in the train wall, lost in thought. After 5 seconds, she couldn't fight for her conscience, so she picked up the suitcase and jumped down from the hole, and decided to rescue the group of killers. Unexpectedly, when she arrived at the scene, she rushed into the lake and swam for 3 full laps, let alone rescued people, and didn't even touch a ghost. Using Mai. She held the ticket and let out a long sigh. The next moment, she picked up the suitcase, lifted her energy and luck, followed the direction of the railway track. Her legs were like Hot Wheels, and she caught up with her at high speed. No, that seat cost money, she must take it. The author has something to say. P.S. Kulalo, you made a mistake this time. Did something happen? Maggie, nothing, it's just. Kulalo, just what? Maggie, Commander, in the future, let's take the train or spend money to buy tickets, right? Otherwise, the fruit is too serious. Kulalo? Chapter 3, Third Money. 20 years of studying, before the liberation, novice village, a savage for 8 years. Living in the dark continent for a long time, it's so strange that I haven't seen it. Zi said, people's minds will change if the country does not change. As soon as my vision rose, I felt deceived. Why did the flight attendant not check the ticket when the 6-person box squeezed into 7 people? Why did the train blast through the holes, but the sirens did not sound? Why can human beings lose track in an instant when they fall into the lake? Why did she swim 3 laps, but she couldn't find the injured number? Is this a training supernatural event or a mystery of unsolved time and space? But there is only one truth. Judging by the savage's intuition, 80% of the men and women in the train compartment were transformed by monsters. World chase, even the warcraft in the novice village can pretend to be people, can't the warcraft outside the village yet? Thinking about it this way, all the weirdness became commonplace. Why doesn't the flight attendant check the ticket? As soon as I opened the box, I found that it was full of livestock. How to check the ticket? She would only think who brought this pet. Why doesn't the siren sound? Monsters come in as people, in order to prevent exposure. Of course the monitoring and alarms must be destroyed in advance. Lost track in the lake, searched for many times but failed? Nonsense, Warcraft doesn't seem to mess with her at first sight. She has grown her little wings and flew early, so she stayed in place and waited for her to be beaten. Even the novice village's warcraft IQ is not inferior to others. Can the warcraft outside the village know whether it is good or bad? In summary, she was smashed by a group of monsters equals. And it turns out that what she thought was not wrong. When she caught up with the train carrying the suitcase, she discovered that it had been forcibly intercepted and blocked by the station. Yellow and black warning tapes were stretched around, and a large number of passengers dragged their luggage to transfer. It is reported that there was a homicide in the 17th carriage of the Kulong train. There was a monster named Spider in human skin. They did not buy tickets on the train and preyed on the flight attendants and passengers. After eating and drinking, they blasted a hole and escaped. In order to repel these lawless spiders, the Hunters Association sent 12 elite hunters to the scene quickly, but it was a pity that they were a step slower. Fortunately, it was a step slower. Yu Xing was hidden in the crowd, looking back at the hunter secretly one step at a time. She lived in a small town for 2 years. Although it was quiet and closed, she had heard of hunters, but she had never seen them. In the exchanges between captains, sailors and merchants, the hunters seemed particularly powerful. They are a group of civil servants with special forces skills, rich experience in veteran drivers, capable animal keepers, and occasionally guest roles as spies, urban management teams, etc. Indeed, for ordinary people in LV.1, hunters are unattainable and unreachable. But in using Mai's eyes. Gee, take a look. The man with blonde hair in a suit, a man with a black and white color matching cow, a man with a long-eared bunny on his head, oh grass. This familiar formula, familiar taste. After confirming the aesthetics, the main reason why hunters are great is that they don't dress up like individuals. The monsters on the other end desperately pretend to be people, and the people in this side bother to pretend to be monsters. As the saying goes, the same is the end of the world and kill Matt, meet on a narrow road, whoever is the most coquettish will win. Using Mai couldn't help but pop up a picture in his mind. Spider spotted the hunter, threw it down, and said with a shock, This kind of dress? Detestable kind. Are you the Gunara Dark Nikoro clan in the north? The hunter pulled out the net, caught the spider, and exclaimed, Aha! Can't think of it. Stupid spiders, we are the children of Balala Bright Ixangeluo at the top of Kunlun. Using Mai said sincerely that the power of the Ghost and Beast video she sealed on her right hand was about to be overwhelmed. Rao's mind is boiled like a sea fishing, her expression is still plain as if taking a cucumber. Riding the train with the common people, like ordinary people, paralyzed. After the carriage moved slowly and drove out of the place of right and wrong, Using Mai dug out a notebook and wrote down what he saw today. Human-faced spider, a new species of monster found outside the village, good at camouflage, loves to kill Matt, likes to eat people. There are 7. I heard that the bounty is very high and they can be listed as an option for paying tuition. As for how to catch a spider. Hey, what does the thing that Slippers can handle with a slap on her, what does it have to do with her as an ordinary person? The train to Yukiksan has left the station, and the scrap iron attacked by spiders is still in place. After about half an hour, a secret video was delivered to the hunter. This is a fixed video, only about 10 minutes long, and it shows the scene of the train heading to Jioqiao. In the 7th second, the carriage suddenly burst, and 7 people flew away. In the 12th second, 7 people in the lake jumped up, paused for a while, and left quickly. At the same time, a shadow plunged into the lake, like a fish. For the next 9 minutes, there are standing tall bridges, calm lakes, and unaltered scenery. Until the very end. The mysterious shadow flies by, as fast as a meteor. Polyston, the vice president of the Hunters Association, a man in suit and leather shoes. He squinted slightly, staring at the black shadow on the screen that was magnified to the limit, and smiled, "What do you think this is?" people. The girl with rabbit ears on her head thought a little, and quickly rejected the idea. No, I can't see him using read, isn't it a person? Are there any similar videos? No. Polyston said meaningfully, he should be walking along the railroad tracks, but unfortunately the cameras along the way didn't capture anything. There are two possibilities. One was that he changed lanes and left midway, and the other was, so fast that he couldn't be caught at all. Can humans reach this level? Looking at the slightly dignified faces of the hunters, Polyston didn't see the excitement too much, and immediately said alarmistly, obviously, this is an unknown beast. It hides among us humans, and even the spider is not its opponent. Everyone shook their bodies and immediately rewinded the video and watched it several times. 7 spiders were blasted out of the carriage, got up from the lake, and left without hesitation. This. Polyston smiled and said, what a powerful and mysterious creature. Let's call it the spider beast for the time being. On the Ulubian mainland, Yukiksan in the west is one of the most prosperous metropolises, while the Basha Islands in the east are the most primitive towns and towns. Running from the Basha Islands to Yukiksan is like running from Shanghai to the Qinghai Tibet Plateau. Under the premise that there is no plane, airship, no high-speed rail, and only one train ticket, the time consuming is basically counted in days. Therefore, the train finally arrived at 7 o'clock in the morning 3 days later. Using my carried it vigorously, oh no, dragged his suitcase to get out of the car, glanced at it, and immediately looked tired and strenuous, picked up the steps, moved slowly, and took nearly 20 minutes to get out of the station. The sky was bright, and the voices were full of voices. Busy traffic, as if yesterday. Reinforced concrete, milk tea coffee shop, skyscraper roof, countless airships. A slim lady, a flip phone, for the elite, a shirt with trousers. It seems to have returned to the 21st century again, everything is so familiar and memorable. Let her be filled with emotion. After that, Yusin calmed down and turned the map towards the destination. Yabal Public University is one of Yukiksan's best universities. It has a history of 100 years and has won many honors. The campus has complete infrastructure, first-class environmental protection and greening, and elegant dormitories. It is also adjacent to the commercial street, which is almost the first choice for the majority of scholars. After using my paid the tuition, he weighed the few nuns in his wallet and thought about working hard and making money. A can of beverage is 158 bands, and the ratio of bands to RMB is about 50:1. Assuming that a meal costs 20 renminbi, it means that 1,000 geni will be consumed. Sure enough, let's catch the human face spider, so that the tuition and living expenses are all available. Using my thought about Xiaojuju, holding the key tightly, and walking towards the dormitory building. The 6th floor, room 616, a quadruple room. She pushed the door inside, and was just about to say hello everyone, but unexpectedly, under the calm coat, there was a raging Xiaoluo field. There seemed to be conflicts among the people inside. Even if she entered the map, they just glanced at her and stopped paying attention. Zi said, "Bad boy, the way you open the door must be wrong." On the left-hand side, a tall beauty with big red hair and big waves burned with anger, arms around her chest, fiery red lips opened, and choked. "Lumi, what is your relationship with Hisuo?" Looking at the right-hand side, a delicate beauty with black hair and black eyes turned her head and replied blankly, "Trading relationship." "What deal? You have no right to know." The red-haired beauty was so angry that she just wanted to do it, and was immediately stopped by another person. Kalaya. The third girl plunged into the situation, pressing her hand, "Don't. Stay away from Hisuo. That's really not a good man, it's dangerous, leave him." The exquisite beauty Lumi nodded her head and deeply agreed, "She is right." Kalaya sneered, "Since she is right, why don't you leave Hisuo?" Rumi took it for granted, because he has money. Using Maya was obstructed. Damn it! She said so well that I was speechless. Qualia sneered, you, a vanity-loving woman, betrayed yourself for money. How long do you think you can be fresh in the eyes of Hisoso? Rumi tilted her head and said calmly, but I got the money. And you, stay with him for a month, chase him, open a house, buy gifts, lose the money and do all the business, and get nothing. The most stupid thing is that you don't even want the breakup fee. Qualia's eyes were red, almost crying, I am with him, not for his money. I love him. Rumi said calmly, so you are not worth money in his eyes. This hit the nail on the head. Infarct everyone. More like a sharp knife, piercing Qualia wept in the storm, and the side choked, and using Mai was stunned for a moment. Wait, if she remembers correctly, this should be the freshman dormitory, right? Why do these roommates seem to have known each other for a long time, but they have developed to the point of grabbing boyfriends? Using Mai looked dumbfounded, and after watching the whole process, there were only a few equations left in his mind. Hisuo equals Hong Shixian, Qualia equals Lin Pinru, Lumi equals Ali. The whole dormitory seemed to be staged the temptation of going home, and the honey BGM unforgivable sounded. As well as, Teacher, can I change the dormitory now? QAQ. The author has something to say. P.S. Using Mai, I have no money to pay the tuition, let me go catch the spider and exchange it for money. Knight, we paid you the tuition, don't come here, you robber. P.S. Fujian old thief, playing mahjong for too long, forgetting the characters and plot. Who is the knight? Forget it, let's kill it first. Knight, is this why I got a lunchbox in the toilet? Chapter 4, Fourth Money. On the first day of enrollment, the atmosphere was depressed and roommates were torn. It's impossible to change the bed. Holding a group is a bad idea, so I had to slip my luggage and smile to deal with the crisis. It's just a scumbag, so why bother to cry into tears? Heichi chopped him a few times and cut off the evil root brother. The was so happy that he smiled and sang Welcome to the East Factory in unison. Using Mai made the bed and cleaned up the trash, only to see the girl sobbing, tears converging into a stream. Lumi leaned against the wall and hugged her arms, not wanting to answer at all. On the contrary, she was quite curious, staring at the girl's eyelids, as if she wanted to see if she could solve the water crisis in the desert. No, Using Mai gave a long sigh, handed over some tissues, and knelt down to comfort him. Don't cry. Qualia was sobbing, crying, and wearing makeup. Her eyes were red and swollen, and she felt so uncomfortable that she wanted to jump off the building. Her friend cried with them, like two yellow cabbages in the field, very pitiful. Using Mai dragged the trash can and persuaded, did you see the napkin inside? It's all the water in your head. The two cabbages stopped crying, seeming a little dazed. There are so many two-legged men, why do you have to find a lame man? Using Mai continued, you will starve to death if you eat love as a meal. It's better to ask for the breakup fee. With a strong nasal voice, Qualia emphasized again, I'm not doing it for his money. Using added motionlessly, then it's not beautiful to spend his money to raise other little white faces. Full bedroom. There was no sound at that moment, and only the clock rang lightly. The scumbag is not worth it, love is not worth it, and recovery is not worth it, but it is worth giving birth to nuns. And Using Mai frowned, and said every word, the scumbag with his female companions, are you sure he is clean? Anyway, it is a girl in the dormitory, Using Mai, who lives very rough, does not shy away from it. Does he wear a condom when you open the room? If not, does he have regular physical examinations? If you don't have a physical examination, you have time to cry here, it's better to go to the hospital for a blood test. What if he gets sick? In an instant, Qualia's face changed drastically, and she couldn't help but look up at Rumi. The meaning in her eyes was a bit shocked, a bit explicit, and a bit hesitant. Rumi looked at her. It's you who should check. I have a trading relationship with Hisuo, not a bed partner. But... Lumi's lips curled up, and her delicate facial features seemed to be overflowing with black mud, nasty and enchanting. Hisuo's bed partners are both men and women. Zi said, the fright comes too fast, like a tornado. Although Lumi's words are short, the amount of information that can be revealed is so scary. Qualia was silly for 3 seconds, screaming countless heavily. He almost sprang up on his hips, grabbed his wallet and coat, and rushed towards the hospital, swiftly like crazy. Under the premise that scumbags have hidden illnesses, no amount of love can be worth scare and hatred. Most importantly, the most tragic sharing a cucumber contradiction between women and women has been resolved. Lumi's calmness and self-confidence verifies the authenticity of just a transaction relationship from the side. With authenticity, there is no embarrassment of sharing a bed partner, there is no secret comparison of he prefers her, and women generally don't cling to it. As a result, the dormitory is clean, the crisis is passed on, and the contradiction is resolved. Even if you can't live together peacefully, you can stop a little bit later. Using my lost the hidden danger problem and was about to go out to find a part-time job, but saw Lumi watching her quietly and pressing a bunch of numbers on her mobile phone. Before long, the call was connected. Rumi is straight to the point. Hisuo, do you have a hidden illness? After a few seconds, Lumi said lightly, oh, you didn't? Then tell you a piece of news. I saw your former bed partner went to the hospital for a medical examination. What if she gets sick? There was deathly silence on the other end of the phone, and soon there was a busy tone. Rumi opened a message and transferred it to her mailbox, saying, no matter whether you are sick or not, it poses a threat to my health. I ask you to compensate 10 million guineas for mental damage. Old rules, punch in the card. After that, she turned off the phone and tilted her head to look at the shocked girl not far away. I saw that her face changed several times, as if she had made up some idea, and finally she became firm. Using my cautiously approached Lumi, bit her lower lip slightly, and said anxiously, well, Lumi, can you introduce me to the scumbag Hisoso? Just ask him if he lacks. Lumi said clearly, bed partner. Using my calmly added, sweeper. At the same time, Yokiksen City. The Hunter Association's exclusive medical institution for the psychic has ushered in a playing card clown who is not in the establishment. He has red hair on his head, squinted golden eyes, and stepped on 8-centimeter high heels. With one hand on his hips, he twisted in rather gracefully. Then, ordinary registration, medical consultation, blood test, physical examination == Hisoso twirled an A of hearts, gently kissed it on his lips, and placed a thick pile of medical reports in front of the old doctor. With the ecstasy and dumb voice, he smiled and said, doctor, am I sick? The 80-year-old doctor pushed his reading glasses, looked at a bunch of reports with normal values, and repeatedly compared the bells and whistles to his madness. Red-haired chicken head, spicy eye makeup, sharp nails, exotic clothes. Still playing cards? The old doctor stared at Hisuo's round skull and said meaningfully, yes. Hisoso. The hand holding the playing cards trembled slightly. He has a disease. Local tyrants have no shortage of sweepers, sprinklers, and gardening trimmers. The application was unsuccessful, and using my didn't care. He handed Rumi an apple as a reward and went out to find a part-time job. Fortunately, the commercial street near the university was short of manpower. She succeeded in finding a relaxed and highly paid part-time job as a beauty artist. Working hours are Saturdays and Sundays, and novices are paid 1,000 guinea per hour, and tips are kept by themselves. I also worked as a waiter in a restaurant. From Monday to Friday, from 6 in the evening to 10 in the evening, it is my self-reliance time for work-study programs. Using my's life is busy, safe, and peaceful. 1 week after the current charge, she found that the dormitory was at peace. Qualia finally drained the water in her mind and restored her usual decent appearance. Although it is not friendly to Rumi, it is not repulsive and faulty. After experiencing the big ups and downs of in case he gets sick, Qualia has seen it through. In a nutshell, first thank the scumbag for not marrying, and then wish him an early death. After adjusting their mentality, they gradually started to talk. In the few exchanges, using Mai learned the following information. For universities in Yokiksen City, the first half of the semester starts on March 1st and ends on July 1st, the second half of the semester starts on August 1st and ends on December 1st. The learning environment is very relaxed, and the leave system is also free, which can be called paradise. Qualia also told her, the dormitory is open all year round. As long as you are a Yabal student and pay the fees, you can live in the dormitory for a long time. This is your right. Me and Camilla Qualianu pointed at another girl in the dormitory, and said, from the karting country of Aegean continent. For some reasons, I don't plan to go back. 2 months ago, Camilla and I moved into the dormitory, and also participated in the opening season social dance party of Yabal University and Yokiksen University. At the ball, I met Hisoso. Qualia sighed, that man, is my disaster. Half a month ago, Lumi Yi checked in, Tusk. Qualia rolled her eyes in disgust, and whispered, she is a weird woman. There is no social circle, and there is always no person. Not in the dormitory all night, I have never seen her eat with anyone. Until I saw her when I went to find Hisoso. It was tears when she said it, and Qualia said in a few words, obviously she didn't want to talk in detail. Xingmai, you are a good girl. Don't get too close to Rumi, she will take you badly. Xingmai nodded weighingly. She was an ordinary person and couldn't get involved with trouble. Qualia breathed a sigh of relief. But they never expected that there is a law in the world called Wang Jing's no true fragrance equals. The cause was that there were 4 people in the dormitory, and none of them went out with a key. In the evening, a nest of 4 stood in front of the door, falling into a long silence. Qualia and Camilla's thinking is, at the height of the 6th floor, climbing the window is to find death. The school did not stock up on keys, and either removed the lock or called the police. Using Mai and Lumi's thinking is, jump up from the 1st floor? No, I'm an ordinary person, remove the door, right? No, I'm an ordinary person, through the wall, no. I'm an ordinary person. Qualia was about to call the police for help, Camilla held the doorknob, almost put her weight on it, and swayed vigorously from side to side. The anti-theft door does not move. Qualia held the phone and scratched her head in anger, busy. 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 What big incident happened to you, Kexen? Are the police so busy? Lumi raised her eyelids slightly and said nothing. Camilla pulled the doorknob desperately and fell into despair, Xingmai, you too. Help me. Yuzinja didn't want to step forward, because she was afraid that she could not control it. No, ordinary people were shut out of the door, wouldn't they instinctively try to push the door? That's a normal reaction. Just be careful and there will be no problem. Xingmai nodded, grabbed the doorknob, and shook it symbolically. In the next second, I heard a crisp sound, and the metal doorknob was pulled out completely, like a paper tiger, lying poorly and helplessly in the palm of her hand and belching. Stupid Xingmai. Camilla looking dumbfounded. Qualia dumbfounded. I am not. I don't. Listen to me. Xingmai was holding the doorknob, not daring to hold it tightly. The black-hearted business done by the security door supplier really has nothing to do with me as an ordinary person. I really don't know, it just fell off like this. I don't know if her expression is too sincere, or her tone is too sincere, or her looks are too good-looking, which caused the illusion. Camilla took the doorknob suspiciously, and broke it hard. Seeing me, how can you break it off? This is, It just keeps twisting. I'll try. Lumi, who was silent for a long time, suddenly said. She stepped forward to take the doorknob and opened it blankly. He heard a cock boom, and the doorknob was hit twice and broke into 2 pieces, not even a whole corpse. Rumi threw the in her hand into Camilla's arms and said calmly, "It's not her problem." Just one sentence, using Mai's affection for Lumi has doubled. "It's the black-hearted merchant's problem." Lumi said to Kalaya, "Keep on calling the police, I want to make a claim." The author has something to say. P.S. Hisso, I have seen andrology all over. What kind of disease did I get that made the doctors so secretive? Illumi, you are not sick, but you feel that you are sick. Isn't it a disease? Hisoso, what did you say? I'm not sick. Illumi, it seems that I am really sick. Hisoso? Chapter 5, Fifth Money. If an anti-theft door is killed, it means that a sum of income will be paid in. Using Mai said that although her conscience is very painful, but the feel of the nun is really good equals. Rumi, the best MVP of the audience, faced the bombardment of police, businessmen and mentors, not only without fear, but also casual. With a slumped face, she logically and clearly explained the material composition of the security door, the shoddy quotient, the safety hazard of the dormitory, and the school's joint responsibility. At the end, the sentence Kalaya, call the reporter caused 300% of the critical damage, successfully knocked out the opponent, received a compensation of 500,000 nicknames and a service of free installation of high-end security doors, which can be described as a god. Even sharing the stolen money, oh no, when the compensation was distributed, Rumi also showed invincibility. She pointedly pointed out the stupidity of the 3 roommates and calculated the amount of personal income according to the ratio of contribution to show fairness and justice. Lumi said bluntly, "Without me, you would have to pay for the security door in full, and still want to take the money. You seem Nathan feels bad." But the kind-hearted Rumi still took out 500 Jini and handed it to her. "I can see through this as the conspiracy of the black-hearted businessman. It's worth rewarding." Using Mai couldn't help shed crocodile tears for the businessman behind the pot. Rumi continued, "You always aim at me, do you want to get compensation?" Kalaya said no fuck. But the kind-hearted Rumi still took out 300 nuns and handed it to her. "It is worthy of praise to be able to call according to my instructions. This is the phone bill you deserve." Kalaya said that she helped to call, not for money. Rumi turned her head and said, "You didn't do anything, how can I rest assured that I will give you the Jinn nun?" Camilla's mouth twitched. But the kind-hearted Rumi still took out 100 Jini and handed it to her. "It is commendable to be a quiet background board from beginning to end. This is the corpse acting fee you deserve." Camilla said, "You don't know how to speak human words or just say a few words less equals." After the allocation, Lumi waited for a while, tilted her head slightly, and said confused words in a fluctuating tone, "Why didn't you say thank you to me when you took the money? I am most afraid of the sudden silence of the air equals. Using Mai said, "You are quite capable, sister." After this day, the security door incident gave room 616 a name for a while. Out of a spoof mentality, many Taihanhan popularized the daily exercise of knocking the door. Get up early and go back 3 times at night. After 7 days, the doorknob was damaged. But the cruel reality tells them that compensation is only reserved for those who are prepared. When it was his turn, it became damage to campus public property. All compensation will be paid at the same price, and a penalty must be recorded, so said. As soon as the punishment measures were taken, it was as quiet as a chicken. There are only 616 rooms left, still with a high degree of topicality. However, the topic this time is not about breaking the door, nor is it about compensation, but a hot topic that has lasted forever and that both men and women care about: the value of beauty. The key mark is the average appearance of room 616 is high enough to beat 99% of the human beings on the whole continent. Hot discussion about the description of the beautiful girl will fall 616 in 10,000 years, and the headline of Lang Yuja is rare in 1,000 years. Excluding all objective factors, just looking at the face and figure, room 616 can be described as a collection of beauty, each with its own merits. Frosty Rumi Yi, glamorous and charming Kalaya, charming and lovely Camilla, and another national beauty and fragrant using Mai. It is simply the standard equipment of the women's group that is popular all over the world. Once you learn to sing and rap, you will definitely become Gu so beautiful. Unfortunately, Sister Hachen Zi Lang Yu, dressed in a green cheongsam, stepped on a haughty catwalk. Shi Shiran got into a mysterious man's luxury car. Missing. According to eyewitness reports, Sister Lang Yu returned to school the next day. She had changed into an expensive black dress and her neck was covered with valuable jewels. Suspected of being fostered. And the beautiful girl with Ding Mao, wearing inferior service clothes, one arm and a row of bowls, came up and down the ocean and walked like wind, and shouted, "Hey! You are a crippled man, dare to eat the king's meal." According to eyewitness reports, the crippled people stole the overlord's meal, refused to pay the bill, and even started, provoking the beautiful girl to pull down the willows and swept the warriors from all directions. It's so cruel. One style is not very decent, another style is not so normal. Even if the former's private life has nothing to do with the rain girl, even if the latter repeatedly emphasizes that the root problem caused by soil erosion is not firm, it has nothing to do with me as an ordinary person. Although it is true that the beauty is extremely high, it is also true to heart palpitations. As a result, the title of the broadcast host department finally fell on the glamorous and charming Kalaya. Kalaya? As night fell, the lights came on. A long-length luxury car is speeding on the highway, passing the picturesque scenery outside the window, forming a series of blurry buildings of light and shadow. The taciturn deacon drove the car, and the strange atmosphere was silent in the back seat. On the left is a lady sitting by the window, and on the right is a beauty. The lady wore a luxurious sun hat, covered with reddish electronic eyes, white bandages covered her skin, and her exposed red lips were as glaring as blood. Sitting gracefully, she raised her folding fan and reminded, "How long do you have to pretend, Illumi?" Lumi recovered, raised his hand and rubbed it on the face, squeezing out 8 slender needles. She didn't seem to notice the pain, so she pulled them out one by one. Immediately afterwards, the bones all over her crackled, and countless nails broke out. Dark and matte cat eyes, exquisite three-dimensional features, gradually elongated body, and slowly bulging texture. Lumi has faded away its disguise and restored its original appearance a little bit. Like a demon who peeled off the painted skin, she turned from an excellent sister to a man with a very low sense of existence. His name is Illumi Beat the Enemy, from the withered hill of the Republic of Bartokia. He is the eldest son of the assassin family to beat the enemy. He is also the best quality killing machine. A solo single dog with no emotions equals. Illumi, who is only 23 years old, works diligently, earns more than 100 million yuan a month, pays taxes on time, goes to bed late and wakes up early. He has a stable job, being a killer, a high-paying income, to make money, excellent business ability, to make money and lose money, and have relatives and friends who are also social elites, family killer and scumbag. Ulami has both wealth and appearance, and loves to earn nuns. No prostitution, no gambling, no skin, but parents are very anxious. Illumi. The lady's voice trembled, and her electronic eyes trembled with excitement. You are out of mind. Tell your mother, are you thinking of women? Illumi replied sincerely, No, mother. I received 17 deals. He said, there are still 10 unfinished, plus the distribution of new tasks. I will temporarily stay in Yukiksen for a long time. It's a business again, it has nothing to do with women. The lady's excitement calmed down, and she asked lightly, "It's just a task, how come you suddenly pretend to be a woman?" "Because it is convenient." Ulamai replied, "The dormitory of Yabal University can live for 1 year with only 80,000 genie. There is water and electricity, and food is not expensive. It is the most economical place. The roommate is not threatening, he is still your favorite girl." The lady began to get excited again, "Ilumi, who deserves to be my mother? You finally. Have you got the hang of it? Is it the age to find a spouse to have children?" Ilumi added, however, his recent stay at Yukiksen is that his room and board are better than staying with girls. "So, I rarely go back to the dormitory." "Lady. What can she say, what else can she say? I can only send a dry sentence, I am worthy of my mother's Ilumi." Then, entered the autistic sage time. In the car's silence for a long time, Ilumi suddenly thought, is Mom doing some tricky task? It's not an important job, and won't run all the way to pick him up. And for the task of beating the enemy and the mother and son at the same time, is it possible that the goal is to be a master of thought ability? The lady held her face and her emotions gradually became high. "I completed this task at the age of 18, and your father completed it at the age of 22. And you haven't completed it until you are 23, and you haven't even experienced it. Since you don't have a girlfriend, then go on a blind date, Ilumi." This time the girl was born in Meteor Street and she has a very beautiful reading ability. Mom promised her that as long as she beats you, she can do whatever she wants to you. "Ah!" the lady screamed abruptly, "I forgot to prepare the bed." Ilumi cannot help falling into a long silence. It was about 1 o'clock in the morning, and it was quiet in the middle of the night. Quilai rolled over and kicked the quilt away, Camilla curled up into a ball and nested in the center. Using Mai, who was on the bed by the window, opened his eyes and sat up in the moonlight, feeling that he was panicking with the heat. She climbed down from the upper bunk and drank a pot of water gently. Dryness is slightly suppressed, but the power of the body is boiling. What the hell? Using Mai pondered for a while, suddenly regaining consciousness as if thinking of something. She calmly stretched out her hand and swiped gently in the black mid-air. I saw a 16-inch panel popping up in front of my eyes, and the 6.16 version of the Jinjiang Tao Shao system was shining like a firefly, and the words "collapsed maintenance" were suddenly changed to "updated and activated." Using Mai was stunned on the spot, watching the value climb from 3% to 97%, 98%, 99%. She held her breath. When the value rushed towards 100%, the 16-inch panel seemed to fall into the lake surface of stones, spreading a circle of green ripples. The ripples are rippling, and the fish leaps in the water. The soft wind passed through, and the green leaves fell. She heard a voice in her mind. "Dear Mrs. Using Mai, hello. I haven't seen you in 10 years, I miss it very much. According to rough statistics, your 10 years of life in another world have gained the following headlines. Shock. The selection of the most ferocious monsters in the Dark Continent, the first place turned out to be the Eastern Chimera ants were wiped out overnight. Was it a loss of strength or a loss of animality? Thriller. Bianyi Town hides such masters. Behind the train's supernatural event, what unspeakable secret is hidden? Hunter Association S-Class Confidential Archive Arachnid Killer. The Beautiful Girl Airborne 616. Sister Lang Yu went straight to 818. Supper Shop Upside Down Willows, real Kung Fu masters recreate the arena. A total of 365 items to meet the energy requirements of the system restart. At present, you have unlocked a new character. Experience the Hulk. Using Mai said that she knows the truth. The Hulk? Forget it, no way. Why does it always feel weird? That is it the Spider Destroyer that has anything to do with her as an ordinary person? The author has something to say. P.S. using my, it's strange, why is the new character experience the Hulk? Illumi, because I am so popular, everyone is thinking about my morals. You have to cherish me. Using my, then just replace you, so I don't have to worry about being green. Illumi? Chapter 6, 6th Money. The sky was polished, and the chicks groaned softly. Yukiksan City is slowly turning around and gradually awakening. Using my stood on the balcony, welcoming the old and accepting the new in the morning. The Yijinjing turns to the heavens, the marrow washing channels pass through the Denshan, the heart and the method are interchanged, the internal and the external are complemented, the vitality is majestic, the spiritual energy is vast, and it seems to blend with the heaven and the earth, and symbiotic with the nature. The seeds broke out of the soil, and the buds bloomed instantly. The flock of birds was silent, and the animals were trembling. One thought is blooming, and one look is withered. The deep meditation for 3 to 5 seconds is as long as 100 years away. Closing momentum, holding interest, precipitation, and aftertaste. Using my stretched out, yawned, and did stretching exercises to start a new day. After a whole night of tossing, she finally figured out what the Jinjiang Tao Shao system was. As the name suggests, Jinjiang is a special name, headline means leading, and system implies the whole. In short, the Jinjiang headline system is Jinjiang takes you to lead the whole, Jinjiang as a whole helps you lead, or you help Jinjiang to lead the whole. To put it bluntly, this is a system that relies on headlines to collect energy, raises its popularity, and unlocks the aura with positive energy. Its name is Jinjiang. As long as the headline is good, Jinjiang will be hot, and Golden Finger will deliver it to you immediately. Would you like a 3-cent cabbage price? Of course using my wants to. Anyway, she is a $1 million fan. She didn't respect the Long Aotian in Chengdu in her last life. In this life, she must climb to the top as the legendary Yeliang Chen. Became the CEO, married Bai Fumei, and became a god-level IP. The advertisement received softness. Just thinking about it, I think the prospects are very beautiful. But now, she has neither a flip phone nor a desktop computer. Just do it in a daydream. Earning nuns is the right way. Using my side, and gently washed his face and brushed his teeth. When Kalia woke up from sleep with her lips pouting, and when Camilla was squirming and exhaling, she twisted the flowers and took a shower. The fight ended in 5 minutes, and the two girls still did not get up with their blankets. Using my entered wrapped in a bath towel, wiped off his wet hair, and urged, "Get up soon, it's 7 o'clock. There is class in the morning, and it takes an hour for you to put on makeup. Don't treat me as dead." Camilla was in pain. "I don't want to get up." Kalia rolled her eyes and opened her quilt. "Get up and put on makeup." After the class, we went to Yukiksan University. I heard that a freshman in their history department came and looked very handsome. It turns out that women are all the same. Whether it's Camilla or using my, when he hears looks extraordinarily handsome, I wonder how handsome the other party is. Handsome guy. Using my leaned over, "Are there any photos?" Kalia was very proud, of course. Camilla didn't bother to sleep in bed anymore, and quickly got up and went head-to-head with them. I saw Kalia turned on the phone and picked out a low-pixel but clear enough photo from the album. "Look. This is a candid shot sent to me by my friend. A beautiful man is printed on the 3-inch screen. He has good features and good temperament, with black and a half long black hair and a white bandage on his forehead. Shirt and trousers, sit comfortably. Holding an old book with a cover in his hand, reading it quietly, it gives people a sense of calmness in time. Wow! Really handsome. X2. At this moment, there was a soft creak and the door of the dormitory was suddenly pushed open. Rumi, who had disappeared overnight, looked at them, and for a while, the atmosphere was a bit strange. At that time, Kalia was lying on the upper bunk, her head was covered with feces, Camilla pouted her butt. She had no drool marks. Using my was wrapped in a bath towel, and her feet were cushioned by flip-flops. Lumi wears a black gauze long dress, with a delicate face and elegant temperament, standing noble and coldly at the door, forming a tragic contrast between the sky and the earth. Qualia took the idiot's smile, and her manners were correct. Camilla converged in an indecent posture and shrank into the bed. Using my subconsciously gathered the bath towels, and squeezed the phone. For some reason, it felt a bit square equals. Lumi was silent for 5 seconds, locked using my, and asked, "What are you doing?" "Yes, watching the handsome guy." Using my smiled awkwardly, and then his brain twitched. "Would you like to take a look together?" "Really handsome?" Qualia snorted. Camilla poked her head out, and using my raised her phone. Rumi stared at her, as if weighing something. Soon, he chose to go forward and took the phone, and then, his bright black cat eyes widened slightly, and he even relaxed his breathing. "Isn't it handsome?" Using my smiled. "The temperament is super clean, and it's very bookish." Lumi said blankly, "Where is he?" "Ukexan University, Department of History." Using my continued, "Why, do you want to see it together?" Rumi didn't speak, but when the 3 girls were hormonally rippling, she cruelly took out her cell phone and dialed Hisuo's phone number. "Hisuo. Tell you good news. The man you have been chasing for a long time is currently in the history department of Ukexan University. Shengui 99% off, the money is in the card, no thanks." A few words reveal a huge amount of information. It was shocked that their 3 souls swayed and 7 souls were lingering, and they could not reach the world or the ground. Spit the soul. The scumbag, the man who has been chasing for a long time. The man Hisoso has been chasing for a long time. Hiso's man. Animals. Crackling. This is the broken heart of the girl in room 616. Illumi calmly put away his mobile phone, hiding his merit and fame. The scumbag Hisoso lived as a curse in room 616. Both men and women eat all, but meat and vegetables are not taboo. Wandering like a corpse, there is no time to die. He made Qualia lose her love, Camilla loses motivation. Using my listened to the gossip, and Illumi made a lot of nuns. It is very poisonous. Regardless of whether the whistleblower Rumi is right or wrong, the notion that he is a scourge has already been deeply rooted in the hearts of the people. If there is a beautiful man, he will be attracted by Hisoso. No, for the sake of the sexual happiness of the majority of female compatriots, for the dream of countless girls in love, for the positive energy of the beautiful peace of the world. Using my decided to sacrifice the ego to make everyone better. The Buddha said, "If you don't make headlines, who will make headlines?" She is also wearing Shaolin's shell. How can she let the scumbag hunt countless people, and cause the handsome men and beauties to stumble one after another? Well, I have to think of a way to purify him. For this reason, using my said, Rumi said that the male is the man Hisuo has been chasing for a long time. This means that Hisuo has not succeeded, and the male is still saved. Qualia and Camilla couldn't help pricking their ears, and Illumi turned their heads rarely. Using my whispered, "Have you heard of it? If you do too many bad things, there will be retribution. There are countless scums in Hisoka, and it's rare to hit a wall once. Don't you find it interesting? Go and see. Look at how Hisoso was fancily rejected by the male god." This entry point was very good, and it quickly grasped Qualia's heart. Qualia's heart moved, and Camilla naturally accompanied her. Illumi looked at Yusing's shining lotus, and after careful calculation for a while, he was unpredictable. The first time, the idea of in case he is ill netted him 1,000,000 guineas, the second time, the reminder of the black-hearted businessman netted him 500,000 guineas, the third time, isn't he handsome, the picture made him a net profit of tens of thousands of nuns. It seems that every one of her accidents will miss a fortune. And this time, she proposed to see his retribution. Illumi said sincerely that it doesn't matter if you give up nuns or not. The key is to see his retribution. As a result, the ice-breaking journey in room 616 went very smoothly. 4 people were dispatched together, with long legs and sloshing skirts. Ancient there were 4 great talents in the Bridgehead strip show, and today there are 4 great beauties crossing the streets gracefully. The beautiful scenery has caused countless cars to hit the wires. The headline is scheduled to blow up and see you on the Otaku forum. Zi said, Yan value is the strongest pass. They successfully entered Yokiksen University and asked about the location of the male god. When they came to the small garden through the mountains and rivers, they saw the red-haired man on the shoulders of the handsome guy. Do not. This. Are they still a step late? Red hair is soaring, and poker is out of business. Hungtian high heels have very long nails. The handsome man with 3-dimensional European and American style is dressed as a clown, with one hand supporting the shoulder of the handsome man with Asian European style. His lips are almost touching the other's face. His narrow golden eyes flickered, his thin lips moved as if he was teasing something, and a perverted smell filled his body. Using Mai was stupid, this is Hisuo. Illumi nodded. Using Mai was shocked, this can be seen, Kalai really loves him. When she turned her head, she saw Camilla's expression hard to say, Kalai's face seemed to have been splashed with black paint. Kalai shivered, he dated me, he has always looked like a human. Camilla murmured, you were so deceived so thoroughly. Damn it. 2 scumbag. People deceive women, and men deceive men. The scum is unprecedented, and the scum is incomparable. Using Mai's eyes were firm, and both hands clenched fists. At this moment, the power of the ghost and beast she sealed in her right hand broke through the shackles, and also aimed at Hisuo. It was decided that it was you, the poor monk who wants to save her. She left the place temporarily under the excuse of her abdominal pain, and flashed to a secluded place to unlock new abilities. In the blink of an eye, he put on the coat of the Hulk, and his weight reached 1000 jin in an instant, and the altitude rose to 3 meters. The knotted muscles burst out, transformed into an invulnerable body, and even the pretty face became rough and powerful. The Hulk, also known as Invincible Hulk. The physical defense is at full level, the force attack is bursting, and the self-healing ability is awesome. Because the host's gender is female, Invincible Hulk also turns together. But the sturdy chest muscles, sturdy torso, and ugly and hideous appearance still made people scared, and they just wanted to scream. Using Mai took a deep breath to cheer himself up. She adjusted the 16-inch panel to the shooting mode, finally found the angle, squatted slightly, and stood up. Boom, dong, dong is the footsteps of giants, and the earth trembles, kong, bang, bang is the shattering of blue bricks and disappearing into ashes. In the horrified eyes of the crowd, in the straight eyes of the male god, Hulk Using Mai abandoned his morals, opened his arms, and shouted at Hisoso, Anata. Look here. Kalaya and Camilla's brains crashed, Illumi froze in place, Hisoso was stunned. Using Mai took the opportunity to jump up and rush to Zisuo this dog. The scumbag finally recovered and threw out a stack of playing cards as a weapon. Hey! What a shit! Playing cards still want to break the defense, are you dreaming? The Hulk flicked away the playing cards, and accurately directed Hisoso to the top of the Tarzan. At the same time yelled, Hisuo ah ah ah. The dust settled. Outside the Green Mountain, only Hisuo's fingers, twitched slightly . Upon seeing this, Illumi and Kulilo felt a palpitation, and wisely retreated. As expected of Hisoso, is the taste so heavy? The author has something to say. P.S. Hisuo, quickly, help me call the police. Illumi. Kurora. Call the police? P.S. Kiju, oh. Mom's Illumi. A new daughter-in-law has been locked for you at home, look at this, we call her Cute Green. Mom has advertised. As long as she beats you, she can do whatever she wants to you. The bed is ready. The same material as Huangchuan Gate. Illumi, Mom, you will lose your Illumi forever. Bye bye. Manually.jpg. Chapter 7, 7th Money. Hisomoto, a capricious and powerful perverted clown. Passionate about cultivating rivals, like crazy fighting. Putting down the hair is a gentleman, and putting it up is a beast. There are basically no friends, just enough worth. If it weren't for a lot of nuns to smash, who would mix up and help him chase after the spider leader Kulalo ==. It's just that Hisoso, whose private life is unruly and whose taste is particularly heavy, finally overturned the boat in the gutter, and was found a foothold by the woman who had not and abandoned. She also found out that he was hooking up again and again, showing off his charm, and being independent on the verge of derailment. As a result, the shockingly green woman tensed her biceps, and loudly declared her sovereignty over Hisuo, and with a heavy body like a mountain of 5 fingers, she sat down and broke Hiso's ribs. The crowds were so shocked that they took a big step back. Hisuo. The Hulk dragged Hiso from under his hips, held his shoulders, and roared, "Why are you abandoning me?" Hisuo struggled with his life, but found that Nian's attack or defense had no effect on this green muscular girl. What the hell? When that thick hand pinched his neck, and when that hideous and ugly face appeared in front of him, Hisoso discovered for the first time that he was so close to death. He opened his mouth and was about to say, "I don't know you at all." He didn't know that the other party had a deep routine, and his words were very realistic. "You deceived my feelings and made me sore by 900 pounds. Devil! You say that there will be a couple for a lifetime, but you have slept with men and women. Why not marry?" The roar of the Hulk contained the clouds, frightened the birds and frightened the soul, echoing in the sky above Yokiksen University for a long time. Qualia's 3 views were completely broken. Wrong love for a scumbag, forget it. Wrong love for a scumbag, forget it. Wrong love for a heavy-tasting scumbag, this Nima. How miserable was she being deceived? Illumi couldn't help but impressively at Hisoso. Knowing that he likes hunting beautiful women, nothing. Knowing that he prefers to chase men, nothing. Knowing that he has a muscular girl who is 3 meters tall and weighs a ton, this. It's nothing, just give enough money. They are still friends, et. On the contrary, Kulalo watched quietly, staring at the back of the Hulk thoughtfully. Is it a strengthening element? Strangeness. Obviously, the momentum is so strong that he can't help but be on guard, but why is there no fluctuation in mind? Frightened by the power of the Hulk, no one dared to step forward to stop it. I can only watch the clown being stunned, his eyes straightened by the roar, and finally he was rubbed and died on the spot. Seeing Hisoso exhaling more and less air, as if he was about to burp in the next second, the Hulk finally let go of his paws, his eyes widened and collapsed and said, "No, no. You cheer up, don't take a dog. I'll help you call an ambulance, hold on." After that, she put Hisoso on the broken floor tiles, spreading her hooves like a husky in trouble, and there was no shadow in the blink of an eye. Not long after, Hiso, who was pretending to be dead in a hurry, opened his eyes immediately, propped up his body like a remnant flower in a willow, and sighed, preparing to escape. Unexpectedly, I saw my former bed partner Kalia, and at the moment the other party's expression was full of disgust and contempt. She gave a light tisk and rolled her eyes. "I was really blind at the beginning, so why would I fall in love with someone like you?" Immediately afterwards, Camilla, his former bed partner's best friend, echoed, "Forget it, Kalia, just pretend to be a duck." Illumi, who looked like a woman, nodded in agreement, and the innocent-looking Kulalo raised an eyebrow and smiled. Both of them stared behind him at the same time, showing pity. "Hisoso? For some reason, I feel a little cold on the back of my neck." A strong shadow blocked the sun and covered his head. Looking up, it is the familiar green skin and the familiar muscle lines. The Hulk put down the school doctor on his back and squeezed his fists. "Like me, Hui! Hisoso. He forgot to use a frivolity illusion as a disguise. 1 minute later, the scumbag Zisuo entered the largest orthopedic hospital in Yokiksen. What are the characteristics of the headline video? The playing time is short, the key point is quick, the information content is large, and the hot elements are many. Especially with the main points of the relationship between men and women, strange people, and outstanding. If you get one of them, you can go to the home page. Using my, as $1 million fans, knows everything he needs to know. The title was set as Cruel and Evil Women Beat Handsome Men in the Street. The truth turned out to be as a gimmick. Fill in the blank space of the content. Is this a loss of morality or a loss of humanity for attraction? Stamp again. This video is a real event for excitement. Perfect. The video lasts for 2.5 minutes and captures every realistic scene from the perspective of an onlooker. From the Hulk's violence to the resistance of the clown man, from the woman's heartbroken questioning to the scum man's speechless silence, and from the scum man's deception to the woman's fancy beating. There are climaxes, the plot is compact, the lines are classic, and the inheritance is complete. Is there any reason to be unpopular? In addition, the video exposed the face of the scumbag, which served as a warning to the majority of men and women. The sentence "if you don't marry, please" more intuitively reflects the essence of love that is not based on marriage is a hooligan. With multiple connotations, this is definitely the best positive energy video of the year. Using my couldn't help but praise herself. As for the follow-up question of the scumbag being sent to the hospital. Hey, what did the Hulk do to her as an ordinary person? Using my rarely asked for leave and skipped work, and entered the internet cafe with a few hundred guinea. After pondering on the desktop computer for a long time and comparing the pros and cons of various websites, I chose the video network that settled in the Blue Ocean Planet. It is reported that the Blue Ocean Planet Video Network is an affiliate work of the legendary game Island of Greed. It is headquartered in the Karting country on the mainland of Ichhen, under the jurisdiction of the Hunter Association, and gathers investment from major families, aiming to gather current and new information and grasp the world's trends at the end of the day. There are many kinds of videos on it. Both clicks and collections can generate revenue. Although the amount is small, it cannot hold up the huge traffic. In short, Blue Ocean Planet is similar to the combination of a video network and a bib, covering live broadcast functions and moments dynamics. There are only things you can't think of. Without what it doesn't include, the settings are not unadvanced. Just as she thought, the technology tree lit by this world is unique. Computers are not popular yet. I heard that the Island of Greed is a holographic game? No touch-screen phone, right now Blue Ocean Planet is an all-around caller? Only. Using my asked the Jinjiang system in a low voice, why can't I find information about the greedy island? The panel display says this game is holographic, shouldn't it be very popular? When the words fell, the sweet voice of the Jinjiang headline system sounded, Island of Greed, a holographic game with a unit price of 50 billion guinea, do you need it? Using my see you manually. Why don't you grab the 50 billion nuns? How can you be so poor? I can only rest my mind, log into Blue Ocean Planet, register for ID Kiwi, participate in the newcomer contribution contest, and publish the first video in the column. UC's shocking headline style immediately caught the attention of others. Using my didn't pay attention to the follow-up, and went to the street after logging out. Send a letter to the nun Alyssa, and walk slowly back to campus. At this time the stars are scarce and the lights are shining brightly. The commercial street is so prosperous that it is dissatisfied with the vacancy of strangers. Passing by the crowd, leaving the excitement as if away from the excitement, she is clearly heading home, but it is not the grand scene of her obsession. Zi said, to be a man, you need a Buddhism, to be a dog, you need a wolf. After halfway through the journey, I suddenly saw countless police cars ahead, like a major accident. Many local tyrants in Chinese clothes were escorted by bodyguards to leave. Damn it! The eighth one. The deceased is another member of the board of directors of the AIBO firm. The technique is very professional, a killer from that family. Hard out, no bloodshed. Homicide? Using my was stunned and changed his way. As a result, I ran into my roommate, Lumi, halfway through. And some gangsters who harassed her. Lumi was wearing a black dress and her delicate face was frosty. He was staring at the underworld leader faintly, not knowing what he was thinking. The underworld leader in a suit and leather shoes pretended to be a gentleman, and said politely, "Come back with us, I want to see you, otherwise." As he said, he untied the big hammer behind his back, as if he was about to do it. Lumi didn't speak, Using my was suddenly furious. "Whoops, let me go. The world is getting worse, Nima." In the dignified metropolis Ukexan, a single woman is intercepted by a man because she is beautiful, so no one cares about it. Oh, really nobody cares equals. Enemy, the underworld gang has a total of 8 people, dressed up and equipped with strange weapons. Our side, there is 1 weak female, and there are a few crowds onlookers. The police are still blocking the road. Using my. No matter what, her 3 views and education do not allow her to let a woman face danger if she is capable. So, she rolled up her sleeves, she plunged into the battle, she dragged across the trash can on the street, and guarded Rumi. No way, what else can I carry except the trash can? Is a beautiful girl pulling out a telegraph pole in a live performance? Let her go equals. Hey! Hooligan! I'll knock your head off. Using my raised the trash can, and closed his head dumbfounded by the man in black without saying a word. A twisted hand grabbed his hammer and slammed the second man's instep. What if there are 6 more? Zi said, no way, fight by analogy. Using my raised another trash can and threw it in the face of the other 3 unscrupulously. In the trash flying all over the sky, she looked back at the banana peel on her head, then stunned the dog and yelled, "You stupid! Why don't you run?" No, she can't force a weak woman so hard. Even if Rumi is noble and glamorous, girls will inevitably be frightened in the face of this sudden situation. Using my stretched out his hand, held Lumi's wrist, and shouted, "Run with me." Lumi paused, followed up inexplicably, and took the first step. He couldn't help looking back at the man in black who was swaying around, frowning slightly. After running past an alleyway, Using my slowed down, and Lumi slowly said, "Why are you hitting my deacon?" Using my. "What did you say?" "They came to take me home for a blind date." "Because you are not the target, they won't do it." "But what you did just now?" Illumi tilted his head and made a loud voice, "Losing money." Using my. Equals. The author has something to say. P.S. Jiju, oh. Mother Illumi, listen to the deacon saying that you were saved heroically by a girl. Why don't you agree to it? Illumi solemnly refused. She hasn't paid off the money she owes me. Jiju. What kind of dog did I give birth to? Chapter 8, 8th Money. The sun said, conscience debt is a disaster. It's hard to be a good man, it's really bad. Using my said with a groan, feeling the helplessness of being touched. Although good intentions do bad things, good intentions do not pay the bill. Ask her to apologize and let her lose money without talking. Since the heart is unwilling, why not your head and admit it? Using my smiled, holding Lumi's hand back the same way. After fleeing for 30 seconds, the deacon had not yet dispersed. Like a rewind of a movie scene, she placed Rumi at a fixed point, and picked up the trash can next to it. In the end, she apologized to the head of the deacon and said, "Take care of your eldest lady." The fairy jumped and returned the money. Wave your hand and make an individual. This isn't a fairy jumping. A brood of deacons is stubborn, and a woman is slender and weak. Seeing the injustice on the road, she bucketed to help, but was caught and demanded compensation. Pooh! As for her inconsistency in the trash can, she doesn't talk about the other people's heads, and drags people to run without asking why. Mom's impulse is the devil equals. Using I refused to lose money and left calmly. Illumi stopped to watch, thoughtful. 1, 2, 3 reasons for losing money have been drafted, and 4, 5, or 6 ways of discounting are also listed. Waiting for her angrily questioning, he retorted again and again, but unexpectedly, the other party did not give him a chance to speak, and sent him back to the deacon. No, there is no money in this world that he can't claim. Illumi slumped, not knowing what he was thinking. The deacons waited for a while, seeing that the eldest master had no instructions, they respectfully stepped forward. Master Illumi. The deacon leader maintained his usual calmness and continued, please come back with us. Madam wants to see you. Illumi said, who is it this time? Is it the powerhouse of Meteor Street, or the lady of the Chable Predator, or a member of the Hunter Association? It doesn't matter. No one can match him. The head of the deacon lowered his voice and said, Madam chose 18 girls for you, and each of them is very strong. This time it is a wheel fight. Madam said, there is always one who can succeed. Wheel battle. One can always succeed? Illumi. He stared at the deacon quietly, staring at the other person's scalp tingling. The deacon had bit his head and said, Master, go back with us. Otherwise, we have to fight with you. Too painful. It's hard to be a man between the young master and the wife. Illumi didn't say a word, but walked to the side of the street and picked up the trash can. Following using Mai's appearance, he clicked on the head of the deacon. And said, tie those 18 women, the wheel warfare still wants to ruin the money. Illumi refused to go home and left calmly. The deacons carried on their heads, stunned and watched. Trash can, what did I do wrong? What? Do you still have a sense of ethics? Illumi Pigeon had a feast for his mother's blind date, turned around and took the business order, and helped a lady kill her cheating husband and mistress for a total of billions of nuns. This is why he chose Yokiksen. There are many wealthy people, conflicts intensify, and generous shots. They don't hesitate to spend money to buy their lives and take revenge at any cost. As long as the killer can complete the task 100%, it is not a pity that the asking price is high. Because after the assassination is successful, they can get benefits far beyond the price paid. Congratulations, Mrs. Abbott. After receiving the final payment, Illumi congratulated him without any fluctuations. The firm and the board of directors will be your private property. Please keep in mind the terms you signed with Beat Enemy, and put 35% of the annual dividends into my account. I wish you a happy life and welcome to visit next time. Illumi hung up the phone and was about to go back to the 7-star suite to take a bath and rest, but suddenly remembered that his cash machine was still lying in the orthopedic hospital. Even if Hisuo is not like a master who can take care of the wounds, he may still have fun with the wounds, but just think of that strengthening Hulk. Illumi felt that staying away from Hisoso was a wise choice. What if he crashes into the Hulk by accident? The Hulk circled Hisuo as his possession. Even if he and Hisuo were purely trading, the other party would not listen to the explanation, right? The woman who was dazzled by love has no reason at all, just like Qualia at the time. And he didn't want to enter the orthopedic hospital sideways. Illumi thought about it, and went back to the girls' dormitory. The time is approaching midnight, and ordinary people should be asleep. Then he can be more convenient and jump directly to the 6th floor. He stood at the bottom of the dormitory and looked up, but saw that the whole building was brightly lit, and not a single room was turned off. The shaved legs on the 1st floor are grinning, the mahjong on the 2nd floor is crackling, the chorus on the 3rd floor makes noise, the balcony on the 4th floor yells, the light sticks on the 5th floor dance at night, and the one on the 6th floor. Using my flashed a flashlight and told a gloomy story. At midnight, he held her, spinning and dancing, but found that there was no woman in the floor-to-ceiling mirror. He jerked his head down. It turned out that he was not holding a woman, but a black-haired and black-clothed ghost. With a creak, Illumi opened the door of the dormitory and came in. In the backlight, the night breeze surged, causing him to dance wildly with black hair and wobble in a black dress. Like a ghost, came to the cemetery to pray. In the next second, Kalaya and Camilla hugged and screamed. Using Mai's flashlight snapped down, yelling damn. Until the expressionless Illumi stretched out his hand and turned on the 500-watt light bulb. AMS, 3 flashlights. 2 were dressed in pale masks and hugged into in red pajamas, one hung from the top bunk, with long hair mopping the floor like a hanged ghost. He obviously didn't do anything, but they screamed worse than they were killed. It looked like the ghost saw me. What are you doing again? Illumi deeply felt the incomprehensibility of this creature. Like a woman, except for work needs, he never stayed up late. It not only preserves health, but also saves electricity. However, the dance of the female sleeping group at night refreshed his cognition. Slumber party. Yusin gave her a blank look. Using Mai has always had a good heart, and is not a person who likes to care. Although Lumi's losing money made her stubborn to death, but thinking about her own mistakes, she simply turned the matter over. Illumi has a strong desire for control and is a person who likes to care about. The deacon is also one of the possessions of beating the enemy's haka. The clothing matches the ability of thinking, and the materials are top-notch. With holding a trash can, the damage is 0, and the washing fee can be millions. Although Using Mai's refusal to pay the bill choked him to death, the wool of the new customer had to be squeezed carefully. He decided to learn more about the enemy's economy, background, and character, and then make a compensation plan that can be accepted by both parties. In short, there can be no money in the world that he can't claim. As a result, the two people who thought differently began a harmonious and friendly cross-server chat. Illumi recalled his last blind date and replied, "Yet. It's rare for Rumi to go back to the bedroom for the night, her attitude is so easygoing, and her rare topic is full of gossip that women prefer." Kalaya asked, "How does that feel?" Camilla asked, "How old is the other party? Does he look good? Is his personality gentle?" Using Mai added, "Are there any photos?" Illumi. He began to understand what a slumber meeting was. "It feels very weak." Illumi's voice did not fluctuate, explaining the facts. "The other party is 20 years old, uglier than me, not gentle, and has no photos." The girls automatically translated into, "The blind date boy is 20 years old, he is a white chicken, he doesn't look good, his personality is not good, and he deletes no photos." Using Mai turned over and raised his calf. "Where did you meet each other? Is it in the cafe?" Illumi, exhibition field. Girls. Camilla's face was unbelievable. "Why did you choose the martial arts field?" Illumi nodded, "Test the opponent's strength." Girls. Qualia was dumbfounded. "How is this measured? What is it measured?" Illumi took it for granted. "Fight." Girls. Using Mai asked, "Fighting, are your parents there? Allow the fight." Illumi, "My parents are here, my younger brothers are there. Those who are weak, can't get in and punch. Well, they can't get into my door." Girls. The girls automatically translated into, "The blind date was at the martial arts field. Everyone who came to the blind date would have a fight first. My parents and brothers beat him together. Those who are weak are beaten, and can't be my son-in-law." Using Mai whispered, "Lumi, what does your house do?" Illumi, "Do business." Using Mai then asked, "Rumi, is your family rich?" Illumi, "Women, lie. You obviously are so picky." For a time, the chat atmosphere was very harmonious. As soon as the slumber meeting started, the whole world could talk about it, and the more we talked, the more exciting the topic became, and it also rushed to the road of no return to the yellow jokes. As a man, Illumi found that women's proficiency in is no lower than men's. Even, they talked for granted, a very ordinary appearance. In the eyes of men, only women with are attractive. Camilla put a small face. What should I do? I only have B cups. Kalia curiously asked, Xing Mai, is your chest real? Can I touch it? Using Mai stood up proudly, come on. Really good at a fair price. Don't persuade, try hard. Illumi. Is this a woman? The eldest master of the assassin's family is worthy of being a professional assassin. When they get tired from playing, it's time to turn off the lights and go to bed. Illumi's hand stretched to the switch, but Using Mil pulled his sleeve. Illumi turned around and saw the girl holding a basin, looking at him expectantly. Using Mai sent him a team invitation. Why do you turn off the lights? Don't you take a bath? Do you want to join me? We can still rub each other's backs. Illumi. He was silent for a moment, and said, I refuse. Don't even think of succeeding in the wheel battle of the 18 masters of Nian Li. Is it possible that they can still be planted in the girls' dormitory? Bathing together? The photos of every member of the enemy Haka can be sold at the price of billions of nuns on the black market, and the body of the enemy Haka master can be seen for free for you? Don't think about it. The author has something to say. P.S. The future. Illumi, I regret it. Do you have a bath together? Using Mai, get out. P.S. Deacons, don't listen to the nonsense of the young master, he is just a money basket. The cleaning fee is paid by our deacon. Chapter 9, Ninth Money. Why don't you wash me if you don't wash it? Why look at me with a look of you want to take advantage of me? It's strange to say that Illumi's face is paralyzed, his eyes are hollow, and the whole body exudes an aura of don't come near you. Using Mai unexpectedly tasted this meaning from his limited body language. For a time, she said without fuck. To be honest, everyone is a woman, and I have everything you have. It's okay to take a bath together, right? You can reject me because you are shy, discomfort, accustomed to washing alone, but feel that I want to take advantage of you. I'm sorry, my sexuality is normal. Do you consider yourself a beautiful man of the 5th rank of the Diamond King? Using Mai felt that the eldest lady's brain circuits were so strange that ordinary people couldn't understand it. She had to show an awkward and polite smile, and walked into the bathroom with her toiletries. Illumi stood on the spot, fascinated by Using Mai's back. He couldn't understand, why would he still attract women while pretending to be a woman? Sure enough, he is so attractive. The young master who beat the enemy Haka is also very narcissistic today. When the sound of the water stopped, the noise of the women's bed also came to an end. When Using Mai climbed onto the bed in a cartoon pajamas full of dried fish, he heard a soft click, and the dormitory plunged into darkness. Lumi floats into the bathroom, but Using Mai didn't care. She wrapped the quilt tightly and began to vomit. Her consciousness sank into the depths of meditation, and she emptied herself. Spirit and strength are like breathing, which rises and falls freely, and is extremely thick. If there are seemingly non-existent fluctuations, tolerant and peaceful, the breath is peaceful. Only Illumi under the shower had his muscles tightened suddenly, minimizing the sense of existence. His eyes suddenly lost their spirits, and the slaughter mode that the 6 relatives did not recognize was about to start. Who is it? Who is releasing the power of mind? Thick and vigorous, calm. It's like the sea beyond the horizon, the sky beyond the reach. It is endless, but it is really intimidating and shocking, as if he will be dismantled and skinned if he moves rashly. More powerful than his grandfather Gino, more dangerous than his great-grandfather Maha, and more terrifying than Nanaga who was imprisoned in the secret room. I was shrouded in this feeling, as if walking with death. Even if the other party has no intention of attacking, it still seems particularly friendly and gentle, but for the sensitive killer, it is just the difference between the beast's full and not full. The threat remains. It wasn't until a long time, until the nerves began to gradually adapt to this intensity, that Illumi took off his alert state and came out of the bathroom with a cold face. The moon is scarce and there are countless bright lights. The atmosphere is peaceful and beautiful, and the night is as quiet as before, as if everything is just his illusion. Illumi closed his eyes with a deep heart, and carefully sensed the sound of heartbeats and breathing around him. After a while, he stood still in place, not drowsy. When did Ukexin come out of this number? The former Hulk was, and so is the current mysterious man. The Haka is sitting on the world's largest intelligence network, but it does not contain any information about them. Why? At about 1 o'clock in the morning, Illumi entered silently and turned to bed to rest. This night, the thoughts that enveloped the zenith did not disappear, but it seemed to ordinary people to feel the atmospheric pressure. Obviously, it is like a shadow, but it makes people feel unconscious. As if a group of ants are climbing the towering cliff, limited by their vision and pattern. Who knows that this is the leather armor of the fierce beast? He could indeed leave the female dormitory, dig a hole outside to bury himself, and make do with the night. But thinking of paying the money, the accommodation can't be wasted. What's more, compared to the outside world where there are unknown threats, the girls' dormitory is safer. The family motto for beating enemies is, "Don't be an enemy of the strong who are not sure of victory." The experience summarized by the ancestors always has its profound truth. It seems that I will live in the dormitory more in the future until the unknown strong man leaves. So, Illumi, who made a decision, had insomnia until dawn ==. Facts have proved that no matter how strong and cold-blooded the killer is, not only will he skip school in the absence of sleep, but it will also affect the performance of his strength. After sleeping in the morning, I missed a few orders. In the afternoon, I had a few bloodstains left. Especially during the assassination, he watched the target person click on a certain red with green video, once again witnessed the love-hate entanglement between Hisuo and the Hulk, and relived Hisuo's fear of being dominated by a fracture. A picture suddenly popped up at the end of the video, called Emoji Package, which was something he had never seen before. On the emoji package, the Hulk's big hand was holding Hisuo's Tianling Gai, his eyes were kind and amiable. There is a line of vivid text next to it: "Brother, what's the matter with you?" Illumi. He felt that his mental state was polluted, and he could hardly concentrate on completing the task ==. But the target character couldn't hold back his belly and laughed out of breath, with oxygen in the middle, and did not relieve his last breath, and turned his eyes on the spot. Illumi. He remembered that the target person had asthma. He approached quietly, waiting to be confirmed that the target had belched, and he couldn't help falling into thought. Therefore, he avoided countless bodyguards, hid in the house, hibernated in the dark place. Nails were arranged in the dark, and the water cup was very poisonous. After all the hard work, he exchanged for a video and overtook the target in 2.5 minutes. Illumi stood there for a while, his black eyes fixed on the computer screen. Hisoso, a man who can be called mental pollution. After a while, he turned on the phone and dialed the number at home. Wutong, asked Miji to answer the phone. Miji beat the enemy, his first brother, is good at everything related to the computer field, is his usual live search engine. It is very convenient to find relevant information. Miji, now I watch a video on the internet. It's called. Illumi ordered, 5 minutes, I want all the information of the Upmaster. After 2 days and 1 night of fermentation, Zisuo's ghost and animal videos are spreading north and south at an unpredictable speed. In the age when computers were not fully popularized, the number of hits soared to 1 million, the number of forwarding reached hundreds of thousands, and the video with countless comments created a miracle. The video not only nailed Hisoso to the scumbag, but also made "Don't Marry He Liao" the hottest classic quotation of the year. It also allowed the emoji culture to rise quietly and quickly become a trend. Poor Hisuo is still hanging his legs in the orthopedic hospital. He doesn't like the news or the internet on weekdays. I don't know that his title has been reduced from the strongest pervert to the first scumbag ==. I only know that the beautiful nurse who had been ambiguous with him a few days ago rolled his eyes several times today. Hisuo. Is his routine not working, or his sense of drama is not enough? Why didn't he get the bait? It wasn't until he went through the eyes of the 3-year-old baby and the 80-year-old lady that he suddenly realized what was wrong. As the saying goes, in case of unresolved Illumi, it consumes at most a bit of nuns. Illumi misrepresented his large sum of money, explained the cause and effect, and confessed a kiwi fruit. By the way, he reminded, the kiwi fruit is a person who cannot be found by the intelligence network that beats the enemy Haka. Can't find someone? Hisuo asked frivolously, what do you mean? Illumi replied, he really exists, but the intelligence network can't find any traces. It is something beyond common sense, and it may be a person with special mental ability. Those who are beyond common sense and have special mental abilities? As if thinking of something, Hisuo's emotions slowly rose. Oh, it seems to be a delicious red apple. It's a bit unbearable. Illumi grimaced, and hung up the phone in Hisuo's unbearable groan. It's spiritual pollution. It was 10 o'clock in the evening, and Illumi, who had finished work earlier today, once again had a blind date with his mother. Standing on the top of the building, facing the cold wind, he felt the knife wound on his back, his expression unchanged. The rolled flesh has not healed yet, dripping with black and red blood, and the deadly poison slips down with the blood and seeps into the black skirt. This time, the person with the ability to think is very strong, he is a release system, who is good at poisoning and can hurt him. But that's only the case. In the end, the other party still became one of his countless businesses. Illumi returned to the bedroom indifferently, and well, it was 10:30 in the middle of the night, and these women actually cooked noodles in the dormitory. A plate of poached eggs, a few small sausages, vegetables, radishes, potatoes, and a lot of tomatoes. The patch panel twisted like a maze, the electric hot pot was steaming, and a lot of golden instant noodles rolled in the soup. The 3 women wore hot pants and t-shirts, holding chopsticks and lunch boxes, scooping noodles, pouring sauce, and eating and drinking. Using Mai took a sip of the fairy water, heartily. Illumi, you are back. Let's eat together. Illumi. He looked at Using Mai with his mouth full of oil, Quiria who was roaring, and Camilla who buried his face in the basin, and couldn't help falling into a long silence. Are women like this in private? Illumi said that he eats healthy and keeps good health in advance. Even if all 3 meals a day are highly toxic, they are determined not to touch junk food. He refused, and said that he wanted to go to bed to rest. Unexpectedly, Using Mai, who had been in the novice village, was a dog nose, very sensitive to the smell of blood. I saw her staring at him suspiciously, her nose twitching. Soon, she put down the bowl and approached him solemnly, with a solemn expression, Rumi, you smell of blood. Obviously the smell of instant noodles permeated the whole bedroom. He had done some treatment before he came. Obviously, how does this woman know that she is a hidden one? Illumi watched her, gaining strength, ready to fight. But Using Mai leaned close to him and shrugged his nose and rolled his eyes. Hey, miss. Such a strong smell of blood, don't you know if you missed it? Ah. Illumi. Eh? What is that? Still going to bed? Using Mai opened his cabinet, only to find that there was nothing in it. God! What are you not prepared for? Miss, are you a life idiot? Although she was swearing, her movements were not slow. He opened his cabinet door neatly and took out a pair of unopened underwear, took out a night-use sanitary napkin, and stuffed it into Illumi's hand. and forcibly pushed him to the bathroom. You can come out after changing it. Boom, the door of destiny is closed. Illumi grabbed the unsanitary napkins in her hands, and was silent. The author has something to say. P.S. Illumi, is this a token of love? Chapter 10, 10th Money. Illumi is by no means a straight steel man who knows nothing. In fact, as a family of killers, the education on sex is comprehensive and advanced. Even his third brother, Kia Kidike, knows what the adult pay channel is. He does not understand certain specific words, such as side leakage. However, when the objective conditions, underpants and sanitary napkins, are in place, they will not prevent him from making associations based on the physiological structure of women and discovering the truth. Illumi was stunned for a while before slowly unpacking. After careful consideration, he came to the conclusion. Cotton is soft to the touch, light and thin, with wings on the sides and sticky backing. It is more breathable than bandages, blood than clothes, and tastes better than plasters. It is easy to carry and keeps warm. It is recommended. In short, using sanitary napkins for a long night, wherever the bleeding is, my mother no longer has to worry about my wounds being untargeted. Illumi touched the knife wound on his back, pondered for a moment, and simply pasted the sanitary napkin on his shirt. Just as he had imagined, it was breathable, sucking blood and smelling, almost imperceptible to the weight, and would not crook no matter how much it moved. He couldn't help thinking about the feasibility of carrying a sanitary napkin with him during the mission. As for the women's underwear in hand, Illumi carried a horn in one hand and lifted it up gently. Oh, pink. It just so happens that Miji is a dead house, and there is a room of real people waiting to do it. He usually flustered when he was idle, and always liked to change clothes for the figurines. Give him this pair of underwear as a gift. It also saved a lot of handwriting money. Perfect. Miji will like it. If he doesn't like it, then he must be sick, and he can be cured with a single meal. It's really impossible to fight twice, and he can train his skills. Well, he is really a good brother who loves his brother. Illumi has a positive impression of using Mai, who provides underwear and sanitary napkins. Deciding to give her a little bit of face for the time being, Yu joined their instant noodle brigade honorably and reluctantly took a few bites of junk food to show her gratitude. He went back to the dormitory refreshingly, only to find that the tableware prepared for him had disappeared. Only Xingmai was left to feast on, and said vaguely, "Lumi, you can't eat spicy food during menstruation. I will help you eat your portion." Camilla was so spicy that she said, "You can't eat cold during menstruation, your iced orange juice belongs to me." Kalia nibbled on tomatoes, "Drink more hot water during menstruation. No one will grab this from you." Illumi. Can't eat spicy food, can't eat cold, drink plenty of hot water, is it so troublesome to be a woman? He didn't show any horse feet, so he went to bed and lay flat. Unexpectedly, 3 minutes after closing his eyes, there was a new situation below. A flapping moth flew from outside the window. Because of its light-tending instinct, it slapped its wings and hit the lampshade without hesitation, and fell to the ground with a snap. Camilla exclaimed briefly, "Ah! Bugs! Don't be afraid." Kalia copied her slippers with her bare hands, and slapped the winged moth to the west. "Look, it's dead." Illumi. He suddenly remembered that a month ago, on the terrace of the revolving restaurant, the flapping moth's carnival in the lights. At that time, Kalia screamed in surprise and threw herself into Hiso's arms, and sobbed, "There are bugs. People are so scared." Now, compare the woman who copied slippers and slapped moths to death. Could it be that this is the truth about Xiao Yi? Actually, women have two mouths, that Hiso said? The content is too real and causes extreme discomfort. Using Mai wiped his mouth and said, "Come on, punch. Who loses will wash the pots and chopsticks." Then, the three women rolled up their sleeves, fighting high and raging, and they just said, "Hello sister, Pour a cup, do you want another cup? The skirt is tucked, and the legs are wonderful. Watch me twist my waist. After 3 rounds of hand gestures, Camilla was defeated. She held the pot and the bowls and chopsticks, and the play was possessed. No. As long as you don't let people wash the pot and wash the dishes, you can do whatever you want. There was a lot of laughter underneath, and a flurry of coquettish dances. Only Illumi, who was lying on the bed, had empty eyes and dull eyes, and his body was as rigid as the door of a yellow spring. Is this a woman? He suddenly understood the reason why his father was only 45 years old. His hair and beard were all white, and the legal pattern was obvious. Around 11 o'clock, the lights in room 616 went off to sleep. A quarter of an hour later, Illumi felt the horrible mind pressure again. He sat up from the bed like a ghost and was silent for half an hour. After realizing that he could not rest tonight, he grabbed his cell phone and dialed the deacon's number. Insomnia for 1 night, staggered and suffered a knife. Insomnia for 2 nights, I am afraid that I will lose my life. Strong thought pressure, sensitive killer, staying in this state for a whole night is tantamount to the accumulation of fatigue from staying up all night for a month. He would rather go back to Dry Slaughter Mountain to participate in his mother's blind date feast. At about 5 o'clock in the morning, the familiar dryness and familiar heat urged Yu Xingmai to wake up from meditation, and opened the 16-inch panel to see what was added on it. The Jinjiang system knows, congratulations, the video you posted on Blue Ocean Planet, cruel women beating handsome men on the street, the truth turned out to be, has dominated the headlines for 48 hours. Breakthrough 1 million clicks, 500,000 reposts, and 600,000 comments, earning a total of 210 Jinjiang coins. During the period, there was an unknown force tracking your information, which has been blocked by this system, and a total of 10 Jinjiang coins were consumed. Using Mai's conversion, each point of Jinjiang coins is calculated in units of 10,000, which is indeed very expensive. But if you can keep her vest, it's worth the money. And according to the information, Jinjiang coin can unlock game characters in addition to protecting private information. Using Mai had no interest in this. As the saying goes, you can't chew too much, and Buddha Shiu is enough. Only contentment can lead to long happiness. Blue Ocean Planet has transferred the first ring of nuns into your passbook, totaling 150,000 nuns. 150,000 genie, equivalent to RMB 3,000, can't even match the amount of compensation for an anti-theft door. But even though there are few nuns, it can be considered as a solution to her urgent need. Computers are not popular enough, touchscreen phones have not yet appeared, and advertisers have not yet discovered this bonus. Using Mai has reason to believe that in the near future, when mobile phones, computers and tablets become popular, she will be able to make a lot of money, and she will be full of nuns. At this time, the Jinjiang system kept informed. In view of your outstanding performance, a new game character experience has been unlocked for you, King Sakamoto. This character can generate a Forcing the King halo, which can be used on top of other characters. Using Mai. Force King Sakamoto? She has never played this game. When the sky was bright, Using Mai, who was regained, discovered that Lumi's bed was already empty. The thin bedding is neatly folded, but the temperature is clean. Oh! She knew that Lumi was up late last night, talked to the deacon on the phone, and opened the door to go out. Didn't she go to the toilet? That's right, according to the amount of bleeding from Lumi's aunt yesterday, 80% of them went home to rest. Zi said, the happiness of the rich is beyond imagination. Well, she got lemons. The Republic of Bartokia, withered and slaughtered mountains, beat the enemy Hakka. Illumi had just finished sleeping on the airship, and was about to face the wheel fight of 18 fiancés. He was worthy of changing into a purple-black exercise suit, and he was invited to the martial arts field by his mother. The killer family has always pursued efficiency in beating the enemy off, and the same is true for even choosing a daughter-in-law. It is reported that the great-grandmother and the great-grandfather were tied and immediately rolled the sheets. The great-grandmother fought against the great-grandfather, and a shot came while it was hot. The grandmother and the grandfather were evenly matched, so they simply got married and obtained the certificate. The mother had a fight with the father and opened the room. 3 days and nights. Beat the enemy. Haka and generation in the same class, firmly believe in the truth that work can produce sparks. It's a pity that when I get to Illumi, I can do all the tricks, and it's useless. Mom's Illumi. Keisha beaten up the small handkerchief, wiped the non-existent tears, and complained, "You are 23 years old. A man after 25 years old is like expired pork. Not fresh anymore. Your great-grandfather had your grandfather when he was 20, your grandfather had your father when he was 21, and your father had you when he was 22. Illumi. You are 23 years old, where are your children?" The magic sound pierced his ears and screamed. Illumi. Brothers. The younger brothers looked at Illumi with compassion, but thought that Illumi's today is their tomorrow, and suddenly they can't pity equals. Illumi is worthy of being the eldest son, implementing the principle of whatever you say, with his left ear coming in and right ear coming out, with a paralyzed face without any fluctuations. The first fiancé appeared on the scene smoothly. Around, there are onlookers who beat the enemy in a family. In front, is the battlefield of 18 rounds of battle. A strengthening woman roared out, taller, stronger than him, and more like a man than him. Well, when they first came up, they put the finale, they really wanted to rectify the law on the spot. Illumi had a cold face. He didn't hesitate, his thought pressure skyrocketed in an instant, and he switched to the massacre mode directly. The killer pursues efficiency, he just wants to rest, not to waste too much time. However, the other party has 2 brushes, and there is a long time between you and me. The floor tiles shattered, flying sand and rocks. In the woman's roar, the sound wave blasted away the smoke and dust, but unexpectedly a hand suddenly stretched out from the smoke and dust, strangling her throat. First, Illumi set aside the fainted woman and said, "If you are qualified, you can become a deacon." The woman was quickly carried down. The next one is the trait department, and the next one is the release department. The wheel war continued, and the battle intensified. Illumi's murderous aura became more and more dignified, and his shots became more and more sharp. Until the release of the big move tore the hem of his clothes, and the strong airflow blew wildly, lifting his underwear. The moment he landed, a blood-stained sanitary napkin slipped off unexpectedly, like a slow motion of a movie, slowly and slowly falling to the ground. Patter! What a soft voice, it hit everyone's hearts like a muffled thunder. Sanitary napkin. A sanitary napkin stained with blood. Falling out from behind the of Illumi battered enemy master. 18 fiancés. Beat the enemy off the audience. Illumi. I am most afraid of the sudden silence of the air, and the most afraid of sudden madness in my thoughts. The author has something to say. P.S. Sheba, don't listen to this bullshit. My beard and hair are naturally white. P.S. Chijo screamed a marmot, why didn't I know that I gave birth to a girl? Brothers, God! Did Illumi change in order to avoid a blind date? P.S. Illumi, it was you, using that damaged my reputation and lost money. Chapter 11, The 11th Sum of Money. What made the lively martial arts field suddenly lose its voice? What is it that makes the cold and serious assassins discolored? What is it that let the high-spirited blind date girls collectively release the water? What is it that made the position of the wife of the eldest grandson of a big family a hot potato? Why did the graceful beauty burst out with soul screams? Why does a mature man squeeze the railing out of control? Why are the teenagers onlookers writing all over their faces? Withered and slaughtered, wilderness and mountain suburbs. How much untold history is buried behind the ancient gate of the Yellow Spring, how many intriguing anecdotes are hidden in the gloomy castle at the peak. Welcome to today's most show, the Feast of Selected Concubine Domineering Beat the Enemy, exclusive headlines, and explosive edition reservations. Focusing on describing to you an elite killer who has been soloing for 23 years and still has no affection, how to use his own power to scare a family of young and 18 powerful enemies to the dark history of dispersal. I am the host. Blooded sanitary napkins, please burn the paper on my grave today next year, thank you everyone. The angel with broken wings fell into the dust, and the onlookers held their breath. The parents and grandfather waited for an explanation, but the younger brother's expression was hard to express. Only the person involved, Illumi, faced the suffocation of the audience and the pressure of the elders, calmly dealt with, making his shots cruel and invincible. With the speed of cutting the grass, the fiancé after crop was wiped out. They didn't want to, and he didn't care, it hit it off, and it was done in seconds. In the end, Illumi stood there and said in a great reading tone, "Does anyone still want to challenge?" There was no sound. Illumi tilted her head and continued to ask, "So, does anyone want to marry me?" There was a dead silence. Illumi nodded slightly, "This is the end of today's blind date." No one refuted. In the eyes of the public, he calmly walked towards the blood-stained sanitary napkin, in front of everyone's horror, bent down and picked it up gently. So calm, so natural, as if it is very normal for men to use sanitary napkins. The anger of his father Sheba beating the enemy was on the verge of exploding, and the screams of his mother Keisha beating the enemy rushed to his mouth. Illumi didn't bother to explain, and wouldn't bother to explain. He just turned his back to face them, slowly lifted the corners of his clothes, revealing a strong waist and abdomen. A stab wound on the top ==. With one hand, he put the sanitary napkin on it. Sheba's anger was extinguished before it could burn, and Shiju's scream was stuck in his throat, and he almost didn't get his breath. Was it originally used as a band-aid? Was it to deal with a stab wound on the waist, not to stop bleeding in a special part? Oh my god! This rebellious kid/sly elder brother/scheming elder master. Just now, I finished the 18 fiancés with a blood-stained sanitary napkin. Unacceptable. Life winner Illumi said, "Mom, I will prepare a blood-stained sanitary napkin when I have a blind date in the future to test the other's mental quality and judgment." I asked, "Does anyone want to marry me before?" and they didn't respond. So, it was they who missed the last chance, not my negative blind date. Illumi was so well-founded and speechless. Beat the enemy family, we are more confident that you will be single for a lifetime ==. However, although the blind date is over, the storm has not yet ended. Cause, when a deacon was packing up the dirty clothes that the eldest master threw down, he did not expect a pair of pinky, girlish underwear fell into the pocket of his jacket. After, Ji Chu who got the came up against the case and snarled excitedly, "Me Ji! Quick! 3 minutes, I want all the information about the owner of this panties. Me Ji, I know the truth, how do you want me to check with only a pair of underwear?" Result, as soon as Me Ji put his finger on the keyboard, he saw his elder brother Illumi float entering the house and said to Ji Chu, "Mom, have you seen my hand letter to Me Ji Day?" Me Ji had a bad instinct, and a creepy feeling rushed towards Tian Liget. "Here." Illumi locked the panties, grabbed the panties, and handed them to Me Ji. "Me Ji, here, this is the souvenir I brought back to you from Mukexan." Illumi's eyes are dark and hollow, as if they contain endless negative energy. "You will like it, right?" In front of him is the big brother who is like a grudge, behind him is the mother who is like the devil. Me Ji was forced to be caught in the middle. However, at the juncture of life and death, he exploded with a strong desire to survive, and his brain was running at high speed like a hot wheel. He took the underwear quickly and respectfully, in a cold sweat. "Thank you, brother, I like it very much." Illumi left with satisfaction. After that, he took a deep breath, knelt down in a 360-degree spiral twist, and hugged Jiju's thigh. "Mom! I'm looking for tens of thousands of beautiful women of the right age. You can help the big brother to choose." Kiju also left with satisfaction. Miji finally let out a sigh of relief and looked down at the underwear in his hand. "Hemp egg. Provide for it. Don't dare to wear the figure." "I dare not at all QAQ. Well, today's beating the enemy is still shrouded in the shadow of Mom and Illumi." Aunt Lumi had a collapse and took leave to go home for 3 days. The 3 women in the dormitory mourned him for 5 seconds, and immediately left him behind. Those who should be part-time workers, those who should be dating, and those who should be in love. College life is as peaceful as water. After this week, they ushered in the first assignment of freshmen to do a recorded video about places of interest and tourist attractions. The video requires not only oral broadcast, but also the participation of location scenes, reporters, and videographers. Different from the conventional education model of first theory and then practice, New World universities especially like to combine theory and practice, making people immersive in a simple and rude manner, which can be described as quite straightforward. It's just that there are often out-of-town practical activities, and there are and only this time. It is reported that the broadcast host, news media, film and television directors and other departments are impressively listed, as well as painting and sketching, music and dance, and even the literature and history department has not been overlooked. At that time, Using My packed his bags and said, "I heard what Yabal University is, the 3rd batch." Yet, Kalaya was putting on makeup. The location is set at the Kuku Mountain in the Republic of Badokia. Before us, Yokiksen University and Yakedli University were the 1st and 2nd batches respectively. "It's weird to say." Camilla stroked her eyebrows, and added, "This time it was all girls who went in an airship." "It's a big deal." Republic of Badokia. Using My murmured, "Withered Slaughter Mountain, what is that place?" This question didn't bother her for too long, because Withered Slaughter Mountain was famous all over the world, so from the first moment she set foot on the airship, her ears were filled with the subject of Withered Slaughter Mountain, beating enemies and killers. And the more she listened, the less she knew what to say. The Republic of Bardokia has a long history, but the reputation of beating enemies is even longer than the history of this country. It was a family of assassins, living in the Withered Slaughter Mountains, full of monsters, poisonous, and desolate, and encircled the entire mountain as its own territory. Forging the Yellow Spring Gate to block outside prying eyes and deter all Fang Xiao Xiao with absolute strength. They lived on it from generation to generation, and they clearly did their enemies all over the world. Even the dry mountain has been developed into a tourist attraction, and Avengers are welcome to pay to go up the mountain, visit what their own gate looks like. This is no one. The behavior is strange, but it is also telling the world. Beating the enemy has the strength and arrogance, has the right to be arrogant, and can also announce to everyone in a high-profile way, "I am here, come if you have the ability." No one knows how many members of the Haka who beat the enemy, nor do they know whether they are male or female, what they look like, how old are they, and how strong are they. They only know that they are powerful, mysterious, and enchanted, and they have been living in legends and were named Emissary of Death. It's a pity that no matter how big the gimmick is, the status quo of where to go and charge has become dead money in Using My's eyes. Students need to reimburse 30% of the airship ticket money by themselves. This does not matter. After all, the school is not a charity organization, and it is good to reimburse 70%. The airship will send people to the foot of the Kukulin Mountain, and they need to pay for the bus to go up. This is nothing, just treat it as a sightseeing tour, and enjoy the surrounding scenery by the way. But what is the toll bill affixed to the bus? Touch the Yellow Spring Gate, charge 100 Jin per second, overnight at Huangchuan Hotel, charge 30,000 Jin per night, pure and non-toxic Yellow Spring water, 10 Jin per milliliter, ordinary people can eat fast food, 5,000 per serving 90. Is it poisonous? Money basket. Using my was sitting on the wax a bit, she just picked up 150,000 guinea, and she hasn't put on a few decent outfits, so should she stick them all here? The school did not say how long to stay, in case it takes a few days. Without spending the money, she had to tear the beasts with her bare hands and spend the night in the wilderness. Although she was fearless, she didn't want to be too abrupt. After finally leaving the novice village, I really don't want to be a savage anymore. Using my climbed to the top with the current, and when he saw the gate of Yellow Spring, the little entanglement in his heart disappeared inexplicably, and his eyes suddenly rounded. The gate of Huangchuan is worthy of the prestige of Yellow Spring. It is magnificent, tall and majestic, and solemn. I don't know what material it is made of. It glows with the cold luster of non-metal and non-stone in the sun. It has 7 fans, thick, with 2 giant dragons carved on the top. It looks like a Chinese dragon and is lifelike. Huaxia dragon. Using my saw things from his hometown for the first time in the new world. She couldn't help but wonder if the beating enemy behind the door, whether they have square Chinese characters, whether they have acupuncture and moxibustion inheritance, whether they have martial arts inner breath. Is there a trace of contact with her hometown? Her mind is floating. At this moment, in the office next to the Yellow Spring Gate, a chubby, smiling uncle held a loudspeaker and walked to the crowd and announced a news. Ask the little girls to take the most beautiful photos of themselves and deliver them to the guard's office. Beat the enemy Haka will select a lucky person based on the photo, not only to reimburse her for this consumption, but also to show her the beauty behind the Yellow Spring Gate. Hearing this, the audience is boiling. Using my couldn't help but laugh, and felt a God-given opportunity, and gave himself a halo of forcing the King Sakamoto. At this moment, she is the most beautiful cub on the whole mountain. The author has something to say. P.S. Illumi, she's so flashy, like a bunch of jeans are shining, my heartbeat speeds up. Is this love? Chapter 12, 12th Money. Zi said, "See rank in the world, it will be hot for a long time, and it will burst for a long time, and it will make headlines for a long time. It is truth. Today there is a halo, his name is Sakamoto, his looks are beautiful and he is born to be a king. If the mountain is not dry, beautiful pictures are fine, the water is not clear, the angle is tight, people are not beautiful, pretend to win. Si is taking pictures, only I have a style." Raising one's hand to lift her hair, smile most suitable for the scene. Walking catwalks, the temperament is extremely photogenic. You can also control the C position, catch your eyes, thunderous with applause, and greet each other. Huangchuan Jinchuan, Skull Mountaintop City, Sakamoto said, "Why can't you pretend?" Using my wore a halo and made his debut in C position. As the saying goes, pretend to be like the wind, always accompany me, when opportunities come, crises coexist, the sand sculpture netizens' dog words honestly do not deceive others. Can bear praise, can withstand slander. Although the halo is good, accidents are also constant. In other words, forcing the king's aura has side effects, and its name is called emergency. For example, a huge bird of beast flicked over the dry mountain, and when he passed using Mai's head, he suddenly had gastrointestinal cramps and threw feces. Using Mai, she instinctively grabbed the umbrella, suddenly opened it and held it over her head, accompanied by a crisp click, the umbrella surface was slowly raised, revealing the exquisite chin, white skin and red lips of the Iraqi under the umbrella. The picture is beautiful. The photographer shouted hoarse, "Yes. That's right. That's how it feels. Hold on, don't collapse." Using my. Wait, did she do something? For example, there is a deep water pool in the withered mountains and forests, in which a strange fish inhabits all year round, and likes to spray water to drive away creatures near the territory. Unfortunately, the animal's instincts are very sensitive, and using Mai is listed as the #1 expeller. so, when it was using Mai's turn to stand, thousands of water guns burst out from the pool, like countless Balian, rushing towards her face. In an instant, Yu Xing was blessed to the soul, ghosts lost in the heart, jumping on tiptoes like ballet, raising his arms over his head, spinning and jumping violently. The light-colored long skirt draws an elegant curve, and the straight legs are charming. The long and supple hair rises with the wind, and the scattered water droplets reflect the glittering light. Like a dancer, dancing lightly in the drizzle. She is also like the queen of figure skating, performing herself in the splashing ice foam. After a round of water guns, the breeze came slowly, and the layers of forest were swayed, warm sunlight poured down from the top of the head, and a beautiful rainbow bridge was erected on the water pool. All girls, oh who! The photographer called like crazy, yes. That's how it feels. Hold on, don't stop. Using my. I always feel like something is wrong equals. Forget it, in case of indecision, PS will solve it. The picture retouching brother polished the photos so beautifully, what does it have to do with her being an ordinary person? After taking pictures with the crowd, making an oral video of a tourist attraction, and then paying a fee to touch the gate of Huangchuan, Using Mai's day as an ordinary person passed. When night fell, the bus went up the mountain, and the girls were sent away in batches. The journey of Withered and Slaughtered was finally over. At the same time, for 3 days, the photos of nearly 10,000 girls lined up, and high-definition large pictures were placed in front of the killer's family. Opened the feast of photo trick blind date equals. The so-called forest is bigger, there are all kinds of birds. As the years grow, you don't know what is going on. The enemy is not a pedant Ifid clan. If it is not necessary, they do not want to intervene in the marriage and life of the junior. It doesn't matter whether you choose a son-in-law or marry a wife. As long as the conditions of the two sides are of different genders and are equally powerful, there is basically no crisis of beating Mandarin ducks. Even the most taboo problem for killers making friends. If the friends have enough strength, connections, and power, the juniors will be able to grasp the profound connotation that the family is far more important than the friends. In this regard, the elders opened their eyes and closed their eyes without any objection. In other words, under the premise that juniors are strong, the beating-up parents will not interfere too much with their children's decisions. Even if the partner chosen by the child is of the same sex. However, the assassin family has made countless enemies. Throughout the ages, there have been many strong offspring, but more died. Therefore, for the sake of blood inheritance, the beat enemy people pay more attention to male and female marriages rather than same-sex dating. However, Illumi beats the enemy, a submissive killing machine, slowly rebellious after becoming stronger and deeper. It's nothing to chase profit, control is nothing, and decision-making is nothing. But since he was hooked up by a red-haired clown, the elders had to look back and put them on him again. Hisuo Moto, a strong change system, is equivalent to Illumi. If he can be controlled by Illumi, it is just a matter of how many chopsticks there are at home. However, Hisuo is not an object that can be easily controlled, nor is he a type with a family concept, let alone a sense of belonging to the surname of beaten enemy off. According to Hisuo's character of not playing cards according to the cards, I am afraid that he would list the beating enemy's family as candidates for the high-quality Big Apple and kill them one by one, or be killed. Summary: 5-star bad review. Spicy chicken dregs man. Don't suffer my son. In order to bring back Illumi, who was repeatedly jumping on the edge of the base, beating the enemy family was broken. A combination of multiple factors, and the second son Miji successfully found nearly 10,000-year-old beauties. Would you like to come and have an appetite for Ulamai? Pick on the left, pick on the right. Kijua sees one loves one, and Illumi sees one to kill one in a flash. The war between mother and son has never ceased. Illumi. How about this one? Kijua held the picture of Qualia and covered his heart. The face is beautiful, tall, and stylish. I heard that his parents were businessmen in Ichen. Illumi said indifferently, well, Hiso's ex-girlfriend. One hit kill. Chishu. Illumi, what about this? Jiju sent Camilla's photo, how cute, I heard that it is the daughter of a rich man in Cardin. Illumi nodded, well, later the rich invested in life insurance. He added, because the killer business of beating enemies is so prosperous, all insurance companies have gone bankrupt and the rich have gone bankrupt. Double kill. Chishu. Illumi took another look until a picture of a girl holding an umbrella was placed on the table. Apricot umbrella, plain white hands, hibiscus noodles. It was coated with a layer of light gold by the sun, and it flashed brightly and just right. It was rare and gentle and extremely dazzling. Using my... Illumi paused, and the woman who invited him to take a bath, gave him underwear, rudely eat noodles, and indulged in punching came out of his mind. Compare the nice and quiet look in the photo. Well, what a hypocritical woman. It seems that women not only have two mouths, but also two faces. Referred to as two faces. However, as long as it is operated properly, it can become the most suitable piece. Illumi's eyes flickered slightly, and his heart began to calculate. First of all, Using Mai is an ordinary person, except for his strength, there is nothing special and does not pose a threat. Secondly, Using Mai has no father or mother, and has an innocent background. He was adopted by nuns in remote areas and there is no hidden danger. Once again, Using Mai studied at Yukiksen and worked hard. He has no special friends and will not cause trouble. Finally, using Mai as an excuse can save him a lot of trouble and prevent his mother from using blind dates to block him from taking orders. In addition, living in the same bedroom is controllable and convenient. Su Yulamai watched the photos for too long, not to mention Chishu, even the elders looked slightly. In the next second, they heard the family's eldest grandson, who was most likely to be an orphan, and said, "Just her." Suddenly, deathly quiet. 10 seconds later, it was Keisha's high-pitched scream, "Mom's Illumi. Don't worry, Mom will prepare the bed for you immediately." "No, the wedding. Now. Now. No." Illumi said, sitting on the sofa, "Mom, don't worry. If she becomes beaten up, then she will be the first to die. Please give me a while, Mother." Illumi said, "I will approach her and train her personally, just like instructing Chie. A ghost." After finishing all the high-sounding excuses, Illumi brought Using Me into his jurisdiction. The family members were allowed to pretend to be ordinary people to see her, but they refused to let her become the lucky person and enter to beat the enemy. An ordinary person who has visited the Hakas to beat the enemy, she will become the target of other people's hunting. Reimbursement of expenses, don't think about it. You can replace Lucky Guy with Rumi, that's my fake identity. No loss to my family. As for the follow-up trouble, it doesn't matter, Hisuo likes to fight, I can leave it to him to solve it. Beat the enemies. The next day, the practical activities are over, and the scheduled airship will arrive at 3 o'clock in the afternoon. Before that, students can move freely in the safe area. There are still 6 hours before boarding, which is too long. The girls simply formed a team and went to the withered Slaughter Mountain to take a group photo at the gate of Huangchuan as a souvenir. Using Mai returned to the gate of beating the enemy Haka with the current, and was placed in the last row because of his tall figure. Coincidentally, her back just touched the gate of Huangchuan. It's a bit cold." The girls lined up laughing, squatting in 1 row, squatting in 2 rows, bending in 3 rows, standing in 4 rows, smiling like flowers. They gestured with scissors hands and smiled at the camera, "I am the most beautiful." Yet. This is the most beautiful, not the most beautiful, and it doesn't matter. What's important is that at this moment, the gate of the 180-ton yellow spring actually moved. Moved. Nima. What the hell? Using my felt a strong force coming from his back, weighing more than 100 tons, as if the entire door was about to collapse, and could crush all the girls into small cakes in minutes. In front of him is a lively girl, behind him is a huge collapsed gate. Damn it! Using my, hold on. The gate is only a few hundred tons, much lighter than the tail drawn by the dragon. 16 tons, 32 tons, 64 tons, heavier and heavier. Using my smiled, pressed his back against the gate of Huangchuan, and held it firmly. Oh, dare to fall, don't think about it. The girls took 5 minutes to shoot, and using my carried them for 5 minutes. In the end, the gate of Huangchuan, which had been in disrepair for a long time, seemed to stand firm before she let go of her back. At the same moment, behind the door, Illumi stared at her hands blankly, silently. Pushing the 7th door with a 256-ton arm, how come the door doesn't move, but rebounds a bit? Did he push a fake door? The author has something to say. P.S. Illumi dialed the phone. Mom, the gate of Huangchuan is broken and I can't open it. Miji, brother, aren't you really embarrassed? Gee, fat pig, go all the way well. P.S. Hisso, you have changed. You used to be affectionate to make others pervert, and now you call me a scumbag. Chapter 13, 13th Money. The gate of Huangchuan is the first hurdle set by the beating enemy and K family. There are a total of 7 fans from low to high, which symbolizes the gradual increase in power levels, and also means the pyramid-like stratification of the strong. Pushing the first door requires 2 tons of arm strength for half of the leaf and 4 tons for the entire leaf. Pushing the second door requires 4 tons of arm strength for half of the leaf and 8 tons for the entire leaf. And so on. Pushing the 7th door requires 128 tons of arm strength for half of the leaf and 256 tons of arm strength for the entire leaf. And 4 tons of arm strength, this is the bottom line configuration, but also the minimum standard. The attackers who can't open the first door are not qualified to go out to play. Unless the training meets the standard, they will always be trapped in the withered slaughter mountain. In the same way, troublemakers who can't even open the first door do not have the ability to find fault. They are naturally excluded from the ranks of strong ones, and seeking revenge can only be a delusion. Isolate the crisis, resist foreign enemies, protect the children, and urge practice. Sun and rain for thousands of years, the gate of Huangchuan sheltered the growth of each generation of beating enemies. Life and death tormented tens of thousands of times. More and more powerful beating the enemy has achieved the real yellow spring. But to this day, there seems to be something wrong with the gate of Huangchuan. Miji's 10 fingers flew on the keyboard, and called up the video a quarter of an hour ago, analyzing it frame by frame. Dad, brother did his best to push the door. In the close-up recording, Illumi's arms swelled with blue veins, and his muscles swelled rapidly. Ufa moves with the wind, like a resentful spirit desperate, feeling malicious across the screen. The door was not pushed open. Miji was dumbfounded. Isn't it possible? This is the first time that Big Brother failed to push the door. Big news. Grandpa Jinyo asked in a deep voice. Miji, was there anyone outside at the time? The raw materials of Huangchuan Gate are the things brought back from the Dark Continent by the ancestors. For nearly 1,000 years, no matter how hard you hit it, no matter how hard you shoot it, no matter how it is fired, it doesn't make sense, and now something suddenly goes wrong. It's just a group of female students taking pictures. Miji called out the screen. There are 60 girls in total, and there is nothing wrong with the information. Oh, the fiancé scheduled by the eldest brother is also there. It was much harder to beat the enemies and visitors, and then there was no more. The girls leaning on the door laughed sweeter and more lovely than the other, with a relaxed expression, without a sense of reluctance. If someone can match Illumi's power, he has to push his face and neck thick as well, right? But, want to beat the enemy? It's not that they say that there are countless strong people in the world, and people who can truly rival with them can be counted with one hand. So the question is, why did Illumi not open the door of the Yellow Spring? Is the door really broken? Don't believe in evil anymore. They all stood in front of the gate of Huangchuan, taking turns trying to push the door. It turned out that the whole family, except Illumi, could easily open the gate of Huangchuan. Suddenly, the expressions of the beating enemies became hard to express, and even the look in Illumi's eyes was quite strange. Ji Chu even took out a small handkerchief, wiped the crazily trembling electronic eyes, and exclaimed sadly, "Mom's Illumi. You are a man, you are only 23 years old, can't you no longer do it." Illumi. It was night, the airship landed on the bustling Yukixan. Although there are very few safe and fun places in the withered Slaughter Mountain, there is no regret that the girls enjoy taking pictures. Only Using Mai is obsessed with China Dragon and is curious about beating enemies. If there is a chance, she really wants to go in and take a look. Unfortunately, she is not the Emperor of Europe, and she does not want to cause trouble. And the lucky guy chosen by beating the enemy is actually Lumi, who never appeared from beginning to end. Using Mai rested his mind and went to the night market with his roommate. When the girls returned to school, they found out that Lumi, who had been on leave for 3 days, had returned to the dormitory. At that time, Lumi was holding a thermos box, standing at the desk and watching them quietly, silently. It wasn't until Using Mai asked him curiously what was in the insulation box, that he said, "This is a specialty from Kukolushan Mountain." The 3 girls stared at the same time. "Why didn't I know there are special products? Buy some if you know it. Do you want it?" Illumi handed over the incubator. For the first time, he didn't talk about money to hurt feelings, but kindly added, "It's not poisonous." No one cares how profound the meaning of the phrase "not poisonous" is. At this time, there is only one thought left in their minds, that the specialty is food and can be eaten. Wow! Lumi is such a good girl. I thought it was noble and glamorous and had no friends, but it was quiet and I loved to share. They picked up the chopsticks, pinched the spoon, and opened the box. You ate the thin slices of meat and drank the delicious soup. During the period, they repeatedly invited Lumi to share, but Lumi firmly refused, saying that he had eaten enough to beat the enemy Haka. Illumi asked calmly, "Is it delicious?" "Super delicious," said in unison. Illumi nodded, "Beating the enemy guest will give me a month's special product, and I will give it to you to eat in the future." Using Mai was shocked, "Is it so friendly to beat an enemy guest?" "Beating enemies has always been very friendly, let you eat the specialties without charging any fees." Illumi nodded in agreement. At this time, Yusing pulled her neckline and felt a little hot. "How come it feels a little bit up, did you add wine?" Qualia fanned the wind, panting, "I'm so thirsty." Camilla's cheeks flushed, I'm a little dizzy." "By the way, Rumi, what the is this?" Illumi said straightforwardly, "Whip." Everyone looked dumbfounded. Immediately afterwards, Illumi expanded, "It mainly refers to the organs of male animals that can be used for food or medicine. Of course, all the whips provided by the Haka to beat the enemy come from high-quality monsters. It's precious and nourishing." Illumi tilted her head and urged expressionlessly, "Give me away for free, you should say thank you to me. Everyone! Kill your dog Lumi. As the saying goes, take people softly and eat people's mouth short. I can only blame myself for being greedy. Excluding the thing that whip refers to, it's not that good. The supper last night was indeed delicious. It was a hot night and I didn't get a good night's sleep. Early the next morning, Kalia and Camilla yawned to go to class, while Using Mai and Illumi were responsible for cleaning the dormitory today. Using Mai didn't expect the eldest lady to help with the work, but she was not her parents, and there was no need to be used to her. Simply, she told Rumi to take out the garbage. "I did all the other work." You have to dump the garbage, right? Using my washed the mop and urged, the sorted dustbin from the bedroom to the corridor is only 20 meters away. Move it. Illumi refused to cooperate. He should have gotten up early to kill the first target, but the deacon at home followed up too quickly, and the eyeliner was already full of eyeliners around the school. Sure enough, the elders who are also killers didn't believe in the rhetoric of just her and I will train her by myself. If during the surveillance period, he did not show the intention of training using my, it may not be long before Jiju's mother will arrange a blind date for him again. At that time, I am afraid that the form will not be as simple as the wheel war. Illumi hates things that are out of control and likes to keep everything in his hands. How to make using my cooperate honestly, how to hide the eyeliner of the elders, and how to finish Yokiksen's business steadily are all problems that need to be solved urgently. Thinking about it, there is only one way that is the easiest: read the needle. As a top minder, Illumi belongs to the operation system. And his usual weapons, mainly spikes and needles, inject his own mind upwards and insert it into the target's body to achieve the purpose of manipulating the opponent's behavior and even thinking. For example, Illumi wanted to protect and control his third brother Kia, so he put a needle in his mind. When Fan Kia encounters a powerful enemy, he will send out a warning after reading the needle, suggesting that he flee and stay away. Now, he decided to put a needle in using Mai's mind. Change her to look like the quiet and well-behaved girl in the photo, instead of yelling at him and arranging Mother Kijo no to. While using Mai was watering the potted plants, Illumi twisted a needle and slowly input the power of thought. Like treating ordinary people, Illumi didn't take it seriously. He felt that using Mai could only get caught, and could never avoid it. So, he casually raised the needle and flicked it. The cold light flashed slightly, and the reading needle pierced the back of using Mai's head. The sound of ding is similar to the crisp sound of hitting a piece of metal. Yusin was taken aback for a moment, and raised his hand to remove a twisted paper clip from the flower bud head. She threw the paper clip into the trash can. Really, this feeling of being bitten is like a stupid mosquito sucking her blood in the dark continent. Illumi. He froze for a long time, but his intuition was wrong. Soon, he did not believe in evil and twisted a needle again, injected his thought power, and quickly raised his hand. There was no crisp sound this time, and the thought needle was inserted into Yusin's thick bud head ==. She didn't feel it at all. Illumi. He twisted 3 needles, and quickly slammed his hands. At this moment, using Mai closed the bathroom door. Boom 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 softly sounded, and the reading pin stuck on the door panel, straight and steady. Using Mai opened the door dumbfounded. What sound? Are you knocking on the door? No, you haven't moved your seat, are you illusion? Illumi. It wasn't until using Mai carried a few bags of garbage and stuffed it at Illumi's feet. The young master was silent for a long time before he twisted the last pin and said, "Come here." "What? You have something on your head." Using Mai approached suspiciously, lowered his head slightly, exposing the entire top of his head under his nose. Illumi picked up the acupuncture needle, pinpointed the acupuncture point, and directly stabbed her on the top of the head. Ding, twisting and twisting the pin ==. Using Mai was startled. Itchy. What is it? Illumi. He took the reading needle blankly. It's nothing, this. Using Mai was shocked. Where are so many paper clips? Illumi did not speak. He swears, this is the ironest woman he has ever seen. Using Mai is very principled. You. Take out the garbage for me. Go. Illumi. Oh. The author has something to say. P.S. Illumi, don't come close to me, I can't take out the trash ==. P.S. Illumi, I obviously released a murderous look, don't you feel it? Using Mai, hey? Murderous look? Where? Illumi. The king of Ant Milium is full of anger, and he explodes the universe every second. Using Mai, if you see it, that's murderous, your name is Breeze. Illumi. Chapter 14, 14th Money. Illumi has given needles for 20 years, never shakes his hands, and has a deep experience and strong foundation, which is comparable to that of the maternal grandmother of the Qing Palace. Even if a master makes a move, there will inevitably be omissions, but the other party willingly sacrifices his head, but the needle is lonely, and he has nothing to say. It's not that I've never seen people with iron heads, each is as strong as the perverted Hisso, and the spider leader Kulalo. But a college girl, like a stainless steel wash basin, killed him all the needles, and claimed to be unsteady, because she was stingy than him. It's too much. The great-grandfather Mahabharata once said, true strong people often look very ordinary. For example, I am an old man who needs dentures. So, is it possible that the iron-headed girl next to her is also a hidden master? Illumi threw out the garbage, set aside time, and moved the task back. Later, he dug up a brand new textbook and simply walked with using my, secretly observing the way she walks, the speed of her reaction, and the traces of lying, only to find out. This is a silly batch equals. Change a pair of shoes, she has to hold the table, walk a distance, like an old man, rush into the cafeteria to grab a meal, like a dog about to starve to death. With rye bread in the left hand, warm milk in the right hand, an apple stuffed in the bag, and a bottle of bibimbap sauce, it looks like a 24K pure gold college student. However, think about the paperclip. This is impossible. In the amphitheater, noisy human voices. Using my finished his last bite of bread and licked his fingers with a satisfied expression on his face. Well, it is now, the weakest moment of heart defense after satisfaction. Illumi asked abruptly, what kind of line are you? A capable person. Using my replied subconsciously, the broadcasting and hosting department. Illumi. Silence, silence is the corner against the wall. Using my smiled awkwardly, and whispered, same bedroom, same teaching material, same teacher, what department are you, what department I am? Illumi stared directly at her, and tried again, I am a trait system. He is very cautious and never reveals his true information, but... Hey! Using my was a little confused, what is trait system, is it a term for a certain game? No, stop it. She is now a poor man, don't play, don't stay up late, save money to fill the game gods. Oh, traits. Using my said nothing and shrugged. I'm still the geology department. Illumi. The eldest master did not give up, and continued to do the third trial, you can read, right? You can read. Yusin was filled with question marks, and turned his head to look at Illumi's expression with a hard-to-word expression. Of course I can read it. Using my held up the textbook, turned a page casually, and read a long paragraph, Miss, although I come from a remote town, I am really not illiterate. Illumi. He did not find any traces of artificiality, performance, or exaggeration in her reaction. Everything Using my said was her most direct and instinctive thought. In other words, she didn't understand reading ability, did not understand the line of reading, let alone what he was referring to. Is it really an ordinary person? Think about paper clips. This is impossible. Illumi started the ultimate thinking of a straight man, your head is particularly hard, unlike others. Using my. What kind of is this talking about? Large stepped classroom with classmates at the front and back. She is wearing a dress today, with her buds on her head. She looks pure, cute, and beautiful. Why do you say that I have an iron head in public? I collapsed. Yusin gave him a blank look, hummed, and changed his position with the book in his arms. Oh, sister doesn't want to care about you in this class. Dulyu Illumi sat in the same position, with a little doubt in the dark and godless cat's eyes. Did he say something wrong? No, he was just explaining the facts. Why doesn't Using my accept the facts, but stay away from him instead. Are women so small? Well, the eldest master who beat the enemy Haka is still a murderous killer today. Illumi skipped the afternoon class and went out to squat on the mission goal. Coincidentally, it started to rain in the evening, and when he passed a bookstore, he saw a human-like spider head picking up his sister. Kuroro Luzilu, the head of the Phantom Brigade, the leader of the spider, and the heinous robber. At the moment, dressed like a decent college student, he opened the umbrella and moved to the top of the girl's head to protect her from the wind and rain. He even lowered his head and said something softly with his brows. Illumido took a look, and then discovered that the girl whom Kuroro liked was Camilla. He paused, then turned and left without looking back. As a killer, the first thing he keeps in mind is, don't be nosy. Especially the nosy of the strong. Whether it's Hisoka or Kuroro, he didn't directly harm his interests, never interfered with his mission, and didn't conflict with him. What did they want to do to ordinary people, and what to do with him? The only thing he cares about right now, besides Junai, is using Mai. He still had doubts about her. Therefore, at midnight, Illumi, who had solved the goal, stood on the tallest building in Yokiksen and dialed the phone at home. He needs a team of deacons who have never been in front of using Mai to ambush and attack using Mai. Most of the deacons who beat the enemy Haka came from Meteor Street, and each had the level of a professional hunter. I believe that in the siege of so many people with the ability to think, using Mai will not dare to careless no matter how strong she is, she will definitely fight back, and sooner or later the problem will be exposed. Mom, lend me a team of deacons. Illumi explained, there is no problem with the task. No, Mom, I have not encountered a difficult target. Help me attack someone, using Mai. I promise, it's just an attack. Illumi wouldn't mention any extra doubts. He is an operating system with a strong desire for control. If using Mai is really an extraordinary master, then, he will do everything possible to hold her in his hands. Instead of turning her into the property of the entire beating enemy. But half of the story often means endless trouble. There was a moment of silence on the other end of the phone, and with the killer's excellent ear power, Illumi could hear the sound of a Dog Blood TV series playing on the other end of the phone. At that time, beating the enemy Haka was in a warm daily life. Chiya was beaten in the torture room, and Miji received the punishment in the electric shock room. Yaezai Kurt was put on an exquisite kimono, and was held by his mother to watch the TV series Anecdotes of Karting Country. The play mainly tells the story of the decline of the most powerful royal family 1,000 years ago on the continent of Ichihen, as well as the history of the strong rise of the first generation of empresses who created the Kardan kingdom. On the screen, the queen sneered at the prince, "You told me you will love me forever. Fortunately, I never believed in a man's mouth." The queen laughed indulgently, "You said you wanted to protect me, and a team of guards followed day and night, to kill me, right? Almost let you succeed." At this moment, Illumi called and wanted to assemble a team of deacons to help him attack using Mai. He also vowed to say that it was just an attack. Chishu. She watched the TV, and then listened to the elder son's lonely dog talk. After several comparisons, her heart was cold. Kiju's electronic eyes trembled. "Illumi, tell Mom, you let the deacon to attack your fiancé. Do you want to stand up at a critical moment and stage a hero to save the beauty? If so, it's okay." Illumi said straightforwardly, "No, Mother, I hope the deacon can attack her." Chishu. "Mom's Illumi." Kijul let out a soul roar, "You told us, just her. Fortunately, none of us believed your mouth. You said just assault and you want to form a team of deacons to take the opportunity to kill her, right?" While watching TV dramas, Ji Chu learns to use, his tone becomes more acute and passionate. "When she dies, you will make an excuse that love is dead, and then you have a reason not to marry forever, right? Almost let you succeed." Illumi. "Mom won't allow Hisoso to come in." Don't think about it. Kiju, who was particularly involved in watching dog blood dramas, hung up the phone. After yelling out similar lines, she seemed to be a real queen, with a synchronization rate of 100%, so high. Kurt Illumi. He stood on the top of Ukexen's skyscraper, blowing a rustling wind, expressionless. I don't know what came to mind. Illumi shook his phone and dialed the second call today. It's me, Illumi, beating the enemy off. Kulalo, I'll make a deal with you. My father has repeatedly reiterated not to overlap or conflict with the Phantom Brigade. But Illumi beating an enemy guest is just a freak who looks submissive. Illumi slowly said, Yabal University, Department of Broadcasting and Hosting, using my. It doesn't matter if you don't know each other, you just need to find the most beautiful woman. You are very good at dealing with women, don't you? Well, take her to a place where no one is, and attack her, don't kill her. It's nothing, it's not important, just verify a conjecture. Illumi gave a generous reward. I, only in my own name, will take you a business. Of course, you still have to pay for the nicknames I took. A word is a deal. At the other end, Kulalo hung up, smiling playfully. BA, the chairman of the beating enemy's house, killed the number 8 spider of the Phantom Brigade. Without the deterrence of Maha beating the enemy, the brigade would never have stopped. Because of this incident, the beating enemy and the Mirage Brigade united Liangzi, and he is still in the freezing period of peace. However, there are no permanent enemies in the world, only permanent interests. Find Illumi to place an order. A good choice, maybe one day you can use it. Attacking a woman is nothing more than tricky, and it is impossible to capsize. When girls have a strong relationship, there are no secrets in the dormitory. That night, using Mai and Kualai learned that Camille had moved their hearts. She is very likely to get out of the singles, and the target is the male of Yokiksen University. Emma. So sore. Using Mai started to dream about what his future boyfriend would look like. After thinking about it sweetly for a night, I ran into Camilla no object the next day. Kulalo exuded the breath of a scumbag and charming brilliance. The gentleman said, Beautiful lady, can you invite you to dinner? Using Mai. You see, you are Pikachu's younger brother and itchy skin. The author has something to say. P.S. Using Mai, catch a scumbag. After teasing Camilla, come and tease me, grass. You wait for me, and I will make you headlines tomorrow. P.S. Orthopedic Hospital. Hisoso, hi, brother, why did you come in? Kulalo, I miss you. P.S. Kulalo was a decent man before his death. Let's leave after finishing incense on him. Chapter 15, 15th Money. Zi said, there are tens of millions of girls, but only one life. Sao talks are not standardized, and 2 lines of tears are broken. Kulalo Luzalu, professional bandit leader, codenamed Spider Leader. The appearance is human, the personality is dark, and he is sleek and dying. He was born in the most chaotic meteor street in the world. It was a huge world of garbage, accepting all that was abandoned. No rules, no laws, no morals, no bottom line, is the normal state of Meteor Street. The men and women who can grow up smoothly on Meteor Street are a group of extremely cruel beasts. They are not integrated into the society of normal people, and it is absolutely impossible for them to accept a peaceful life. Bathed in blood, the sky is vivid, and he has always been a dark citizen, and he does not despise the kindness of human nature. Except for the companions he recognizes, anyone to them is nothing but rubbish. Just like Kulalo, who has strength, looks and mind, founded the Phantom Brigade at the age of 13, and then brought his little partners to behave and madly. After 12 years of surfing, no one can do anything with him. Even if they hit a wall in the hands of beaten the enemy off a few years ago, they still have the same nature and arrogance. It is a pity that the spiders of the Phantom Brigade have recently gone unfavorable, and accidentally encountered a fire extinguisher. Thus, Kulalo Luzalu, male, aged 25, died. The reason is that Guilyume is not standardized ==. In fact, according to the rules of the Phantom Brigade, leader Kulalo will be accompanied by 2 spiders. It's just that Kulalo Su is arrogant and conceited, Su is a rare carelessness, and Su she doesn't take ordinary people into his heart at all. In order to collect ancient books and find the treasures he is interested in, he enters school willfully. After discovering that the entire school was full of 5 scums, he simply set the 2 spiders free and let himself relax. Although it was a bit accidental to meet Hiso, and it was even more sudden when he encountered Illumi, Kuralo didn't feel the need to recall the 2 spiders. After all, Hisoso hadn't let off a murderous look, and Illumi had no hostility. If he doesn't act calmly enough, it's really a man's face problem. Even if the Hulk in the middle is extremely powerful, he has no resistance to fight Hiso, but what does this have to do with him? After collecting enough information and finding the location of the ruins, he just waited for him to convene the brigade for a trip to dig the ancestral grave. And before the start of work, it is also a good choice for a woman who loves to go to Yunyu together. Spiders have always indulged, let alone restrain themselves when it comes to desire. By chance, he stared at Camilla, who had innocent written on his left cheek and a liar written on his right. It's true that Kulalo is a robber, but he prefers to capture their hearts than forcing women. It takes a woman's cooperation to be comfortable for the love of the bed, isn't it? The spider web that stretched towards Camilla was about to gather, and the call from Illumi was a surprise. Attacking a woman in exchange for a deal to beat the enemy. He deliberately explored the depth, but Illumi didn't mention a word. The eldest son of the Haka who beat the enemy is the one he can't see through. It's not trading, it's earning nuns, and talking about everything is to get business. To be so innocent, he didn't believe it at all. But it doesn't matter. Kurora thought, this deal is very profitable. Put on a suit, step on leather shoes, and tie a tie. Kulalo locked the target and successfully encountered using Mai on the boulevard of the campus. The sunlight is shattered, the petals are flying, and the meeting of handsome men and beautiful women is picturesque. However, using Mai was stunned in place, watching the male being chased by Hisoso, chasing Camilla smilingly at her, warm as jade, and affectionate. Yusing had a pause, and said straightforwardly, "Brother, what are you looking at?" Kurora. Illumi under surveillance. Excuse me, is there anything? Using Mai started to think of an extremely straight woman, can you step aside if there is nothing wrong? This road is 1 arm wide, and it rained yesterday, resulting in wet mud on both sides. She was wearing a pair of white shoes, and it didn't look good anywhere. Of course. Kulalo gentlemanly turned sideways, letting Using Mai pass by. But at the moment when she was wrong, she chuckled out, "Did I meet you somewhere, hey?" The word turned thousands of times, the subwoofer attacked, and it was hoarse. "I don't know why, I always feel very familiar." Kuroluo said softly, "The library, the canteen, the lake, or the streets. We have met, right?" Using Mai. As a millions of fans, she has made countless videos of ghost animals, and all film and television albums she has edited are routines. Isn't this kind of reminiscent lines, lyrical tone, and specific scenes the classic beginning of Picking Up Girls? Grass. Isn't this man chasing Camilla? What are you doing to tease her? Using Mai was stupid, his expression a bit sluggish. But in the eyes of Kulalo, she was at a loss, her heart moved, and her brain blank. He approached her, both as a hint and as a seduction. "Beautiful lady, can you invite you to dinner?" Using Mai turned his mind in an instant, sparks and lightning all the way. She nodded slightly, her tone a little cold, "Okay." Immediately, Using Mai picked up the tips of his hair, rolling one after another, smiling very sweetly, "Handsome guy, set a place." Kurora's eyes darkened, are you free tonight? At 7 o'clock, shall at a Rose restaurant, at. Using my's tenderness is like water, I'm looking forward to it. Get it done. After making a scene at the scene, 1 shot and 2 shots, passing by with a smile, expressionless. Illumi, who was watching secretly, watched Using my's back, watched Kurora's departure, and recalled their conversation again. Can't help but fall into contemplation. He couldn't understand, what magic power does Kurora have that can make women succeed one by one? Could it be? Is it because he speaks with He? Using my was very angry, and the consequences were serious. What a shit! The male she has guarded in disguise, not only enjoys the fun of making up sisters, but also likes the sense of accomplishment of pedaling on 2 boats? The lines are so slippery, the routines are so thorough, a Camilla, and another her, are you still hunting other girls? Can be barren. The Qing dynasty has been dead for 100 years, still wanting the beauty of the people? Hit your head crooked. As for the appointment at Zalata at 7 o'clock, the Rose restaurant talks about it. Hey, who wants to have dinner with a scumbag? She decided to save him now. Save thousands of girls from the claws. As a monk, Using my never said anything, saying that now is now. She went back to the bedroom, looking like nothing happened. Camilla was drying the quilt, Kalia was drying her clothes, and Lumi was leaning against the wall, hiding in the dark, not knowing what she was doing. Using my went into the bathroom and opened the window. I'm going to get some wind. No one cares. Ventilation means ventilation, what an ordinary sentence. Using my took a roll of toilet paper, covered his stomach and complained, it hurts a bit, it seems that I have eaten something bad. She closed the door and raised the toilet lid. No one cares. It is only natural to go to the toilet after eating a bad stomach. No one expected that after Using my locked the door behind him, she put down the toilet paper. He also directly opened the State of Hunting in the Dark Continent, locked his eyes with a deep eye, and gently stepped over the window edge. Suddenly, like light flashed. Too fast to catch, too fast to be noticed. Splitting the air, moving through the forest, but everything was slowly swayed a few seconds after she left. For example, breathing is inaudible. Time became extremely slow in her realm, and the human senses could not capture the changes in traces. She left, leaping thousands of feet and tens of thousands of miles away in a flash. At that time, the dust on Camilla's quilt had just shaken before the water droplets on Quilia's clothes fell, and Illumi was unaware. Using my turned into a hulk, equipped with a king card, and the dog's nose followed the breath of prey and slammed straight down from the thick clouds. Kurolo's front foot stepped out of Yabal, and the huge shadow of the hulk had covered him. The alarm went off and the crisis came. Kurora's pupils shrank suddenly, and a creepy sensation climbed up the spine, stimulating his scalp to numb. Instinct moved the body, and he rushed forward at the fastest speed. But his fastest is only comparable to the Ant King guards of the Dark Continent. The Hulk stretched out his hand and easily pinched his Tianling Gai. Kurora! This familiar formula, this familiar taste, is it difficult, can it be? Have I met you somewhere, et? The word is like an echo from 18 layers of hell, gloomy, terrifying, and cold. Kurora! The Hulk held his head and moved his body, his image was tall and mighty, with a grinning smile. I don't know why, I always feel familiar. The library, the canteen, the lake, or the streets. We have met, right? Kurora! Little brother, at 7 tonight, can I feed you menpo soup? Kurolo's hand was smeared with a poisoned knife. I think, what's the misunderstanding in this? In the next second, Kurolo violently, the dagger attacked the Hulk's arm. He never sits and waits for death, think of Hisoso in the hospital, he must flee. With a crisp sound, the dagger fell apart. How could the Hulk with its defensive power be pierced by a dagger? Wouldn't it be extinguishing? The poisoned dagger broke in two, and Kurolo and the Hulk were silent together, and the atmosphere became very embarrassing. They looked up at each other at the same time, and Kurolo could only sigh. The Hulk dragged his head and came to a wall. "Come on, like picking up girls so much, don't worry, let's talk about a sweet love," starting from the wall. She buckled his head into the wall. "Look, this is a wall. Do you like it, Kurora?" After teasing a girl, then teasing another sister. "Behave like a sheep's head, play a friend, I'll be fooled, sell dog meat. You are wicked. Take a small hand and give a hug." The Hulk gave Kurora a passionate hug, broke his mind and broke 4 ribs ==. "Are you going to have a kiss?" The Hulk pursed his lips, and Taihan said tenderly, "Ah. Bobo. Mua mua mua. Cardiac arrest. Panic. Kurora. He has received an unprecedented mental attack." The author has something to say. P.S. Kurolo, I close my eyes now, it's the Mua. P.S. Kurora, Illumi, our Phantom Brigade is not at odds with beating the enemy. Illumi, do you see that green one is cute? My wife. Hulk, roar little brother, what's the matter with you? Kurora. Chapter 16, 16th Money. Kurora's eyes were straight, and his thin lips were slightly open, like a rag doll that had been played, dead very peacefully. The picture of the Hulk squeezing a kiss was carved into his mind, and the urging Mua echoed in his ears. The 365 degrees surround sound of ghosts and animals is formed, which lasts for a long time. Whether tortured or death, he is fearless. But he really didn't expect that the Hulk was so bad and damaged that he would resort to such brazen moves, causing him to endure the pain that he shouldn't have to bear at this age. From then on, when he thinks of Bidong, his face hurts. When he talks about hug, he hurts his ribs. When he talks about kissing, he thinks of that terrifying lips. Kurolo was originally a strong man with excellent psychological quality. But now, after suffering 100% physical crit and 300% mental blast, he just wants to be alone. In the end, with the help of well-wishers, Kurolo was also sent to Yukiksen's largest orthopedic hospital ==. The culprit Hulk has long since disappeared, just as mysterious as she came. Kurolo held his mind and was about to sort out the doubts. Unexpectedly, the curtain between the beds was suddenly lifted, revealing the coquettish fractured man behind him, Hisso. He was lying on the bed, hanging his legs in a plaster, his voice trembling and weird. "Well, Kurolo, my captain, why are you here too?" Licking the cards, chucking. The sound of water ecstasy. Kurolo, who was favored by the declining god. "I'm very surprised, Hisuo." Kuroro leaned on the bed and said calmly, as a mindful person, "Have you not recovered from your injury for so long?" Mind ability, superficial means the life energy emitted by the human body. As a living body, as long as a person is still alive, he emits energy all the time. The so-called satisfactory person specifically refers to a special person who has the ability to gather, cultivate, and use life energy. The mind power with vitality as its raw material is practical and convenient in healing wounds, improving physical fitness, and exercising abilities. Even if you break your hands or feet, as long as you can pick it up, you will be able to recover sooner or later. So, eliminating the element of deliberate temptation, Kurolo was really surprised. Hisuo, who has the ability to help, hasn't been discharged yet? As everyone knows, this completely hit Hisoso's sore spot. He puffed up his face and looked unhappy. "Head of the team, it's not necessarily a good thing for women to hook up too much. Healed and discharged so quickly, what if he was found by the Hulk again?" Hisuo is looking forward to a strong opponent, but he doesn't expect a muscular girl who can stuff him with sauce. Some women, even attractive men, can't satisfy her. Of course, if you want to, when I didn't say it. This is heartbreaking. Kurolo held the book with no expression on his face. He got it, let's be hospitalized. Think of Hulk's passionate lips. He thinks Hisso's perversion is too pleasing to the eye equals. However, the Hulk would attack him too suddenly. He also read out such a line, it was exactly what he said to Target not long ago. If Target has something to do with the Hulk. No, it's not like. Target didn't have a trace of thought power all over his body, and his footsteps were heavy and dragged. Faced with the invitation of the opposite sex, I will be at a loss, slap, and look forward to it. The Hulk is like Wojin, with a strong sense of presence and aggressiveness. Faced with the opposite sex, especially the scumbag she has locked in, she doesn't show any mercy. The contrast is too big, unlike the same person. At present, his more inclined guess is when he was hunting for beauty, he was accidentally spotted by the Hulk. However, there are exceptions to everything. It is not difficult to prove whether goal is related to the Hulk, just look at Using Mai's appointment at the Rose restaurant at 7 o'clock tonight. She went, explaining that she didn't know anything about it. If she doesn't go, it means that there are ghosts in it. If it turns out that Using Mai is related to the Hulk, then Illumi, who asked him to make a deal and let him be a cannon fodder as a test, must be liquidated. Kurora took out his cell phone, dialed the Spider Knight's phone, and said, "Call Parker and go to Yabel University to help me stare at someone." But a few hours ago, 616 girls' dormitory. Illumi stepped out of the shadows, his godless eyes locked the bathroom door. As an excellent killer, he learned all the tricks from elementary school to kill people. One of them is listening to the heartbeat of the prey. In the female sleeping quarters, there should have been 4 people's heartbeats. But just now, after Using Mai entered the bathroom, the beating that belonged to her suddenly disappeared. Illumi moved. He walked to the door of the bathroom and stood still, stretched out his hand to buckle the doorknob. Boom! In an instant, a heavy coercion exploded at the school gate, and Illumi had a pause, and instinctively entered a state of alert, staring in one direction. At the same time, the girls exclaimed in their ears. Kalia shivered, what happened just now? Suddenly there was a palpitation. Camilla circled himself, I'm a little scared, what happened? Let's go in first. Rumi. Illumi did not answer, but stared straight into the distance. After a while, his hand firmly pressed down the doorknob. Crack, locked up. Illumi did not hesitate, twisted one of them off, and directly pushed open the bathroom door. However, Using Mai had just sat on the toilet, her dress half tired, and her thighs white. She seemed to be frightened, and suddenly raised her head to look at him. Fuck! Using Mai frantically complained, my door is locked. How did you push it in? Illumi. He quietly exited the bathroom, slowly installed the doorknob, pretending that nothing happened, the lock is broken. Unreasonable and strong. Miss, I told you to go to the bathroom before. Using Mai said, no matter how much you can't help it, you have to hold it back. There is only one toilet seat, so I can't hold 2 butts. Illumi. His face gradually became numb. This woman speaks vulgar words every day. Using Mai continued, the quality of this handle is too moldy. Or ask Kalia to call the police, miss, you can make a claim again. I am not very demanding. If you claim to pay, I will give you a bite. I was scared by you, I was constipated. Illumi. He totally regrets opening the door equals. After KO dropped Lumi, Using Mai took a breath and sat up from the toilet. If it wasn't for the speed, she almost performed a big change in front of her roommate. Fortunately, she was awesome. Okay, nothing is revealed, the little vest is tightly covered. When she finished cutting the second headline video, she changed her clothes and went to the internet cafe to hang up the scumbag. After thinking about the topic, it was called Cruel and Ugly Woman Asking for Kisses on the Street in the Pure School Grass, the truth turned out to be. Then take the Hulk as the blueprint, cut a bunch of pictures with pursed lips, and the word mua on P, making it the most poisonous mental injury emoticon in history, which has been stinking for thousands of years. Yes, that's right, she was so cruel that she was even black. Using my altered the 16-inch panel and walked out of the toilet 3 minutes later without forgetting to press the flush button. She opened the closet and picked up the clothes. This action fell in Ilumi's eyes, and she was preparing for the date tonight. Everything seems so normal and so reasonable. Reminiscent of a paper clip that died. Well, I hope that Kulalo's teammate will be more powerful tonight and can dig out her special features. However, 10 minutes later, Ilumi received the admission notice from Kulalo and the whole story of the assault. Ilumi. The eldest master scanned 10 lines at a glance, and the hand holding the claw machine did not shake at all. Just whispered softly in his heart, really a pig teammate. Since Kurora couldn't complete the transaction, he didn't need to fulfill his promise. No spiders, no deacons, the last temptation, he still has to do it himself. It is known that needling is not effective for using Mai, and her brain is known to be invincible, so after eliminating the needles and nails, his most powerful attack tool is hand, and the most skilled technique is heart digging. Perhaps, he can try to attack her vitals. As long as you stop at a critical moment, in the eyes of the family, the attack and killing is nothing more than adding interest. They won't care. The identity of Lumi should be used and excluded, the identity of Ulamai represents the face of beating the enemy Haka and excluded. After all the calculations, he only has one identity left, Jitaraku. An ugly weird man full of nails. End the day of schoolwork and make a good dinner. Thinking that everything is going to happen every day, with almost no end, using Mai simply quit his job in the restaurant to make a lot of free time for himself. Wearing a slim dress, full of youthful beauty, she went to a certain internet cafe in the direction of Shilataro's restaurant, thinking about the upcoming Second Dominance headline, even the corners of her lips were smiling. Ghana, coming soon. So happy. At the same time, in the dark alley, one of the spiders took a picture of using Mai's spring heart is moving smile, sent it to Kuralo, and gave a call, head, she has gone to the Zalataro's restaurant. Laughing brightly, seems to be fantasizing about romantic things. The night continued, are you really going to miss the appointment, Captain? Kulalo is very cautious and asks the knight to go to the restaurant to meet him, and he must see her enter the restaurant. The knight stood up grinning, and when he was about to go to his destination, sudden change. The weird man Jitaleku with nails all over his head sprang out from the laneway abruptly, his 5 fingers gathered and his nails soaring. With the fastest speed and the strongest force, he slammed using Mai's heart fiercely. It's near. Very close. Very close. In Ilumi's murderous envelope, Yusing looked up ignorantly, looking completely innocent. Ilumi. Really ordinary people? Now that it was too late, he could only turn his thorn into a palm, slap using Mai's chest straight and centered with a red heart. There was a crisp sound, ripples rippling. Time seems to be stagnant at this moment, and the sound seems to disappear in an instant, leaving only endless coercion and unexpected results from both sides. Ilumi. I did not do it on purpose. Night. I was so scared that my phone fell. Damn. Using my grass mud horse. Scumbag. I won't beat you up all over today. You don't know why the flowers are so red. The author has something to say. P.S. Hisso x Kulalo, yo little brother, how come you came in too? Ilumi, didn't I miss your purse? Chapter 17, 17th Money. What is the reaction of a normal woman who encounters a chest attack on the street? First, screamed. Secondly, instinctive chest protector. Again, anger becomes angry. Finally, the palm of the Tathagata. After a wave of procedures, he had to swear with a soprano, hit the opponent's dog with a backpack, scratch his face with his nails, and cut off his grandchildren's feet to show respect. So far, the battle is consecrated, and it's awesome wherever you go. Unfortunately, Using Mai is not a normal woman, she is the most honored monk in the Dark Continent. She was deeply loved by the novice villagers. On the day they left the villagers couldn't help crying with their headaches, turning their grief and anger into appetite, and had a 3-day banquet ==. This slap in the face, I am afraid that not only can the head be smashed, but the aftermath can also destroy all the buildings. In addition, the embryo that attacked her was ugly, dull-eyed, and stiff. The upper and lower jaws moved like a robot, making a series of strange sounds. His face is very uncoordinated, and the corners of his mouth drool uncontrollably. It looks like... don't this be a mentally retarded youth, right? There are thousands of possibilities in Using Mai's mind between the sparks and the fire. She is not going to want the life of this embryo, but as a mentally handicapped youth with behavioral problems, don't the parents know how to tie him? If parents don't teach well, society will teach you how to be a man. Mental disability, mental illness, bears, and ignorance are not reasons that can be forgiven after a crime, nor can they be easily let go. Using Mai pulled away the hand of the mentally retarded nail man, took a few steps back while holding his chest, and screamed, "Ah, abnormal!" She covered her face with her hands, crying like a cry, and ran back with her hoofs, as if she was desperate to hit the wall after being unbearably humiliated. Like a frightened rabbit, quickly disappeared in the crowd. The surrounding people stared at Illumi contemptuously, pointed and whispered, "Illumi." He stared at his hand, wondering what weird thing he was thinking. Night. He smoked the corners of his mouth, grabbed his mobile phone, dialed the phone, and reported the situation. "Head, your big beauty shouldn't go to the restaurant anymore." "Ah, no, there is nothing unusual. It's just that he looks so beautiful and was attacked by a ghost in the street. I cried and ran away. I didn't even dare to resist. Do I need to chase it?" There was a long silence on the other end of the phone. At the same time, Using Mai finished equipping the Hulk character and made a comeback with full of anger. "The monks don't slander, saying that if you want to teach you how to be a human being, you must be superseded today. No one talks well." She escaped from him and came down from behind him. In the blink of an eye, the perfect connection, the horror of "I'm behind you," is like a horror blockbuster. Strong as a light, green makes people panic. Who would have thought that a harmless rabbit would become a ferocious Tyrannosaurus? When the killer's instinct sounded the alarm, the body's reaction was too late. Illumi Kankan took a step forward, and was buckled by the big palm of the Hulk. This is the key, the fatal key. Illumi's eyes were deep and he directly turned on the slaughter mode. A spinning, sharp armor sword, piercing the eyes of the Hulk, trying to force her back with a fake action. Unfortunately, the Hulk's hand pressed his head tightly, always keeping an arm's distance away. Illumi pierced the Hulk's hand, straight, but because of the height difference, he couldn't reach it at all. Hulk. Illumi. The scene becomes very awkward ==. "Little brother, what's the matter with you?" The Hulk's face gradually became grim. "You don't want this kind of thing to a young woman in the street, right? Not enough hands, feet come together." Illumi's thoughts were overwhelming, and he unreservedly used all his strength and kicked his opponent's temple fiercely. In the next second, his ankle was easily pinched by the Hulk in his hand, as if being choked by the neck of fate. Illumi. Hulk. Lying in a big trough. He pokes his eyes again, raises his legs high, knowing to resist and knowing how to guard. Can this Nima be mentally retarded? This is not mentally retarded. A non-mentally retarded young man dressed up as Killing Matt and attacking a beautiful girl is both a moral loss and a lack of humanity. If you don't give him a color to see, it is difficult to dispel her hatred. The Hulk was furious. "Hey, scumbag! No nonsense, no lines." The Hulk picked up Illumi's ankle, as if picking up a salted fish, and smashing it to the ground. With a boom, Illumi was silly. The young master has never suffered this kind of grievance. The Hulk was going to make trouble. After all, this guy is an ordinary person. What a fart! She thinks she is not strong, but not too small. Why is this nail man not dizzy, hurt, or bleeding? Did she wear a golden bell iron jersey? She doesn't believe in evil anymore. She is even more angry. Therefore, Illumi beats the enemy and dies because of excessive awareness of prevention equals. He was like a rag bag, being smashed with his foot. Boom, booming, booming. Wherever he went, smoke and dust rose up. When his head fell, pits were everywhere. When the Hulk finished venting, before leaving, he cursed, "Don't let me see you again." Illumi lay peacefully in the pit, staring straight at Ukexen's deep night sky, and fell into autism. He has endured a pain that a powerful beating enemy should not have endured. At this time, enthusiastic citizens knights went online enthusiastically and sent Ulumi, who had been severely beaten by the society, to Ukexen's largest orthopedic hospital Illumi was lying on the hospital bed against the wall, looking at the ceiling numbly, motionless. He was lying next to Kulalo, and Kulalo was lying next to Hiso. They also looked up at the ceiling with the same posture and the same expression, motionless. The scent of morning filled the orthopedic ward Here, two deacons stood beside Illumi's bed. One of the deacons lowered their heads and said in a cold sweat, "Master, it is our negligence that we did not show up by your side the first time, and we will go back to receive the punishment." When the street attack was too open, they were busy reporting to Mrs. Chishu, busy confirming the safety of the young lady, and ignored the eldest master for a while. As a result, another deacon lowered his head and said with a trembling voice, "Young master, my wife likes the woman who defeated you more than the fiancé you chose." Illumi's eyelids moved slightly and turned to stare at him, like a resentful spirit desperate for life. The deacon bit his scalp and continued, "Madam said, in order to beat the high-quality genes of the enemy and the Haka, please choose green cute. Illumi. Green K love. That kind of mighty woman with a height of 3 meters, a weight of more than a ton and a muscular knot is called cute? What is the desperate aesthetic of beating the enemy Haka? Picking green cutie as a daughter-in-law, Yulumi is standing with her, it is simply a live version of Beauty and the Beast. The picture is so beautiful, it's going to be blind. Although the value of force is considerable, can the nightlife be happy? Look at Hisuo, 6 ribs broken when he was crushed, look at Kulalo, 4 ribs broken when he was hugged. Waiting for the wedding night in the bridal chamber, for example, the tank presses down and rubbing over and over again, beating the enemy Haka eldest master is afraid that he will enter the ancestral grave. I'm so cruel, I can't even think about it. Puff. The knight with excessive brain supplementation just drank a sip of water and sprayed it on Kulalo's face without reservation. Kurora, who is suffering from bad luck. Hiso, who was cute inflicted. For some reason, the atmosphere in the entire ward is even more melancholy The deacon trembled, but calmly asked, "Master, do you want to beat the enemy guest back?" Illumi said he would not reply. He never went home vertically and went in sideways. This is his majesty and face as the eldest grandson, eldest son, and eldest brother. The deacons stopped talking, and the knights closed their mouths. The only thing left in the ward was the ticking of clocks. Illumi remained silent, recovered 70% to 80%, and after slowing down, his brain became active. It is basically concluded that using Mai has an unknown secret. He tempted her, she did not understand the power of mind, he attacked her, she did not respond. Judging from this, using Mai's responsiveness and acuity are at the level of ordinary people, which is very confusing. He pricked her with the reading needle, and the reading needle was scrapped. When he attacked her with his hand, she actually held it. In the last note, he turned into a stabbing palm and removed 90% of his strength. However, the remaining 10% is definitely not the strength that humans can withstand. She will be knocked into the air, fall to the ground, and lie down in the hospital. Instead of standing in place like a wooden stake, pulling away his hand, he still has the strength to scream and run away. This is abnormal. But whether using my is related to the Hulk, he dared not make a statement. But whether they are related or not, it doesn't matter. This is him, Illumi, the one who personally picked. Good or bad, all belonged to his prey. There is no connection between them, it doesn't matter, he will slowly train her into a powerful weapon for his use. There is a connection between them. It just so happens that he will do everything possible to control her and nurture him into his direct deacon. If you do not return to beating the enemy, it only belongs to the Illumi, and you can't let the prey be targeted by others. Therefore, he will dispel the suspicion of hunters. Kurora asked, Illumi, why should I attack using my? This is his most suspicious point. If there is not enough reason to convince him, then Illumi calmly said, it's very suitable for you to go, I can save the beauty as a hero. Kurora. The ward was silent. Illumi was expressionless, she is currently my fiancé. In order to warm up the relationship, my mother said that hero saves the beauty is very appropriate. So I chose you. Why me? Street gangsters and your deacon can do it. Why me? Illumi said seriously, my fiancé is looking at your picture, and she said you are a male god. So, letting you attack her and I will defeat you again is the best choice, isn't it? Kurora. Everyone, there are so many slots. Kulalopi smiled and didn't smile, then why did you do it yourself again? What are you testing, Illumi? Illumi was logically clear and confident, since you are hospitalized, you can't complete the task. Then, shouldn't I let me take advantage of the fiancé? Kurora. Hisoso. For some reason, the atmosphere in the ward was mournful to the center of the earth equals. It's a metamorphosis of the same level. Can you actually have a fiancé? The author has something to say, P.S. 3 silly hunters, they are all perverts and go together. Whoever takes off the order first, who is the dog? Illumi, Sanmao, called. Sanmao 5-meter-high giant dog, barking. Hisoso x Kurora. P.S. Using my, beat the most poisonous and leave it to the one you love the most. Illumi. P.S. My brother drove a xiaoqiang into my room and said to me, give you a gift. I am so touched. After slapped it to death with the slippers, I swept it into my brother's room, a reward for you. He was very moved. Ah, what a touching love between sisters and brothers. Chapter 18, 18th Money. Abnormal thinking and logic always have identity and commonality. A seemingly ordinary conversation, in fact, has passed the machine front several times. Silence means weighing the pros and cons, asking for never give up, going down the stairs implies compromise, and changing the topic means turning over. Illumi's rhetoric was reasonable and could not find any omissions. Using Mai's performance is remarkable, and there is no abnormality. But Kulalo has always had as many eyes as a sieve, and when Illumi repeatedly emphasized the word fiancé, he realized what was wrong. The eldest master of the killer family deliberately crowned using Mai as the possession of beaten the enemy off. This is a warning, implying that they should not covet the property of beaten the enemy off, but it is by no means a kind of shelter, directly exposing the weakness, but not treating her as a family member. Because the brigade suffered a loss in the hands of beaten enemies in the early years, Kulalo specially studied the assassin family. Although the relevant information is pitiful and the information is almost non-existent, his brain is so good that he can basically guess 60 to 70% of the right by combining the perverted weird thinking and the perverted lifestyle. Beating enemies value family members, just as Phantom Brigade values their companions. If there are people with exceptionally low strength in the family, they will only be trapped in the withered slaughter mountain. How can they still have the opportunity to go out to study and restock in the distant Ukexan? Who are you bluffing? Therefore, Illumi was right and reasonable, but Kurolo didn't believe a word. The same is true for Hisoso. But if you see it through, you don't say it, and you live in a harmonious hospital. The days for finding fault are still long, and there are many opportunities for temptation. Don't worry about this time. Sooner or later they can dig out the truth that Illumi wants to hide. Thus, maintaining the surface peace, the three perverts began a frantic cohabitation life equals. It was 12 o'clock at night, everything was silent, but no one dared to close his eyes. They had countless feuds and were attacked so many times in their dreams. When there are experts who are also perverts lying beside them, who still has the mind to sleep? Illumi opened his godless eyes, turned his head to the side, with long hair and no wind, he looked like a ghost. Are you still asleep? Kulalo calmly said, I like to stay up late. Hisuo bit the poker card, I still can't sleep after counting the red apples for an hour. Illumi said straightforwardly, you go to bed first, I never do nothing, and I promise I won't attack you. Kulalo calmly said, you go to bed first, I still have books to read. Hisoso played poker, you guys go to bed first, I promise to take care of my playing cards. Silence, silence is the word tonight. Illumi, stay up late is the norm for killers, I don't care. Kulalo, in Meteor Street, I haven't had a good night's sleep, I am used to it. Hisoso, just thinking of you, I can't sleep with excitement. Sure enough, Hisuo's existence was a kind of mental pollution, which caused the ward to fall into a dead silence. Lying next to him is a pervert who can be excited anytime and anywhere, who can still sleep. Time passed by, Illumi pulled out the nail blankly, and Kurolo calmly opened the cheats. Hiso licked the poker excitedly and sucked. Illumi said earnestly, I am proficient in the acupuncture points of the human body. Don't resist, you can sleep peacefully with a single tap. Kuroro refused 10 times, I have a mindful ability that can make people sleep peacefully. Don't resist, you can sleep after I use it. Hisuo was eager to try, let's fight. You can sleep when you are tired. However, no one bird him equals. Knowing that such a bar is silly, no one asked to change the ward. Men's self-esteem and face always make them persistent in strange places. No sleep all night, and early the next morning, the eyes of the three perverts were all blue. Knowing that this is wrong, Kulalo closed the book and said to Illumi, I heard that the beating enemy and the K family are busy with business, and the young master still has time to heal. The implication, you can get out of work. Illumi said calmly, you have stayed at Yokiksen University for a long time. The preparations should be done almost. Don't you take the brigade to hunt for treasure. The implication, you can go to dig your grave. They faced each other, their dark eyes were equally calm, and the same ferociousness surged. Hisuo couldn't help it anymore, he held the poker against his thin lips, and breathed quickly, well the leader and Xiaoai, are they arguing about who can stay in the ward with me to sleep? Sleep with me. You all stay here. All stay. I can do it. It's okay. Illumi and Kulalo couldn't help falling into silence. Sure enough, let's solve the pollution source of Hisuo first. Illumi pinched a nail in a very bad mood, Hisuo, shut up. Otherwise I'll kill you, here, now. Kurora, pierce you to death. His voice trembled, come on Xiaoai. I can't wait. Come. Hurt each other. Kulalo caught in the middle. For some reason, I always felt that the atmosphere in the entire ward was suddenly anxious. I can't live in this hospital anymore equals. The three perverts only live together for one night, and never want to see each other's faces. They were quickly discharged from the hospital, parted ways, and no one paid the hospital fee. Only 4 walls filled with nails and poker, and a messy ward were left for the hospital. The doctors roared frantically, "Die! Scumbag!" Facts have proved that no one can provoke medical staff who rescue the wounded. They accumulate more yin and virtue, and the curse is particularly effective. No, not long after the 3 perverts left the hospital, 2 videos have been circulated quickly on the internet. The same upmaster, the same title. The content is full of reversals, the lines are concise and classic, and the time is not long or short. With an inexplicable ghost and animal aura, people can't control their fingers and clicked once, twice, 3 times, and so on. The internet in a vest has become a carnival ocean in a short time. They should have angrily accused the scumbag, and then accused this kind of immoral behavior, but unexpectedly ended up with a series of magical ha-ha-ha. Hisoso is on fire. He became the little brother of the entire network. Kulalo is on fire. He has become the bidong of the entire network. Illumi is even more red and purple. There are not only doubtful life JPGs, but also repeated beatings gifs. It's thanks to him that he wore the Aji Talaku vest, otherwise, he would definitely be the first to be beaten by the enemy Haka, who was taken a full body photo and was also reported as a loser on the internet. In this regard, the 3 scumbags are very calm. The same shameless pervert, just a mere video, why bother? Hisoso left in a private airship and went to the Sky Arena to dry up. Kulalo summoned his companions, and after weighing the pros and cons, he still let go Ukexen. After all, they are very generous and will never be as knowledgeable as the Hulk. Damn, so angry. Only Illumi changed back to the vest of Lumi after she hid her identity as G Teraku. He returned to the bedroom casually to monitor using Mai in all directions. But he did not expect that with the spread of the video and the expansion of its influence, Ukexen's abnormality attracted the attention of the Hunter Association. Before he had time to investigate, the airship of the Hunter Association had arrived at Ukexen's airport. 1 day later, a huge trouble came. At around 6 a.m., students at Yabal University were awakened by the sound of the earthquake drill alarm. While they were complaining, they lined up quickly, went downstairs in an orderly manner, and rushed to the playground to gather. After counting the number of people, the voice of a professional hunter sounded over the playground, announcing a news medical examination. The kind that draws blood. Illumi glanced at using Mai calmly, and saw her agitated, retreating instinctively, making the appearance of wanting to escape. Illumi did not hesitate, and took her arm. "What's the matter with you?" "No, nothing." Yusing said with an awkward smile, I just faint, yes, I'm afraid of drawing blood." "Don't be afraid." Illumi slumped her face and pulled her tightly. "It's just a prick, you can close your eyes." "Want to escape? There is no door." No. I panic when I think of that scene. I want to pee." "You let me go first." "Just kidding, she would never do something like breaking a needle on the spot." Illumi said, "Don't rush to the toilet," the hunter said, "there are steps for urine testing. If you want to escape, the windows are locked for you." Using Mai. Every day. What should she do? Throw away the eldest lady? No, if she dares to shake this kind of 5 scum girl, she will have her braids up. Could it be true that the eldest lady dragged her for a physical examination? No, she is an ordinary person, yes, but the skin is very thick. There was a long queue at the medical examination office, and the blood was drawn first before other examinations. The Hunter Association is extremely efficient, piercing blood vessels one by one, and the team is shortening at an extremely fast speed. Illumi pulled her, even blocked the cracks in the door, so she wouldn't let her escape. Using Mai madly called Jinjiang system and asked for off-site support. Just before her turn, the Jinjiang system finally responded, "Dear Ms. Using my, according to your request. Stop talking nonsense. Hurry up. Using my can cry for it in minutes. Jinjiang system, your level is too high, in this world you can only gather. The bloodline of the air transporter is worthy of you." Using my was pushed on a stool by Illumi, his sleeves were rolled up, revealing his snow-white arms, and placed under the eyelids of the blood draw personnel. The other party pierced the hose and patted her veins. Using my screamed in his heart, "Don't worry about so much. Get me equipped. Jinjiang system. It has thinned the place where the blood draw staff put the needle, and replaced it with the blood of the air transporter." When the needle pierced the skin and plunged into the blood vessel, Using my showed a forbearing and relieved look. Illumi was stupid. He sneaked out a reading pin and pierced Using my's spine. Quack, the paper clip was freshly released. Illumi. After going through the difficulties, Using felt comfortable. She held Illumi's hand instead, rolled up her sleeves, and pushed his arm in front of the blood collection staff. "You're welcome." "Oh no, tap it lightly, the lady's skin is tender." Illumi. As a result, the needle pierced the skin as hard as the gate of the yellow spring. "Cack, paper clip. Using my is stupid." Illumi calmly said, "I just have a thicker cuticle." The author has something to say. P.S. The Hunter Association found after getting the blood grass. What's so special? This DNA is the daughter of Kim Flix. Nima. The Hunter Association is completely exploded. Jin R&F has become the spokesperson of a new generation of scumbags. There are children who don't even raise them. Jinjiang system hides merit and fame deeply. This is the reason why I am called Tao Xiao. P.S. Using my, what? I have a dad in this world called King Snickers? Chapter 19, 19th Money. Using my has been in the Dark Continent for 8 years, and he has eaten countless wonderful beasts. He doesn't even know if he has mutated and is considered normal. The physical examination is small and involves a lot. What if you find out something is wrong and stamp her as non-human and be hunted down by the whole continent? She would rather cause trouble than break her current peaceful life. As for the unfinished words of the Jinjiang system, forget it, let's just go ahead and go ahead. But what's going on now? She has survived the blood draw in a golden bell and iron cloth shirt, but the delicate and expensive young lady broke the needle. What the hell? To be honest, the words "the stratum corneum is thicker" is a bad excuse. If you don't rub mud for 18 years, there will be no blood vessels that medical staff can't get in. So, this can only be. Could it be? Is it possible that Lumi is a human face spider lurking in the university? Using my opened his brain wide, holding his face in both hands, doing inconceivable expressions, and his expression resembled the world-class ghost oil painting Scream. Right. That's right. Only Warcraft. Only humans transformed by Warcraft can be so thick-skinned. Illumi. Although she didn't know what she was thinking, she always felt that it would not be a good thing. The young master simply ignored her and calmly added to the blood sampling staff, "In addition to my physical problem, the quality of the needles is also very poor. I suggest you make a claim to the supplier." Poor quality. The blood sampling staff expressed dissatisfaction. "I have pierced hundreds of students, except you." Illumi tilted his head. "I didn't lie to you." With that said, the young master took a needle and gently poked Using my's elbow at the stall where Using my was fascinated. Ga bang as expected. Using my is a needle terminator equals. Quality problem. Illumi turned her head, looked into Using my's eyes with pitch black eyes, and unswervingly pulled her into the water. "You said that." Using my grass. At this time, besides saying yes, do I have any other choice? Impossible. The blood tester was full of humiliation, and immediately grabbed a needle and pierced it into the back of his hand. Unbelief. A second later, he made a tragic AOAO sound ==. Illumi said in a cool voice, "It's rare to have a good quality needle, but it was a pity that you used it." Blood sampler. The young master instantly filled the hatred value of the blood draw staff. Using my. Listen to what kind of this is talking about. She served it. Before long, needle quality problems and students' special physique were reported to professional hunters. The hunters were extremely efficient. After arriving at the scene, they only met with Lumi to confirm the particularity of her and said that they would conduct a one-to-one inspection. Illumi had no objection, only when the hunters asked to follow us, refused. "I have something to deal with." The hunters' expressions were a little wary, and the headed personnel even asked, "What's the matter?" "I want to accompany my friend to complete the physical examination." Illumi pointed to Using Mai and wanted to drag her into the water. Illumi strangled the neck of Using Mai's fate. "I will keep watching her after her medical examination, so it's okay." The hunters twitched their mouths and replied, "Nothing. This is really moving room friendship ==. Using Mai. Do not. And many more. I can do it alone. I don't need the eldest lady to accompany me. She is more horrible than a physical examination, QAQ. The subsequent physical examination was literally interpreted as the university version of Scary Step by Step. Accompanied by the enthusiasm of the eldest lady, Using Mai felt the bleak and desolate autumn wind sweeping leaves. Fortunately, the Jinjiang system is very powerful. As long as Jinjiang coins are fed enough, any test can be passed. Using Mai went through the physical examination without any risk, and stabilized each value at a medium to high level. When everything was over, she let out a sigh of relief. Illumi held her medical report and said nothing. Using Mai smiled amiably, "Miss, Courtesy, I will accompany you to the medical examination." "No need." Illumi was expressionless. "My body is different from a normal woman." "He is a man." Using Mai was taken aback. "Different?" "Yes." Illumi said calmly, "I don't have the vital organs that every woman has." "Tell the truth. Set the key points, to be tested." When Using Mai heard the words, he was sluggish at first, and then turned into a shock. She quickly scanned Lumi's protruding figure, and after confirming that she had a chest, waist, and butt, her eyes couldn't help but condensed on her abdomen. "Difficult, can it be?" said. Using Mai covered her mouth. "Lumi is a real woman, but she has no important organs for a woman. This implies that the damaged part can only be the place where the child is born. Is that right?" No wonder the hunters concluded that she had a special physique and needed a one-on-one examination. Was it to protect her self-esteem and privacy? "Natural?" Using Mai asked quietly. "Natural," Illumi admitted generously. Using Mai was suddenly speechless. This chest seemed to be weighed, heavy, and a little bit uncomfortable and distressed. Rumi looks such a noble and glamorous girl. She has a bad reputation and a bad relationship between the same sex. Even in the dormitory of 4 people, she is the most out of place. Everyone felt that there was something wrong with Rumi's character, but they didn't expect that there was such a sour secret hidden in it. Is she feeling inferior? So keep a distance from many normal girls. Is she uncomfortable? Therefore, he has always used an indifferent attitude to push people away. Is she alone? So when I met a touch of warmth, I became noisy and sticky. Using Mai unconsciously put on the 800-meter thick filter, becoming particularly emotional. The few words of information, she just made up a history of blood and tears that Lumi can't tell, and finally moved herself and forgave her. The reason why Lumi has been paying attention to her physical examination is that she hopes that she can take her body seriously and don't let similar tragedies happen again. Lumi. What a kind girl. Are you going to accompany me in the medical examination? Illumi asked. Using Mai smiled and shook his head, and said softly, "No need. Don't worry, my tone is very tight. The girl is willing to show her the scars, which is a great trust. It's enough to have a heart-to-heart relationship. From now on, Lumi, she will take care of some things. Illumi stopped talking. I just put a few labels on using my from the bottom of my heart with a strong compassion, it's quite deceptive. Grasping these two characteristics makes it more convenient for him to guide her, command her, train her, and control her. Using my also closed his mouth. Just put a lot of labels on Lumi in my heart: poor, weak, and helpless, low self-esteem, indifferent and lonely. On this basis, she took care to protect her, follow her, be considerate of her, and accompany her. It was nothing. Therefore, after the cross-server chat, the two parties reached a consensus equals. Illumi went for an exclusive medical examination, but it was actually on behalf of beating the enemy and the Haka family to say a friendly greeting to the Hunter Association. When the eldest master was dressed in a female suit, several hunters who often dealt with the beating enemy and the crowd pulled their mouths and couldn't bear to look directly at them. We only have one question. The lead hunter said helplessly, why did you come to Yukiksen? Illumi uses the passive skill dog talk, causing great critical damage to the target. Go to school. Hunters. Go to school. Someone smiled awkwardly. The killer also needs to go to school. Illumi nodded. I am proficient in mathematics, medicine, psychology, and economics. But you are currently studying in the Department of Broadcasting and Hosting. Illumi earnestly said, the promotion of family business requires multi-channel publicity. If I learn broadcast hosting, I can save a lot of money. Hunters. There are so many slots. Is there anything else? Illumi saw that they didn't answer, and continued, the information from your questioning, please convert it into a nickname and transfer it into my card. Or. Illumi turned against the guest, in exchange, tell me the purpose of your coming to Yukiksen. It is not difficult to guess why the hunter came to Yukiksen, just to find the Hulk. Compared to the fighting clowns, the beating enemies who demand money, the lawless spiders, the Hulk who can bring these three into the hospital is the most terrifying master. According to intelligence analysis, the Hulk appeared 3 times, each time near the university town. If this can also be called a coincidence, then there is probably no accident in the world. Therefore, they decided to start from the university, do a physical examination first, and then screen possible characters. Stupid approach, inefficient, and time-consuming and labor-consuming. Illumi commented. Please advise. Shanghai has 5 million Jin nuns. Hunters. After paying the money, Illumi said, designate a man and a woman to act in different locations. As for the play, the lines, and the results, the young master said that anyone with a brain understands it. Just a word. Just this sentence, asking for 5 million Jini. Hunters. They began to understand the gap between the Hunter Association and the beating enemy clan. For those who are both capable, the children who beat the enemy Haka have a college degree, but they have graduated from elementary school. 5 million nuns, this is not money, but IQ tax. After making the money, Illumi returned to the bedroom, and unexpectedly found that Using Mai had not left. At this point in time, she has rushed to the cafeteria. You're back. Using Mai smiled at him, raised the meal in his hand. I brought you food, whole wheat bread and milk, is it right? Illumi paused, but reached out and took the breakfast. Using Mai invited, no class today, let's go out and play together. Illumi was about to refuse, thinking about the drama that the Hunters Association was about to perform, knowing that this was an opportunity for temptation. He nodded and accepted her invitation, but he didn't expect. Yukiksen's most popular karaoke room, in a dimly lit box. Qualia held the microphone and howled, I still love him, ah. Camilla held the drink bottle and said hoarsely, he doesn't love me, ah. Using Mai applauded frantically, sing well. Let's do another one. Don't stop. Illumi. Why is he sitting here? The author has something to say. P.S. The Hunter Association solemnly declares, we are not gynecological masters, and we really can't see the other side's infertility at first sight. Manual by .jpg. P.S. Using my, Lumi is too miserable. Infertility, I want to give her the pregnancy stones so that she can feel the joy of being a mother. Illumi. P.S. Zyja, sister, after hearing that you played with the affection of beating the enemy Haka master, you abandoned him. Using my, nothing. Zyja, no wonder Illumi is not willing to let Kia be friends with me. Using my, there is a reason. Zyja, sister, you are a scum, right? Using my. On the powerful lethality of natural black ==. Chapter 20, 20th Money. Ukexen, click the karaoke room. The magic sound fills the ears, and it lasts for a long time. Illumi sat on the sofa and watched the women sing from secret love to love, from third party to break up, from meeting true love to we are married. When Kalia clicked on derailment, Camilla pressed no appointment, and using my searched for remarriage, Illumi had a clear look. If they don't sing the grave of love, they probably won't stop, right? It turns out that he is still too young. Love walking into the tomb does not mean that it ceases. On the contrary, this is the beginning of a woman's release of herself. They are fighting wine. Come on, I wish the scum man Hissa will die. Cheers. Kalia dished out her head and finished the fruit wine in one sip. Camilla responded to the call, I wish Kulalo, the scumbag, a lifetime. Cheers. Using my joined the brigade, I wish the Sebe nail man will never. Why are your eyes so terrible, Rumi? It's nothing. Illumi stared at her, her tone unchanged, please stop saying this. Don't say this again, what kind of thing is it? Yusing had a pause, she just wanted to maintain the formation and curse the nail man not to lift it. This is a normal complaint. Wait, don't you? In the sparkling fire, Using my remembered Rumi's unspeakable concealment, and also thought of her sensitivity and pain. It turned out that her non-brained words were some kind of indescribable hint that actually harmed Rumi invisibly. Using my immediately exploded, squeezing out a pleasing smile, softly grabbing Lumi's arm, and shaking it up, okay, I won't say it. Don't be angry. Take care of me. The elongated voice is slimy and delicate. Sue is a woman who is naturally suitable for acting like a baby, and Sue is a man who can't hold it naturally. Illumi stared at her blankly, her eyes narrowed, and she said seriously, send the words blessings to Hisoso and Kulalo, don't involve the nail man. Using my was taken aback, why? He immediately expressed dissatisfaction and murmured, he is not a good person. Well, not a good person. Illumi nodded in approval, and then used it to learn the latest words in the girls' dormitory. But he is my male god. According to his long-term observations, the term male god can be described as unfavorable in girls' dormitories. For example, when girl A is crazy about dissing a man, as long as girl B says he is my male god, the irony of girl A will stop abruptly and turn into a rant. After that, for the harmonious coexistence of the dormitory, girl A will reduce the number of times that she dissed the man, or no longer mention the man. In the same way, as long as he praises himself as a male god, his roommate will. Well, the effect is very good, they are all silent. Illumi was very satisfied when he saw this. Using my Qualia. Camilla. They all understand the truth, really, then the problem is coming. How distorted can you think of the nail-filled, purple-faced, and long-looking face of a donkey in order to treat him as a male god? This is the worst time the male god was hacked. Illumi raised his glass and spoke the scariest words in a stick-reading tone, cheers to my male god. Everyone. This glass of wine, you can drink it yourself ==. As a result, 2 hours after Illumi was injured by the three women, she resorted to a trick narcissism to successfully complete the counterkill, and sickened them even longer. When night falls, the lights are on. The drunk Qualia hiccuped her alcohol, refused using Mai's support, and walked forward staggeringly. As he walked, he shouted, "Cheers to the friendship of single dogs." Immediately he scooped up his high heels, slapped his mouth, and slammed into it desperately. Why is there no alcohol? Using my ex-Illumi. Camilla hugged the telephone pole on the side of the road, crying bitterly, "Kulalo, hiccup, sooner or later I will take you. Tie it up, tie it with a bow, and give it to the Hulk, ooh. Using my ex-Illumi. What else? Take one back to the bedroom." Illumi didn't want to participate in the women's sleeping activities for a long time. At the same time, he can solve at least one task goal on weekdays. It is really a waste of time and nuns at this moment. But if using my secrets can bring him greater value, then. So all the current contributions are investments, and the future returns are even more immeasurable. As long as the Hunters Association's acting skills are sufficient and the time of the collision is just right, his last inference will be implemented sooner or later. However, Illumi guessed the beginning, but did not guess the end, and did not expect that at a critical moment, fate would have a hearse drift ==. Just when they returned to school, a big drama kicked off. Time, 8 o'clock that night. Location, at the gate of Yabal University. Character, a weak woman hugged a tall man's calf, crying, "I am pregnant with your child, please, don't go." In the eyes of the crowd condemning, the man did nothing but kicked the woman away, shouting, "Get out of here." The woman stayed on the ground, her eyes were dull, and finally wept humbly, "Please." With perfect lines, explosive acting skills, and excellent emotional incitement, he deserves to be an actor hired by the Hunter Association. An impromptu performance can be so vivid. Seeing using my slightly tightened brows, Illumi twitched his facial muscles, revealing a smile that contained a malicious smile. "Be angry, impulsive, get the bait. Let me witness, are you? Damn you!" Kalai roared suddenly, her eyes flushed, she picked up the high heels in her hand and killed the man. "Is it fun to play with women?" She pounced on the scumbag and beat the scumbag with high heels. "Is it fun to cheat on the relationship? I'm going to let you be buried here today, ugh." Illumi. Probably it is too full, or alcohol nausea. Kalaya, who was suffering from gastrointestinal discomfort, spit out the scumbag after hitting it twice. Vomit. Camilla couldn't hold back, thinking that Kalaya had found the trash can and quickly followed the brigade. A few seconds later, the two of them clung to the scumbag, frantically outputting. Using my ex-Illumi. I am most afraid of the sudden silence of the air ==. The young master who beat the enemy Haka, with the tenacious spirit of struggle, is determined to fight to the end in the girls' dormitory. In the end, in the loud voice of vomiting, startled pigeon cooing, he admitted that he had lost. Died to the delicacy of a man, and lost to the roughness of a woman. After this incident, the Hunters Association became jealous of acting, and Illumi was very secretive about the road of temptation. Both sides maintained a silent tacit understanding, and both tried to avoid the same topic. Only the scumbag actor cried and screamed, "No! I don't want to see any more women. Anything. My mother won't do it either." It can be described as a lifetime shadow ==. Qualia and Camilla, who defeated the scumbag with vomiting, closed themselves in the dormitory the next day. Not only has the frequency of going out greatly reduced, even people have become abandoned. Using my tried to drive the atmosphere of the dormitory several times and called on them to go out and stroll around, but the two steadfastly refused. In desperation, Using my had to make an appointment with Lumi and went to the mall to pick up a mobile phone. The earnings of the 3 ghost animal videos are unparalleled in the speed of subsequent fermentation. So far, she has earned 900,000 Genie, equivalent to about 18,000 yuan in RMB, which is enough for her to buy a high-quality flip phone. Choose from the left and choose from the right. Using my bought a champagne gold flip machine. After that, she and Rumi exchanged mobile phone numbers and left each other's mailboxes. Illumi said, "This is a pendant, I'll give it to you." He sent me G's modified signal transmitter to using my, and stared at her and hung the drop-shaped ornament on the phone. I still have something to do, I am lost. After achieving the goal, the eldest master turned and left without reluctance. Using my waved goodbye to him. After several hours of tinkering, he found a random chat function similar to a drifting bottle in the entertainment item of his mailbox. With the mentality of giving it a try, she clicked on the first bottle and wrote a random paragraph. If you are a LV.100 with an explosive force value, how can you be an ordinary person in a world full of LV.1? After clicking send, the first bottle just disappeared in the ocean of data. UPS and downs, drifting to unknown distances. Using my waited for a long time, but still did not wait for a reply. She simply closed the phone and recharged her happily. It wasn't until late at night, before she turned to bed, that she found a lonely bottle lying quietly in the mailbox. Has anyone responded to this kind of full-blown question about S2? She opened the bottle and saw a paragraph. From Nan, I started wearing a suppressor since I was young, and went to school, graduated, and worked step by step like ordinary people. If you can hold a cup of coffee jelly, you will be more like an ordinary person. Suppressor? What kind of secondary school teenager said it really seemed like that? Yu Xing slightly tickled the corners of his lips and quickly typed, "What is the suppressor? Where can I buy it?" To be honest, I have been worrying about my superpowers for a long time. Unexpectedly, the other party responded surprisingly fast. From Nan, what is your superpower? Using my smiled stupidly, and the second-year junior was happy, my superpower is. She was typing, and when she was about to pick up the words see-through eyes, scud legs, and invulnerable, she suddenly felt a little itchy in her forehead. Someone's hair was hanging down and resting on her forehead. Using my. Who is pretending to be a fool in the middle of the night? She slowly raised her head and saw dark hair and a face that was pale by the light from the phone screen. Illumi stared directly at her phone screen, holding her breath, staring at the text she was about to drop. Using my. Illumi. With eyes facing each other, silence is better than sound. Illumi, you have superpowers. In a sure tone. Using my, Ya admitted generously. Illumi asked, what is it? Using my, it's nothing, it's especially edible. Illumi. The author has something to say. P.S. Illumi, I didn't believe it at first, I decided to take her to eat, but, no, I paid too much for this woman, I couldn't let her run away. P.S. Chi Munang Siang, from the strange species of the Dark Continent? What kind of weird name is this? Teacher Saitama sent a team invitation, request to join your group chat. Nanaga beat enemy, request to join your group chat. From Dark Continent strange species, hi, welcome newcomers. Nanaga. Nanaga beaten out of the group chat. Chapter 21, 21st Lump Sum. Using my tells the truth and enters special can eat in the drift bottle at the same time, and then clicks send. Probably because the cuteness is too obvious, the bottle friend named Nan at the other end no longer responds. Turn off the phone and raise the quilt. Using my got into the bed and said to Lumi, who was sleeping on the same wall, "Hey, Lumi. In the future, you are not allowed to peek at the chat history between me and netizens without my consent. Otherwise I will be angry. Please respect the privacy of your roommates these days, okay?" Illumi placed her hands on her abdomen properly, lay straight on the bed, and retorted with reason, in the future, you are not allowed to play with your mobile phone during bedtime without my consent. You interrupted me to rest. Please respect your roommate's right to rest this year, okay? Using my was obstructed. That's right, it's already time to turn off the lights. Not to mention the light on the phone screen, the sound of the flip phone's buttons is also quite loud. For the sensitive eldest lady, it is indeed a vicious interference. She is used to playing with touch-screen mobile phones, but ignores the disadvantages of the old-fashioned phones. Thinking about it this way, she is really wrong. I have to say that using my is a real socialist young man. When conflicts with others, you always think about whether you are wrong, rather than worry about whether you are right or not. After 8 years in the Dark Continent, her humanity was not wiped out after all. Since she had the fault first. I'm sorry Rumi, I didn't think about it well. Using my said sincerely, I will pay attention to it in the future. Illumi accepted the apology comfortably, and activated the skill dog talk. Well, you really should pay attention to the size of your pajamas. Hey! Using my was stunned. For some reason, it feels that the two of them are talking, not the same topic. Illumi turned into a paralyzed face and said honestly, you are typing on your stomach in a V-neck pajamas, which has caused a certain amount of trouble to me. To remind you, I have to get up. Because of the angle problem, I took another look and swept to your screen by the way. So Illumi concluded without any fluctuations, you are not allowed to play with your mobile phone during bedtime. Or, you can play if you want, please don't wear pajamas. Using my playing on the phone disturbs her roommate's rest, she can understand. But wearing V-neck pajamas caused trouble to her roommate, she couldn't understand it at all. Also, don't wear pajamas, what the is it? What are you talking about? Illumi deserves to be the eldest son of beating the enemy's Haka, and his brain circuit is particularly peculiar, just watching half of it will make people curious, and seeing all of it will make people feel curious. How to effectively solve the troubles of a cold killer belonging to a normal man, Illumi said, just look at it. At the moment of looking at the light, the woman is a moving corpse to him. Just like a few years ago, Mother Chijo suspected that something was wrong with him and found him a bunch of beauties. In order to let him have fun and feel relieved, he specifically explained that these were paid. Pay attention to the important points and record the public expenditures at home, and he does not need to pay separately. But whether it's public or private, it's all money. If you spend money, you must give full play to the value of the product to not lose money. In order not to let the money go in vain, he had to say to the undressed blonde stunners, well then, come here one by one. They lined up excitedly into his room. He seriously said, your aorta is beautiful, let me pierce you with a few needles. It is completely okay to practice needle piercing with a living thing. Stunners. Then, there is no more. In short, it is nothing to be curious about women, it is what he should do to kill curiosity. After all, as an excellent operation department, he not only likes to control people and things, but also likes to control himself. There is no such thing as being confused by a woman's mind. Now I feel that your previous proposal was good, do you want to take a bath together? Guyang Guyu's attack power continued to escalate, but Illumi didn't notice it, it's okay for me to suffer. Using my She expressed that she didn't want to talk to Rumi at all, and lost a blackout function to her. She can understand it, the eldest lady from a wealthy family really can't speak human words equals. It is normal for the girls in the dormitory to compare their figures with each other. For example, Kalaya once lamented that she was in good shape, but didn't she calmly let her get started? But for some reason, the same words came out of the eldest lady's mouth, making her inexplicably full of the creepy feeling of being stared at by carnivores. She always feels like bathing together this kind of thing, she loses blood. You seeing me? She suddenly refused, go away. Illumi. And in the evening of the next day, Illumi found that Using Mai had changed her pajamas, wrapped her neck to her feet, keeping a two-piece suit. When she played with her phone on her stomach again, the young master sat on the bed and couldn't help falling into thought. Did he do something wrong yesterday? He always feels like, has a big loss. Well, today the eldest master is still a killer of unreasonable feelings. The daily study is boring, and only the nuns earned while working can comfort people. Using my finished her makeup work on Saturday and Sunday and got a generous tip. At the same time, the 3 ghost animal videos brought enough follow-up income, which not only allowed her to save more, but also allowed the Jinjiang system to save enough energy, and unlocked one. For her at this stage, a more practical role Hokage mainland Nyaji Hyaga. This character is about 16 or 17 years old, has white eyes, and has a cold and gloomy temperament. He is extremely talented, is good at physical skills, understands the acupuncture points of the human body, and has few skills but is proficient in each. If it were not for the curse of bird in a cage engraved on his forehead, which suppressed the possibility of his development, I am afraid that the attributes presented by this character are far more than the simple introduction of the panel. The Jinjiang system told her that the character hates birds in cages extremely. However, the existence of birds in cages solved using Mai's urgent need. It can contain her explosive power, conceal her mighty power, and cut off half of her overall strength. It can be called the best suppressor in history. How can she not love it? It's just that the bird in the cage is an ugly curse, and it has to be tattooed on the forehead. She doesn't want it. Can you turn the bird in the cage into something like a bracelet? Using Mai asked. Is it possible to cut a thick bang in the future? Come on, how hot it must be in summer. The Jinjiang system said, the bird in the cage must be carved on the head to take effect. This is the scope of its limitation. But the host can use Jinjiang coins to convert it into something reasonable that can grow on the head. Hairpin or headband. Stupefied. Using Mai. Forced by life, after using Mai woke up in the early morning, there was a pinch of dull hair on top of his head that couldn't get rid of it. However, if you stay alone, stay alone. With the cage bird, her quality of life has risen sharply, and she succeeded in decompression. It's just that, tomorrow or accident, no one knows which one will come faster. In the Ichen continent, which is very far away from Yokiksen city, after digging the ancestral tombs of the ancient royal family, a nest of spiders from the Phantom Brigade sat on the steps made of gold bricks and counted the trophies of this time. Kulalo held a book in his hand and asked casually, Maki, you were late for the previous collection. Did something happen? The beautiful girl with purple hair paused, tightening the thought line in her hand, and said, we have met an unmatched strong. It was a young girl, incredibly strong, Marge recalled. We couldn't even see her shot, so she was knocked into the air. Even though they have the ability to protect the body, Fei Tan and Franklin who are facing the enemy are still injured. Following her statement, Kulalo's eyes flickered, and the spiders who had fought using Mai were unwilling. That was the most embarrassing and tragic loss for them. It's a pity that Parker was not there that day, Marge said. Otherwise, she will be able to turn everything she sees into reed bullets and hit your mind. Kulalo narrowed his eyes and asked, where does the train you are taking lead to? Marge was taken aback, Ukeksen. I see. Kulalo laughed, not discerning happiness or anger, but took out his mobile phone and passed the photo of Using Mai about Using Mai's appointment at the restaurant that the night had sent him to March. Look, are you familiar? Marky took the phone and took a closer look. Suddenly, her pupils shrank suddenly, it's her. It's her, no matter her looks or strength, after seeing it once, people can't forget it. It's her. It was this woman who blasted 7 powerful spiders with her own power. One stone shook up 1,000 layers of waves, making waves in the spider dens of the Mirage Brigade. Fei Tan was furious, and Wojin had a high spirit of fighting. The knight was so scared that the game console was dropped. Even Parker, a woman who was always calm, was a little surprised. The woman who defeated the 7 spiders in one blow is going to school at Yokiksen. What the is this? Xiake linked to the computer and walked through the Yabel University forum. She's sweeping the floor. Queuing up for dinner, doing homework. Working. What the is this? Kurora, is there any other information? Regarding ability. The knight endured forbearance, but still suffocated a sentence. Doesn't it count if you can eat especially? Spiders. Head, we need. Do we need revenge? No. After passing Belden, Kilolo was not stupid, and suddenly understood a lot of things. I'm very curious, let Pike approach her. To steal her memory, to understand her life, to gain her abilities. When it's ready, it's her. Fei Tan gritted his teeth. I don't care what you think, I want to fight her once. Whether it's life or death. Kulalo didn't say no, but smiled lightly and said, depart for your friend Kexen. Are you ready? Using my. A week later, Sunday, it was night. Using my sent away the last guest, bending over to clean up the trivial things in the beauty shop. At this time, the automatic sensor at the door rang welcome. She didn't lift her head. Sorry for the guest, we are closed. Something flew over her head with a swish sound, hunting through the air, cutting off the bunch of unique dull hair. Using my 1, 2, 3, or 4, the dark dull hair fell down in the air, lying quietly at her feet. Killed. Using my stared at Demao in a daze, and said, hair. Fei Tan smiled coldly, haha, it will be your head soon. Using my slowly raised his head and fixedly stared at the dwarf holding the umbrella at the door. She stretched out her hand, picked up the dumb hair, and clenched it. How dare you move my hair? Die to me. She once again recalled the fear of being dominated by baldness. Grass mud horse. The author has something to say. P.S. Fei Tan was a decent person before his death. Everyone goes to Zuxiang before leaving. P.S. Doctors, there is another fractured man. The injured are basically scumbags. This time it's a tight one, pay the money first and then cure it, or he won't die. Chapter 22, 22nd Money. Phaeton Bertone, male, 27 years old, worked in the Phantom Brigade as the number 2 spider. With no basic salary, no insurance, and no bonuses, he resolutely engages in the job of robbers, regardless of rain or rain. Even with countless hunts and kills, enemies everywhere, and spurned and insulted by the world, he still has the same original intention, and he has been diligent and enterprising for 10 years. It is a role model in the industry. Recently, in order to implement the project of harmonious interaction between Phantom Tour Group and Yokiksen, and promote the progress of the perfect integration of sports athletic spirit and university cultural atmosphere, Comrade Phaeton gave full play to his subjective initiative as a robber, grasping 1 center, dumb, and 2 basic points, opening and disarming, adhering to the principle of killing first, and going deep into the grassroots beauty store. Give cordial condolences to migrant students. After that, with his excellent remote bidding ability, Comrade Phaeton hit the red heart with 1 blow, which immediately attracted the attention of the part-time job students. The other party responded enthusiastically, strengthened the communication between the 2 parties, and realized the sharing of resources in the true sense. For example, the part-time job students raised their arms and shouted MMP, carried forward the active sportsmanship, and bravely accepted the challenge. She threw up and overturned Phaeton. She snatched Phaeton's umbrella. She overturned Phaeton's body. By the way, she picked up the umbrella and struck Phaeton desperately. He is indeed an elite student studying at Yabel University. Even in the fierce competition, he still does not forget to create a strong humanistic atmosphere of Yokiksen and increase cultural output to the outside world. Just listen to her reciting emotionally, Nok Li. Did you hear it? Nok Li. The phrase knock inside is the crystallization of tradition, the essence of history, a lyrical gathering, and a master of emotions. It describes the protagonist's high spirits from the front, and highlights the intensity of the battle, the grandeur of the scene, and the conflicts from the side. It not only highlights the fierce competition and the unwillingness of both parties, but also implies the shock and collapse of Comrade Phaeton's heart. In the endless sound of Papa, Xiao Phaeton, who sells umbrellas, seemed to see a sacred and warm heaven. God has Hisso's face, he held his face in both hands, his expression was intoxicated, and with a perverted trembling voice, he confided infinite love, well, my Garden of Eden is about to grow a delicious red apple again. Phaeton. In order to go to hell, Phaeton abruptly withstood the blows of a violent storm and became independent on the verge of death. Hateful. This is. Is this the passionate, tenacious, and unyielding sportsmanship spirit of university students in Yokiksen? He, Phaeton, has already felt it deeply. Hateful. Why is his wet again? Knock in it. Using Mai took his umbrella and beat Phaeton to the ground. To tell the truth, this is very strong, and he doesn't know what to eat to grow up. He didn't fall apart even after the handle of her umbrella. She also knows to resist, move her claws to slap her. FAK. She is an upright young man who is doing her job well, who provokes whom? Everyone is the first time to be a human being, why should I let you? Is it just because you are short and young? So, she restrained and beat him a few more times equals. Near the beauty shop, neighbors watched strongly. Many people pointed and pointed, but no one dared to stand up to Using Mai's anger and persuade. There is no other reason, Using Mai, who has lost her dazed hair, exudes a mighty power that no one else should be near. Shrouded by this unspeakable fear, even if humans are separated from the ranks of beasts, the sixth sense is also frantically sounding the alarm. It is the instinct of animals to seek advantages and avoid disadvantages. Seeing that the bear child was beaten so much that Using Mai let him go, she raised the baby to the gate with a sullen face, and threw it into the harmful trash bin without mercy. Try cutting people's hair again. Also said, next is your head. Believe it or not, I shaved your whole head. Knock it inside. Using Mai cursed and sorted out the mess in the store, I'm consuming this with you today. I'll wait for your parents to come. If you destroy the things in my store, you will lose money. The stupid kid didn't know what he had flew, cutting off her dull hair, and also smashing the rear mirror. The fragments were scattered all over the place, and it was terrible to clean up. And when she finished cleaning up, the neighbors closed early. The most terrible thing is that someone with good intentions told her that the bear child who was thrown into the hazardous garbage bin had been taken away by the bear parent. Using Mai. The bear child was picked up, but the parents didn't come to find the fault. The parents didn't come to find the fault, so how could she find someone to pay for it? There is no one to compensate, and she has to pay for the loss of the mirror. This. Using Mai let out a mournful cry of oh grass. She silently stared at the scrapped mirror behind her, thinking that the day's work might be in vain. But when the feverish brain calmed down, Using Mai always felt that he had overlooked something. Where does that bear child's face seem to have been seen before? Where have I seen? Have seen? Using Mai touched his chin in thought, and after a while, he was shocked and suddenly realized. Damn it, human face spider. What? She has lost a lot. She should kill him. Good now, her tuition ran out of QAQ. Every spider in the Phantom Brigade is a master of thought ability with extremely strong comprehensive strength. In this group of masters, Phaeton can still be at an upstream level. Especially at the moment when he runs out of control, the span of ability can transition from human to non-human. When he wrapped himself into a small sun with his thought power and burned everything unscrupulously, not only was he extremely lethal and harmed everyone, but he also swept everything regardless of the enemy and us. Whether such a powerful player cooperates with others or is independent, there is basically no possibility of overturning. Therefore, the flammable and explosive Phaeton wanted to be the first person to eat crabs. No one in the Phantom Brigade opposed it, and even Kulalo expressed support. "Let Fei Tan have a mess," Kulalo said. "It's good for us to watch, don't do it. Just take the opportunity to observe what kind of strength the other party is." So Phaeton came into chaos, and the spider watched. Immediately afterwards, Fei Tan was beaten, and the spider sat on wax. They have seen countless fights, but they have never seen such a friendly and harmonious spanking education. Phaeton is small, but what's wrong with being spanked on the ground? The woman grabbed his umbrella and hit Phaeton's buttocks. When the crisp applause echoed in their ears, they understood how much Phaeton's hips were. No, this is not the point. The point is, although it was Phaeton's who was beaten, as companions, they also had to empathize and be on the scene. It must be understood that hitting Phaeton's is equivalent to hitting the of the entire brigade. The crisp applause rang not only on Phaeton's ass, but on the of every spider. This is a great shame. But for some reason, the heart is very urgent to save his companion, but the body does not dare to move anything. It seemed that as long as he showed a bit of murderous aura, he would be torn apart. Head. Kulalo shook his head. "Don't face the enemy head on." "But Fei Tan." Kulalo sighed. "I am the brain of the spider. The first thing I must ensure is the existence and continuation of the brigade, not the personal safety of the members. We have met the enemy, what is the chance of winning? She has no intention to kill now, what if we annoy her?" No one said anything. Kulalo continued, "Don't set up an invincible enemy for the brigade." "The Flying Tan." Kuroro was silent for a moment, and replied, "Being spanked, I shouldn't be killed. Right?" It didn't take long for them to show their ability to dig out garbage dumps on Meteor Street, and figure out Fei Tan from the hazardous garbage. "It's okay if you don't plan it, just plan it." Fink was shocked. "Fei Tan, why are your pants wet? Are you scared to pee?" Wojin lifted his coat. "No. It's blood. It's muddled." Phaeton was so angry that she almost went into shock. Spiders. The Phantom Brigade found a foothold, and a group of people gathered around Fei Tan. Hit the full of mosaics, and made a horrified voice, "Maki, can this be sewn?" The beautiful girl with purple hair, March, looked intently, and then said after a long time, "You can. Right?" Marky mobilized the thought ability of the change element, with a transparent thought line stretched in his flipping fingers, with healing power, it landed on Phaeton's ass. As she sews the wound, she speaks in a cold voice, "This is the first time I sew but." She usually sews her hands and feet, or strangles other people's hands and feet with a thread. "I'm not very skilled," Marky said lightly. "If you sew even the place where you should be warped, please don't blame me." Phaeton gritted his teeth. "Shut up. He is a big man, would he care if his is up? Hiss, it hurts." Or, Marge didn't take the threat of Phaeton, "You take turns to find that woman, and then take turns to find me to sew your butt. With my talent, 3 people can master new skills by practicing." Spiders. In a way, March is as scary as that woman equals. Marky is a good treatment. She saved Phaetons with technology, and indirectly saved the entire brigade with aggressive action. Those with abilities can recover their wounds quickly, but Phaeton still has to lie down in the hospital for a while before healed. Thus, after Hisoso, Kurolo and Illumi, Phaeton became the 4th lucky person to be sent to the hospital sideways. More deadly, his friends gave him an anorectal department equals. And this ass, the only one in the world, attracted the attention of doctors. "Old doctor, tisk, let you have a special spicy hot pot. Look, it's so spicy that it's blooming." Male doctor, I heard that the final exam failed and was beaten by the parent. Female doctor, hey? I heard that it was the lovers who played too much with tricks, and it got confused. Fei Tan, knock inside. Did you hear that? Knock inside. Maki said in a cool voice, Fei Tan, it will split when you move it again. Fei Tan said angrily, what about splitting? March, nothing, for convenience, I will give you pads of diapers. Fei Tan. He didn't get over in a breath, and almost inflicted himself alive. In order to take care of Phaeton's mood, the spiders bluntly said, Head, look at this hospital, why don't we take it? Kurolo replied, wait until Fei Tan recovers. Before Phaeton recovered, the bandit leader spider leader Kurolo sat aside, with his fingers interlaced on his knees, and entered the time of the sage, as if thinking about some important decision. Well, very good, he is not the only spider who was beaten into the hospital. After using my beat human face spider, he not only let go of his tuition, but also compensated for a mirror. Forget it. The most painful thing was that the Jinjiang system told her that the destruction of the dead hare was equivalent to the destruction of the cage bird. This powerful suppressor is gone. Using Mai's heartache was so painful that she could only eat 10 bowls of rice to fill her grief. Illumi, it turned out to be really edible. That night, Yuzing Gli lay down on the bed with a look of lovelessness. He only regained his cell phone after a long period of decadence, desperate to find someone to talk about his distress. But, except for the contact information of the roommate, there is only one S2 Nan in the list. It is said that distance produces beauty. Yuzing Mai still clicked on the drift bottle and sent a message to Nan, my suppressor is broken, and my ability can't be controlled. The other party did not bird her. Maybe she's still angry about what she used to joke about. Yuzing Mai typed slowly, but I don't want to hurt others. After sending, she closed her phone. As she was about to lie sideways and change directions, suddenly, she bumped into the half of her head that emerged from the edge of the bed. Snow skin and black hair, black eyes and facial paralysis. It's Lumi. She was lying on the edge of the bed, staring straight at her, silent. Yuzing Mai. What's wrong with you, miss? Yuzing Mai patted his chest, don't come out suddenly. Illumi said calmly, do you know who your biological parents are? Yuzing Mai. It is Jinjiang headline system ==. I don't know. Yuzing Mai said sincerely, with a sad expression, I lived a wandering life until I was adopted by a nun. Illumi continued, do you want to see your biological parents? Yuzing Mai remembered his previous life and nodded, of course I do. Illumi, then let me tell you a piece of news. The Hunters Association helped you find your biological father after getting your blood sample. Hey! Yuzing Mai was taken aback, completely confused. Damn it, something bad. She originally thought that the XX bloodline mentioned by the Jinjiang system was just a gimmick. Did not expect. The person of what bloodline is still alive, she is still her father, damn. Play the ball. Illumi stared at her, if I want to know, I can. Let me tell you, I only charge 10 million nuns for intelligence. I don't want to. Yuzing Mai manually goodbye. Illumi tilted his head, you still have a younger brother who lives alone on the island and never went to school. Do you want to abandon him? Yuzing Mai. Is this really a rare bloodline? However, without mentioning the descent, the brother's life experience seems extremely miserable. Living on a desert island, alone, and never going to school, isn't this exactly what she once portrayed? In an instant, Yuzing Mai's empathy soared to its highest value. She asked seriously, where is my brother? Illumi stretched out his hand, Shengui 10 million Genie, I will tell you the information. Yuzing Mai was silent for a moment, I have no money, can you change the terms? Illumi retracted his hand and looked at her, showing a smile full of black mud, would you like to take a bath with me? Yuzing Mai. Are you poisonous? If you don't want to, then change it back. The original pajamas are ready. At the stall that you seen me, she refused to move. The phone vibrated suddenly. She opened the phone cover and saw a message from the bottle friend Nan. Come out and meet, I'm at Yukiksen. The author has something to say. P.S. Illumi, I don't know why I did this, but I think I'm very profitable doing this. Chapter 23, 23rd Money. Using My has never mentioned to Nan that he is at Yukiksen. He has never admitted positively that he has superpowers, nor has he hinted that the other party needs a face-to-face foundation to enhance mutual understanding. Netizens met through the drifting bottle are not even friends for the time being. Friendship is limited to only a few words, how can it jump to the step of meeting all at once? But Nan told her, come out and meet, I'm at Yukiksen. With just this sentence, the amount of information exploded. Perhaps Nan simply wanted to tell her that he would come out to see her in the future, and he was a native of Yukiksen. But for some reason, after seeing this sentence, her chills stood up and she was instinctively on guard. It's like in the world of LV.1, I suddenly ran into another self. Using My frown slightly, and subconsciously typed and asked, where are you at Yukiksen? From Nan, your dormitory is downstairs. At this second, Using My no longer hesitated, she grabbed her coat and put it on her body. He quickly got out of the bed and ran out in slippers. Lumi, sorry. I'll meet a friend first, and I'll talk about it when I come back. The moment the ending disappeared, she had stepped out to go out. Lumi stood on the spot, the hollow cat's eyes slightly solidified. This kind of feeling of slight loss of control is like the prey circled by oneself is about to be taken away by other hunters. A woman who cannot be pinned like Chia is really troublesome to control her. No. That was what he chose. If he got out of control, he would be more troubled than he is now. When Illumi came to the balcony on the 6th floor, his sight seemed to be able to pierce the target's location through the thick darkness. He saw that on the path at the bottom of the female dormitory was standing a tall young man. With short rose-red hair and grass-green clothes, he couldn't see his face due to the angle problem, but inexplicably gave him an unspeakable sense of crisis. A good killer will never act rashly when facing an unknown crisis. Although Illumi was curious about who Using My was going to meet, he would not lose his caution for curiosity. He was like a big cat, staring at what he was interested in, but he just acted nonchalantly and had great hunting patience. Those with the ability to think in the operation system are extremely self-conscious and full of desire for control. Illumi's distortion is the result of amplifying self and desire for control to the end. He expanded the mind into a circle and extended it down a little bit, hoping to control the movement of the entire area in his hands. But at this moment, the boy with short rose-red hair suddenly raised his head, his indifferent and helpless gaze through the green lens locked him accurately. Obviously at a height of more than 10 meters, the other party just raised his head and glanced. There is no thought power fluctuation, no murderous overflow, just a simple look, maybe it's still unintentional. However, Illumi was scalp numb after being blown up, as if he was facing an enemy. He can't hold back anymore. He retracted the circle. The family motto of beating the enemy said, "Don't be the enemy of the unbeatable strong." Illumi had to curb his peeping thoughts and expressed regret. Pity. As Hisoso said, the teenager is like a ripe red apple. Ripe enough to sprout and grow trees on their own, and can no longer be picked easily. What a pity. At the same time, under the dormitory, Using My met a netizen named Nan. He is a 16 or 17-year-old boy, handsome in appearance, clean and refreshing. Like an ordinary high school student, standing in the middle of the alley in a school uniform, with his hands hanging on the sides of his trouser pockets, he looked quite satisfactory. At this moment, he was looking up at the location of the 6th floor. After that, he retracted his gaze, raised his hand and twisted his eyebrows. His name is Chi Munang Siang, he is the pillar of another world and the of that world. As he grows, the superpower and potential in his body are constantly awakened. What to predict the future, what to see in the past, what to reset the time. Only people can't think of, nothing he can't. He has reset the timeline many times to save his world. In order to save my own world, I read it 3 times in the sophomore year. He knows the parallel universe, and so does the multiverse. However, as a qualified world god, he never explores other worlds with his strength, nor does he interfere with the development of another world. Unless, he foresaw what variables would come. Since receiving a drifting bottle inexplicably, Chi Munangxiang set out to find the source of the drifting bottle. Fortunately, he found it. I found someone similar to him in another world, and the other party is a girl who doesn't understand anything. Chi Munangxiang didn't say much. At this moment, whether he looked through the girl in front of him or the killer upstairs, he saw the countless past on the established trajectory and the future brought about by the butterfly effect. Like him, using Mai is a variable. In the past, without using Mai, the killer named Illumi also entered Yabal at the same time and became roommates with Kalaya and Camilla. In the established trajectory, when the 2 girls clashed with him, Illumi inserted needles into their minds, turning them into needle men alive. When he finished Ukexen's mission and no longer needed them as cover, the day he left, they died completely. Died in the bedroom and became an unsolved case. But under the influence of the butterfly effect, on the day when the 2 girls clashed with him, using Mai pushed open the dormitory door and became the unexpected 4th person. In the future, the whole line will be derailed. When enough is enough, Chi Munangxiang no longer peers into his fate. He stood in front of using Mai with his lips still, but a voice came out, "My name is Chi Munangxiang. Like you, it is LV.100 mixed in LV.1. Chi Munangxiang didn't give her a chance to speak, even if it seemed rude, he couldn't stay in another world for a long time. I came to see you just to tell you you are not alone. In addition, Chi Munangxiang took out a box and brought it to her hand. The suppressor made by someone has a normal appearance, but it must be worn on the head. Using Mai took the box blankly, his mind a little confused. Thank you. Wait, Chi. Don't ask more. Chi Munangxiang replied, just like you and me, some profound meanings require self-realization, not through others' narration. I came here, in addition to sending things, I want to warn you. The street lights are dim and there are moths dancing at the light source. Chi Munangxiang stood there, shrouded in a sacred and majestic halo. Follow your original intention, and never take a side road. Otherwise, they will not be bottle friends. Once she took a fork in the road, he could only. Using Mai was startled, Chi Munangxiang turned around. He was hidden in the darkness, and disappeared in the blink of an eye, and he didn't even leave her a chance to say goodbye. You are not alone, follow your original intention. Using Mai held the small box and murmured, thank you. Within 10 minutes, Using Mai returned to the dormitory and brought back a beautifully packaged box. At this moment, the girls in the dormitory exploded the pot and surrounded them, expressing curiosity. Qualia, did the suitor give it to you? Using Mai waved his hands frantically, it's not. Not a suitor, is it possible that you are already a boyfriend? Qualia smiled and patted her shoulder, winking her eyebrows. No, what are you thinking about? You seeing Mealy proved innocent, I just went downstairs to get a courier. The other party is a courier. This is what I bought before. Qualia raised her eyebrows, which express delivery needs to be delivered at night. Camilla, take it apart and see what it is. I'm curious. Lumi said nothing. Chi Mu said that the appearance is normal, and remembered the reliable appearance of the young man. Using Mai didn't hesitate for long. After opening the box, there was a very cute white cat ear hairband lying inside it. Wow! Cute! After the cat ear headband was picked up, the cushion underneath suddenly bulged upward, sending out another thing. Cat ears? This is nothing, it's Chi Mu-jun, can you explain to me what is the cat's tail lying in the center of the cushion? I saw a soft cat tail at the center of the soft cushion under the box. It is coiled into the shape of a headband and is buckled underneath by the headband, blending with the fluffy cushion. If you don't look carefully, you won't find the abnormality at all. The cat's tail is light and thin, and it feels very good in the hand. When the tip of the tail is gently rubbed with the fingertips, the tip will also produce high-frequency vibration. Vibration. The atmosphere suddenly became anxious. The girls in the bedroom could not help falling into a long silence. Only Illumi tore open the fig leaf straightforwardly. I've seen it. It's a toy. Using my very high-end, is this the courier you bought? Illumi gave a continuous crit, no wonder it's going to be delivered at night. Using my zing my. Kualai looked at her with complicated eyes, as if she was sighing that she was so hungry and thirsty. According to your terms, find a boyfriend soon. I really don't need these. No, she's not that she didn't talk nonsense about QAQ. She is a serious person. Camilla blushed and whispered, Zing Mai, can I ask for the address of that store? They are so cute, I just want to buy them for collection, and promise not to do strange things. Kualai laughed out, yes, Zing Mai, tell us how you feel when you are done. If possible, I will enter one too. Illumi. Are women like this? Using my. She really jumped into the yellow river and couldn't clean it. Chi Munang Siang, did you come all the way to cheat me? I can't keep up with my original intentions. In another world, after sending the suppressor, Kim Wakujuo returned home, and received a letter from his brother, genius scientist, and Sorasuk Kimu after 3 days. Before opening the letter, Chi Munang Siang had an ominous premonition. After opening the letter, his hunch became a reality. The general content of the letter is as follows. My dear brother, are you still satisfied with the suppressor you saw? When you asked me to make a cute suppressor, I knew you were in love. How, in terms of caring level, you will never compare to me. In order to make your little lovers have fun, I have done my best. With photos. Brother, do you see the cat's tail under the headband? Your little girlfriend must really like it. Chi Munang Siang. I have to say that he was negligent. Chi Mu Kongju designed the box very delicately. The color difference between the cat tail and the cushion, the fit of the texture, and the mating degree of each other are all thoughtful. Without opening the box or picking up the headband, the abnormality of the cushion cannot be detected at all. He just looked at it with a perspective eye, and gave him away if he didn't find anything wrong. So the problem is coming, a girl with the ability to destroy the world. After receiving this suspected ex-harassment gift, is it true that you will not run away? Chi Munang Siang. Isn't she already on a fork in the road? Well, today's Chi Munang Siang still lives a daily life full of disasters. He turned on his phone, sent a drift bottle, and said straightforwardly, I want to apologize to you in person about the suppressor. After a long time, he received a reply from the other side of the world, and using my gave him a small expression of spitting soul. If you come, please bring a few more suppressors. My roommate wants to place an order with you to buy various shapes of suppressors. Chi Mu-jun, do you want to be a suppressor agent? There is a strong resentment that can overflow across the screen. Chi Munang Siang. For some reason, he felt unable to look at the words suppressor directly. Chapter 24, 24th Money. Using Mai and Chi Munang Siang, who were formally connected because of the suppressor, spread their hoofs and evolve in the direction of damaging friends, and walked all the way to black. Su is the same for LV.100, even if he becomes a bad friend, he feels more cordial. In addition to each other, they occasionally complain about the daily routine of being driven crazy by LV.1. For example, Chi Munang Siang sent a drift bottle for help. What kind of man do you girls hate most? Using my grabbed the phone and replied, arrogant, narcissistic, rude, control freak, scum. Half a day later, Chi Munang Siang sent her a drifting bottle and told her, thank you very much for your opinion, because I am arrogant, narcissistic, rude and full of control desires, and very scumbag. Tara Kiao likes me more. She said, I'm the dominant president she likes, haha. Using my sister, your hee is really full of spirituality .. For example now, using my sent to the drifting bottle to ask for help, what kind of woman do you boys hate most? Chi Munang Siang grabbed the phone and replied, 4. Half a day later, using my sent to the drifting bottle and told him, thank you very much for your opinion. Because of my desperate efforts, more and more men chasing me, even my roommate looks at me very much. Strangeness. She said, it's a shame not to be able to insert needle, haha. Chi Munang Siang. Brother, your haha is really full of resentment .. As an LV.100, I don't wear a suppressor on weekdays, and it's hard to reduce my sense of presence with a beautiful face. Just like using my, a beautiful girl is chaste no matter how rough. Moreover, even if you wear a suppressor, it does not mean that you can block all the trouble. Just like Chi Munang Siang, desperately weakening himself, almost became a transparent person, but he was still secretly in love with school flowers and class flowers one after another. The troubles of LV.100, ordinary people can't understand. Similarly, the friendship of LV.100 is also full of fucking. One day, Chi Munang Siang told her that he had made a prediction when he visited Ukexin to visit her. Ukexin's future is blood and war. Chi Munang Siang told her, there will be a bloodbath in the nearest time node to you. No matter how much, I can't tell you, I can only remind you the hospital. Doing a prediction in another world is both costly and costly. But Chi Munang Siang is a kind-hearted and upright young man. Whether it is his own world or the world of others, once the evil cause is discovered, he more or less wants to kill it in its budding state. Forcibly interfering in another world is wrong. However, using my itself is a variable in another world. Using variables to collide with the established trajectory may have unexpected effects. Just like her two roommates, who were already dead, were rejuvenated. Therefore, whether destiny and the future are good or bad, the key lies in whose hands it is held. Using my expressed understanding and decided to go to major hospitals in Ukexin. After she set off, the bedroom was much deserted, leaving Illumi alone. The eldest master sat on the chair properly and dialed the phone at home. It's me, Illumi. My mission at Ukexin has been completed. I won't go back for the time being, Mom. There was a woman's exuberant scream at the other end, and Illumi was not surprised, even the phone did not move his ears by half an inch. Mom's Illumi. Are you finally willing to let go of work for girls? Mom is so happy. Illumi. Unable to hold back, he still poured cold water on Kiju. No, Mother, I took the task of the Sky Arena. Kiju was immediately blocked. Illumi added, the target of the mission is the owner of the 235th floor of the Sky Arena, named Eris Kachi, who is a metamorphosis ability person. I need his detailed information. By the way, Mom, lend me Kurt. Need his help to clean up the trash fish. Even if his youngest brother, Illumi said, he still borrowed. It's not like treating relatives, it's like treating tools. But neither Kijo nor Kurt felt that anything was wrong. See you in the Sky Arena in 3 days. Illumi set the schedule. After a few hours, Illumi arranged the plan and dialed using Mai's mobile phone. I found the best place for you to work part-time. Sky Arena. Well, that's right, it's the fighter's paradise often mentioned on news and TV. Illumi cast a big net, the arena is more than 200 floors and lacks 3 information registrars, 5 elevator attendants, a live broadcast host, and 30 referees. Why do the referees lack so many questions? Because they have all been beaten to death, there is no way. The other end of the phone fell silent. Respond to me within 3 days. Illumi slowed down. The Sky Arena is very famous, and everyone will choose to visit it. Hit the hearts with one blow. Using my wandered around in Yukiksen's urban hospital. During the period, I came across a tall beauty with blonde hair and blue eyes, who was walking slowly towards her with the world-weary face of a senior model. My name is Parker and I'm the agent of Phantom Entertainment. Parker took out a business card from his pocket, handed it to Using My, and said, "Your appearance is outstanding. Are you interested in being an actor?" Using My refused. "No, I didn't eat this bowl of rice." Parker shook her hand. "How do you know if you don't try, you?" However, Parker, the agent of the Phantom Entertainment Company, probably fainted without warning because of excessive weight loss and low blood sugar. Using My was so scared that he shouted, "Doctor, help!" However, before she had time to give Parker a princess hug, she saw a man running slowly around him and picked him up slowly. The tall, blonde, slender-eyed man hugged Parker, stared at her guardedly, and retreated slowly. Using My, you. You look familiar, Both have blonde hair and a chiseled face. Are he and Parker brothers and sisters? Finks called, "Pike, Pike! Wake up, Tut!" Using My put down his hand. It turned out to be an acquaintance, so it should be no problem to hand over the girl to him. Head, Parker is dizzy, the mission failed. Finks, bring people back. If not necessary, Kurora didn't want to conflict with Using My. Fei Tan has been transferred, the night is dormant in the dark, Wojan's position is easy to break. Once Using My has the intention to attack, the spider will cut off the battle at any moment. But, it's unnecessary and meaningless. Exposing the brigade to a powerful enemy in order to fight for a moment's anger is not something he wants to see. Although it is a pity that the entire hospital cannot be slaughtered, it is not wise to anger a powerful enemy capable of killing the brigade. There are many ways to destroy a strong person. The frontal bar is indeed the most effective, but when the strength is completely unequal, the front bar is no different from suicide. Kurora doesn't do stupid things. After receiving Pike back, Kulalo ordered, "Retreat." She came to the hospital suddenly. I was surprised. Kulalo stared at Using My in the crowd, and the other party seemed to be looking for something. Head. Leave Yukeksen first, this is already her place. Just like the strong people on Meteor Street have their own territory, they venture into other people's territory. If they can't kill or expel each other, they can only choose to surrender, be killed, or be expelled. They came to Yukeksen, but they couldn't kill Using My or expel him. Then, the object of expulsion was replaced by them. Shame, but spiders care about face and dignity. Under the dominance of territorial consciousness and beast logic, everything conforms to the rules of survival of Meteor Street. She is strong, they are weak, fail, retreat, nothing more. The spiders quietly left Yukeksen, and Using My received a call from Illumi after wandering around the 3 hospitals. The eldest lady invited her to the Sky Arena together, saying that she had found a few part-time jobs for her, and the hourly salary was very high. Using My's heart was naturally moved, especially the sentence "ordinary people will go and see" in the middle of the red heart. "I'll talk more about it when I go back." Using My replied, "I'm visiting the hospital." Illumi. He understands when visiting the mall. What's the situation when visiting the hospital? By the way, Rumi. Have you heard of Phantom Entertainment? Illumi said that he had only heard of the Mirage Brigade. I was visiting the hospital today and met a beautiful blonde woman. Her name was Parker Norda and she said she was the agent of the Phantom Entertainment Company. She gave me a business card and invited me to be an entertainer. Miss eldest from a rich family, should you know more? Using my thoughts so. She has no idea of being an entertainer, but she has multiple part-time jobs. A&D. A place like an entertainment company is very suitable for Jinjiang Tao Shao system to save energy. Illumi. Parker Norda? Phantom Entertainment Company? His expressionless face became even more paralyzed. Without this company, you have met a liar. Hey! Using Mai's eyes rounded, and then he sighed with emotion, there are so many liars now. Well, give me your business card when you come back. Illumi continued, I'm very curious. The Mirage Brigade switched to an entertainment company, and Parker Norda became the company's agent. Industry jokes. That night, 12 o'clock at midnight. In the wilderness, Kulalo wore a fur-collared fur coat sitting in the air vent, with caravans full of corpses at his feet. The spiders were picking up the fruits of the chaos. At this time, the cell phone rang suddenly. Kulalo opened the phone. At this point, something is wrong. Illumi turned over her business card and said calmly, is this the Phantom Entertainment Company? Kurora. Illumi gave a continuous crit, can you help transfer to Agent Parker Norda to answer the phone? Kurora kept smiling, Illumi, if you have to talk like this, don't blame me for hanging up. Illumi held the business card and smashed it in the dark little by little. Kulalo, if you have to attack someone else's prey, don't blame me for targeting you. The business card turned into powder, slowly falling to the ground, and drifting away in the wind. Parker Norda approached using Mai, but he didn't believe it was an accident. At this moment, the confrontation was silent. Kurora smiled, 4. Beat the enemy guest and the Mirage Brigade have a mutual non-aggression agreement. Illumi, are you going to tear up this agreement on behalf of the beaten guest? You are not the one in charge of beating enemies and guests. If you make a decision without authorization, I'm afraid it won't work. How can you target me? I also want to know. Illumi tilted her head, her tone indifferent and innocent, you seem to have misunderstood something. I will not make decisions on behalf of beating enemies, nor do I want to do thankless things. This is a loss. I just copied a few hundred copies of the Phantom Entertainment Company's business card, ready to send it back to Star Street at any time. Kurora. Illumi's dog talk flattened Kurolo. The Meteor Street re-employment plan depends on your Phantom Entertainment Company. Are you still hiring? I can pretend to be a man or a woman. The performance fee is not expensive, 30 million nuns per hour. Kurora. He directly hung up the phone and blocked Illumi. The movements are smooth and flowing, all in one go. Illumi did not fluctuate, but called Hisso, tell Kurora, after blocking me, the commission for business with me will be increased tenfold in the future. His trembling voice came from the other end, Xiao. Why are you and the group leader stalemate? Is it because of me? Hisuo laughed in a low voice, that's really an honor. Illumi. He directly hung up the phone and blocked Hisoso. The action is fluent and flowing, and then let him out equals. Well, the ATM cannot be blacked out. Chapter 25, 25th Money. The Sky Arena, 991 meters high, has a total of 251 floors. Located in the southwest of the Republic of Batokea, it is a world-famous martial artists' paradise. It is reported that the Sky Arena can be divided into 3 steps from low to high according to the martial artist's strength value. The third step has the lowest threshold, ranging from 1 to 99 floors. Fighters from all over the world gather here, with varying quality. They have to pass the first level of testing and climb up the ladder. Among them, the outstanding personnel will be assigned to the high level by exception, to compete with comparable opponents. The second ladder, the threshold is raised, from 100 to 199 floors. This is a gathering place for excellent fighters. As long as you win in the battle, you will not only get rich bonuses, but also private rooms. However, once defeated, the room will be reclaimed. Very realistic and cruel. The first step has a special threshold, from 200 to the top of the world. Here is a gathering of true elites who can get the best material and also challenge the most powerful opponents. Moreover, the warriors after the 200th floor are extremely powerful, as if they are free from the shackles of the word human, but whenever someone asks the reason for how did they do it, everyone is secretive. The world behind the 200th floor of the Sky Arena is like an unknown mystery. It's dangerous, but it's extraordinarily noticeable. After using my collected information about the Sky Arena, he picked up a pen to mark on the calendar. It turned out that Lumi chose 3 days later just right. The first semester of schoolwork is about to end, and the internship before the end of the semester is about to come. Go to the Sky Arena, find a job as a broadcaster, and get a lot of salary, it is simply the first choice. Using my responded happily and bought fruit as a gift, thanking Lumi for the message. After that, with Rumi's consent, using my invited her roommate to go with her, and Kalaya and Camilla resolutely agreed. 3 days later, the airship leading to the Sky Arena jumped high into the sky. The girl in a dormitory was holding a sweet juice, sitting in a row at the window, facing the blue sky outside. Kalaya put her cheeks on her face and looked forward to, I have never been to the Sky Arena. I heard that there are very handsome fighters there. I must go and see it, in case I meet the real man. Illumi threw a bucket of cleansing oil on her, well, the scum man Hisoso is there. Kalaya. Camilla quickly changed the subject and said jokingly, I heard that the arena prizes are very generous, or let's go sign up and try it. Illumi splashed her with a barrel of gasoline, you will die. Camilla. Using my side, Rumi, you always talk like this, go straight? Even if you are already friends, you should speak more tactfully, right? Kalaya and Camilla nodded frantically. Illumi asked bluntly, what is the way of speaking euphemistic? Using my wiped his face, it's like Kalaya wants to meet the real man, you just have to say congratulations, like Camilla said that you want to try, all you have to say is cheer. Illumi was silent for a moment, I understand. Women are really hypocritical creatures. He said to Kalaya, congratulations on your encounter with the scumbag Hisoso. Then he said to Camilla, please come on and pass away. Everyone. On this day, the 3 women in the dormitory completely abandoned the arduous project of teaching Rumi to speak. Just begging the eldest lady to go to the arena, don't be beaten to death because she can't speak ==. When I arrived at the Sky Arena, it was already around 5 o'clock in the evening. Thanks to the popularity of the arena, the surrounding industries are developing in full swing. Food, entertainment, and tourism are all inclusive and refined. Even the ugly practice clothes are sold out of stock, which is brutal. They strolled around the street, ate desserts, felt the atmosphere around the arena, inquired about a lot of arena gossip, and found the place to bet on the opening. Wanton and unrestrained, primitive and wild. The passion here bursts out of fists, and the madness here arises from blood. Those who want money have it, those who fight for fame have it, and those who fight for glory and reputation have it. The Sky Arena accommodates all kinds of people, and news breaks every day. Using my decided to arrange the internship here, no loss. It's just that they never expected that they would have to pass the test when applying for a job at the Sky Arena. At that time, all the candidates gathered in the same room, and a strong man with muscular knots and a height of 2 meters entered, staring at everyone with a fierce expression. Murderous, full of anger. Stare. A minute later, the strong man went out. Another person came, isolated everyone, and conducted investigations separately. Come, tell me, what did it feel like? Kalaya, it's scary. Camilla, it's terrible. 0.x2. Using my, well. His eyes are so big, with double eyelids, they are weirdly cute. Illumi, no feeling. Full score x2. In the second round of testing, an ugly man with a scar face entered, carrying a pig and a big knife. And in front of all the applicants, the pig was brutally chopped. Investigators entered and isolated the applicants. Say, how do you feel when you see this situation? Qualia, rude. Barbaric. Camilla, it's too and disgusting. 0 points x2. Using my, the pork looks very fresh. By the way, do you sell it? Illumi, the technique is terrible. Full score x2. In the third round of testing, 2 medical personnel brought a fighter with a severed hand and foot to them and so's in front of them. The investigators entered as the crowd gasped, yelled, and screamed. Say, how do you feel now? Kalai roared, I don't want to apply anymore, it. Camilla cried, I want to go home. Eliminate x2. Using my, can I help him? I can do some medical skills and can treat him. Illumi, at this level, I'm tired of seeing it. Full score x2. The test passed round after round, and using my and Ulumi reached the end with ease. This time, the one who opened the door and entered was a person with the ability of Ming Nian. He just stood where he was, slowly releasing his thought pressure outwards, and enveloped the last 5 remaining people together. Afterwards, the investigator took away the 3 who had fainted and asked a particularly extra sentence, what does it feel like? Using my was puzzled, isn't it the same as the first one? Just standing there and staring at me. Illumi. His eyes fluctuated uncommonly, and the corners of his mouth twitched slightly, smiling like a ghost. Oh, he found it. In the end, using my and Illumi got the pass for the 200th floor up, and their work was temporarily set to clean up the room and sort the garbage. Novices earn 5,000 renminbi per hour, which is very generous. When they took the elevator to the 200 floors, stepped into the exclusive domain of the capable of thinking, shrouded in the pressure of full of thoughts. Illumi asked abruptly, how does it feel? Hey! Using me paused and replied, it's pretty cool. Illumi. After a long time, Illumi slowly said, I also feel very cool. The higher the floor, the cooler ordinary people feel. Using my nodded in agreement. Well, today is also the daily life of ordinary people who have not lost their horses. In the abandoned chemical plant, in the dark and damp room, Parker, who had slept for 5 days, finally awakened from his nightmare. She lay on her back on the shabby sofa, covered with Kurolo's leather jacket, her eyes a little out of focus. Pike, Pike. There was a voice coming from the ear, it was the closest distance, but it seemed so far away. Parker slowed down for a long time before he slowed down. But it's one thing to slow down, but another thing to come out. She sat on the sofa without saying a word, her whole body exuded a scent of morning, and she was extremely depressed. At Kulalo's order, no one bothered her. It was another dusk, and Pike finally pushed open the rotten door. When he found his companions gathered in the hall and looked at her as if nothing, Pike warmed his heart and walked towards the brigade. Seeing that she was no longer a problem, Kurolo asked, Pike, what happened that day? Finks shouted loudly, why did you faint suddenly when you held her hand? March, what did she do to you? What did she do to you? This is really a good question. Pike remembered the fear of being dominated by 5 days and 5 nights, and didn't want to recall it again. I can't see her memory, nor can I detect her past. This is something I have never encountered before. When I held her hand, something followed my thoughts and forcibly entered my mind. Then, Parker pursed his lips, I was forced to watch what was in my head for 5 days and 5 nights. What is it? Kurolo asked. Yes. Parker took a deep breath and calmly said, it's something called the Spring Festival Gala. Spiders? The members of the Phantom Brigade are strong. Being a strong one naturally maintains a lot of curiosity. Suddenly hearing something they had never heard before, they inevitably became a little curious. Out of curiosity, a few of the impulsists wanted to see what the Spring Festival Gala was. Parker shook his head. Don't you? Try it easily. It's just a weird stage play, even the language is weird. But in the end, the more don't try, the more curiosity of the members aroused. In desperation, Parker took out the gun, condensed his thought power into bullets, and put it into the magazine. She raised her hand and aimed at the foreheads of her friends. Don't resist me, let the bullet enter your mind, and all the memories I have seen will be present. Accompanied by the bang gunfire, the abandoned factory instantly became silent. A few days later, a breath called morning enveloped the Mirage Brigade. Curiosity killed the spider. On the second day of working at the Sky Arena, Yuzinja finished today's work and sat in front of the vending machine waiting for Lumi. Not long after, she saw a little girl with her sister's head cut, walking towards her in a delicate kimono. Crow-colored hair, purple eyes, and a little mole on the lips are picturesquely beautiful. The little girl stood still in front of her, picked up the fan and gently covered her lips, looking at her with beautiful eyes, as if, quite curious. My name is Kurt. The little girl smiled. Will you play with me with paper? Does it mean origami? Before using my could ask clearly, she saw the little girl waving her fan gently. Turn and turn, fan and fan, sprinkled with shreds of paper, slush ceilings, walls, trash cans, floors, everywhere. There was also a pile on her clothes. At this moment, she seemed to hear the bell of overtime. Using my... Damn it! Where's the bear kid from Nima? Are you owed? Chapter 26, 26th Money. Kurt, the first son of the Haka who beat the enemy, was 9 years old. Although he looks cute, but he is a real boy. He is not lively, and usually follows his mother cleverly, acting as an exquisite doll. His silent and introverted character often makes people overlook his danger. No matter how harmless it is, it cannot be denied that Kurt is a killer. An elite killer who can personally push through the gate of Huangchuan and go down the mountain to assist his elder brother in assassination missions. It's just that appearance and women's clothing are enough to deceive the world, and humans generally believe what they see with their eyes. No one can think of it, not even the parents. As a matter of fact, Kurt beats the enemy off. As a man with a strong desire to control the operation system, he is as distorted as his elder brother Illumi. But no one would be wary of a child, especially the young son in the family, including his eldest brother Illumi. Just like now, the eldest brother knew that the fiancée he picked was an ordinary person, but did not hide her, and placed her on the aisle on the 199th floor at will, and coincidentally ran into him. Brother did it on purpose? I want to borrow his hand to remind his fiancée that he must hide when alone, or even a child can bully her. Brother is careless? Relying on his strength, he thinks that it is more than enough to protect an ordinary person, and there are no people on the 199th floor, so, no, Illumi has always been a cautious person. But for whatever reason, Kurt has decided to start. Fiancé, the focus is on unmarried, can only be regarded as half of the family. The threshold for beating the enemy Haka is extremely high, and not everyone can enter. If it weren't for the eldest brother to be vegetarian all year round like a monk, and with a pure heart, like a fairy man, his parents would never allow him to pick a wife at will. And, an ordinary person. In the genealogy of beating the enemy, the eldest son and grandson of the past dynasties, but no one marries ordinary people, neither is the single son. Ordinary people don't care, staying with the eldest brother for so long, haven't you been alert? He didn't evade, and he didn't guard against him approaching, even he slowed down, opened his fan, danced, and attacked her with paper blowing snow. She was still sitting there foolishly. This kind of crude nerve makes the killer worry ==. Kurt decided to teach her a lesson and let her use her physical pain to keep in mind the truth of hide when you are alone. However, he never expected. Using my suddenly burst into flames, causing pieces of paper to flutter. She stretched out her hand, pierced through the sharp blade of paper, and slashed her hand over his paper fan like lightning. He pinched the back of his neck again and lifted him up. At this moment, Kurt was completely stunned. He looked like a frightened kitten, staring at the big purple eyes, staring at the pieces of paper swiftly towards Using Mai's arm, and then, lingering on the ground. Who told him that his eldest brother's fiancé was an ordinary person? This is framing him Kurt. Kurt. He has an ominous hunch. Using Mai carried him and smiled terribly. Little sister, here, do you see the broomstick in the corner? Go, clean the floor for me, or I will spank you. It's the same mistake, and it's the same provocation. For the 155 Fei Tan, Using Mai did not say anything. Facing the 150 of Kurt, Using Mai decided to give a chance. Hair is okay, don't hit. If it's cute, don't hit. It's a girl, don't hit. Adhering to the principle of 3 no fights is a precept for monks. Kurt said that he has experienced shock rooms, torture rooms, and poison immersion rooms where he beats enemies. Is he still afraid of you spanking? Haha. No, he is really scared. From the moment he was picked up, his 3 views were refreshed by ordinary people. Kurt landed on both feet, nodded obediently, ran to the corner and picked up the broom, and began to do rough work that the young master had never done in his life, sweeping the floor. And his destined sister-in-law stared at him and taught him, cleaners also have dignity. Please respect our labor results. No. You took a fan and flew papers, and you had a good time, but we have to work overtime for you. No money. The paper is recyclable garbage. Why are you carrying a dustpan to the hazardous trash can? As a result, Illumi, who was ready on the 235th floor, waited left and right, but did not wait for his younger brother Kurt. For this reason, he had to temporarily put aside the task and search for his little brother first. But at the end, he found Kurt on the 199th floor. At that time, he and Using Mai squatted in front of the trash can and graciously scraped the trash together. Using Mai, don't rush to go, I'm so careful to teach you garbage classification. Are you moved? Kurt. Don't dare to move. Illumi. Looking back, he called his employer. Sorry, the task cannot be completed today. We have encountered an force majeure. Force majeure refers to objective factors that are unforeseeable and unavoidable after the 2 parties enter into the contract, such as natural disasters and man-made disasters. In Illumi's eyes, Using Mai is an force majeure factor. Kurt was stopped by Using Mai, which caused the mission to fail. He didn't blame him. But while Using Mai sat upright in front of the vending machine, Kurt took the initiative to provoke her and was stopped by the trouble. He was very angry. The assassination plan that was in my grasp was derailed because of the chaos of the younger brother. This is an unexpected disaster for an operating system that pursues success and has a little obsessive-compulsive disorder. Therefore, when the younger brother Kurt stood in front of him in a calm tone, after repeating the words of Using Mai, she said, "Sweep the ground for me, or I will spank you." Illumi nodded in agreement, thinking this method was feasible. Kurt, it's too late for you to go home and pick up your punishment. Illumi picked up Kurt, squeezed him on his lap, raised his hand, slapped him on his ass, and slapped Kurt's brain blank. Big brother. Kurt no longer has the usual facial paralysis, even a little bit of hair, like a cat with teeth and claws. I can go home and receive punishment. Illumi said he would not listen. No, I'll do it myself, it's very relieved. Snapped. 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 With the force of pushing open the gate of the yellow spring, Illumi took Kurt into a salted fish, and ruthlessly used dog words to destroy the younger brother's young heart. Kurt, I only beat you with 2 tons of arm strength, you have to be grateful. Well, it's swollen, it will take 2 days to recover. Illumi gave a crit, Don't sit in the toilet these 2 days, remember to squeeze the horse and hang it in the air. Kurt. He suddenly understood the feelings of his third brother Chia, why Chia hated his eldest brother, and why he could not find a girlfriend. His eldest brother can neither learn to speak human language, nor can he learn to shut up like him. To be with such a big brother and live a lifetime. Rao is the killer's feelings extremely indifferent, and Kurt couldn't help but begin to sympathize with the future sister-in-law. And there are reasons to doubt. Did the eldest brother put a needle in the innocent girl's mind to get this girlfriend? Using the sister-in-law who was sympathized by Kurt, was just assigned a single dormitory because he was a special employee on the 200th floor of the arena. She finished cleaning the nest happily, and was about to ask Lumi for lunch, but she didn't want to be notified. Please go to clean up the 235th floor. 235 floors. I heard that the monitoring was broken yesterday, and the repairs were not done all night. It was probably the garbage left over at that time, right? Using didn't think much, just lifted the broom and dustpan, swayed into the elevator on the 200th floor, and pressed the button on the 235th floor. When the sound of ding sounded, she stepped out of the elevator, ready to complete the work as quickly as possible, with a delicious bite of hot rice. She didn't want to stay on the 235th floor. It is said that the 235th floor is called Arasakachi, who is a powerful fighter. Not only does he like to bleed and fight, but he also likes pomp and face, and prefers to enjoy beautiful women. Therefore, he has many fans, groups of bodyguards, and even robbed innocent women. Wandering unscrupulously to the present, and having an affair with Meteor Street, if someone wants to deal with him, they have to weigh the forces behind him. In short, the 235 layer is a troublesome collection. It's a pity that Using doesn't look for Shire, but Shire can always find her. But things don't understand at all. Using doesn't care about the forces, it depends on whether you throw dry garbage or wet garbage. She was standing in the corridor on the 235th floor with a broom and dustpan. Seeing a bodyguard swallowing clouds and fog, soot fell between his fingers and scattered all over the floor. Using was silent, sweeping and mopping the floor quietly. The result was swayed back, and there was another spot of soot. Using reminded, "This sir, please shake the ashes into the trash can, please." The bodyguard sneered and ignored it. Still in front of her, rustling and shaking the soot, it was another place. Using took a deep breath, "Sir, the trash can is not far away, please." Suddenly, the bodyguards burst into laughter, pointing to her and laughing forward and backward. Not only was she full of ridicule and malice, there were even people approaching her, a wretched look that wanted to move. Using "You forced me." Unbearable, she picked up the broom and slapped the bodyguard's head, cursing, "Grass mud horse. The soot is dry garbage. You sprinkle me on the ground." Roaring output, KO dropped the first one. Using lifted the dustpan, put it on the other head, and cursed, "You see that he doesn't stop playing soot. Doesn't it take much effort when I sweep the floor?" To stabilize the hatred value, KO dropped the second. The fans in front were suddenly alert, and one of them spit on the ground and charged towards her with a hideous face. Using was furious, "Spitting anywhere, don't treat the cleaners inappropriately." The broom danced wildly and directly used the Shaolin skill Liu He Cudgel, sweeping all directions and overturning countless. In the wailing, Using got deeper and deeper. You sweeper Zing angry at the low quality of the 235th floor personnel, decided to ask their owner to comment. It didn't make sense, but the frame was fought. And she learned afterwards that the dish chicken who was slapped with a slap was the 235th floor master. In the end, all the staff on the 235th floor were strongly complained by Ms. Yu, the cleaner, because they did not respect the work results of the cleaners, littered everywhere, and could not learn to sort the garbage. Facing a cordial greeting from a roommate, "Seeing me, I heard that you put the 235th floor leader into the hospital." Sweeping monk using my solemnly said, "No. The main reason is that people gather to smoke on the 235th floor, littering everywhere, and living in a messy and poor environment for a long time will make people feel depressed, and people will be fragile and empty. It's not that I defeated them, but the vicious living habits nurture them." Although Kalia and Camilla had doubts, they had to believe them. After all, Using Mai is just an ordinary person. No matter how powerful she is, a girl can't beat dozens of men, right? Sure enough, alcohol and tobacco hurt the body, especially for men. At the same time, Illumi and Kurt were sitting in the room, watching the video on the 235th floor of the arena, and recalling the reply that Using Mai gave afterwards, and fell into a long silence. For the assassination mission, Illumi broke the 235th floor surveillance and installed a device to beat the enemy Haka. Unexpectedly, the device was not used on the mission target. Instead, a video of Using Mai's brutal attack on the 235th floor of the Kaiji was recorded. "Big brother. Kurt, garbage sorting is very important." "Yes." Illumi gently put a needle into the back of Kit's head. "Well, you just have to remember this. Other things, forget it, Kurt." Kurt's eyes are slightly out of focus. There are some secrets that Illumi will not let the second person know, even his family. What kind of garbage does these video materials that need to be destroyed belong to? The author has something to say. P.S. Illumi, I am afraid that I will be sent to the hospital if I am not classified. Chapter 27, 27th Money. When Kurt woke up, the sky outside was completely dark. His eldest brother Illumi sat in a chair, holding a financial newspaper like Grandpa Jinyo, reading very attentively. It's strange, he doesn't have the habit of taking a nap, how could he? Kurt tried to remember, but found that he couldn't remember anything. "You're awake." Illumi's cold voice sounded, interrupting Kurt's contemplation. "Dinner is on the table. It is whole wheat bread and milk." "Yes." Kurt hurriedly got up and ate with grace and speed. "Is it because I played too hard yesterday, Kurt?" Illumi asked blankly. "You fell asleep with me watching the surveillance in the afternoon." Kurt paused, and the blurred fragments flashed through his mind, gradually becoming clearer and clearer. "Yes, watch the surveillance with eldest brother in the afternoon." He remembered it was about the 235th floor. Eris has been revenge, and the fight was fierce before. Illumi looked straight into Kit's eyes, and gave layer after layer of psychological hints. "He is currently seriously injured, and our mission location has been transferred to the hospital. Do you understand? Being revenge, fiercely fighting." Yes, he remembered it. The men in black mingled together, and a thin man rushed out, seriously injuring Eris. Afterwards, he fell asleep in the arms of his elder brother because of injuries and lack of energy. "So this is K. Feng said, "Well, I understand." Illumi's mouth twitched slightly, revealing a grinning grin. He stretched out his hand, touched Kit's head, and praised, "Good boy." Until midnight, there was a light rain outside, with a vague trend of getting bigger and bigger. Illumi took Kurt and disappeared into the night in the night wind and rain. Killers like to do missions on rainy nights. The sound of rain naturally concealed their breathing and heartbeat, and the rain will smooth out all traces wantonly. The dense rain curtain interferes with the surveillance, and even the accidentally recorded back becomes blurred and difficult to distinguish. They infiltrated the hospital smoothly, adhering to the principle of not doing white work, and avoiding all unrelated to nuns personnel. Illumi commanded, "The miscellaneous fish will be handed over to you. The employer has said that one will not be kept." Kurt nodded and disappeared into the darkness. This time, the employer is a wealthy businessman, and a girl-loving demon. However, Yaris snatched his beloved daughter, played with and abandoned, driving the girl crazy alive. How can rich businessmen give up? Using the wealth he earned for most of his life as a bargaining chip, he hired to beat the enemy to take the life of Eris, and let all Eris's fans be buried. It doesn't matter what the cause is, as long as the nuns are in place, everything is okay. Kurt stood in a dark corner and danced lightly. The clogs lightly stepped on, and the sleeves fluttered. The paper fan opened little by little, blowing strong wind after another. Countless snow-white pieces of paper floated up, as if snow was falling. They ascend with the power of thought, hovering upwards, forming an elegant circle in mid-air, circle after circle. Dance of snake bite. The operation system combined hard and soft killing techniques can make people perish in dreamlike scenes. The seemingly harmless pieces of paper pounced on the miscellaneous fish, plundering their lives in one breath, and there was no time to even scream. The smell of blood became stronger, and the snow flying all over the sky was dyed into blood-red petals. They circled Kurt, spinning endlessly. The work efficiency of beating the enemy guest is very high. From the entrance to the end, from the opening to the final dance, it only takes about 15 minutes before and after. However, when Illumi dries the blood stains and meets Kurt, seeing that the younger brother seemed to be suffering from obsessive-compulsive disorder, he used his mind to roll up the paper, turning it into a small tornado, and stuffing his brain into the trash can. Illumi. Big brother. Kurt raised his head and asked seriously, what kind of garbage is the carcass of a miscellaneous fish? Illumi. Has my brother's brain been broken? Forget it, then insert another needle to correct it. Before the pin-mad demon Illumi could attack his younger brother again, he received a text message from Hisuo. The other party's text messages were just like the tone of his speech, and even the punctuation marks were full of ripples. From Hisoso, Xiao, I guess who I saw on the 200th floor, your roommate. Illumi felt that it was worse subconsciously. Hisoso is not a good stubborn, nor is he an idiot. Once you have curiosity, it is very possible to test using my. After going back and forth, it is hard to guarantee that he won't find anything. And Hisuo's discovery means uncontrollable variables and the overall situation out of control. No, Hisoso. Just like I can't move your prey, you can't move my prey either. Otherwise. Illumi knocked out a paragraph. The news I just got is that Lovely Green has been looking for you and arrived in the Sky Arena today. Didn't you run into her, Hisoso? In a word, the amount of information exploded. It is clearly indispensable information, but Illumi is able to get it at his fingertips, and he is even more liar than his change system. He reminded him that the Hulk is looking for you and has arrived in the arena. Since you haven't seen her yet, you might meet her in the next second. At that time, the Hulk happened to see you pickling my roommate and picking up girls again. What will happen to this? You can think about it. Sure enough, there was no response from the other side. Illumi turned off the phone blankly. Yes, Hisoso is not stupid, but Illumi is not stupid either. He and Hisuo mutually benefited each other, maintaining a peaceful surface, but in fact they also competed in private. Illumi will not Hiso's prey, but will blindly ask for Hiso's nuns. Ask him to help when there is a strong enemy, and occasionally provide information. Over time, he developed Hisoso into an ATM. At the same time, he also gave Hisoso an illusion. He only asks for monks, he will find an excellent apple for him, and he will also provide him with real information. Year after year, Hisoso will be used to it. And habit is the most terrible thing. It made Hisuo controllable, and even in the smallest aspect, it was enough for him to do a lot of things. Control freak Illumi said that there can be no people or things he can't control in the world. Ordinary person using my said, wake up and stop dreaming. Now, it's almost 1 o'clock in the morning. If it weren't for the private fights of the warriors on the 216th floor, the arena would never work overtime. It is rare to go to the night shift, and the hourly salary is doubled, so using my is naturally willing. But it didn't take long before she discovered that the beverage vending machines on every floor were accident-prone places. However, after finishing work, I find a place to rest and drink a can of 152 Junai juice by the way, but I will always meet unexpected people. Such as Hisoso. This guy stared at her with interest for a long time. She swept the floor and he stared, she cleaned up, and he followed, she gave him a blank look, and he twirled the playing cards and smiled ripplingly. The pervert is really make ordinary people feel worried. Hisoso was behind her. I remember you, you are Xiaoi's roommate. It took a while for Yu Xingmai to realize that Lumi's full name is Lumi Yi. So, Xiao Yi refers to Rumi? Hisoso, how did you get to the 200th floor? Yu Xingmai, take the elevator. Hisuo, why do you stand on the 200th floor? Yu Xingmai, work permit. Hisuo licked the playing cards. Don't be sophistry, you are a person of ability, right? Yu Xingmai twitched his lips. I am a cleaner. Ability? What kind of rubbish? Did Hisoso get his brains out of reading Tom Su's novels? She didn't want to have an intersection with Hisoso, so she simply left the place with a dustpan and broom, but unexpectedly the clown said that wind is rain, and suddenly threw a playing card at her. Do woolen yarn. Yu Xing didn't turn his head back, turning around the corner when the poker card hit the back of his head. Missed X1. Hisuo continued his efforts and flew out 2 playing cards. Yu Xingmai put down the dustpan and broom, bent over and rolled his trouser legs. Missed X2. Hisuo didn't believe in evil anymore, he chopped out a game of poker, and plunged towards Yu Xingmai from all angles. As soon as Yu Xingmai pressed the doorknob to enter the room, she closed the door neatly. There was a crackling, and there was a loud noise outside. Missed X3. Hisoso. Is he not technically good, or is she too lucky? Yu Xingmai, haha, I'm a fool to sweep the poker for you. Pick up as much as you fly. However, Hiso received a text message from Illumi before he had time to pick up the playing cards. Hisuo, who is still allergic to greens, said that his ribs were aching and he didn't want to run into any green cuteness for the time being. He wanted to seriously compete with Green Cutie, but it was definitely not now. So, when Illumi took Kurt back to the scene, he found that the corridor was full of playing cards. In order to confirm whether Yu Xingmai had any clues after meeting Hisuo, Illumi knocked on her door. At this time, Kurt picked up the playing cards one by one like an obsessive-compulsive disorder, and sorted them out smoothly. Yu Xingmai opened the door, looking at the big and the small outside, with a dazed face. Then she looked down and saw a pair of poker. Yu Xingmai said in surprise, you two know each other? It's so late, are you looking for me to fight the landlord? Illumi. After a night of fighting the landlord, Yu Xingmai unilaterally believed that the relationship with Rumi and the little girl Kurt had been sublimated. She enthusiastically sent out a team invitation, hoping to have breakfast with them. Illumi readily agreed, and Kurt naturally followed. It was not until the start of the meal that Kurt understood why the dinner his eldest brother prepared for him was whole wheat bread and milk. This is the cheapest . However, whether the food is cheap or not, it will become expensive in the end. Because no matter whether you are at home or out, beating the enemy and the crowd will always add to the poisonous meal. But it is highly toxic and expensive. 365 days a year, meals are kept constantly, so that the whole family has developed a physique that is not invading. Therefore, when Illumi and Kurt dine, they always add some special seasoning. Illumi carefully wrapped the noodles with a layer of sauce, and handed it to Yu Xingmai. Try it, Putong people's favorite bread with blueberry sauce. The amount of poison is not much, and the maximum sleep is 1 day. Yu Xingmai ate it up and nothing happened. Illumi wrapped the noodles with 2 layers of sauce. Go on, the fragrant flavor that Putong people love. You should be dizzy now. Yu Xingmai licked her fingers clean and looked content. Illumi was wrapped up to a lethal dose. Here you are, not eating is not a common person. Using my wiped it out without exception. Illumi. Early for 3, precious and poisonous. The jam and bread he personally customized, the thoughtful service he personally delivered, and his considerate gentle greetings. He has paid too much for this woman. The author has something to say. P.S. At this time, Kurt cast a surprised look. This woman, how can she eat such toxins? It's okay, isn't it? At the same time, Illumi cast his sight of death. Oh, forget Kurt's presence, forget it, insert another needle. Soon after, Kurt went home with a needle in it and said to Mama Chijo, I had acupuncture with my eldest brother, and I felt that my mind was getting more and more unclear. Chapter 28, 28th Money. Using Mai was full of food and drink, and started the day's work full of energy. The killer brother Duliu sat stiffly at the dining table, staring straight at the jar with only one bottom left, and said nothing. This 150 ml jar of jam is mixed with the flesh of dozens of beasts and the juice of hundreds of magic plants, as well as some toxins introduced from the periphery of the Dark Continent. After 18 steps of dilution, the blueberry taste that seems to be normal nowadays. It can be said that although the toxicity of jam is the lowest level of coma, but every bite into the throat is not only highly poisonous, but also a lot of nuns. A lot of things that can't be measured by numbers. Junai, Illumi and Kurt. They looked at each other, and even if they talked 1,000 words, they became everything in their mouths. Kurt was young and not very composure. He asked Illumi's most taboo question, brother, who is she? Illumi responded directly, ordinary people. Kurt was rarely stabbed, ordinary people who are okay after eating a pot of poison. The eldest brother and the younger brother always have something in common for those who have the same operational mentality. Just as Illumi likes to keep everything in his hands, Kurt also likes to cling to the lifeblood of his prey in the dark to get what he wants. As far as Illumi is concerned, Kurt knows too much, which is a kind of derailment. For Kurt, Illumi concealed too much, which meant out of control. Therefore, between the eldest brother and younger brother, the prey selection and competition quietly started. However, Illumi has eaten 14 more years of poison than Kurt, and the ability to deal with crisis public relations is not covered. Facing the younger brother's question, Illumi did not fluctuate, just pretended to lift the jar and sniff, and licked up the remaining poison, and tasted it. Not long after, Illumi opened up directly, this is not poison, it's just jam. Kurt, you took the wrong jar. Kurt. He looked up, but couldn't read any useful information from his elder brother's facial paralyzed face. But he was a killer anyway, and Kurt was not fooled. This is what my mother prepared for me. Means, if things didn't pass through his hands, could it be that Jiju's mother would also make a mistake? Illumi continued, have you ever seen an ordinary person who has taken a pot of poison and has nothing to do? Even our father can't do it. Illumi shook the jar, 150 ml, father will have to be dizzy for a while. Change to that woman, do you mean she is stronger than his father? Kurt hesitated, his determined expression turned into a skeptical look. No, the power of beating an enemy guest is deeply rooted in the hearts of the people, and Kurt can't convince himself that there is an 18-year-old girl who is stronger than his father in the outside world. Is it possible? Illumi continued his efforts, if you don't believe it, try it yourself. With that said, Illumi would have been licked by him a long time ago, pushed to the front of the younger brother, and turned on the flat A mode of dog talk, it seems to be eaten up by me. I'm really sorry. NS. Destroy the dead, a big success. Kurt. Did not leave him a bite. Is this really a brother who is connected by blood? It's a pity that his elder brother said that not only did I not leave you a bite, I also put a needle in your head. After all, you are my dear brother too. This is probably the touching brotherhood of beating the enemy family ==. By noon, Kurt ended a mission trip with a very poor experience. After saying goodbye to his eldest brother, he boarded the airship and went home with a blank face. After the younger brother who was in the way left, Illumi was passively sabotaged for the first time and gave herself a vacation. By the way, I approached using Mai and started the second phase of the plan. He wanted to know, where is using Mai's upper limit? So, when the day's work was over, Illumi invited using Mai to the stand of the arena to place bets. This is the fastest way to get extra money. Illumi said, looking at the preview on the big screen. The next game is Keihu vs Braised Dogs. Whoever you are optimistic about, bet the nun on someone. If you are lucky enough, you can get a lot of money. At the end, he added, there is no limit to the amount of deposit, right to be entertainment. Right as entertainment. Using Mai hesitated for a long time, but decided to give it a try. She raised her head to look up at the big screen, stared at the blonde and tall Keihu for a while, and came to a conclusion, Jean Wazoo. After staring at the gloomy and arrogant rabbit dog for a long time, he still came to the same conclusion, the five scum of war. Summary, the rookie pecks each other. Illumi tentatively asked, which one do you think is stronger? Keihu is just an ordinary warrior, but the rabbit dog is a savvy person. She must know who to choose. Using Mai said solemnly, let's start at 5 or 5. Illumi. Immediately afterwards, Illumi saw that she had taken out 100 Genie, and did not hesitate to bet it to cow. Illumi was puzzled. He wondered if he had misestimated the strength of the rabies. Could it be that Keihu had any advantages and could come back against the wind? But looking at using Mai's bright eyes, she looked at Keihu, seemingly full of inexplicable trust. Illumi hesitated for a while, and then took out 100 guilds and gave it to cow. Before the opening, Illumi asked nonchalantly, why did you bet Keihu? Is there anything he is superior to? Using Mai replied subconsciously, he looks good. Illumi. When the game started, Rabies slammed Keihu unilaterally, punching his handsome face with punch after punch. Then pin the tall man to the ground and crush it. Keihu, out. Using Mai covered his mouth with both hands, God. His face. Illumi was expressionless, Mai ring none. In the next round, there are tall and muscular men vs thin and short teenagers. Illumi just glanced at it and concluded that the teenagers could not win. As a normal person, the muscular man's fighting experience and physical strength are much stronger than him. Yusin watched for a while, and concluded the conclusion, rookies and chickens peck at each other. Illumi asked, which side do you think is stronger this time? Using Mai replied seriously, equally matched. Illumi. Afterwards, he once again saw her take out 100 Genie and unswervingly escorted it to the teenager. Said plausibly. Rumi, you must have never watched Hot Blood manga. The male protagonist in it is just like this teenager. He looks ordinary, but he is actually very strong. He will definitely win at the critical moment. Illumi remained silent for a long time, took out 100 Judi, and followed suit to the teenager. When the game started, the muscular man crushed the teenager and beat him so hard that he didn't even know his mother. Beat for 30 seconds and rescue for 2 hours. The teenager cried loudly, saying that he had lost his dream of becoming the #1 in the world, and he should go back to his hometown to farm. Using Mai, it turns out that not every teenager has Pegasus Meteor boxing equals. Illumi, my 200 nuns. In the third game, both of them were ability-minded, one was the strengthening department, and the other was the trait department. They have the same height, the same appearance, the same strength, and the same age and experience. Illumi just glanced at it and understood that this is a true equal split, a game that cannot be concluded until the last minute. Using Mai looked at them a few more times, focused on the appearance, and came to the conclusion, you are too beautiful. The young master asked, who do you think is stronger? Using Mai said, equally matched, and bought the left side to win. Illumi saw it in his eyes, silently rebuked, and voted 500 more. It was also at this moment that the eldest master came back into a trance and realized that he had been taken into the ditch by using Mai. He just wanted to test whether using Mai could see the strength of his opponents at a glance, see through their weaknesses, tell their strengths, and give an objective evaluation. After that, oh, he bought it and won it ==. 2 hours later, using Mai lost his hourly salary of 5,000 nuns and sat on the steps with a sad face, feeling that life had no meaning. Illumi stood behind her, and he had already won back a lot of nuns. This made him look at using Mai's eyes, as if they were looking at a koi fortune. But the young master did not forget his purpose. Do you know the rules of competition? Illumi didn't wait for her to answer, and said, the first game is the beginners. No matter whether you win or lose, both sides can get 158 nibbles, which is just enough to buy a can of drink. In the second game, the winner gets 50,000 geni, and the loser has no bonus. The higher the number of layers reached, the more bonuses you can get. Illumi sat down next to her. If you win the 100th floor, you can get 1 million geni. Up from the 150th floor, the bonus amounts to tens of millions. When you hit the 190th floor, you can get 200 million guilds. Using Mai's face was full of disbelief. Is it so easy to get money? Don't tempt her, she really wants to fight. Of course, this kind of thing has nothing to do with our Putong people. Illumi said blankly, but I regret that the strong like the Hulk did not come to participate in the competition. Using Mai was taken aback for a moment, and his heart tightened. Lumi, why did you suddenly speak of the Hulk? Illumi said with a composure, Mujiang is a human instinct. Is there anything more appropriate to mention the Hulk in the sky arena? Using Mai. She always felt that something was wrong, but looking at Rumi's noble and glamorous face, she gradually dispelled her suspicion. Lumi is just an ordinary person, who has not been in the dormitory for a long time, and rarely acts with her. There shouldn't be anything wrong, right? Oh, right. Illumi threw a big bait, I can send you a message for free. He twitched his mouth and smiled weirdly. Your brother, named Jay Freeze, is 11 years old and stays on Whale Island. If you want to bring him out of the island, please work hard to make money. Illumi turned into facial paralysis and said straightforwardly, bringing a younger brother is very troublesome and expensive. If you don't have a nun, you can't afford to raise a younger brother. Using Mai. It would be great if the Hulk participated in the competition. It was the voice of Gujing Wubo, but Illumi said very provocatively, betting on her to win, isn't it? Using Mai's heart was shamefully moved. Not for the brother who came out of thin air, but for the phrase stable win. Using Mai did not act recklessly. She worked honestly in the arena for half a month before secretly turning into a Hulk in the early morning of one night. The Hulk vest can only be the most mysterious internet celebrity. When she appeared in a highly anticipated place like the arena, she was afraid that she would have her life, and she would run away. After all, how to safely swap the vests between the cleaner and the Hulk may become the biggest problem. Using Mai does both money and safety. After thinking about it, it seems that there is only one way left. She switched the roll card of Hyaganiji for herself. In an instant, she was like a Hulk equipped, and she became a girl with the appearance of Hyaganiji. The black hair is supple, the pupils are pale, the facial features are heroic, and with the talent of the Hyaga clan, white eyes. White eyes, referred to as X-ray fluoroscopy eyes, are a kind of peeping eyes that can pass through a person's coat, epidermis, and muscles to reach the bones and meridians. It can see what is happening 10,000 meters away, and can also see what color underwear is worn by a close friend. In other words, a person with white eyes is a walking fluoroscope. If you don't control it properly, you will see something you shouldn't see if you are not careful, causing an extremely embarrassing scene. Using Mai equipped his eyes, and Using Mai walked onto the street. Using Mai saw two skeletons kissing each other, their teeth and jaws licking together, and there were countless skeletons applauding next to them. Using my == The author has something to say. P.S. Using my Lumi, I was frightened when I saw you with my white eyes. Illumi suddenly became alert. What did you see? Using my Do you often have so many nails and needles in plastic surgery hospitals? So your beauty is fake? Illumi. P.S. In a nutshell, why do you have to add a Hulk to write an essay? Please see. The strongest in the hunter world, and King Meru aim. What color? Green. The protagonist of Hunter World, J Flix. What color? Green. Hunter World popular supporting actor, Illumi beat enemy. What color will the new version debut? Green. Summary: green is the color of choice in the Hunter World. Chapter 29, 29th Money. The normal use of white eyes needs to meet the following points. Posing to lock the target, bursting the veins to light up the skills, chakra cycle life, and then come to the 64 gossip palms to show respect. A good flow of processes can be called a perfect hyaga. Unfortunately, using my is not a pure-blooded hyaga. As a wild LV.100, she immediately entered the open state as soon as she was equipped with her eyes. Not only can't it be turned off, it can't be suppressed. This caused her to look at people like a bone. When she looked at buildings, there was no reinforced concrete. When she looked at the screen, it became a chip and a loop. She could see the dew falling from the leaves 10,000 meters away, but she couldn't see what was special around her. Walk, hit the wall, turn, hit the pole. Because the walls and poles are things that are seen through and non-existent in the white-eyed field of vision. When the kind-hearted child handed the stick, when the friendly youth came to help, when she had to put her hand on the wall, avoiding a bunch of skeletons, and groping forward, using my finally understood. She was blind. Enthusiastic citizens, hello, where do you want to go, can I help you? Using my was very moved, thank you, can you help me to the Sky Arena? I want to play a game. Enthusiastic citizens. He firmly rejected using my's request, and solemnly told her that there were tens of thousands of matches and only one life. I can't see my eyes, and I burped 2 tears. What can using my do? Had to follow a large number of skeletons, heading in the direction of the loudest cheers. Until she finally entered the arena and touched the registration table. Staff, hello, is there anything I can help? Yuzinja breathed a sigh of relief, please fill out a form for me, I want to participate. Staff member. She tactfully rejected using my's demands and told her earnestly that there was only one bottom line in the competition. Sign up to accept you, causing 2 tears. What can using my do? I can only take out some Casbahs and ask someone to help her fill out the form. However, this is not smooth. A young, tender-faced girl, with disabled eyes and bruises, speaks mildly and politely. Who would dare to let her play a game? Wouldn't it be a shame? The kind-hearted warrior asked her to go home, but passers-by clearly refused, and those cold-faced and enthusiastic persuaded her not to do it. They tried to dispel her thoughts. After all, playing games is not a child's play, there is the possibility of death at any time. But in the end, she still waited for someone willing to help. The opponent is a tall young man. Although he was a skeleton in using my's eyes, his voice was cool and pleasant, and even if there were no emotional ups and downs, she felt quite comfortable. Youth, name. Using my paused, Leonardo Paramai. Oh, the grass is scared to death. She almost reported her real name. It's so risky, thanks to her wit. Youth, gender. Using my gender is obvious, right? Youth, it's not against men to wear women's clothing, such as my brother. Using my female. Then came the basic questions of age, address and contact information. Fortunately, using my was no longer Wuxiaoman after a semester of mischief. The nonsense information was pretty decent, and it did not arouse the suspicion of the youth. In other words, the young man did not want to ask more. When everything was done, the youth received the reward and read formulaically, "Shengui 3000 quits, I wish you a happy game." After all, the tall skeleton turned around and left. He hid in the crowd, seemed to take out a small stick, poke his face, forehead. There are so many skeletons dangling that they can no longer be seen. Using my squeezed the registration form and entered the link of randomly matching opponents amidst the size of the staff. The first game will start in half an hour. At the same time, Illumi, who went straight to the 200th floor, was completely refurbished, and after stepping out of the elevator, she became a frosty beauty. Behind him, the camera with a needle inserted in the elevator beeped and a puff of smoke came out. As a perverted operational killer with a strong desire for control, Illumi would not even let go of the camera. As for the issue of compensation for the destruction of public facilities, there is no such thing as a special place where private fights are allowed in the Sky Arena. Soon, relevant personnel will enter the elevator for maintenance, and then leave without incident, as if no damage had occurred. Therefore, Illumi was calm when he left. Illumi is a man of rules. According to his arrangement for himself, after entering the 200th floor, he is just Rumi. When going out to do tasks, he is Illumi. As a routine matter, before going to bed every night, he had to go around in front of Using Mai's room and listen to her heartbeat. It is necessary to ensure that the prey is still in its own territory and is not taken away by other carnivores, so that the young master can rest at ease. As usual, Illumi swayed silently to Using Mai's room and stood silently. Standing silently. Before long, the young master's black hair was calm and automatic, and his face was gloomy as if a ghost. He took out his cell phone from his pocket and started calling Using Mai's number. "Why is there no heartbeat in the room? Using Mai, have you been taken away?" However, the cell phone ring did not ring in the room. Illumi. The young master didn't make a sound, he just pressed a key and directly called up the position of the signal transmitter. He once helped Using Mai choose a mobile phone and gave her a pendant. And this pendant can help him locate where she is. It's just a pity that, in order not to reveal too much information about Using Mai, when he commissioned Mi-ji to make the pendant, the excuse he used was tracking the mission target. Based on his consistent assassination level, Mi-ji felt that the minimum configuration was enough for him to use. As a result, the signal transmitter can only show that Using Mai is still in the arena, but it is not accurate to a specific location. Illumi's brows rarely wrinkled. He simply went to the master control room, stunned the surveillance personnel with a knife, pulled out a bunch of videos, and collected information quickly. At around 8 o'clock in the evening, Using Mai finished work and entered the employees' single room. At about 10 o'clock in the evening, the 217th floor had a fight with the power of thought. Using Mai added a shift and went back to the room to rest near 11 o'clock. He didn't come out after that. Illumi moved his finger slightly to call up the video on the outer wall of the arena, focusing on the night scene after 11 o'clock in the evening. But the video is too long, and you have to concentrate on it. For a killer who pursues efficiency, the price/performance ratio is too low. Illumi chose to give up. It happened at this moment. In the live broadcast of the monitoring room, on the first floor of the arena, a cataract girl who had a relationship fumbled and boarded the ring. If it wasn't for the appearance of the opponent holding a wooden stick as a cane and trembling on the stage, it was too ridiculous. Illumi would not give a stranger too much stare. Disabled people with eye diseases have no thought power, fluctuations all over the body. Her steps are slow and unresponsive, and she doesn't look like a warrior with special skills, she is simply an ordinary person. An ordinary person, come to participate. Wait, ordinary people. Illumi. Recall the brief exchange between the cataract girl and him, and then think of her own cross-dressing. That's right, other people may not be able to do what he can do. It's just that he won't make any judgments as to whether the cataract girl has any contact with using my. Even if the disguise is perfect enough, as long as the core is the same person, no matter how cautious it is, it will show its feet. Such as smell, body, voice, and face, as well as some language addictions and habits. But these two, apart from being touched by ordinary people, did not make him feel alike. Suddenly, the screen put down the wooden stick, her legs were in a tandem posture, her knees squatted, and her body's center of gravity slowly moved down. She stretched her hands, and her 5 fingers were brought together to make a palm-out shape, which looked like an ancient physical technique. Illumi leaned forward slightly, staring at the screen like a cat that found a toy. And the opponent with the power of mind still stood in place with a smile, patted the solid 10-pack ABS, as if inviting her to take action. The humility of the face, the silent provocation, the straightforward contempt. The girl moved, and she slowly slapped a palm forward, quite cautiously. Then, her hand touched the opponent's chest, which was not unavoidable. Accompanied by a wave of invisible vigor and a whistling gust of wind, the poor insect flew out like a cannonball and embedded heavily into the wall behind. The scene was deadly silent, and the referee was dumbfounded. It wasn't until 5 seconds later that the exclamation swept the audience, completely igniting the early morning carnival. Illumi. Well, ordinary people, yes, just ordinary people. The two, except that they were both ordinary people, didn't make him feel alike in the slightest. It's just that this kind of routine that makes a person fractured is a bit familiar. Illumi looked at the big screen, picked up the phone, and called using my again. But the bell rang for 30 seconds, and the screen did not move. Is it muted? Or does he really want to make trouble? The young master stared at the number, and the light of the screen flickered in his hollow eyes. He decided to go downstairs and stare at the cataract girl to death. As a result, when he descended from the 200th floor to the 99th floor by the elevator, he even received a call from using my. Ah, Rumi. I'm sorry, I was in a hurry before and I couldn't answer your call. Using my's voice was a little panting, and some inexplicable panic. What's the matter, Rumi? Is the phone muted? No. Illumi asked calmly, where are you at this night? Using my. Toilet. Illumi leaned on the wall of the elevator and continued to question, the staff dormitory has a separate toilet. Where is your toilet? Using my. On a whim, I went to feel the warmth of the public toilet. Illumi, the phone is not muted, and I stay alone in the toilet. I am curious, what kind of warmth can make you feel for a few hours? Using my's words are poor for a while, but as a savage who has spent 8 years in the novice village, her skill at pulling a calf is not overpowering. It's the sewer, which made me feel the warmth for several hours. Using my used the most lyrical tone and said the most sad words, Rumi, they are all girls, you should understand. When I lifted the hem of my skirt and was about to squat down, my phone. It just fell into the toilet with a puff in front of me. Illumi. I heard your voice calling me, but I really can't respond to you. My hand warmed the sewer, and the sewer warmed my phone. That's how we warmed each other for a few hours. Illumi. The young master said coldly, if I remember correctly, your phone is not waterproof. Yusin nodded, yes, you can't prevent water. Doesn't it mean that the water leaks quickly after fishing? It can be used after drying. Illumi. Do you think I will believe it? The young master said, a woman's mouth is a deceitful ghost. All excuses are real hammers. Nearly 2 o'clock in the morning, Illumi and Using Glee emerged. He watched her enter the staff dormitory, stared at the door slowly closing, listening to the heartbeat in the room, slowly leaning back against the cold wall. After that, he dialed Hiso's phone. This time, it took a long time to be picked up. Hiso's voice is rarely dissatisfied, Xiao I even if it were you, I would be angry if you call now. Illumi ignored the other party's anger at all and said insincerely, "Ah, sorry, Hisoso." Hisoso yawned. "I just want to ask you a question." Illumi said blankly. Hisoso, Without needles, without hints, you can hold a woman in your hands and let her behavely tell you the truth. How did you do it?" Hisoso. He shook his spirit, and he was scared and awakened alive. The author has something to say. P.S. Hiso, Xiao, are you getting the hang of it? Illumi, I can dig my heart, open my brain, and lift your skull, but I have never learned to open my body. What is that technique? Hisoso. P.S. So, Illumi approached Hisoso for love counseling, so Illumi and Hisoso went to the orthopedic hospital together, so said. Chapter 30, 30th Money. The night sky at 2 o'clock in the morning was no different from usual. But the phone at 2 o'clock in the morning rang like a death knell. Hisuo stretched out his hand from under the thin blanket to hold the phone, and then slowly dragged it into the bed. Wriggling, suddenly opened a pair of long and narrow golden eyes, magnificent in color, but extremely cold. The thumb gently pried open the flip cover, and saw that the man was displayed as Illumi. Oh, this is one of his favorite red apples. Hisuo pressed the answer button, lazily waking up. Obviously, Illumi is already a mature red apple. He is automatically immune to Hiso's nonsense, and he cuts to the point after giving an apology. It must be a nun. Hisoso thought so. The eldest master of beating the enemy Haka has 3 good points in his life. The first is to give up nuns, the second is business, and the third is his younger brother. Illumi took the initiative to call him. The main content was threefold. One was "Don't hinder me making money," the other was "Come over and help me make money," and the third was "Make money from you." When he took the initiative to find Illumi, he must observe the following 3 points: I pay the bill, I compensate, and I pay. After that, you will get 3 results, namely, what you should, what you deserve, and what you must. After dealing with him for so many years, Illumi has never recognized anything other than blind nun. Therefore, as soon as he received the call, Hisoso was ready to pay 1,000,000 guineas. But he really didn't expect that the eldest master did not play the cards according to the cards this time, and unexpectedly mentioned the words that were hard to see for 800 years. Rao Zisuo saw more winds and waves, and now he was also dumbfounded. He sat up straight out of the bed, awake alive. Illumi beats the enemy off. The killer, who has been soloing for 23 years and still has no emotions, has abandoned the nuns and adopted women as the topic of night chat. Is it really the age of resuscitation? Hisuo licked the poker cards. Xiao Yi would talk to me about women, it really surprised me. Illumi said straightforwardly, well, after all, you are the only scumbag on my list, Hisoso. Hisoso. It seems to understand the power of Illumi's dog talk, and has suffered several times. Hisuo stopped licking the poker cards, and proceeded to the topic. Xiao Yi, if you want to master women, you must first understand women. Hisuo smiled, no needles, no hints, if you just want to master a woman, you can use your own body. Doing is the most direct way, addiction is the most convenient control. Illumi sees you again manually, I will not let her succeed in what I do and what she enjoys. He has already given too much, and he can no longer contribute the precious genes of beating the enemy and the K family. Hisoso. The poker tower just built, it collapsed ==. However, if you want a woman to tell you the truth, Hisuo stubbornly carried the young master's ping a mode, and continued, then there is only one way left. Illumi, what is it? Get her heart and make her fall in love with you. Zisuo carried the poker, and set up a tower on the bed again. Xiao, the one who uses the needle to control is only the puppet, the one who gets the body is only the bed partner, and the one who has the true love is the lover. Let her fall in love with you wholeheartedly, whatever you want her to do. Illumi was silent for a moment, and said, how can I do it? Hisuo kissed the ace of hearts and said with a smile, "Want to hear then I will tell you, Xiao I." Hisuo started the fox words and fox talks mode, and made a big move, pay for her, give her gifts, and invite her to dinner. Illumi. Hisuo is not a good seller. Although his relationship with Illumi is mutually beneficial, the opportunity is rare. After passing this village, there will be no such shop. Therefore, with a full of evil taste, the clown of the change system rarely grasps the dominance of speech, and naturally can't help but want to pit the neurotic operation system. If she scolds you, you apologize. This is what you should be. She beat you, you still apologize, this is what you deserve. She praises you, you still have to apologize, this is what you must. Anyway, Xiao I first learned to apologize sincerely. Illumi. Let go of your brother, your business, and your nuns. Don't hinder her with makeup, help her make up together, let her make up for you, it's all fun. Illumi. Understood. Xiao I Hisuo successfully finished the tower, smiling very happily. Every woman is different, but the means to deal with women are basically the same. Huian Huiyu, the bombardment succeeded. However, it is not a good thing for the young master to be friends with the clown. Illumi immediately upgraded to version 3.0 of Goyan Goyu, and said with great emotion, "Hisuo, you really deserve to be a scumbag. There is really a way to deal with women." He gave continuous crit, deserved of his name. Hisoso. At 7 o'clock in the morning the next day, Yuzing Mai was awakened by a sound of ding-dong. Feeling the heat coming from her body, she scratched her head and shook herself up. Unsurprisingly, she opened the 16-inch panel and saw a bunch of headlines from the shock department of UC. Number shock. The master who defeated many evil forces on the 235th floor turned out to be, Number disabled the death ring. Is it the loss of humanity or the annihilation of morality? Number cataract girl hits the 8-foot big man with one palm, just because she does it every day. Number Yuzing Mai. She once again recalled the fear of being dominated by the skeletons of the audience, and even the game seemed to be fighting the city of the dead equals. She took out the phone and edited the drift bottle. My eyes have awakened new abilities. I can see through human bones and reinforced concrete, and I can see what is happening 10,000 meters away. Chi Mu responded quickly, my eyes also have superpowers. As long as I take off my glasses and look at you, you will become a stone statue. Yuzing Mai. For some reason, there is a feeling of being compared equals. Yuzing Mai quickly typed, my body, defense, immunity, resistance to magic, and attack are all at full level. When I can't control it, it's really annoying. Yesterday, I only used a little bit of force, and I actually knocked it into the air. The ruler. Chi Mu Beifeng did not move. I really envy you that you only have these full levels, and as long as I take off the suppressor, the earth will be half destroyed by me. I can't control it, it's really annoying. Yuzing Mai. Can you be each other's plastic sisters equals? Yuzing Mai was expressionless. Don't talk nonsense, tell me how to control Chi Mu. Chi Mu calmly replied, to tell you the truth, you can control it by wearing a pair of sunglasses. Yuzing Mai, really? Chi Mu, perspective and clairvoyance, I awakened at the age of 3. I'm surprised that you didn't wake up until you were 18 years old. Yuzing Mai. I advise you to be a man. Yuzing Mai's self-confidence was severely hit. She closed her mobile phone and did not want to communicate with her friend for the time being. However, he still bought a pair of sunglasses in accordance with the advice given by his friend. That night, after she finished outfitting the role of Hyagoniji, she put on a pair of sunglasses. Well, now I am more blind than before. In the early hours of the night, Yuzing Mai, wearing sunglasses and holding a wooden stick, touched the ring. Through her sunglasses, she could clearly see through the opponent's ribs and heart. Then he moved down slowly, condensing the small spots on his back. "Hey, kidney stones?" The opponent rushed fiercely, using my didn't even think about it, gently avoided, and then controlled his strength to pat his back waist. "Shatter the stones with one hand. You deserve to have." The medical staff carried the victim away, and sighed, "It's too cruel, I wet my pants." Illumi. In the next opponent, the meridian is blocked, causing toxins to accumulate in the abdomen. But if you can get through a few contexts. Using my stretched out his hand, first pushed his opponent down on the ground, and then poked his acupuncture points several times. Dredge the meridians, relieve bowel movement, detoxification, and beauty. You deserve to have. The medical staff dragged away the victim with a pale face. "It's horrible, I went into the toilet." Illumi. She is another opponent. Seeing a doctor with white eyes seems to have become her habit. At first glance, she found that her opponent's leg bones were misaligned, which should have been caused by an early injury and poor healing. "Just re-interrupt and splice, you can." Using my broke his opponent's leg with a wooden stick, and it was so cruel that it made people fearful. "Slender legs, start with bones. You deserve to have." The medical staff carried away the victim, very sad. "Don't cry, you just lost one leg, but the other two lost their dreams on the spot." Illumi. Using my didn't notice anything, still shining and doing good deeds. By the end of the night, she had learned 70% to 80% of the white eyes combined with Hyaga's acupuncture hands, and on this basis, she unveiled a new journey for the role of Hyaga Niji. Blind massage == Using my wears sunglasses, leaning on a wooden stick, and starts picking up in the name of Leonardo Paramai. Every night, from midnight to 1 o'clock, every single order is 10,000 genie. I said it was okay, all the ills were gone, but I went to the hospital for a few times and came out to keep alive and kicking. Illumi. When it comes to the ability to expand offline business, he seems to be inferior. Using my earned a lot of extra money in 3 days by relying on his excellent blind massage technique. But although this earning career is fulfilling, it also means countless troubles. For example, now, she had just put on the Hyaganiji vest, and when he was setting up a street stall in the old time and place, Hisoso, who returned to the Sky Arena, found her. Hisuo seemed to have learned about her and developed a keen interest. When he kept approaching her, he exuded a chilly breath, like a walking air conditioner. "Well, I found it. Delicious red apples." Trembling voice, excited tone, "Leonardo Paramai, isn't it?" Using my Hisuo posted the battle post, "How about a fight with me?" With one hand on his hips, he gently lifted his red hair up with one hand, and made an intoxicated expression, I really want to pick you off, Can't wait." Using my stared at the skeleton in front of him through the sunglasses. After a long time, he said with a certain tone, "You are sick." Hisoso. The hand holding the cards trembled slightly. At this moment, Hisoso once again remembered the fear of being dominated by "you are sick," and the horror of being unable to find out what the disease was after running several hospitals. However, Hisuo will not give up the purpose of fighting because of a single sentence. It is rare to encounter a ripe red apple. How can you not invite her to play poker? So he flew a playing card towards her. Chapter 31, 31st Lump Sum. Hisuo is a willful and casual, crazy and arbitrary, changeable and militant powerhouse. He never restricts himself to do what he wants to do, and never restricts himself to live the life he wants to live. He has the restraint and self-control of ordinary people, but he does not control his mood. He knows the morality and bottom line of the world, but he also depends on his mood. When you are in a good mood, the playing cards in your hand are used to build towers. When you are in a bad mood, the flying cards will kill you. There are 3 things that make him happy in his life. The first is to discover small apples with growth potential, the second is to see the growth of small apples, the third is to pick the ripe apples by hand and enjoy them. There are also 3 things that disgust him in the world. One is that the small apple did not grow according to his expectations and was rotten, the second is that the fancy small apple was picked by others and broke, the third is that when picking a mature apple, it was found to have grown worms. If he really encounters this situation, he will go crazy. Once the target, apple, is confirmed, Hisoso will do whatever it takes to approach, provoke, fight or destroy. Just as he tried so hard to fight Kulalo, so he found the brigade, integrated into them, and became a fake number 4 spider. His goal has always been the strong, challenging them and defeating them is the joy of his life. But in the process of pursuing the strong, he also has a certain bottom line. Hisuo doesn't like wanton killing. Only the strong can arouse his interest. In the weak, he is not willing to waste his playing cards unless he is in a bad mood that day. Therefore, in most of the group activities of the Mirage Brigade, his participation was not seen. After all, in his eyes, it's not so important for him to find his favorite apples for things like finding treasures with the brigade, doing a big fight, and slaughtering blood. Just like now, Hisuo, who has been away from the Sky Arena for several days, has adjusted his mentality, and is ready to come back to see the green cute poisonous apple. Unexpectedly, I didn't catch up with the green cutie, but found unexpected fruits. Leonardo Paramai, a name that has never been heard before, a young girl who seems to have eye problems. She is very strong. From her debut to the 50th level, her opponents, no matter how strong or weak they are, or whether they have the power of thought, were all subdued by her. This kind of skill and momentum made him eager to try. Make him impatient. Completely, totally unbearable. I just want to provoke her, anger her, and then do everything to defeat her. Even if he is defeated or killed, he will not hesitate. Therefore, Hisuo ignored the notice sent to him by Marge, and pigeons the Phantom Brigade, like a wild horse running off the rain, to the beautiful Garden of Eden, to pick the attractive big apple. He stood in front of Yu Xingmai without hesitation. He flew out a poker without hesitation. Spinning poker is King Joker. The power of thought attached to the change element turned into an extremely hard killer, wrapped in a chilling wind, breaking through the air, passing through the crowd, and accurately piercing Yu Xingmai's head. With a soft sound of boom, poker hit Yu Xingmai's forehead, and as a result, the lens at this moment seemed to be stretched infinitely, and King Joker immediately turned into a crumpled piece of paper, slowly falling to the ground. Yu Xingmai. Hisoso. Gwell you people. Oh, Hisoso couldn't hold back, and let out an affectionate sigh. What a delicious red apple. This is the ironest woman he has ever seen. He couldn't help trembling uncontrollably, his golden eyes turned up slightly, his breath was disordered, and a wave of thought pressure that was stronger than a wave continued to overflow to the surroundings. It's murderous, but also war intent, it's runaway, and it's madness. Where ordinary people can bear the perverted power, they have never known the mind power, but their instinct is crazy warning, asking them to leave here as soon as possible. In an instant, everyone dissipated as birds and beasts, in an instant, the Hall thought ability spread. Hiso's wrist turned and his 5 fingers clamped a few cards. He licked his lips excitedly, and tore off the shirt that was in the way with the other hand. Under the bright lights of the hall, he threw away the torn clothes with one hand, brushed over the well-defined abdominal muscles, and crossed his back. Then, as if taking drugs, he couldn't help but push his hips and make bold and sensual movements to show his pleasure. However, this fell in Yu Xingmai's eyes, and it became a tall skeleton with his left arm stretched out and his right arm akimbo. She seemed to be performing some kind of performance art, twisting her hips constantly in front of her. One up and down, ups and downs. Yu Xingmai. Hisoso, don't force me to beat you equals. But is the air conditioner in the lobby broken? Why does the cold wind keep blowing? It's strangely cold. Seeing Yu Xing staying still, Like a lonely strong player, Hisuo couldn't hold back anymore and threw a dozen playing cards at her. Using my... She picked up the billboard of blind massage, decided to fly a bigger piece of Hisuo, and planned to reserve a bed in the orthopedic hospital for him. But just before using my started, a whole row of nails flew from various tricky angles, flashing cold. In a piercing sound of clang, every nail hit the poker precisely, or skewed their offensive route, or nailed them to the ground, pillars, and ceilings. In the blink of an eye, there was a mess around me. Hisuo. An exceptionally cold voice sounded at the entrance of the hall. The assassin wearing a training suit stood there, watching him, his mind pressure constantly rising. The murderous aura raised his black hair, and Illumi at this moment was like a demonized Medusa. He spoke, "That's mine. Just as I don't touch your apple, you can't touch my prey either." Hisuo didn't say anything, but looked at Illumi with interest. It was the first time that he saw this young master who was not motivated without talking about money, and he was unreservedly murderous. Shocking and trembling, he deserves to be the red apple in his fancy. "Xiaoi, you are so delicious." Hisoso and Illumi, one stood in the hall and the other stood at the entrance. Clearly separated by a distance, it does not hinder their confrontation and competition. Neon pressure rose again, and the temperature dropped again and again. Changing from mutual benefit to harming each other is nothing more than stepping on each other's bottom line. Using my... The central air conditioner is really broken. Today's business cannot be done, and Using my has lost interest in setting up a stall. But before leaving, she must make this clown who bad her business look good. She ignored Illumi, just grabbed the wooden stick and suddenly got up. With a thunder, she caught Hiso's nape ==. There is no way. After 8 years of being a savage, the habit of squeezing the neck when catching prey can't be changed. In Hisuo's stunned eyes, he was knocked to the ground by an unmatched force, and blasted. The excellent fighting quality made him enter the stage of resistance, but the girl was so strange that she stretched out her finger directly and poked him in the chest. Suddenly, Hisuo felt sore in his limbs and couldn't lift his strength. But as a change department, his thought power has a strong plasticity. Like bubble gum, it can stretch freely and move its limbs. Based on the secret technique Flexible Love, Pink Thought pulled up his arm. Neon wrapped his fist and slammed Using my quickly and fiercely. Using my didn't say much, he picked up the blind massage billboard and flattened him. Hisoso, the whole body hurts. Illumi. I said that you are sick. Using my's hand touched Hiso's shoulder and poked a few acupuncture points, for example, your hand, you like to throw things around, and you feel active. I can't control it, right? It's cured. She squeezed the acupuncture point and exerted a slight force. His arm became soft and prostrate. Hisoso. He cast a look at Illumi, take care of your prey, Xiaoi. Illumi. The killer took a step back and disappeared in the dark. I can't control it, I hope you can survive. Hisoso. The plastic affection between perverts is unreliable. You crotch, you like to arch your crotch when nothing is wrong, and there is something wrong with it. Does it often hunch back? This spine is a bit deformed. Don't panic, I'll straighten you up. Does it hurt? Pain means nothing, and general means nothing. Quack, quack, quack. He was forced to straighten up his bones and lay softly on the floor, like a half-dead fox. Oh yeah, it hurts more ==. Using my got up and adjusted his clothes. When I remembered that his hand was straightening his bones, I really wanted to wash it. She carried the wooden stick and touched the bathroom. Not long after, Illumi held a needle and stood in front of Hisoso. He stared at Hisuo blankly, and finally, his gaze focused on the back of Hiso's head. Xiao Yi, what do you want to do to me? Although Hisuo is lying down, the danger is not diminished. Oh, I think of it Xiaoi is the operating system, are you planning to do it on me? Illumi said indifferently, I don't do free work. He knew with just one sentence that the other party had no intention of killing. But Hisoso is thinking of my prey. Illumi pinched 2 long needles. It makes me very distressed. With your character, you will always pester her. The long needle was stained with thoughts, and it became extremely dangerous, exuding a layer of horror. Hisuo chuckled, is Xiaoi going to have a needle on me? Yet. Illumi tilted his head, rest assured, I didn't do anything else, and it won't hinder your fun in cultivating apples. It seems to have told you too much, Hisoso. Illumi stretched out his hand, if it is not necessary, I don't want to. A special needle was wasted. At this moment, using my silently touched it back here. In the field of vision, a tall skeleton was holding a slender object, and pointed at the Hiso skeleton on the ground. Using my, why there is one more, who are you, what are you doing? Illumi. Illumi pinched a needle and fell silent in his eyes watching the good show. After a while, the young master picked up Hisuo's coat from the ground and said, I just want to sew clothes. Hisoso. Using my felt that the voice was a bit familiar. Because of Kalaya's experience, Using my had no feelings for Hisuo, and even a little disgusted. But after beating back, she called an ambulance after she finished beating people. As for the tattered skeleton beside him, Using my expressed deep sympathy for him. How poor does it have to be to pick up Hisuo's torn clothes and sew them for another 3 years? Speaking of it, he seemed to help her fill out the form in order to earn 3,000 nuns. My God, children from poor families have been in charge early. She couldn't hold back, and asked, are you in financial difficulties? Is there a lack of money at home? Illumi. He compromised, lack of money. How short is it? Illumi, living in the mountains, hundreds of people. There are still 5-meter-high dogs to keep. Using my, do you usually have enough food? Illumi shook his head, don't eat. Poison is the dinner. Using my was embarrassed, are you the only one to make money? Illumi, yes. The tasks have been performed by one person recently, and there is nothing wrong with it. For a time, Using my felt complicated. She thought about it, and then sent him a team invitation, well, do you want to make money with me? Illumi. I'm not telling a lie, don't you know how to sew and fix it, the needle should be very stable, right? Are you interested in trying acupuncture? Using my carried the billboard of blind massage and said, we can cooperate. I will massage and you will have acupuncture. It doesn't matter if you don't understand acupuncture points, I can teach you. Illumi. He couldn't help falling into a long silence. It doesn't matter if you like this set or not. You can sew and poke needles. Then you can knit sweaters. Using my continued, the central air conditioner is broken, and ordinary people like me will feel cold. You can take 2 long knitted sweaters, maybe it will sell out. Illumi. Holding a knit sweater? The author has something to say. P.S. Illumi is holding 2 needles, Kia, come here, and my brother will knit a sweater for you. Chiya's hair is horrified, no, no, no. Don't come over. As a result, Chiya ran away from home, so the plot of The Hunter officially began == Chapter 32, 30-second money. Reading the needle, it only takes a breath to pierce a person to death, and hundreds of millions of nuns every minute. Acupuncture is time-consuming and labor-intensive to treat people and loses money in a few hours. If Using my proposes the efficient way of making money, I will overturn the target, you go up and down. Illumi expresses his willingness to cooperate. But she suggested I massage, you acupuncture and it's cold, knitting sweaters, which are extremely cost-effective ways to make money. Illumi expressed no interest. He has time for acupuncture, massage, and knitting. What can he do badly? He can play in the arena wearing a vest and rise to the 190th floor to get 200 million renminbi. He can invest his money in the stock market and order me G to make a double. He can return to the dry mountain, the one with the best caring talent brother. I can still go to the hospital to visit Hisoso and continue to make a claim. So, why do acupuncture and knitting? Such a way of making money that is full of human touch is not suitable for a killer of unreasonable feelings at all. Illumi refused using Mai's invitation to form a team, and then turned and left. He did not change the Lumi vest, nor did he routine, but went to the hospital with his original appearance, and found Hisoso in the orthopedics department. At that time, Hisuo recovered 7 or 88, sitting on the hospital bed, boringly erecting the poker tower. Perceiving the approach of the red apple, Hisuo raised his eyebrows and looked at Illumi, and let out a sticky grin. Xiao I, do you still want to do it? Illumi looked at Hisuo, seeming to be evaluating the opponent's state. When he found that Hisoso was recovering well, he said bluntly, if you are still the same, I will make up a shot. Illumi is so upright. He did not hesitate to tell Hisoso the main purpose of coming to the hospital, and would not hide what made him change his mind. But now, not anymore. Illumi's voice, Gujing Wubo, just explained the facts. I can achieve my goal with the current Yu, and the price I can pay is not small. Not worthwhile. So, the pins are unnecessary. The killer's efficiency and knowledge can be expressed vividly in just a few words. And this kind of words that ordinary people can't understand, disagree with, and even get angry when they hear them, it's only natural for him to fall into his ears. Just as Illumi thinks of inserting a needle into Hisoso's mind in order to keep things from derailing. Hisuo, too, had taken action against Illumi's younger brother, thus achieving the idea of angering Illumi and fighting him again. Only metamorphosis can understand metamorphosis. After all, they have exactly the same madness. Hisuo kissed the little trump card and said with a smile, the red apple chosen by Xiao Yi is delicious. Do you really want to share it? Illumi's voice was cold. I'll give you a stitch. Lift the long needle. Hisoso. It's just a joke. Hisuo chuckled lightly, and changed the subject as he piled up towers. Xiao I, actually, you don't need to stand up and do something, do you? You hide in the dark, I won't know that she is your prey. If you don't stand up, your prey can defeat me. It's because you got in and did extra things, and you don't want to share afterwards, so my interest has become stronger. Let me think about it. Yu Kexen's fiancé, a roommate on the 200th floor, and a prey in the arena. Combined with Xiao Ai's call in the early hours of your morning, some things are always intriguing. Zisuo was holding the poker tower, his mind turned a lot. Illumi stood in the shadows, tilting his head and staring at Hisoso. Is he extravagant? However, if Hisoso is allowed to take action against using Mai, it will expose what he does not want using Mai to know at this stage. Such as mind power. After using Mai knows the power of mind, knows her own specialness, and knows that this kind of speciality also has a large group, will she still restrain herself? Once she was out of control with herself, it would be difficult for him to get close. If the connection is a problem, how can he control her and turn her into his own weapon? Apart from these, are there other factors? However, Illumi didn't want to think too much, only knowing that it felt bad for the prey to be targeted by others. He said blankly, Hisuo, do you know who I am doing the task now? Hisoso, it's Miss Lumi. Illumi, no, it's an arena cleaner. Hisoso. You are fighting in the lobby and it bothers me a lot. Illumi continued, whether torn clothes or discarded playing cards, they are all adding to my workload. Illumi rubbed the needle. How to avoid the problem of working overtime late at night? The most efficient solution is not to solve you first. Hisoso. So, shouldn't I stand up? De Xiaoping A, wherever he passed, Hisuo puffed up his bun's face. Illumi turned Hisoso away temporarily, and then opened the door. Good night, Hisoso. I wish you a nightmare. Hisoso. Not long after, Hisoso received a text message from Illumi, the general content of which was mainly about nail loss fee, overtime compensation fee, ward visit fee, and a series of obscure miscellaneous expenses. Hisoso. Using my lived a fulfilling life of working during the day, fighting at night, and having a massage in the early morning. I have to say that there are many sandbags and materials in the sky arena. In the day and night of pondering, Using my gradually remembered with his body how and how much strength to exert in order to defeat them without seriously injuring LV.1. It can be said to be quite rewarding. Witnessing his own integration into the ranks of ordinary people, Using my feels happy every day. Coupled with the growing number of gene nuns in her pocket, she even floated particularly briskly. It is a pity that within 5 days of the good days, Hisoso returned from the hospital again. Unlike the previous 2 fights, although Hisuo's style of painting remains the same, his brain seems to be broken. Just like now, she was mopping the floor on the 200th floor. He leaned against the wall and stared at her all morning, and even chatted with her. Is it so free? Hisuo held the poker and covered his lips and said, Do you have a boyfriend? Xiao I said this is fiancé, he doesn't believe it very much. Can a woman who has a boyfriend hold back not calling and sending a text message to her boyfriend all morning? Xiao Yi is lying. As long as it is confirmed that Xiao I is lying, then many doubts can be solved. Using my. What's the matter with this person, after scumming Qualia, doing business with Rumi, and harassing her, are you planning to scour their dormitory? I also asked her if she has a boyfriend? Really unpredictable. Using my raised a confident smile, yes. She raised her hand, stroked her face, and said in an aria tone, How can I not have a boyfriend when I look so good? Hisoso. It surprised me Hisoso shook the poker, but, he didn't date you, call you, or give you gifts. Isn't the boyfriend you mentioned in a dream? Using my hardcore crit. He is so busy, of course I can't bother him. Using my acted very virtuously, I'm all so familiar, do I still need to be tired of being together all day? I used to see him every day. Hisoso. It seems that there is nothing wrong with it. Illumi is busy with tasks and will never turn on the phone until he loses the target. Illumi dressed up as a woman to accompany her, and she could indeed see her every day, tired of being together. Hisoso, do you know who Rumi is? Using my, I know. Isn't it the rich second generation? Hisoso, do you know the other party's job? Using my, I know. I'm currently an arena cleaner. Hisuo approached her, knowing him. You know. Don't ask. Using my waved his hand, we are engaged, we, the whole bedroom, are engaged. It has been booked a long time ago, you have no chance, hurry up and give up. Hisoso. Is it true? Hisuo scanned the back of Using Mai's head and squeezed the poker in his hand, ready to try with the lightest force. If she is hit, she will faint, if hit but not faint, she has a problem. But at this moment, Lumi, wearing a black dress, appeared at the turn, and her glanced from the end of the corridor, staring at the poker that Hisoso was about to throw, and pinched a nail. Hisuo withdrew his hand and flicked the poker boringly. It's a fiancé and a fancy prey. I don't give him any of them to play with. Xiao Yi is an out-and-out scumbag. However, Xiao I. You better be able to keep an eye on her 24 hours a day. Hisoso became suspicious, and the consequences were serious. He is a pervert who will never give up once he has locked up an apple. With layers and layers of cocoons, Hisuo found out the clues and made a guess, and was sure. Illumi beat the enemy guessed, what important information was concealed. Things have become interesting. If Illumi chooses Paramita, Hisoso expressed his understanding. That girl is powerful and dangerous, and must be the eldest grandson and daughter-in-law who beat the enemy Haka. But Ulamitu is using my, Hisoso said it was suspicious. Is there anything better for this woman besides a face? Is it true that a killer who beats an enemy haka and marries a wife still looks at his face? Hiso's curiosity began to swell, and his mobility became extremely strong. It's just that he didn't expect that Illumi, a control freak, was more terrifying than him. Not only did he close the doors and windows, he didn't even leave a crack in the door. On the morning of the first day, working hours, the vixen Hisoso was lying on the corridor and preparing to ambush the prey. The cat Illumi passed by, and tell him after the point, forgot to tell you, Hisoso, she is off today. Hisoso. In the evening of the next day, dry up time. The vixen Sasuo Shiran walked to the blind massage stall, but found that the cat Illumi was sitting next to the cataract girl, holding 2 long needles, pulling a ball of yarn, and knitting messy things. Illumi looked up, buy it. Hisoso. Rest time in the early morning of the next day. The vixen Hisoso has long been unable to restrain him, and after his patience is exhausted, tearing his face becomes indifferent. It just so happens that he intends to let go of a fight with Illumi. He carried the poker, he broke in, and he found that there was no target inside. He saw a teenager with red hair was sitting at the table. He was wearing a pair of green glasses, wearing 2 weird things, and wearing a green school uniform, looking up at him directly. Hisuo can't control it anymore, he is in a bad mood, he wants to see blood. So, he threw a poker card at Chi Munangxiang. At the other end, using Mai, who accompanied the young skeletons on the street to buy, asked, I heard the clash of metals. What did you buy? Illumi slowly said, knitting sweaters is good, and acupuncture is also good. The author has something to say. P.S. Wang Jings, I have seen everything through. P.S. Illumi, I look so good looking, you said my wife doesn't look at my face when I get married? P.S. Hiso, today, I must see blood. Chosen green Kimunangxiang, okay, then I'll do it. Hisoso? Chapter 33, 33rd Money. Chi Munangxiang came across the border to give using Mai a pair of glasses. He would never put I help you in words, and would only give silently in a corner that everyone can't see. I have been alone for more than 10 years, guarding the world. Knowing too many consequences is to forget what you want. Until he met using Mai, gained a friend who crossed the dimension, and felt the ease and unrestrained joking among the same level. They are of the same kind, so you don't have to worry about slapped your opponent when you are playing and playing, you don't have to care about what you missed when you are chatting, and you can also make complaints and analysis together when you get new abilities. Let Chi Munangxiang know what true friendship is. Therefore, although he and using Mai like each other, their friendship is very strong. After hearing about the mutated eyes of Yu, he commissioned his brother Kimu Kongsuk to make a new pair of glasses. A lesson from the past, a guide for the future, he sent it to using Mai after trying it on for a week and confirming that there was no abnormality. It's just not long after I came here, I haven't waited to hurt my friends, but I was waiting for a clown who broke in. The opponent is extremely tall, with red hair and sunken eye sockets, and his expression is intoxicated as if he is rising to an immortal. A set of poker in the left hand, whirling in the right hand, murderous, lingering between the cards. He was wrapped in a layer of pink air, kicking the door to pieces with the strongest force. Among the thousands of flying sawdust, thought pressure hurriedly came. Like a gust of wind on the ground, Chi Munangxiang's bangs were blown up, and his neckline flew up. Chi Mu. What an unexpected disaster, .. The crazy Hisoso scanned the room, but didn't see the apple he wanted. Suddenly, his eyes fixed on Chi Mu, as if he had discovered a new sacrifice. I can't control it. He can't control it anymore. Even if this is an ordinary person, it makes no sense to kill and waste his playing cards, he can't help it anymore. Hiso in a state of thirst for war, see who kills whom. His mind was stained with poker, turning it into a sharp blade, slashing towards Chi Mu's head. If this blow is hit, the next second must be a scene of flesh and blood flying across the ground and corpses lying on the ground. Poker fiercely attacked Chi Mu's face door, piercing his forehead straight, touching his skin and against his head. Crack with a crisp sound, like a ring of gold and iron. A piece of poker, another big trump card printed with Joker on the target's head, turned into a ball of waste paper. It drifted down from mid-air and landed on the ground. Chi Mu Nangxiang remained motionless. Hisoso. He had only seen this familiar formula, familiar taste, and similar scene not long ago. In an instant, Hisuo was excited. Delicious apples. He licked his lips with excitement, and brushed his hands over his chest impatiently. Come on. Let's have a deep communication with each other. On this night, I only belong to you, and you can only belong to me. Hisuo tore off his shirt, revealing his firm chest muscles. The air is suddenly anxious. Chi Mu. Yet, what a disaster equals. As the saying goes, there is no harm if there is no contrast. With contrast, there is a sense of superiority everywhere. When I think of the life of a damaging friend full of killers, perverts, warriors, and monsters, and then think about living in a happy 21st century, Chi Mu Nangxiang truly feels that his life is complete. So the question is here, how to solve this abnormality in front of you. Hisoso launched an attack towards Kimu. The poker surrounds him, spinning fast, rushing in front of the target like a meat grinder. Chi Mu turned sideways, an ace of hearts smashed the vase next to him. Chi Mu moved, a 3 of spades pierced the TV on the side. Chi Mu jumped up, and a small ace smashed the glass in the room. In a few dozen rounds, using my staff bedroom was almost destroyed. Chi Mu. I didn't mean it, please believe me. Zisuo was too annoying. Chi Mu repeatedly tolerated it, but finally couldn't hold it back. He stretched out his hand, grabbed the pink thought, and tied the thought thread into a knot in Hisoso's surprised eyes. Repeatedly chopped off. He exerted force on this end, actually pulling Hiso to his side. Afterwards, Chi Mu Nangxiang's hand clasped Hiso's head and poured him into the wall. With a sound of boom, half of his head hit inside. Hisoso. Chi Mu's lips did not move, but there was a voice, "Are you awake?" Hisuo sneered, exerted all his strength, raised his foot cleanly, and rushed straight into the opponent's temple. Chi Mu easily held his ankle and sighed, "Hey! Must force him to do it." Chi Mu grabbed Hiso's ankle with one hand and lifted it easily. Then, like a salted fish, he slapped him heavily on the ground, smashing a deep hole. "Are you awake?" "Oh, no equals. Just as the Hulk throws Loki, the green cute hits Illumi Chi Mu Nangxiang slings, it is also easy and convenient. 3 times to the left, be sober, 3 times to the right, be sensible. Turn around the top of your head again, and dizzy a little if you can't wake up." Poor Zisuo, like a monkey that can't find position, and because of his strong mind and good physical fitness, he has become a rare and unbreakable toy for Chi Mu Nangxiang. When Chi Mu smashed Hisuo into the pit, watching his golden eyes turn up and staring at the ceiling empty and out of focus, Chi Mu decided to stop. "Well, the lesson is over, it's enough." He turned his back to Hisuo, put his hand on the wall, and prepared to restore the room to. Unexpectedly, it is reasonable. Only half of the poker cards left in the corner suddenly flew up, and the breath of distraction in Kimu suddenly struck. His madness will not stop because of defeat, but will become a demon because of defeat. He is so militant, so dead, no one needs the world to understand, and no one can match it. Chi Mu had no time to bend down, and this high-speed blow had flew over his head, cutting off half of the suppressor. Ding! The lollipop-like ball rolled off the top of the head, the lens stretched infinitely, and time seemed to be stuck. Chi Mu's eyes widened slightly, astonished, shocked, and horrified, all of them became a slumber in his heart. Once the suppressor is off, his ability will get out of control. Once his power ran away, any world he was in would be destroyed by half. Without exception. Do not. Suppressor. His suppressor. Chi Mu stretched out his hand and grabbed the small ball. However, a force that destroys the sky and the earth has slowly swayed away invisible, like an ultrasound, quickly covering half of the world. The first wave of shock is lock-in. The second wave of shock is shock. The third wave of shock means destruction. No, don't. Boom. The first wave of impact has begun, like a hurricane, centered on the sky arena, spreading around at the speed of light. Unmatched, turbulent, like a tsunami, like a magma bursting. It is as if the sky is about to collapse, as if the gods roar, wanting to clean up everything and destroy them all. No one is immune. At the same time, Using Mai seemed to perceive something in the city center on the periphery of the arena. Before Illumi didn't even notice, she suddenly raised her head and dignifiedly locked the position of the arena. Fuck, this feeling. This feels like facing the 7 catastrophes of the Dark Continent, terrifying. Using Mai's face changed drastically. He grabbed the young skeleton's arm, pushed it behind him, and shouted, "Get down!" Speaking harshly, the sound is thunderous. All the staff didn't have time to think about what happened. They only knew that they were all crawling on the ground following this get down command. Using Mai went straight into an explosive state, and no longer gave up the trouble of losing his horse. She clasped her hands together in the shape of a Buddha, and her eyes sparkled with golden sparks, like a glaring Vajra. This is the first time that she has turned on Shaolin in full state, and it is also the first time that she has unleashed a nuclear explosion tactic, the Golden Bell, in the world of ordinary people. I saw a King Kong giant Buddha covering the sky and sun, forming a phantom, with a majestic appearance and golden light shining all over the place. The mighty Pengbei Eye's power floods the world, with 1,000 eyes and 1,000 hands coming to form the most solid defense and solidify into the strongest wall. The golden bell with the word fell, and the 100,000 meter Buddha looked down. A pair of golden palms came from the sky, locked in the most terrifying place, and fell heavily. The phantom penetrated the wall, and grasped the key. Boom! The first wave of shock exploded in the palm of the Buddha's hand. Using Mai's power is boiling, rushing, and agitated. The collision of force and force, the conflict between rules and rules, the contest between dimension and dimension, this is the pleasure she has never felt before, and the publicity she has never experienced. Unleash your full strength and fight for it. If you lose, no regrets. The second pair of big palms once again penetrated the void and fell, and then, the third pair, the fourth pair, the 100,000 meter giant Buddha was blowing in strong wind, and thousands of sentient beings could only crawl on the ground. The earth was trembling and the buildings were cracking, but no matter whether it was screaming or screaming, no one could overflow from his throat. Shocking and magnificent, it is a golden bell left from the past. It was so exciting that the limbs trembled, the heartbeat accelerated, and even the breathing tightened with the strong wind, and suffocated for several times. Obviously, in the midst of infinite horror, he will die in the next second, but no one is willing to close his eyes, willing to miss this magnificent spectacle, even for a second. The first pair of bergamot annihilated in the shock wave. Using Mai's eyes are red, sitting cross-legged. Kixiu's internal energy resolves countless hidden injuries, and derives brand new strength. The second wave of shock is coming. In the explosion of the bombardment, hundreds of pairs of bergamot were annihilated. Turned into countless scattered golden brilliance, spilled over half of the world. The night is stained with golden stars, bright, magnificent, and it seems very warm. The third wave of impact swept through, and the power was even more powerful than before. Using Mai's face was pale, blood overflowing from Kikiao. Thousands of pairs of bergamot fell down, and finally disappeared the most terrifying power in the palm of his hand. The deafening sound of the explosion contained the clouds and shook the sky arena into a cobweb-like gap. Ashes fell from the reinforced concrete, flying in the air, filled with a smell of gunpowder. At this point, the song ended. Behind the scenes, the crisis was lifted. The golden ancient Buddha has kind eyebrows and benevolent eyes. Layers of phantom-like condensed palms are blooming like lotus flowers, retreating layer by layer. Continuously into golden waves, covering the zenith, sprinkled with golden brilliance. There seemed to be Sanskrit sounds coming from the sky, pushing aside the Red Sea. However, using my only felt nauseous, dizzy, uncomfortable, and vomiting. Grass mud horse, vomit. There is no way, it is really embarrassing for her to contend with the power that is enough to annihilate half of the world. At the same moment, a pair of big hands stretched out from behind and gently wrapped her waist. Unsteady, using my leaned into an embrace. Slightly cool to the touch. And the big Buddha above his head disappeared into the sky as thousands of streams of light, shining brilliantly, rendering half of the world beautiful. Wonders of the world, countless meteors. Even though the surrounding area is devastated, everyone remembers the lost tonight, the battle of the past, the return of unknown power. Illumi raised her head, her dark cat's eyes were filled with flying stars. For a long time, there was no sound. He just grabbed Using Mai in his arms and said, "It's all right now. Take a rest, I will take you away." Using Mai breathed out a suffocating breath, and without holding it up, he fainted sharply. She knows what's going on. When the bergamot surrounds Chi Mu's body, when the strength of the two sides compete, when the information merges, she understands what happened. Chi Mu, my dear sister. You are tense, don't break out before I wake up, I beg you QAQ. Using Mai regretted it. As long as she opened another Sword 3 school, she would not be as passive as she is now, and she would be tired after 3 waves. She really couldn't do it. Although Chi Mu is choking and embarrassed, he is not dizzy anyhow. So angry, she wants to open Kang Yun. The author has something to say. P.S. Hisoso, I ate a poisonous apple, very poisonous. Chi Mu Nang Siang, haha. Using Mai, Hisuo, you troublemaker, wait for me. Chapter 34, 34th Money. The appearance of the ancient Buddha and the advent of nuclear explosion chaos caused the building to collapse and the dome to tilt, as if the final scene after the arrival of the end. When all the dust settled, the night breeze engulfed in gunpowder smoke, and it was cold to the bones of people. The dizziness faded, and their reason returned. They pushed aside the curved street lights, stepped over scattered rocks, and began a slow and long rescue operation. Fortunately, from early morning to noon, in the area radiating outward with the arena as the center, there were some minor injuries, but not the severe ones. Only a seriously injured person on the 200th floor of the arena was dying and in danger. At the same time, all forces reached the arena at the fastest speed. Participated in rescue, investigation, and other operations together, ingested all the videos on the street, interviewed hundreds of witnesses, and finally found that the deeper, the more confusing the truth. And in the early morning a day later, in the temporarily established conference hall, the Hunters Association was present, headed by President Nitro, and supplemented by the 12 earthly branches, entered in an orderly manner, and sat in order. Even the missing Kim Fulishi is also listed. The leaders of the 6 continents and 10 regions also arrived one after another. They all dressed in black suits and entered the hall accompanied by the Yin Beasts, a team of people with abilities. Next, the crown princes and high-level officials of various continents, the key members of the media organization, the excellent intelligence analysts, and the representatives of the beating enemy and the K family. As the current patriarch, Shiba beats the enemy K, and his father Gino beat the enemy. When several parties were listed, the meeting started, and countless pieces of information were piled up on tables and screens and placed in front of everyone. On the fluorescent screen, a huge golden Buddha appeared. Due to the fixed point recording and the fixed angle, only a part of the image was captured. This is the only remaining camera on the scene. The rest have been destroyed. I don't know why, most of the videos are missing, and the memory of the masses at the center of the incident is a little fuzzy. A man took a stack of paper and explained in detail, from the energy fluctuations detected by the hunter's stronghold, the first unknown location is the 200th floor of the Sky Arena. It was confirmed that it was a staff dormitory on the 200th floor. The second unknown location is the commercial street outside the arena. It has been confirmed that it is in the middle of the hardware store and the coffee shop. The man said, the starting place of the huge energy fluctuations is in the 200-story employee dormitory. According to the capable people in the arena Hisomoto, hunting at this time. Tap your fingertips, and Hiso's face, video and full-length photos are put on the screen. The red-haired clown in the photo was twisting a piece of poker. Sushi knew that he was being secretly photographed, but he looked at the camera generously with a smile on his face. The evil spirits of nature came upon his face. He entered the 200-floor staff dormitory and started to work with the unknown. After that, the unknown seemed to be out of control and something more terrible happened. The consequence of losing control is to lead to another unknown. According to the investigation, there were no dead or missing persons in this incident. The man posted the information on the screen. The reason is the golden ancient Buddha. Let's call it the power of the incarnation system for the time being. Its essence should be protection and shielding. So, the arena area hasn't been damaged too much, except for that room. We basically ruled out the possibility that using the employee in the room, is just an ordinary person who is a college student and has no power of thinking. Hearing that, the members of the Hunter Association had a slightly weird expression, and they carefully looked at the expressions of Jin Fulishi. Jin was confused. What do you guys see me doing? Everyone smiled awkwardly and turned their heads. But we locked one of the unknown suspicious identities, Leonardo Paramai. The strong-minded man who recently appeared in the arena was the one who was targeted by Hisoso. He also appeared on the street later and was witnessed by many people. The face, video and full-body photos of the white-eyed girl were put on the screen, highlighting extremely strong. So far, the 200-story student staff have returned, Paramai has been confirmed to be missing, Hisoso has been admitted to the hospital for treatment and has not left the dangerous period. Part of the truth, we have to learn from Hisoso, so. If you have the power of healing under your command, please do it. The meeting is still going on. For the mutual benefit of each other, they temporarily put aside the gap and decided to work together. After all, the existence of two unknowns symbolizes the power to destroy the world. If you can't hold them in your hands, at least get a basic understanding, so as not to accidentally commit crimes. Therefore, when the outside world has a more powerful and uncontrollable threat, human beings have no time to turn back. But most people don't know the so-called truth they are looking forward to. The words spoken from his mouth in the change department would only be a bunch of bells and whistles. One day ago, 5 hours after the incident, it was in a 5-star hotel. Using Mai rested on a soft pillow, covered with a soft snow quilt, and sank deep into the Simmons bed. After groaning groggily, he trembled and awakened, and suddenly sat up from the bed. She opened her eyes wide, still with a sense of ignorance, subconsciously scanned the surrounding environment, and checked her body. Ah, she remembered. At the moment when Shaolin was fully opened, the vest of Hinata Ninkai turned into a layer of scales and dispersed like a molting skin. You are awake. Familiar voice. Lumi held a glass of water, handed it to her, and explained faintly, the arena has suffered a terrorist attack, and it is already under martial law. Arena, terrorist attack, martial law. Where is Kimakujuo? Meow. A sudden meow. A white cat with a grey-headed face and a pair of green glasses was sitting on the bedside, looking at her with dead fish eyes. Meow. It's me, Chi Mu. Using my. She couldn't help but turn to look at Lumi, and then at Chi Mu Nang Siang. This white cat is wearing green glasses. Doesn't it seem strange for Rumi to see it? What's the matter? Illumi asked, what are you looking at, is there anything there? As he said, his dark eyes were deep and he stared directly at her side. Using my. Chi Mu Miao. Chi Mu Miao, invisibility is invisible to ordinary people. Yes, to Kimu, Illumi is just an ordinary person, nothing more. Using my shook his head and said quickly, it's nothing, just a little delirious. By the way, why are you here, Rumi? Lumi has always been by the rules, returning to the dormitory to rest after finishing work. According to common sense, shouldn't she be in the arena? Also, what's the matter with this hotel? There was an accident in the arena, and we urgently took refuge. Illumi said, after I came out, I met a young man holding you. Illumi would not explain in detail, only said, you fainted, I beg him to take you to the hospital. Using my became nervous. He told me that nothing will happen to you. Illumi sat on the edge of the bed. After that, we came here. Using my let out a sigh of relief. As long as it's not going to the hospital, she can say anything, she is really afraid of revealing herself. However, the young man, that young man. She should have known her secret. What about him? Left. Did you say anything? No. Using my was a little uneasy, but Illumi had turned his head, raised his hand to turn on the TV, and switched to the scene of the arena after the catastrophe. The ground is messed up, a mess. There are a lot of cameras on the street, and there are also many witnesses. I heard that the suspicious person has been locked, and it is a woman with white eyes. Illumi is suggesting to her that the suspicious person is the same as a cataract girl, and your paramita vest is no longer usable. Sure enough, Using my looked a little faint as if he had been hit by something. It was also fortunate that she could hold on and barely stay in a calm state. Illumi continued, there will be a period of chaos in the arena, during which we'd better leave and return to our friend Kexon. He hinted to her that the arena has become a place of right and wrong, and everyone's eyes are gathered here. Staying again is an extremely unwise choice. Using my nodded, well, let's go back. By the way, Kalaya and Camilla. Illumi, they have found a job as a graphic model and will not leave in the short term. Not long after, Illumi's cell phone rang. He took out the phone, looked at the caller ID's name, and was silent. Immediately, he instructed Using Mai to continue to rest, and got up to the balcony by the way, and answered the phone, Dad, it's me, Illumi. Yes, I am on the mission in the arena. Well, I saw it, and felt it. Illumi said, very powerful mind, yes, it is a mind-capable person. Looks. She has a pair of white eyes, black and shiny like mine. Send. Their dialogue is like a game. After Illumi said white eyes and black hair, Sheba at the other end gave an affirmation, indicating that the family intelligence had grasped the other party's image. His temptation was just to confirm whether his eldest son was hiding anything. Sheba and Illumi are said to be father and son, as well as the owner and executor. There is always a delicate balance of power between them. Sheba never looked through her eldest son, and Illumi never showed her fangs to Sheba. For decades, there was nothing wrong with each other. Illumi said indifferently, she is called Leonardo Paramai. I have seen her in the arena. I saw her release her mind with my own eyes. It should be the incarnation system. Dad, do you want to find her first? Just look for it, because of her character, she will never use this troublesome identity again. She just wants to be a generalist. Sheba's voice came, well, find her first. Illumi understands. It's the usual method of beating enemies. Fighting enemies will never engage in evil with the strong. In the face of such a strong, even if you don't have a good relationship, you must collect enough information. In this way, you can avoid fighting each other as much as possible, and you can also find a way to once you fight, you can save your life. It's just that Illumi guessed wrong this time. Ziba continued, we are very satisfied with her. Such strength should be the eldest daughter-in-law of beating the enemy and the K family. Illumi. If you don't want to, Chia will be an adult in 6 years. Shiba said in a calm tone, all the way to Ajikita wants to find her soon and let her pick one between you and Chia. Illumi. The young master said blankly, Dad, Chia is not yet 12 years old. Shiba was about to say something, but the phone was snatched away by Chijo on the other side. Rarely, Shiba was a little dazed. No matter how Biao Chijo was, he had never lost his face in front of servants, father and grandfather, but now. Mom's Illumi. Kijo was so excited, age is never a problem. As long as she wants, you and Chia can do it. Illumi emphasized, Mom, I picked my fiancé. Kijo continued, Mom's Illumi is very attached to his fiancé. But my mother can't bear to be green and cute, and she can't bear to blank-eyed girls, they should all be the destined family members to beat the enemy and the guest. Jikita began to wipe his tears, since Illumi picked the most beautiful, let the strongest pick Kia. Mom's Illumi, if you have information about green cute, you must pass it home. Miji should lose weight. If green cute can like Miji, that would be great. Illumi. The author has something to say. P.S. Illumi, these 3 are my fiancé and mother. Chishu. P.S. Chia, the creeps are creepy, they want me to get engaged. I'm going to run away. Miji, take me and run. I don't want to get engaged. Kurt, my brothers all ran away, so let me run too. P.S. Chimo Miao, do you know that you already have a fiancé? Using my, hey? I don't know, is it that boyfriends in this world are assigned by bags? Chi Mu Miao. P.S. Using my, fiancé, I have already handed it over to the country. Chapter 35, 35th Money. Illumi took a long phone call. The main content was listen to mother's screams, and the secondary content was Mum has arranged you clearly, men will not be new once they are 25 years old, and marry sons who don't go out are scraps, it's not a good killer to beat an enemy guest who doesn't open up for the strong and so on. Although Illumi is arrogant, controlling, frantic, and emotional, he is generally a good man, and his education does not allow him to hang up his family members at will. Especially mother. Otherwise, once he goes home, there will be no peace. No, the eldest master can only put the phone on the balcony, grab the economics on the bookshelf of the suite, and quietly sit in the old rocking chair and read it. A minute later, Illumi picked up the phone. The basics of the ruler, Chiyu is the best child of the enemy's family, it is so cute, she will like it. Well, put the phone in place and continue reading. After turning a page, Illumi picked up the phone again. Ji Chu eloquently said, although Miji is not well qualified, as long as he can lose weight, he must be a handsome child. With just a face, green cuteness will still be liked. Illumi put down the phone and made a cup of tea. After reading a part, Illumi raised his phone. Kiju chattered, your wedding will be held in an active volcano. It is so romantic and gorgeous to treat the sprayed magma as wedding fireworks. Illumi. The young master stared at the phone and couldn't help falling into thought. They beat the enemy guest. The landlord of the withered Slaughter Mountain, the richest man in the Republic of Batokya, and the famous killer family in the industry, have they fallen to the point of selling their sons for glory? Illumi in that side was suspicious of life, and using Mai and Chi Mu Nangxiang in this side began to fight each other daily. Using Mai, brother, do you know? You cross-border didn't give me glasses, but the end. Chi Mu Miao, we finally gave the glasses to the end together, it can be considered a kind of consummation. Using Mai. You seen me foo-foo, how did you become a cat? Chimo meow, I can carry a nuclear explosion, but my clothes can't. Chang Mao, is it still running naked? Using my twitched the corners of his mouth, then why are your glasses and the remaining suppressors all right? Chimo meow, I have 2 hands. One hand protects one, can't you? Using my Chi Mew Meow bowed her back, stretched her limbs like an ordinary white cat, and yawned. The appearance is clearly the cutest cute pet, but in essence, it is a million times more terrifying than the primordial beast. After losing control once, I have a 24-hour cooling off period. Chimo Meow said, as long as I can stabilize my emotions, I will be a safety product during this period of time. But I can't go home across the border. Using my was taken aback, why? Chimo Meow, I need strength to cross the border. Without the help of the suppressor, I will lose control with a high probability, and the result will be another explosion of the world. Using my Chi Mew, you are actually the devil, right? Follow-up processing is very troublesome. Chimo Meow said seriously, after you are unconscious, I have to do some finishing work. For example, destroying the video, blurring the memory, cleaning up the traces, if not. If it weren't for that, killer's processing methods were more efficient and professional, he was afraid that he would have to spend more time and energy. However, thinking of Illumi, Chi Meow's cat face presents a humane complexity, which is quite indescribable. Using my, what else? Nothing. Chi Mome raised his cat's face, looking at the little friend's eyes with a little pity. Compared with Illumi's madman who uses me for 8 lifetimes to claim your whole life, Terahashi-san's little wish want to hear Chi Mujun say oh who to me is really safe and cute ==. Using my cast a suspicious look, your expression tells me what you want to say. No, I don't want to. Chi Mome licked her paw. Destiny becomes more and more murky as it is said. Instead of interfering, let it be. As long as the small partners don't change their original intentions, they will naturally be able to continue. Chimo Meow returned to the topic, I can look back in time, but using the power to change cause and effect in another world requires a price. For example, I chose to go back to the arena before the incident, on the 200th floor, your bedroom. Then I need to pay the corresponding remuneration. The reward refers to 100 times the energy consumed during the reversal period. If your burst energy is 1, then I have to pay 100. Chimo Meow said, the price is too expensive. So. He pushed a broken suppressor in front of using my, I need a scientist proficient in equipment to help me restore the suppressor. This is the safest way. Using my twitched his mouth, then the question is, how can the ordinary student party contact the elite scientist and ask him to help? Chi Mew Meow. Let's go back to your friend Kexen with me. Using my smiled meaningfully, because I didn't throw the suppressor you gave me last time. Oh, your clothes haven't survived a nuclear explosion, right? Then I will buy you a furry kitty outfit, the one with bells. Chi Mew Meow. Are you the devil's ghost? Chi Mew Meow, who was in the stealth state, leaped on Using Mai's shoulders and sat down obediently. After that, Using Mai and Illumi returned to the Sky Arena, preparing to go through the resignation procedures. During the period, Using Mai, who is very popular, received phone greetings from roommates, friends, classmates, elevator ladies, and even the canteen aunt. The main content is that you are okay, how are you, and I am so worried about you. At the same time, Illumi, who is extremely poor in popularity, received phone greetings from his parents, younger brother, Mirage Brigade, Fat Sheep clients, and even those who were scammed. The main content is whether you are dead or not, then take the task. Chi Meow, who can hear both voices. The resignation procedures were implemented quickly. In other words, the Sky Arena is busy looking for the cataract girl Leonardo Paramai, and there is really no time for the cleaner to resign, or who will make up the little things after resignation. At this point, the Hyaganiji vest was completely exposed and debuted in C position. Unless it is a special period, she is afraid that it will no longer be usable. Hulk is an internet celebrity, Hinaganiji is a savior, and Sakamoto symbolizes various accidents. Using Mai said that she needs a brand new and ordinary little vest ==. However, the subsequent impact caused by the big event far exceeded Using Mai's expectations. Even if she didn't open the 16-inch panel, she knew that this headline had a sensation in the world, and the energy Jinjiang system wanted was definitely full. When all the forces gathered in the arena, even her little cleaner was arranged for questioning in a closed room. Intelligence team, what are the intersections between you and Hisuo? Using Mai, he throws poker, I pick up trash. This is the only intersection. Everyone. Intelligence team, there are many fighters on the 200th floor. Why did Hisoso choose you and enter your dormitory? Using Mai, he went to the wrong room, right? Everyone. The intelligence team took a deep breath. The surveillance showed that you went back to the dormitory after work, and never went out again. Then, Zisuo can only see you when he enters, and he can only fight with you. Using Mai, I have the ability to hang Hiso and destroy the world. What am I doing as a cleaner? Everyone. The intelligence team rubbed his eyebrows. Where were you that night? Was there anyone else in the room? Using Mai, I am in the dormitory. If there are no ghosts in the world, there is only me in the room. Everyone. Using Mai killed the 3 key points of I'm asleep, I don't know, and I'm just an ordinary person. In the end, she washed away all suspicions and was released not guilty. The conclusion given by the intelligence team is that the cleaners were inexplicably transferred after falling asleep, and the staff dormitory was reduced to a battlefield for the unknown and Hisoso. In the end, he still had to find the truth from Hisuo. Therefore, after being seriously injured, Hisoso, who was supposed to be compensated by countless enemies, splashed gasoline and fired on, just relied on the lucky halo of only I knew the truth, and successfully obtained the asylum of all forces, and waited until the healing power. The help of the person. No matter how you do it, you can't die, it can be described as a European ==. When the big names gather in the arena, the meeting of all the key players will begin. Using Mai and Ulamaya were roommates and boarded the airship to Yukiksen City early. After arriving at Yukiksen, Using Mai said goodbye to Illumi on the pretext of I want to add daily necessities and rushed to the mall first, without any intention of asking him to accompany him. Illumi. Women, even going to the toilet have to go with each other, how come to go shopping but abandon their companions? Illumi felt that there was a ghost, and simply followed. Then, he saw Using Mai bought a peaked cap and put it on his head, secretly and sneakily entering a shop called Cat No Love. Illumi. Is she particularly keen on doing that kind of thing? The young master's thinking turned into a blind spot ==. Using Mai asked, Boss, do you have a fluffy cat costume, the one with bells? White. Hearing this, Illumi couldn't help but think of the white cat ear headband, the white cat tail vibrator, and the bells and cat outfit. It turns out that this is the cat girl that Miji often talks about. Well, he somewhat understood why Miji became more and more imaginary day by day. Just at this moment, the 8-foot-long, 200-weight, and colorfully make-up boss pinched Lanhua's finger and giggled, I hate it, just say it if you want, so how can people hear it in a low voice? Dead ghost. Illumi. Using Mai. Chi Mew Meow. They suddenly felt that Hisoso was a very normal, masculine, and not unacceptable abnormality ==. The boss twisted the waist of the bucket and took out a large kitty outfit, letting Using Mai choose. In the sight of Chi Momiao's death, Using Mai picked one of them, paid generously, and walked away with his bags sloppily. After her figure walked away, Illumi appeared from the dark, turned her head and stared at Cat No Love quietly. Do you like it so much? I don't know what kind of mentality he holds, so Illumi stepped into the shop and asked, what do women like? The boss was shocked when he saw him. Afterwards, in the voice of the boss repeatedly chanting Sister Yu, this is a Sister Yu, he saw that the boss recommended leather whips, shackles, red strings and candles for him. Illumi. It turns out that Using Mai likes to be tortured. Using Mai returned to the dormitory, opened the cabinet, and took out the cat's ears, hairband, and cat's tail. She was full of expectation, hoping to see the cat-eared teenager that hurts her friend's cuteness. Unexpectedly, Chi Muxiao ran past with a swish, picking up her headband and cat tail. Lightly fell on the balcony. He arched the headband on his back and looped the cat's tail around his neck, and said, leave the cat, pretend to yourself. After the suppressor is equipped, the space jump is directly turned on. As a qualified damage friend, Chi Munangxiang pretended to be harmless all the way, just to let Using Mai taste the pain of stealing rice. Let you buy the cat costume happily, and let you watch me leave in amazement. Can't catch, can't chase, stomping your feet with anger. The same as LV.100, Chi Mu is a rare play, and naturally spares no effort to pit Using Mai. In her cry of you wear a dress and go again, Chi Munangxiang crossed the boundary safely, thinking that she would fall in her room, but ended up planted in the laboratory of my brother Kimukongsuk ==. Oh, Nangxiang. Chi Mukongsha turned his head and looked at his bear brother, and said, unexpectedly Nangxiang, I added a cat ear hairband. The author has something to say. P.S. Connection. Space locator. Oh yeah, I got my brother today. It's naked, Nangxiang is really good. I'm really the elder brother who posted. Chi Mu Nangxiang. Maybe he should dress back in a cat ==. P.S. From time to time, I move some text in my writing, and there is no charge for writing. There will be updates in the evening. P.S. Miji, big brother, can I see that you are worth it? QAQ. P.S. Illumi, like to be tortured, it's very suitable for beating enemies. Hisoso, Xiaoi, you. Kulalo, note the orphan. P.S. Mr. Saitama, don't ask me where I am, I live in the comment area ==. Chapter 36, 36th Money. The family history of beating enemies is extremely long, long enough to trace the destruction and resumption of several dynasties, but it is not always possible to find out their origins. Unofficial history cannot be tested, and the original is almost nothing. In the long years, they wiped out their own traces, hid the information left by countless ancestors, and occupies the top of the withered Slaughter Mountain, becoming a powerful and mysterious family. However, as time changes and concepts change, some ancient inheritances and rules have never been cut off. For example, if the born heir is born with white hair, then he is destined to be an unborn talent and the best candidate for the next patriarch. Maha, Gino, and Sheba, each of the patriarchs is white-haired returning to their ancestors. Today, the third son of the generation of beating enemy Chia beating enemy, born with a white hair, has the strongest aptitude in all generations, was placed high hopes by his elders, and was brought up by his elder brother himself. It is a pity that Chia, who is destined to be the strongest beating enemy, is still young and lacks wrists. And his elder brother Illumi is much more mature than him. Regardless of force or force. Chia also wondered why Illumi was not appointed as the next patriarch, just because the old ancestors laid down the rules of white hair inheritance. But in the history of beating enemies, there have also been black-haired patriarchs. In the end, the deacon Zi Ponian mentioned him vaguely, Master Chia, that one, will not be a threat to you. Because the other party did not regard you as a threat. Chia didn't understand, Zi Ponian just sighed. You and that one are 12 years apart. The 12-year gap, Ruoelu me deliberately targeted, even the ancestral rules could not stop it. Before you were born, that one was trained as the next patriarch. Ponian said slowly, after you were born, that one took the initiative to delegate power and has no nostalgia. He doesn't care. It doesn't care who becomes the owner of the patron, nor does it care whether you want to become the owner of the patron. What he cares about is that the owner is obedient enough for him to master it. You were born with grey hair. Master Shiba and Master Jinyo will look at you, Master Chie. Zippo said in a young voice, there can only be one heir. Then, the one who is also trained as the patriarch will be targeted by the two masters, so. The so-called targeting is nothing more than taking back the decentralized power and returning Illumi back to the position of elite killer. However, Illumi is the candidate for the patriarch. Before the two elders took the initiative, he took the initiative to abdicate and asked for a compensation. Chiya's right to upbringing. Sure enough, instead of controlling the biological father and grandfather who are already in the climate, should we control the immature brother early? Such a method is simply terrible. At the same age, you are stronger than him, but he is better than you. Ponian emphasized, he has the ambition to deviate from the way of killers. Once he cares, it will be more terrifying than anyone. Once he cares. But to this day, Chiya has never heard that Illumi cares about anything other than blind nuns. Even if his eldest brother personally selected the fiancé, it was full of perfunctory taste in his eyes. It wasn't until the return of Kurt, who was out to perform the task, that Chiya didn't taste anything wrong. Kurt, who has always been taciturn, actually said one more thing when reporting to his father, I have seen the future sister-in-law, and my eldest brother has a very good relationship with her. Chiya. Suddenly I found that I could understand every word, but couldn't understand the meaning of every word combined. Did he hear me right? Kurt used sister-in-law instead of fiancé candidate. Kurt said the relationship is very good instead of the other party has already dumped his eldest brother .. Their father, Shiba, was silent for a while, still in the spirit of an old father, and asked, Kurt, why do you think they have a good relationship? Kurt tried to remember, always feeling that some details seemed to be covered with a layer of gauze, which made him unable to remember. No, he can only say something roughly, I'm afraid I will offend her, the eldest brother taught me a lesson. We ate together. Brother himself spread jam on her toast and handed over juice. Finally, big brother paid the bill. Shiba and Chiya. Compared with the previous two, the lethality of big brother paid the bill is like a nuclear explosion, instantly raising the five senses of the father and son. Illumi has never shown affection for any living things, except for nuns, nor has he been overly attached to any dead things, except nuns. Illumi, who loves money like fate, can abandon his fate nuns and instead pay for his fiancé. What is this not true love? Original, has Illumi already paid so much for his fiancé? Creepy. Surprising. But compared to Chiya, whose thinking is still innocent, Shiba is not easy to be distorted. It is said that knowing the son is more than the father, and Shiba can't talk about understanding the mind of the eldest son, but he can guess the essence of Illumi. He did not believe that Illumi would be confused by the beauty of a woman, and he did not believe that Illumi would fall into the so-called love of young people. His eldest son, with long-term vision and horror of ambition, is even greater than Jaeger's beating of enemies. Jaeger beaten K gave up his position as patriarch, traveled far away from the Dark Continent, and brought back the wishing machine Nanaga for the beaten enemy clan that was beyond the rules. This alone is enough to make a beating enemy stand at the top for hundreds of years, and no one can shake it. In the same way, Shiba did not believe that Illumi would do useless work. It is not the style of beating the enemy and the guest to spend time with a woman like an ordinary young man. If Illumi wants to do this, he can only say. The picture is bigger. So the question is, what does an ordinary female student think of her? Shiba couldn't figure it out, but he would figure it out sooner or later. Right now, the two sons are the best stepping stone. Therefore, he said, since Illumi is sincere, go and see the sister-in-law when you have time. Chia ex Kurt, yes, father. It turns out that plans can never keep up with changes. Chia didn't have time to make a trip out of the far door, and at the top of the dry mountain in the middle of a night, he saw the golden Buddha covering half of the sky and the mighty meteor shower. He couldn't use superficial language to describe the shock of his heart. He only knew that the grandfather Maha had a solemn face, and the whole family of beating enemies had entered a state of special alert. Vaguely, he heard the whispers of his elders. Shiba, father, do you need to enable Nanaga? Genyo, not for the time being. Chiya's heart trembled, always feeling that the name Nanaga was very familiar, but he couldn't remember anything. Nanaka, what is it? Does he know? In other words, should he know each other? After that day, the alert state of beating the enemy was not removed, and all the underage children were transferred to the secret room for isolation. Seba and Gino set off immediately, Maha and Jijo put on their armed forces, while Miji tried all kinds of methods to contact Jaeger-beaten the enemies who were running around the world. Chia and Kurt were locked up together and spent a long and boring day. Suddenly, Chia asked suddenly, what is Nanaka? Kurt opened his mouth slightly, instinctively wanting to answer, but as if suddenly reacting, he swiped the fan and blocked the lower half of his face. Only a pair of big purple eyes remained, turning slightly. Oh, I was discovered by the third brother. Your reaction, Nanaga is someone I should know, right? If it's an item, Kurt doesn't have to keep it secret. But if Nanaga is a person, how could he not be impressed? Chia made up his mind, just forget it. Although I don't have any impression, I will figure it out sooner or later. Kurt said nothing, and said more wrongly. He acted as a puppet doll with his eyes, nose, and heart, and Chia was an unbearable master. At 3 o'clock in the morning the next night, after Shiba and Gino reported that there was nothing wrong, and Maha and Kijo removed their guards, Chia disappeared without a trace. At the same time, Kurt was missing. 10 minutes later, the attackers received a message from Kurt. The third brother said that he is going to see his sister-in-law. There was no objection to the beating of the enemies, and there would be no problem with Kurt standing next to Chia to report his whereabouts. What's more, seeing sister-in-law like this is a manifestation of family affection, and there is no need to stop it. Beat the enemies. This is a big problem. When Illumi left the Cat No Love shop, she carried a bag of indescribable things in her hand. The reason why he is willing to spend money is mainly because of the unique curiosity of cats. After all, many of these various instruments of torture have never been played by the young master. Behind him, the shopkeeper waved a small handkerchief, tears streaming down his eyes, reluctantly, "Miss Sister, come back after having a good time." Illumi didn't respond, and walked away. After he returned to school, he found Yuzing Mai was mopping the floor in his bedroom. A few people did not return for a long time, the room was dusty and the air was turbid. Except for the cactus on the balcony, which was still alive and moist, the rest of the plants had already wilted. "Lumi, you are here." Yuzing Mai handed out the rag, raised his chin, "Here, wipe the window." "Illumi." The young master stared at the rag for 3 seconds, and finally received it obediently, and walked to the destined window, creaking. "It's a day job again." He really invested too much in this woman. But Yuzing Mai is indeed worthy of his fancy investment, wooing, and control. She is miracle, she is power. Only with her, he saw the possibility of one force breaking 10,000 laws. It seems that as long as she thinks about it, rules, shackles, ceilings, and talents are no longer issues that limit human self-evolution. The ancient Buddha, the golden shooting star. Just one glance, it is unforgettable but half a point. I even want to remember this scene in my whole life, always engraved in my heart. He wanted to contact her, grasp her, hold her lifeline, and hold it firmly in his hand. Once he had using my, even if Chia couldn't grow into the way he expected, even if Nanaka was extremely uncontrollable, he would still have a profit. Her strength is enough to trample on everything and change the whole world. Illumi was just like that, wiping the windows while braving the black mud. Using Mai's faint shadow was reflected on the glass. He stared at her with hollow eyes, but the corners of his mouth were slowly pulled up, pulling out a terrifying arc of laughter. I want you. No matter what method is used, what price is paid, it will be done at all costs. Work basically means boring. When it's boring, I can't help but want to chat. After using Mai twisted the mop and cleaned it a second time, he asked smoothly, by the way, Lumi, what business does your family do? In fact, shunmouth is just the usual routine of Huaxia people to talk to each other. To put it bluntly is to start a conversation. It is usually used to mean although I don't know what to say, it's right to talk awkwardly and I'm just very boring. I want to talk to you and say everything is fine. Answering the conversation if you want to talk in detail, and changing the subject without discussing more, are all customary practices. But the young master is an honest person, who knows the twists and turns inside. Hearing that, Yilumi who was cleaning the window confiscated one of them, and he unloaded the entire window with one hand. Master! He looked back, quietly watching using Mai, who was immersed in his hard work, for a few seconds, put the window back quietly, and then fastened it firmly with his thought nails. And replied, do all business. Theoretically speaking, as long as you give enough nuns, you can really do anything except sell yourself. Well, nothing wrong. Illumi left the window, pretending that nothing happened, and lifted the kettle to water the lingering flowers. As a result, the lid of the pot fell off accidentally. Water rushed from the mouth of the pot and flooded a whole basin. Illumi. He squatted down and took a look at the label on the flower pot, cactus, if you can water it without watering, you will die if you water it more smiley face.jpg. The young master couldn't help falling into silence. On the other side, using Mai took the conversation and said with emotion, I can do all kinds of business. It's amazing. It must be a big business. If you are an only child, you will be a domineering president as soon as you inherit the family business. Illumi used his relentless iron hand to pull out the cactus and air-dried it on the balcony. By the way, a serious reply, it is not me who inherited the family business, it is my brother. The younger brother's is mine, and mine is mine. Well, nothing wrong. I will assist him to become the head of the family and maintain the operation of the family. Illumi said, he only needs to be the head of the family obediently, and he doesn't have to do anything. Yu Xing stopped and mopped the floor slowly, is Rumi the first child in the family? You must be very pampered, right? Using Mai asked tentatively. Illumi nodded, well, our family likes me very much. The young master is full of confidence. Yes, he is the best killer of this generation, the elite performer in the eyes of the elders, the eldest brother most admired in his younger brother's heart, and the image spokesperson of the beating the enemy and the K family. He, Illumi, is loved by the people in the dry mountain. Using Mai took a long sigh of relief and smiled and said, how can you be pampered? Illumi, my parents love me very much. Before I was 3 years old, they beat me for an hour every day. Torture is a compulsory course for every beating enemy. Illumi, they trust me very much. I just turned 5 years old and let me make money for the family. Taking orders is the only way for everyone to beat the enemy. Illumi, when I was 8 years old, I was sent to my grandmother's house to survive by picking up rubbish. Meteor Street is not good at all, but the little friend is resistant to fights and won't die easily, enough for him to play for a long time. Using Mai. It's poisonous. Am I right? If this were true, she had never seen such a frantic family. With an old bloodstock in his throat, Using my felt sorry for Rumi too much. What about your brother? Did you live like you? Illumi? No, I brought him up. Personal torture, electric shock, and poison feeding. I kept watching him. Staring at him taking orders, doing business, making money, and not allowed to make friends. It's not good to eat trash, so I kept him. Also replaced the exercise location with the Sky Arena. Because I know very well which rank Kia's strength is in, Illumi never loses his bet every time Kia matches. It can be said to have made a lot of money ==. However, the consequence of not saying everything and chatting across servers is that every sentence falls in using Mai's ears, which makes her feel very sad. Lumi was born in a bereaved family and still did not forget her original intentions. Because of her own hardships, she understands pain better. Help the younger brothers, give meticulous care, self-reliance, create a happy and beautiful life. Lumi, you are so good. You are the kindest girl in the world. No wonder you will go to the arena with me to work. Is it also forced by the economy? Don't worry, as long as I have a bite to eat, you must have a bite of soup. Using Mai said, have you considered leaving the family? Illumi didn't even think about it, no. Each of us is family property. If everyone left, wouldn't it be a big loss to beat the enemy off? Our whole life is to make a profit for the family. So, don't even think about running. Using Mai, positioning yourself as a property and making profits for the family, are you planning to serve the family for the rest of your life? Ah, yes. Illumi said that the whole family is mine, and of course I have to work for my own things for the rest of my life. Hey! Using Mai received a violent attack, so, not only do you have no inheritance rights, but you have to assist your younger brother to become the owner of the family, and you have to help him take care of the family business and serve him for the rest of his life, even if he doesn't need to do anything, it's all up to you. Yet. Illumi nodded. That's right, that's right. Using Mai. Suddenly, she felt that the mop in her hand was so heavy that she couldn't drag it anymore. Using Mai didn't expect that Lumi, as a hard-fought eldest lady, would actually be a complete food demon. The awkward chat on this end fell into a desperate situation, and the desperate situation on the other started from the awkward chat. At the highest level of the Sky Arena, there is an exclusive rest area for the Hunters Association. One of the world's top 5 masters of thought ability, Jin Fulishi, was frightened by a word. Polyston smiled and told him in a tone of fear that the world would not be confused. Jin, I didn't expect you to have a biological daughter, she is already 18 years old. Chapter 37, 37th Money. Jin Fulishi, a 33-year-old adult male, is a prodigal son and a trait not looking back. He is one of the world's 5 great minds, the high of the 12 branches of the Hunter Association, the father of the production of the holographic game Island of Greed, and a senior hunter with merits enough to be promoted to 3 stars. He has a high IQ and has made achievements in various fields. He has good looks, even if he is sloppy, he is sunny. He is strong and talented and has few rivals, he has a lot of money, and he has contracted islands for land reclamation and relics. Jin likes to run around the world, and keeps his only son at Whale Island, and believes that as long as he is his own cub, even a savage will be able to live well ==. Afterwards, he waved happily for nearly 11 years, as cool as the wind. This move is called prodigal son by acquaintances, scumbag by the world, and winner in life by netizens. In short, this man wrote Jin Fulishi and pronounced son of luck. Approximately equal to the pro-son who is favored by the will of the world, named Hang by ==. But today, it seems that Huikaijin has been banned by GM. When the President Nitro smiled meaningfully, when 12 casts came with hesitant eyes, when the Vice President Polystron said you have a daughter, Kim. Finally, when a stack of genetic test reports was placed in front of him Jin Fulishi, he really felt the malice from the universe. No matter how well he rebutted, everyone looked at him with the meaning of explanation is to cover up, you are so good, non-human, and scumbag. I only have one son. I really don't have a daughter. Jin frantically scratched his head and repeatedly emphasized, this girl is already 18 years old. Is it possible that I had her when I was 15? It's been October. Could it be that I got married when I was 14? I didn't even know Zyja's mother when I was 14. Polyston started to get into trouble. 14 is a good age, and when you are in love, you can have a romantic relationship. Jin rolled his eyes and turned against the black, don't put your stray waves on me. Polyston was not annoyed, but just smiled, I remember there is a special item called a pregnancy stone. Both men and women, as long as they carry this stone, they will. Jin opened his dead fish eyes and pointed at Using Mai's photo, hey? I gave birth? Look at this face, then look at my face. Is this a child that my genes can give birth to? Indeed, Jin Nong has big eyebrows, masculine and handsome, although a bit sloppy, but does not hide his tough guy essence. And Using Mai's appearance is too prominent, and it does not have much resemblance to Jin. Have to make a similar point, it can only be, have a thick black hair equals. A group of people feared that the world would not be chaotic, and after repeatedly comparing the appearances of Jin and Using Mai, they came to a cruel conclusion. Yes, a prodigal son like Jin is not worthy of having such a beautiful girl. Are you talking human words? It's a rare opportunity to catch a frantic fighting, who would still say human words. Which of them hasn't been pitted for a few times, and now it happens to have revenge and grievances? How can I miss it? As a result, the indoor atmosphere is all the way up. After enough mischief, President Nitro twirled his white beard and smiled and said, Jin, what are you going to do with this matter? The Hunter Association's test can't go wrong. From a genetic point of view, she is a Flix and your daughter. Jin Qing sighed, feeling a big head, I'm sure I don't have a daughter, but I also believe in the association's testing. So, in order to find out the truth, I have to take a trip. If it's just a misunderstanding, everyone is happy. Jin continued, if it's not a misunderstanding, I will also take the corresponding responsibility and bring her to her side to raise her up. However, it is mostly a misunderstanding. Jin is convinced that although he bears the name of the prodigal son, he does not act as a prodigal. As for the detection of the Hunter Association, Tisk, believe in a ghost, 80% of it is a conspiracy of Polystron. Their vice president is a pervert with squinting eyes, and a veritable messenger. He is handsome and unrestrained, but he can do nothing about personnel. Since Polyston became the vice president, the number of hunters who have disappeared inexplicably. To put it bluntly, the character is not good, and the popularity is also very bad. If Polyston wants to yin him, it really makes sense. After all, his popularity is not that good, and he is especially worried about perverts equals. Jin thought for a moment, and then changed the subject, by the way, what is this child's current family? If you want to conduct a thorough investigation, you have to start with the family. She was adopted by a nun in the small town. Polyston laughed. It is said that she is an orphan with no father and no mother. Even the tuition fees have to be earned by herself. Everyone cast condemning glances at Jin. What? What are you looking at? I want to fight. No way, the gold that can't be cleaned even after jumping into the Yellow River can only roll up and get out, and plan to go to Ukexin to meet this daughter of heaven. What is the mystery of the Arachnid Slayer, the threat of the unknown, the conspiracy of Polystron, the chaos of the current situation, all is not important anymore. First of all, he wants to redeem his precarious dignity, not much morality left, and his reputation as a mess equals. Is Using Mai the daughter of Kim RNF? Naturally not. The new life given to her by the Jinjiang system has nothing to do with Jin Fulishi. If it weren't for the physical examination to come too suddenly, she was afraid that her genes would not match normal people. As a last resort, I had to take advantage of the Jinjiang system to equip a tube of hanging force blood. Unexpectedly, hanging force is the source of trouble. Using my woke up early the next day. She yawned and climbed out of the bed, stretched her limbs to the window, squeezed and pushed hard. There was only a cack bang, and there seemed to be the sound of cracking nails exploding. In the next second, the entire window rushed down with strength, scared using my suddenly sober, and hurriedly shot to hold it. Downstairs, a team of morning joggers passed by safely. Using my let out a sigh of relief. She lifted the frame of the window and slowly moved it up, then gently put it aside. It's so risky, it almost caused a human tragedy of falling objects from a high altitude. She rubbed her goosebumps and entered the bathroom. At the same moment, Illumi turned over from the bed and fell to the ground lightly. He came to the window, raised his hand, and rubbed the damage with his fingertips. After a while, he squatted down to check the window again and found that all the nails he had nailed last night had been scrapped. Products produced by beating enemies must be fine products. The windows that the eldest master nailed himself can last 3 or 5 years, so how can he belch in one night? In that case, it can only be. Illumi unscrewed a thought nail, looked at the degree of bending, and muttered, "Is it a sequelae of loss of control, or are you stronger again?" Facts have proved that the answer is not important at all. The important thing is the young master found that the meat in his basin seemed to be thought of by other dogs. At about 8 in the morning, Using my reported the problem of the bedroom windows are in disrepair for a long time and hoped to replace them as soon as possible, but he waited for the news that maintenance workers asked for leave to go home. Thinking about the hotter weather and the surge in mosquitoes and flies, she felt that it was really impossible for her bedroom to be blocked by windows. Mosquitoes won't bother her, but the rest of the roommates are just ordinary people. So she called and asked her classmates, hoping that they could help introduce a maintenance worker with good craftsmanship, strong technology, and reasonable fees. Finally, Kwalaya recommended her engineering students from Yokiksen University. Kwalaya said, "The engineering students at Yokiksen University have used it. They can change the light bulb, use the toilet, repair the ceiling, and repair the computer. Only you can't think of it, and they can't do it without them. As long as you tell him, come to the female dormitory of Yabal University to help repair the windows. Not only does he come hard, he can also charge half or even no charge." Using my, "That's not good, how can you make people work for nothing? Kwalaya hates iron but steel, no wonder you are single. Can't even this be broken? There are only 8 girls in the engineering department of Yokiksen University. It doesn't matter whether they charge or not. The key is for them to see the world and experience the feeling of being surrounded by girls." The veteran driver, Kwalaya, taught, when he repaired the window, you handed over a towel and water, and then boasted, "Senior is so amazing, Senior, you are awesome, Senior, I invite you to dinner. Then he can contract the windows of our bedroom for a lifetime." Using my, taken it. Therefore, at about 10 o'clock in the morning, Using my invited a maintenance worker. His name is Aun, he is a young man with a long body, a handsome face, a gentle voice and a good temperament. Wearing a t-shirt and 5-point denim, the blue and white tones look very clean overall. Ewan carried the toolbox, and when he saw Using my, his eyes lit up. "Are you Using my?" "Yeah." Using my sincerely invited him in, "Please come in, our window will ask you, Senior." Owen smiled gently, "No problem." Ewan entered and found a Sister Lang Yu standing by the window, looking straight at him. For some reason, the look in his eyes made him tremble, and he always felt a little cold. "Who is this?" "Ah, my roommate Lumi." Using my smiled. "Lumi, this is the senior who helped repair the windows, Owen." Illumi nodded slightly and swept Owen up and down. Summary: fighting the 5 slags, there is no threat, and one round can be lost in seconds. He ignored the workers who repaired the windows. Owen's voice was very gentle. "Schoolgirl, look, there is a problem with the hinge. We are going to remove it and replace it with a new one. Do you prefer gold or silver?" Using my squatted beside him and thought for a while. "Golden, brighter." Owen laughed and looked down. "Well, the schoolgirl is as bright as gold." Using my was taken aback for a while, and then realized after a while, is she being praised for being beautiful? She was so embarrassed that she stretched out her finger and scratched her cheek, her eyes a little dodging. "Senior is too exaggerated." Owen said seriously, "I'm telling the truth." "Illumi." The young master's black cat's eyes coldly scratched Owen's back, and then stared at Yusing's blushing face. Owen took the tool, screwed the screw, and said, "Does the schoolgirl have any hobbies?" Using my is very sincere. Make money." Owen smiled happily. "This answer is really special, you are so cute." Using my looked at him much harder. To tell the truth, a man who can talk and sweet mouth always attracts the opposite sex. Using my is no exception. Although she had a mediocre initial affection for Owen, after some exchanges, her affection for him rose sharply. Good-looking, tall, sweet-spoken, and gentle, this configuration is like the male protagonist in a comic. Using my smiled at him sincerely. "Thank you, Illumi." For some reason, he felt a little impulsive to work for nothing, and it seemed that it was a good idea to give the maintenance worker a nail. Immediately afterwards, he saw Using my getting up and leaving the window edge, leaving only Owen to pull out the nail slowly. After all the nails were hard to fix, Owen worked hard to screw one. The biceps swelled, the muscles swelled up, and the t-shirt was soaked with man's sweat, which outlined the beautiful curves of the muscles and exuded charming hormones. The young master was expressionless. The weak who can't even pull out a nail will only be a maintenance worker all his life. "All right?" He watched Using my pouring a glass of water and handed it to Owen. "Senior, thank you for your hard work. Drink some water." Owen smiled charmingly. "Thank you, you are so kind. Illumi." As the saying goes, there is harm when there is contrast. Illumi remembered the white work he had done for Using my, not to mention changing a glass of water, not even saying thanks for your hard work. Owen exhausted all his energy before finally unscrewing a nail. Using my praised, "Senior, you are so amazing. You can repair windows." Owen let out a foul breath and started to attack the next nail. Using my handed over a pack of wet wipes. "Please wipe off the sweat." Illumi. The windows that beat the enemy Haka are often damaged, but the deacons never repaired it for more than 3 minutes. He has never seen such an inefficient window repair. "It's been half an hour. Hasn't the repairman finished yet?" The young master felt that his life was wasted, he was losing money, and he wanted to end this inefficient behavior. He simply walked to them, squatted beside Using my, stretched out his thumb and index finger to lock a pin. Owen stopped and said, "Please be careful, let me." "Right?" With the soft sound of Kang, Illumi exerted a slight force, and he unscrewed the long nail that Owen couldn't pull out no matter how hard he tried. "Owen, == Using my." The eldest master held the nail and said in a stick-reading tone, "Pulling a nail requires a lot of effort and is very tired." As he said, he turned his head to look at Using my, "Don't I pour water for me?" Using my. "Sister, I see your mind seems to be filled with water, you don't need me to pour it == Owen smiled awkwardly. Rumi, right? You have a lot of strength, haha." The hand that was the nail suddenly lost its strength qaq. His self-esteem has been severely hurt. Illumi ignored Owen, but took the window from his hand and began a day-to-day career of beating the enemy off. He pulled out the nails one by one, with no ups and downs in his tone. Using my, "Am I good? Know how to repair windows?" Using my covered his face with one hand. "Sister, you are so showy, are you going to have a concert? Owen's smile gradually disappeared, and his expression slowly became horrified. He looked up at Lumi's delicate face, and then looked down at her nimbly pulling out the nail. After repeated comparisons 3 times, he understood a truth. This is not a girl, definitely not a girl, this is King Kong Barbie. Illumi drew out the nails, smoothly picked out the golden hinges from Owen's toolbox, and repaired the windows with a jerky but speedy technique. The young master put the window on the window frame, and while the two of them were dumbfounded, he inserted a row of nails with his bare hands, neatly. In the end, he turned his head back in idleness, and said to Using My, "Would you like to wipe my sweat?" Using My. You are using irony, and I am pretending to be stupid. So what did Owen do wrong? Why are you hitting him so much? Owen can't stay any longer, he will always remember the day he ran under the scorching sun carrying a toolbox, that was his lost youth. Illumi leaned against the wall and listened to Using My calling Owen. The general content is summarized as follows: Thank you for your help. I am very sorry just now that I cannot let you do free work. Please let me pay you the wages. Illumi. Using My hung up the phone and saw Rumi when she turned around. She was really dumbfounded. Miss, do you have any enemies with Owen? Illumi replied, no. Using My sighed, since I don't have enemies, give him a little face and give me a little face. Illumi nodded, well, your face is as bright as a window. Using My. She looked at the dusty glass window that had been stitched for another 3 years, and she couldn't help falling into a long silence. Her face is so shabby and crude. Does this mean that she doesn't need to give her face? Using My, you are too exaggerated. Illumi said seriously, I'm telling the truth. Using My's face blushed, making her angry. Achieving the effect he wanted, Illumi looked at Using My's blushing face and asked, do you usually have any hobbies? Using My glared at him, fuck you. Illumi, this answer is really special, you are so cute. Using My rolled his eyes much harder. To tell the truth, a woman like Rumi who can't speak but insists on talking awkwardly, it is difficult to attract same-sex likes. The single Ulumi stepped on the thunder step by step and added fuel to the fire at the last moment, you should smile at me and say thank you. The young master said that he would like to have a package with the same treatment as Owen. Using My. You can pull it down. After cohabiting in the dormitory for 2 days, Illumi obviously felt Using My's indifference to him. The specific manifestation is, not calling him to take out the trash, and not having breakfast with him. Seems to be angry? Illumi didn't know what she had done wrong, but felt that the woman was really unreasonable. Until Using My bought the airship ticket to Whale Island, but didn't tell him. Well, this is a sense of crisis that the market is about to collapse and the capital is all lost. Thinking of Kulalo blacking him out, Hiso is still in the ICU to rescue him. Illumi, who had no advice from his friends, learned how to surf the internet without a teacher. Find the hottest forum in the country, register for a level 1 cute new trumpet, enter the specific question what should I do if a woman is angry, and wait for a reply. The relationship between men and women has always been the source of gossip for people from all walks of life, and the flow is naturally huge. It didn't take long for the heat of hundreds of floors to grow. Among them, a few answers are very eye-catching. Spider on the cross, hold her, kiss her, coax her, talk love. Illumi said he was too exaggerated and eliminated. I don't have a daughter, buy it for her. Illumi said he was not good at it and was eliminated. Phase I also want to fall in love, will you die if you say I'm sorry? An apology is the least valuable, but when it comes to coaxing a woman, it is the most valuable. Illumi. Valuable? It seems to make sense. At the same time, the distant withered slaughter mountain. Miji, the best keyboard man to beat the enemy, left the keyboard with both hands, grabbed the potato chips on the side and put it in his mouth, and also raised the torch of the FFF group. Unbelievable. Can you find a girlfriend with such a low EQ? Single arrow, right. The author has something to say. P.S. Illumi, Miji, come out and get beaten. Miji. P.S. Chie, I will give you $1 billion, leave my big brother. Using my Chapter 38, 38th Money. Beating enemies has always pursued high efficiency, high quality, and high returns, even in the aspect of coaxing women. If a sentence of sorry can resolve the contradiction between the two parties, eliminate the invisible barriers, and narrow the distance between each other, Illumi said that he does not mind becoming a repeater. Talking about you 3,000 times, so you can't turn a blind eye to me. Just as a cat caught a fish, sooner or later there will be a day when his brain gets flooded. Apologize, you can say it numbly with a flip of your mouth. There is no need for extra explanations, heated arguments, and long debates, no need to squander or choose gifts, or to be small. As long as the person is present, the eyes meet and the eyes are focused. When there is no words for each other, the man first adopts the strategy of bowing his head at a 45 degrees angle, and utters dwarf say or yui in a deliberately lowered, sincere, and gentle voice. Like an arrow shot by Cupid, the goddess of love, it will instantly touch the woman's heart. At this time, if the man can hold the woman's hand and place a kiss on his lips, the reward will be even greater. Or, the man embraces the woman in his arms and offers a gentle kiss on the forehead, the effect is outstanding. Remember these routines, and then follow the steps. After the successful completion, you can basically take away the angry girl in one wave. The above is the perfect apology rule provided by the wise netizen Faiz. I also want to fall in love to the low EQ poster Illumi. And repeatedly emphasized it over and over again. Once the corner of her mouth is pulled down by 0.5 centimeters, you don't ask anything. The question is I am sorry, understand? Miji tapped the keyboard quickly. Once she asks, you don't say anything, just say. You are the most beautiful, remember. Miji said that the thousands of love games he has collected are not for nothing. Coax a woman, it doesn't matter if you don't understand her thoughts, it doesn't matter if you don't understand her actions, you just apologize anyway. Illumi found that this fat house netizen seemed to have richer theoretical experience than Kurora, and practical knowledge seemed to be more practical than Hisoso. Shop around, he abandoned Kulalo and Hisoso, and eventually added Fat Mansion as a friend. And hoped that the other party can provide certain technical support to promote further exchanges between him and using my. Irumi doesn't care what strategy the fat house netizens give, in the eyes of 24K pure beating the enemy, the process is not important, as long as he can achieve the result he wants. As a result, the Yilumi in this side was content to find a free mentor, and the Miji in the side was complacent about saving a lost love dog. They are worthy of their own brothers, even if they are separated by thousands of mountains and rivers, they can still stay together. This is probably the destined ape dung ==. Using Mai was so busy that she had no time to pay attention to Illumi. She counted her savings and planned carefully. After freeing up the tuition and daily expenses, 1/3 of it will be sent to the Barsha Islands, and the beneficiary of the inscription is Alyssa. She is affectionate and nostalgic, and she doesn't think that the mere nuns can repay Alyssa for her adoption. After 2 years of living in another world, she regarded Alyssa as a relative and the church as her home. Not only does she want to provide for Alyssa, she also wants to make her live better. She is still young, and she will be able to earn it back sooner or later. But Alyssa is getting old. How many years can the nun in her twilight years stay with her? Because life is short, all the encounters in life seem especially precious. Sending the living expenses to Alyssa, using Mai packed his bags and prepared to set off to Whale Island to meet the legendary Tianzhong No brother. Indeed, she has nothing to do with Jay Fulishi, but when she thinks of brother living as a savage on the isolated island, it directly evoked her sympathy of surviving on a desert island for N years. Using my made a fist. No, how can I leave the little baby alone? We must bring him back, send him to study, teach him to do test papers, let him feel the beauty of the 9-year compulsory education, and have a fulfilling childhood of memorizing texts, doing oral calculations, and supplementing English. It's just that, on the way to my brother to the west, it seems to be 3 shots of bone spirits equals. Just like now, Illumi wearing a Lumi vest, holding 2 cones with a half-price discount, buy one get one free, blocked Using my on the way to the toilet. Using my raised his eyes, Illumi lowered his eyes facing each other, silent for a while. The eldest master knows it well, it satisfies the condition of talking to each other without words. According to the book, Illumi adopted a strategy of bowing his head at a 45 degrees angle, and read, "I'm sorry." There is no ups and downs in the voice, without a trace of emotion. Using my. She put her arms around her chest and smiled weirdly, "Oh, I'm sorry? Then tell me, what did you do wrong?" Young master blessed to the soul. "Well, meet the condition of once she asks, you don't say anything, you are the most beautiful." Illumi said, "You are the most beautiful." The cone was air-conditioned and curled up. Using my. She asked the eldest what she had done wrong, and the eldest told her that "you are the most beautiful" was wrong. Do it. "I'm not beautiful, you are the most beautiful." Head office now. Seeing Using my rolled his eyes, his smile disappeared completely, satisfying the condition of pull down 0.5 centimeters from the corner of your mouth, don't ask anything, ask is sorry. Illumi said, "I'm sorry." The top of the cone slowly melted. Using my. Are you a repeater of emoda emotion? You are so beautiful. Using my didn't dare to push the eldest away with his bare hands. What if he didn't control his strength and buckled the charming girl's head into the mud? She only dared to change the direction to bypass the eldest lady, to find a liberation. Illumi couldn't understand her operation and couldn't figure out what she was thinking. In this situation, it happens to satisfy the condition of "anyway, you apologize." The young master immediately said, "I'm sorry." The outer skin of the cone began to soften, and the creamy white trickle dripped. Using my said, "Say, what did you do wrong? You are the most beautiful." Perfect endless loop equals. At this time, Illumi handed a soft cone, "I'll eat it for you." Using my. To tell the truth, contacting Lumi's dog words, the dog things she has done, it is not difficult for her to guess that Lumi's thinking is somewhat different from that of ordinary people. The eldest lady may just want to apologize, but her language ability is really a problem equals. In the end, in order to be able to reach the toilet smoothly to solve the major issues in life, Using my compromised, "Okay, I forgive you. So can I ask you to let me now? I want to go to the toilet." "Get out of the way." Illumi. For some reason, I always feel that I was forgiven because the other party was in a hurry to go to the toilet. The young master who beats the enemy Haka is a workaholic. After reaching the goal of being forgiven, it is like completing a task and immediately putting his limited life into unlimited orders. In the process of receiving orders, the intersection of countless news and intelligence only conveyed one message to him: the unknown brought indelible fear to mankind. The white-eyed girl who once appeared in the arena is now the missing person on the table case and the wanted person under the table case. All the forces are looking for the unknown, non-stop. Until Hisoso, who was admitted to the ICU, regained consciousness. In an instant, the clouds moved in all directions. It has to be said that Hisuo is worthy of being a pervert. He was clearly on the verge of life and death 1 second before jumping repeatedly. After he was determined to be survived, the next second he was able to wave endlessly and continue to die. Even if there are a bunch of masters of mind in the ward, even if he has not yet recovered to the peak level, Hisuo is not shocked in the slightest. What happened that night? Hisuo twisted a piece of poker, covered his lips, and laughed low. Why enter that room? Who is fighting? Who is the other party? It should be all these routine issues, right? Hisuo licked the poker, his narrow golden eyes glowing with the cold light of the hunter. It's not impossible to tell you. The strong of the change system slowly weaves a big lie. Well, as everyone knows, I like fighting and fighting with powerful masters. Because I am passionate about fighting, I am very sensitive to their chi. Instinct will take me to find the most powerful prey. Hisuo laughed in a low voice. It was the same that night. I sensed his presence, so I went to him. As for the cleaners, oh, I have no impression at all. Hisuo has a strong foundation in reversing black and white, emphasizing on his instincts and hobbies, picking out using my in a few words, and completely burying all her doubts, as if she was just a small employee who was not worth mentioning. He did this not out of goodwill, but just the same abnormal mentality as Illumi. How can such a powerful adversary reveal their news to others? Of course, leave them to yourself. At the same time, someone asked aloud, how is the strength of the other party? Hisuo chuckles, no comment. Amid the chills of everyone's eyes, Hisoso tugged at his hospital gown and smiled, I'm going to rest. It won't be long before I recover, let's talk about it later. Hisoso is not a fool. He explained everything clearly while he was seriously injured, didn't he lose his value? This group of old foxes, once they find that they can't get useful information out of his mouth, they will never throw resources on him again. At that time, he will lose the help of the healing powers, and at the same time face the situation of being hunted down by a large number of Avengers. No way. He must pick those 2 dazzling golden apples from the tree. When Jin Fulishi finished solving a bunch of trivial matters and finally arrived at Yukiksen, Using My had already dragged his suitcase and boarded the airship heading to Whale Island with Illumi. Riding in an airship was fresh the first time, dull the second time, and dull the third time. After 3 rounds, Using My just thought about time. She was about to talk about beauty and skincare with Rumi, but when she saw that the ladies seemed to be stimulated, she stared at the phone screen with big eyes. The whole body exudes an aura that strangers don't enter. He clicked on the first message, from Hisoso. The other party only had 1 sentence, Xiaoi, the golden apple you want to hide was still discovered by me. He clicked on the second message, from Kurt. Kurt confided to him, Big brother, my third brother and I have arrived at Yukiksen. The third brother wants to see his sister-in-law, and then persuade her to abandon you. Illumi. What's wrong with you? Using My asked, angry look. Illumi replied, nothing. After a moment of silence, the eldest master asked abruptly, is there any way to restrain playful children? Using My replied, send him to school. Chapter 39, 39th Money. Yukiksen, one of the most prosperous metropolises on the Ulubian mainland, has a decade of feasting, and 100 years of accumulation of drunken gold fans. It's summer, and the weather is hot. T-shirt denim is common, short skirt suspenders are common. Men and women in the modern era are dressed in cool clothes. They have long legs and walked in a hurry. But when he met a man with an indigo kerchief on his head, a grey robe and a checkered tunic, he finally slowed down. Not only went around one after another, but also looked at him with strange eyes. No, anyone who sees a man wrapped in a ball in the summer will inevitably be surprised. Immediately afterwards, they found out. Even if this man wears such thick on a hot day, he still wears a pair of non-slip boots on his feet. Don't be crazy, right? Kim Flix, who is incompatible with the metropolis. He scratched his head irritably, and his messy hair came out of his turban, making his handsome face with a beard and scumbag even more vicissitudes of life. He has been mixing wild mountains and forests, and the remains of isolated islands all the year round. It's really hard to integrate into the normal world of ordinary people suddenly. Forget it, anyway, let's go when we're done. According to the information card provided by the Hunter Association, and following using Mai's resume, Jin found the Yabal University where she was studying. As a senior hunter, Jin R&F is also considered famous. What to discover the lost civilization in the legend, to make the first holographic game, to protect the endangered cherished beasts, and to explore the mystery of the Dark Continent. Having been in the industry for more than 10 years, almost every major event is more or less linked to the name Golden Flicks. Therefore, after he presented the hunter's certificate and reported his name, he was immediately welcomed into the university as a guest and received a warm reception from the chairman of the board. In the tea room of one party, the steam is warm and the fragrance is faintly scented. The chubby director smiled honestly, poured a cup of tea for Jin himself, took a seat with a smile, and said with emotion, "I have always heard of the name Fulishi, but I didn't expect to see a real person one day." Mr. once excavated the Rulika ruins and translated the history recorded in the ruins himself. His contribution to academia is really great. I have always been fascinated and want to communicate with you. He spent more than 10 years living himself as a savage, suddenly entered a civilized society, and then exchanged greetings with cultural people. Let him be spared. Jin lightly coughed and cut directly to the topic. Well, I have a chance in the future. It's just this time, I came to Yabal to find someone. A senior hunter came to Yabal to find someone. It could only be teachers and students, right? The chairman has a meal, excuse me. Jin handed the information card of using Mai to the chairman. It's this kid. The chairman was taken aback. Student? There has been a big change in the Sky Arena, I think you should be clear. In order to prevent the chairman from guessing, Jin explained, as for this student, she worked in the arena for a while. After the incident, she left. I came on behalf of the Hunter Association and asked her some questions. The advent of the ancient Buddha, a golden meteor shower covering half of the world. This is the news that has been scrambled recently, and it is also the post-dinner talk of the broad masses of people. As soon as the chairman heard that it was an official business, he quickly contacted the relevant teacher and asked about using Mai's whereabouts. Jin breathed a sigh of relief in his heart. He doesn't like lying, but he won't be stupid enough to jump out of everything. If you honestly say others say she is my daughter, so I will verify if she is, the chairman of the board will probably think, how on earth are you fat, don't you even know if the child is born? At that time, his image in the mind of the director may be so broken that there is no scum left equals. As a result, the chairman who finished the question told him that using Mai had stayed for 2 days after returning to school, took a week off yesterday, and had already gone out this morning. Jin slightly nodded. Where did she go? Tell me the location. The chairman replied, Whale Island. Wait, he heard that right? Whale Island. If this is changed to any location, he will immediately get up to understand. But Whale Island. He thought of the son he had freed, of his cousin Mit, who was waiting for him, of his elderly mother-in-law, and of, Jin was bombed. Not only was he intimidated, but an inexplicable panic arose in my heart. Why did using Mai go to Whale Island? What did he go to Whale Island, and why did he choose Whale Island when it's not good to go? At the stall where everyone is saying she is your daughter, she went to Whale Island, it was too subtle. Jin slightly worried, what's the reason for her going out? The chairman flipped the false note and said, well, she wrote I'm going to Whale Island to pick up my brother. Go to Whale Island to pick up my brother. Pick up my brother. At this moment, Jin Fulishi deeply felt the malice of the universe, and also suffered a blow that shouldn't have been at this age. How many children are there on Whale Island, and how many brothers among the children? Only his son. Go pick up the younger brother, difficult, isn't it? Is she really? Jin, one of the 5 strongest minds in the world, is not good now. Impossible. He is clean and self-conscious, not close to female sex, loyal to love, and can hold it. Not to mention having a daughter at the age of 14, he was chasing the wind in the forest at the age of 14. Where's the daughter? Suddenly, he remembered Palestin's pregnancy stone. Both men and women, as long as they wear the pregnancy stone for a period of time, they will be pregnant with a child. That's right, he can hold it, but it doesn't mean that others can hold it. There are actually many women who like him, and many men who harass him. In case someone loves him miserably and carries a pregnancy stone lurking beside him, wouldn't it be? The golden brain hole was wide open, and it couldn't be closed. The most terrible thing is that as long as he thinks that using Mai may be his own daughter, he suddenly feels that he has no courage to meet her. What's more, now that she has gone to pick up Zyja, let's find Dad with Zyja in the future. I slipped away, I was scared. As a result, Jin Fulishi forever missed an opportunity to explain the misunderstanding clearly in advance. And this caused him to end up in a miserable life, and was urged by the whole world. Look! That's a scumbag who doesn't raise a baby. Going to school as understood by the beating enemy group is not to send children to school for compulsory education, but to allow their children to stay at home to receive electric shocks, torture, training, and poisoning. They will take the initiative to eliminate all unneeded things and incorporate all subjects they deem necessary. Then hire the teacher with the best teaching quality of the subject to give counseling to the offspring. For example, Miji likes to manipulate computers, and Illumi prefers finance. As long as the offspring do not like living things and have no compassion for living things, there is no educational investment in beating the enemy and the K family. So, have the children who beat the enemy Haka learned? Even learned 100 times better than the elite of the profession. However, no matter how good they are, they don't need academic qualifications and diplomas. Why? Don't go to school to beat an enemy guest. In other words, the whole family of beating the enemy has a low degree of education, and the resume is blank ==. Therefore, when using Mai mentioned send him to school, Illumi subconsciously felt it was useless. But as he said, using Mai's face was placed in front of him, as bright as a window. Since it was using Mighty's suggestion, young master expressed his willingness to listen to the explanation. Using Mai put his cheek in one hand and asked, "Speaking of which, what kind of playful do you mean that kid is playful?" The young master tilted his head, "Is there any kind of fun?" In the eyes of the beating enemy, the cubs who do not take business are all playful. Using Mai nodded and said, "Pleasure yourself and don't interfere with others. This is normal playfulness. It's abnormal playfulness that just keeps yourself happy and harassing others repeatedly." Illumi looked at her intently, "You must be good at bringing children. Too many younger brothers are also annoying. It would be great if she could share the burden for him." "But that kid," Illumi said, "who wants to persuade his sister-in-law to abandon his elder brother, what kind of playful is this?" Using Mai. She twitched her lips and smiled awkwardly. "This situation is very complicated and caused by many factors. For example, what kind of person is his eldest brother?" Illumi said earnestly, "Hard hardships and stand hard work, speak less and do more, have a tolerant personality, and have a good temper." Well, today's eldest master also spares no effort to praise himself ==. Using Mai continued to ask, "Then, what kind of person is his sister-in-law?" Illumi had a meal and said sincerely, "I'm an ordinary person." Using Mai asked, "What kind of person is that kid?" Illumi, "The talent is excellent, but the temperament is not mature enough." "Then it's over." Using Mai said, "There is no problem with the family's morals, so the younger brother encourages his sister-in-law to abandon the eldest brother, maybe he just wants to play a prank on the eldest brother. In the ears of adults, this joke is too much. But you said that he is an immature-minded child. Perhaps, he just wanted to make a joke, but he used the wrong method." Illumi nodded, "So, he was just joking, right?" "It should be." Using Mai said, "You can try to communicate with him and tell him not to do this anymore. If he doesn't listen, he'll do his own way, then just one meal will be fine, but 2 meals will not work. 2 meals will not work, just get an electric shock. Using my seriously summarized the 100 ways to kill a bear child, but she did not know that Illumi became more and more satisfied with her. What should I do if my brother makes a mistake? What should I do if my brother is disobedient? What should I do if my brother doesn't listen? Electric shock education. Illumi did not expect that using Mai's thinking mode was so suitable for beating enemies. This is simply a direct deacon tailored for him, so suitable for him. The young master was in an inexplicable mood. He got up and left, dialing Chiya's cell phone. Archie, whatever you want to do now, dispel your thoughts. You should go home, Archie. Chiya refused to accept it, and said that he did not want to go home, and would continue to engage in business. When he hung up the phone without respect, Illumi showed a grimace. Very good, when he meets it, let's call it first. Taking advantage of the stall where Illumi called, using Mai got into the cubicle of the women's toilet, slashed open the 16-inch panel of the system, and unlocked the Sword 3 Kangyun with the bursting energy of headlines. Martial game character. Whale Island, that is an island. Brother lives like a savage on the island, does it mean that there are monsters on the island? If so, then it would just give Kangyun an upgrade. Chapter 40, 40th Money. Whale Island is located on the magnificent high seas, among the hubs of the mainland. The island is named Whale Island because it looks like a whale floating in water and breathable. It has complex terrain, primitive ecology, quiet environment, and simple folk customs. There are cliffs and valleys, marshes and deep pools, depressions and plains, and towering ancient trees. As there are few traces of man-made development, although Whale Island is an island, it almost perfectly retains its own characteristics. For example, the diversity of species: the forest overlord fox, the king of the swamp, the giant catfish, and hundreds of medicinal plants, rare birds, and exotic animals and common animal communities. It can be said that even if Whale Island occupies a hub position adjacent to the 3 continents, it has not become a port transfer station shared by the 3 continents, nor has it turned into a modern city. This situation arises not because Whale Island has no strategic value, nor because it is backward, ancient and primitive, but because behind it, the surname named Fulishi has been blessed for generations. RNF strips it away from the world, protects it from war, protects it into a pure land, creates a haven for ordinary people, and continues the life of people living in peace with nature. 30% of the place of residence, 70% is the forest. When the airship landed in the only port of Whale Island, Yu Xing, who got off the boat, breathed deeply, smelling the long-lost familiarity. The wild breath and vigorous vitality are what she likes. Using Mai has always thought that Whale Island is an undeveloped desert island, a forbidden area that has not been explored by humans. There may be an airship landing here, but there should be no traces of human habitation. Until she got on the net before setting off. Only discovered that there is a small village in Whale Island. There are many old people, women, and fishermen who help out at the port on the island. Most of the young adults and children rush to the more distant cities. Due to the abundant seafood of Whale Island, many sailors and merchants stop here. The development and needs of trade have allowed the Icelanders to have a good life. It stands to reason that even if the Whale Island is not developed, it is not so poor that a child can lead a savage life. Using Mai discovered the Achilles heel of Whale Island. There is no school here. The closest school to Whale Island is actually located in the northeast of the ACI mainland. The 2 places are thousands of kilometers apart. It is impossible to go to school normally unless you live on campus. And the problem of difficulty in going to school is also the main reason that most young people leave with their children. Using Mai. What can I do without school? Pick people out. I can't stop reading, right? There are few adults in Whale Island, and people are social animals. Neighbors have lived together for decades, who doesn't know who? As long as you inquire a little bit, you can get the information you want. According to the usual routines of TV dramas, places like wine shops, ports and restaurants are the easiest to talk about. Using my is no exception. After she set foot on Whale Island, she first locked the only bar in the village. It is called Mit Bar and has been operating on the island for more than 10 years and has an excellent reputation. The proprietress of the bar is called Mit, and she is about 27 years old. She is a delicate woman with short chestnut hair and is especially gentle when she smiles. Welcome! When Mit saw the two beautiful little girls, he enthusiastically entertained him. May I have something to order? Using my ordered 2 glasses of juice, and Illumi ordered 2 delicious desserts. They tacitly pushed the fruit juice dessert to each other, and then sat down in a row, staring directly at the proprietress. Mit? During the period, Using my smiled and talked, and Mit talked very happily after taking the call. Illumi sipped his drink one bite after another, looking at Mit, and then at Using my. The young master kept the same facial paralysis on his face, but he felt a little subtle in his heart. The RNF family, just like the Beat enemy clan entrenched in the Withered Mountains, has been entrenched in Whale Island for generations. However, the RNF family has no commercial cells. Everyone who beats the enemy has turned the poor mountains and bad waters into a 5A level tourist attraction, but RNF has turned the resource-rich Whale Island into a poor rural area. It is rare equals. He still remembers me G's information. The RNF family has grown up on Whale Island for generations. The whereabouts of the ancestors are unknown, and the gold of the previous generation is developing the relics. In this generation, there is only one child JR and F. G was sent to Whale Island 10 years ago and was raised by his aunt Mit and lived with their grandmother. According to the data, their family does not have the ability to read. There is no more news, brother. RNF has sealed the Whale Island very well, and if we explore it, we will touch their minefield. For no reason, there is no need to give yourself extra hatred when beating the enemy. Since the ancestors of Fulishi deliberately downplayed the existence of their descendants, the exploration of Fulishi can stop here. However, according to the data, Mit is very persistent with G. She is completely holding her mother's mentality and is unwilling to let her child leave her side. Using my wanted to take away his younger brother, and was still inquiring about him. This happened to ask this Mit. Master. I feel that the car is going to be overturned this time. But it doesn't matter. He is very popular with children. The younger brothers in the family like him very much. If Using my really wants to take her brother away, as long as she asks him, he will. Using my, are you missing a teacher here? Mit, hey. Illumi. Using my smiled harmlessly, actually I am a student of Yabal University, this is my student ID. By the way, hand out the certificate for inspection. The summer internship is coming soon. I will stay here for a week. Using my continued, provide 2 hours of free teaching time every day. If you have children in your family who are not going to school, you can send them to me. Facts have proved that Using my is very safe. Finding a child is not easy, tutoring will win every battle. What's more, even if she wanted to take Zyja away, she had to confirm first. Whether her thinking conflicts with Zyja's wishes, is her good for you superfluous to Zyja. If you want to take a child away and raise him, you must first prove your reliability. But in the same way, if the client is unwilling, she will not force it. At any rate, she borrowed a tube of DNA to establish herself in the world. She wanted to be right to this child, but she didn't want to be just wishful thinking. Sure enough, when Mit heard the words, his eyes lit up slightly, and Using my became more enthusiastic. Excuse me, if you don't mind, just live in my house. Mit strongly invited, if you want, let me entertain you. Zyja is very skinny and doesn't like to learn yet. As soon as she wanted to teach him something, he rushed into the forest in twos, so angry. Illumi. Can it still be like this? Can I eat and drink for 2 hours every day? It's a bargain. Using my cut to the topic, please tell me, how many children are there on Whale Island? Mit paused, looking a little lonely, too. One is a girl, from the Fox family, Hollow. One is a boy, my family, J. Freeze. Mit smiled awkwardly. The kids from another family have been sent out to school on the island a long time ago, just these two. As soon as I listen to study, I refuse to cooperate. Girls can cry for a day, but boys can run away. We really can't help it. It's all tears when you say it. Using my ex Illumi. When using my saw Zyja, he was deeply shocked by the child's black hair that exploded into the sky. Oh my god, how much mousse and waxing it has to be. When Illumi saw Zyja, the child's bright green clothes and trousers stabbed his eyes with just one glance. It turns out that a whole body of green is the choice of genetic instinct. To be honest, Zyja looks good and very energetic. He has thick eyebrows, big eyes, full of vitality, and polite, but he can't motivate him to study. The same goes for the girl Lotus. She can howl for 2 hours with rich and full emotion and tireless vitality, but she may not be able to learn for 5 minutes. Unfortunately, Zyja ran into using my, and Hello ran into Illumi. Zyja is the blood of Jin Fulishi, a wild child born and raised on Whale Island. He is familiar with every inch of land here, knows every piece of reef on the island, distinguishes the species and habitats of animals, and can even sense and communicate with them. He likes to run around the island like the wind, embrace the sun and the earth, and play with the animals. In other words, as long as Zyja wanted to hide from school, nobody on Whale Island would be able to find him. However, using Mai, who has been a savage in the Dark Continent for 8 years, hasn't seen any strange ways to hide. She pulled out Zyja from the tree hole, dragged Zyja out of the rocks, caught Zyja from the bushes time and time again, rectifying him on the spot. Zyja was puzzled. Sister Xingmai, why are you climbing the trees so fast? Using Mai is serious. The bed in the school is very high. You have to climb up. You can climb a few more times. Zyja, is it harder to climb a bed than a tree? Using Mai firmly said, yes. Zyja, Sister Xingmai, why can you see that I am hiding in a pile of rocks? Using Mai said earnestly, the hygiene of the dormitory is difficult to clean. There are many places where dirt are hidden. After a few more sweeps, you can find small garbage at a glance. Zyja, is picking up trash more fun than hide and seek? Using Mai nodded and said, yes. Zyja, Sister Xingmai, when I was hiding in the bushes, I was never discovered by anyone, why can you? Using Mai said solemnly, there are many pitfalls in the test paper. They look similar, but they are not. You can definitely have a strong insight after taking a few more tests. Zyja suddenly realized, so learning is such an interesting thing. Yu Xing said loudly, yes. Zyja, I suddenly want to go to school. On the other end, when the study time came, Hello took a deep breath on time, lowered her eyebrows, and drooped her eyes. Her small mouth grew, her poor face wrinkled together, and tears filled her eyes. The magic sound will pierce your ears in the next second, and Illumi, who is especially willing to take the child, stares at her directly. After a while, he drew out a long needle. The tip of the needle emits a weird light equals. Illumi, if you dare to cry, pierce you. And slowly release the thought pressure. Hello. If you go to school outside early, you won't meet me. The young master said in a great tone, but you don't have one. This is the punishment for the bad boy. I suddenly wanted to go to school, Mama QAQ. The author has something to say. P.S. Using my, Zi said that he should be tempted and tempted, using words to let the children wake up to the idea of I'm going to school to see for themselves. Illumi, Xiusun said that the weak should obey the strong, and the needle will be directly illuminated to let the children understand the idea of nothing can save me except studying. Using my ex-Illumi, I really am the best teacher. P.S. Hello is a character in the original book. He is the only child on Whale Island who grew up with Xiaja. P.S. In the radio drama, Mi-ji and Mi-te talked about online dating, and then they died after seeing the light equals. Chapter 41, 41st Money. At 6 o'clock in the morning, Illumi opened his eyes on time. One hand came out from the bed swiftly like lightning, and quickly squeezed out the alarm clock. Afterwards, he turned his head to look at the left bed. Well, he was still lying down, not running. After confirming that Using Mai was not awake, he got up and put on his clothes, picked up his mobile phone, and walked into the bathroom. After unlocking the door, Illumi twisted a long slender needle with his left hand and pierced it into his face, opened the phone flexibly with his right hand, and glanced at the inbox. 178 unread emails and 125 missed calls. The mail mainly came from Hizuo, Fei Yang customers and beating the enemy Haka, including missed calls. After weighing it up, Illumi first blocked Hisoso, and then sent a group email to the Fat Sheep client about reporting leave in the near future, please consult the deacon for related matters, and finally opened his own newsletter. From Jikyu, Mom's Illumi. You haven't taken orders for 3 days. Are you in a bad mood because you are dumped? Don't be afraid, if you like it so much, then take her home. Illumiza finished his face and quickly typed, I didn't get dumped. Click send. From Shiba, the killer doesn't need feelings, don't delay work because of women. Since you've been dumped, please check the financial statements for this quarter. Illumiza finished his arm and immediately typed, I won't be dumped. Click send. Grandpa from Jinyo, Illumi, there is no future for hitting enemies and ordinary people. Now that Chia succeeded in letting her dump you, then come back and continue working. After finishing his thighs, Illumi quickly typed, we dumped Chia, Grandpa. Click send. It's strange, why the whole family believes that Chia can persuade Using Mai to dump him. How could it be possible, Chia, just a younger brother? The younger brother is only, it is impossible to resist him. The eldest master took the needle to finish the surgery, turned off the phone, and the world was clean in a moment. After taking care of himself, he woke Using Mai by the way, and then another day of passive sabotage began. At 7 o'clock in the morning, Xiaja with a fishing rod on his back led the way, and the lotus with a dog's tail bouncing back. Using Mai pressed the sun hat on his back, lifted his sandals lightly, kicking the poisonous snake dormant in the grass with one foot. Illumi glanced, pretending to be unaware, and continued to follow. Cross the creek and walk the stone bridge. Turning around and entering the forest, the human footprints gradually disappeared, and even the song of the birds seemed a bit deep and gloomy. The carnivorous lizard living alone in the forest stuck out its head and stared at the plump flesh of the 2 cubs. The red letter poured out, his body lowered, and he made an offensive posture. Using Mai stopped talking, turned his head and glared at Lin Ziai, brother, take a look at you and twist your head off. Carnivorous lizard. After a slight commotion, the forest returned to calm. Illumi remained silent, maintaining an out-of-state look, perfecting what an ordinary person should look like. The 2 children in the front are out of control and can't help themselves. Instead of shutting them indoors for 2 hours to study, it is better to bring them out and play while learning. Just like now, they have learned to use clear to describe a stream instead of transparent, they have learned to use deep to describe a forest instead of black. Until Xiaja found a mature fruit tree, the branches were covered with chubby fruits. The gorgeous colors can stimulate people's appetite. Using Mai looked up and said, this is apple, write it down with me. Yes. X2. What kind of apple? Big apple. X2. Change an adjective. Red apple. X2. Using my encouraged, think about it again, are there any other adjectives? The two children thought hard and looked sad. Illumi said coldly, Hisuo's apple. Hisuo's apple. No-brained X2 super loudly. Using my. On the third day of teaching, she deeply realized that these two children are really not suitable for learning ==. Also, my eldest lady. Please don't instill the wrong answer in your child, okay? Using my whispered, tell the truth, how can Zisuohd, you can enter the compulsory education textbook, and it will become an answer. Illumi actually thought about it seriously, well, he has money. The young master gave a specific plan, he can pay for the establishment of Siso Primary School, Siso Middle School and Siso University, and use Siso's apple as the only standard answer to the required entrance examination questions. Using my. Hisuo, he is really a man with stalks all over his body ==. She is really a Buddha. If Zisuo pays for the establishment of the school, what is the most popular major, and does it grow apples? Daodazu? Don't even the school badge is the avatar of the ace joker. Thinking about it, I feel terrible. In the end, whether his so-so or his banknote ability was good, all disappeared with the attractive fragrance of apple. Looking up at the lingering fruit on their heads, not only the two children are greedy, but Using my also wants to eat it. Before long, Zyja used both hands and feet and quickly climbed to the top. He plucked the reddest fruit in one hand, then turned over and fell to the ground lightly. He raised the apple in his hand towards everyone and handed it to Hella thoughtfully. Hella smiled sweetly at Zyja, Zyja is the best in the world. Zyja nodded, yet. Using my. Are children nowadays developing too fast? No, it's not right. This is not the point. Therefore, it takes a long time to learn 10 new words, and you can learn all the tricks without a teacher. Why don't you go to heaven, Tituwa? Illumi looked at this scene and couldn't help but fall into contemplation. Hella put down the apple, rolled up her sleeves not to be outdone, and went up the tree neatly, picking up a bigger apple. She simply turned over and went down from the tree, and handed the apple in her hand to Zyja, for the best Zyja in the world. Zyja is welcome, well, the apple Hello gave is the sweetest. Using my ex-Illumi. For some reason, I always feel that I have suffered some kind of subtle damage ==. After that, the two children even had an apple in each hand, looking at Using my and Illumi with pure and flawless eyes, as if they were saying don't the teachers do it? Do you want the teacher to help? It seems that the teacher is not omnipotent either. Using my ex-Illumi. Illumi didn't say a word, but just leaped gently to hook the branch, then slammed into the air, and landed steadily on a thick tree branch. The black hair pouring down like a waterfall, the black long skirt is spinning, there is a different kind of gloomy beauty. Using my was a little startled, she suddenly felt, the eldest lady didn't seem to be as weak as she thought. Yes, she repaired the windows with her bare hands last time ==. Illumi didn't know that Using was full of running horses, only raised his hand to pick an apple, lowered his eyes slightly, and stared at her under the tree. After a while, he easily went down the tree and handed the apple in his hand to Using my. Using my stupidly caught the apple, dumbfounded. Illumi frowned, you should say Rumi is the best in the world. Using my. Two children. Using my said dryly, Rumi is the best in the world. Illumi was barely satisfied. Then, seeing that Using my was silent, the young master looked up at the apple above his head and suddenly said, aren't you climbing a tree? Illumi pointed to the apple, what can be picked by ordinary children, wouldn't you be an ordinary adult not? When Using my heard it, it suddenly dawned on him, and felt that the thief made sense. Yes, things that both children and elders can do, how can she not be an ordinary person? They can climb trees and pick apples. Isn't she too abnormal? Suddenly, using my looked like a wild monkey escaping from the cage, with a look that directly locked at a moderate height. She climbed up quickly, picking the fruits in the frame with precision. Using my smiled, it was like returning to the life of a savage. She bowed her head and looked into Ilumi's dark and focused cat's eyes. The eldest lady stared at the apple in her hand tightly and firmly. Using my couldn't laugh or cry. She felt that Lumi was so strong that she had to compare everything with others. It was Owen before, and now it is 2 children. Forget it, let the eldest lady's wish come true. Using my jumped down from the tree and handed him the apple, give the best Lumi in the world. Ilumi was taken aback for a moment, and the black and godless cat's eyes widened slightly, revealing a hint of obvious surprise. The face that was originally facial paralyzed was a little turbulent. After a while, Ilumi took the apple and read, "Well, the apple you gave is the sweetest. Zyja x Helu. For some reason, I always feel that I have been slightly hurt." After this, a brood of 4 people opened Pandora's box and began to run wildly on Whale Island. I don't know whether today is good for travel or suitable for moving. Many animals are gone and there is too much less fun. No, I can only run to the beach for fun. Zyja tossed up and down, agile, I can run 3 laps around Whale Island. Not to be outdone, Hella proved herself, me too. Immediately afterwards, the 2 children stared at the 2 adults with pure and flawless eyes, as if they were saying, can the teachers run 3 laps, I should be able to do it if they are all adults, it won't be impossible to run. Var. Using my ex Ilumi. Ilumi whispered, ordinary children can run 3 laps, aren't we ordinary adults not? Using my looked suspiciously at the lady next to her. Ilumi returned with a sincere look, my marathon results are very good. At the age of 13, the eldest master ran the entire Ichen continent in order to hunt down a traitor who was known for speed and was exhausted. The mission goal equals. Well, the mission goal is exhausted, nothing wrong. At that time, Ziba and Jinyo were shocked when they heard the result. They knew that Ilumi was stubborn, but they didn't know that he could be stubborn to this point. Therefore, Ilumi doesn't pay attention to the laps in the mere Whale Island, at most it is a digestion exercise after a meal. But that being said, it doesn't have the dignity of being a teacher to say that you run a lap. It was completely led by the nose by the 2 children. So, after some bargaining, using my promised the 2 children if they had learned the 10 new words at hand, he would agree to their requirements for a lap race. And the 2 children are worthy of being a typical example of well-developed limbs and simple mind. The 10 new words were learnt for an hour before they were finished. When the last new word passed, the 2 children cheered and ran forward first. Yu Xing lost his smile and followed. The promise made by adults to children. The author has something to say. P.S. Connection. It must be realized. Otherwise, it is teaching them the wrong concept of lying is not guilty, and promises are light. Ilumi hung behind her, looking at Zyja and Hella for a while, and using my for a while. Slowly compare the speed and physical strength of both sides. With the rapid passage of time, Ilumi came to the following conclusions with a beating eye. J. Flix and Whole Fox, if these 2 children are open-minded, they must be the standard strengthening system. As for using my, the young master said that this type of strong person, please remove her personal status. Chapter 42, 42nd Money. The life on Whale Island opened the door to a new world for using my. In her relationship with Zyja, Helu, and Lumi, she really found that she didn't seem to be too restrictive. Zyja's motor nerves are very developed, and only 2 or 3 footholds are needed to chuck up a tree that is more than 10 meters high. Helu's strength was so great that in order to reach the hairpin that fell into the rock, she was able to push hundreds of kilograms of rock downhill. Even the lovely girl Rumi has made great progress in the day after day in the wild. Not to mention the daily race around the island 3 times, even catching shrimps, catching snakes with 2 fingers, and tearing meat with bare hands. Upon seeing this, Using Mai deeply felt that he had lived too carefully. She can completely release her nature by referring to Rumi's progressive standards, rather than being incomparable to the standards of two ordinary children. The most important thing is that no matter how she progressed, how she crossed the line, how exaggerated, she did not arouse the surprise of the two children and the eldest lady. It seems that she is doing this very normal. For example, the four of them finished their teaching task today and planned to go to the stream to catch fish for dinner. As a result, the fish was not caught, but many snakes were found. Fish leaped out of the water in the rush of the river. At this time, snakes entrenched in crevices, branches, and mud holes will suddenly attack, open their mouths to prey, and catch one by one. Although they are of different breeds, they do not fight each other tacitly. Instead, guard this food source and prevent other predators from approaching. When the threat came, they spit out red letters and screamed in an attempt to frighten each other away. However, when Using Mai was entangled in seeing so many snakes, did you scream and faint, or just fainted? Zyja directly attacked and pinched the snake's tail. When the Shekau bite back, the bear kid carried the snake's tail and spins frantically, like a hidden sword driving a big windmill, fast enough to take off. 10 seconds later, this unlucky snake was turned fainted alive. Zyja, my lunch is resolved. Using Mai. At the same time, a lotus came up holding the broken snake, and showed them a simple and horrible smile. Too hungry, I accidentally bit the snake. The little girl smiled with a snake in her hand, her mouth full of blood stains. As scary as a ghost doll. Using Mai. When she turned her head stiffly, she found a colorful and venomous snake hanging from the eldest's neck. Using Mai was shocked, and was about to make a move, but saw. Illumi squeezed the snake's head and snapped it off like a soda bottle. The venomous snake about 2 meters immediately softened its body, slipped from his shoulder, hung to the ground, and could not die anymore. Using Mai. The picture is too real, causing strong discomfort. Finally, the two children and Illumi looked at her with straight eyes. Although he didn't say a word, he was expressing the same meaning. Even ordinary children and women can catch snakes. Wouldn't you be an ordinary college student? 30 seconds later, Using Mai brought back a 5-meter giant python. The two children applauded one after another. Wow! What a big snake! You can sell it to the uncles in the port. Illumi nodded slightly. Do you need my help? They didn't look surprised, and seemed not surprised by the fact that an ordinary person killed the python and carried it back. They even gathered around to skin the prey cramps. After that, they returned the remaining snake meat and snake belts to the port for sale. The residents of Whale Island saw it. Apart from surprise, there was no redundant expression, and no gossip and thoughts of questioning. There is one and only one, just one sentence with emotion. 5-meter python. Not bad, not bad. A certain grandmother smiled and said, the girl's grades are not bad, but it is far worse than Jin. 20 years ago, Jin brought back 17 meters of giant python. Using Mai. It's okay, far away, 17 meters? Yes, I'm sorry, why she can understand every word, but she can't understand it altogether? Using Mai, excuse me, what is Jin? Granny smiled. Jin, it's a hunter in our village. There are too many people with the same name and surname in the world. For a while, Using Mai did not associate Jin with Jin Fulishi at all. In fact, even if she got in touch, she would never understand the symbolic meaning of hunter and R&F. Because the word hunter, when spoken in big cities, should refer to civil servants, when it pops out from the mouth of grandma in island villages, it may only refer to hunting people. Therefore, she, a savage who has lived in the Dark Continent for 8 years, has a poor hunting record, even an ordinary hunter on Whale Island? The grandmother smiled and gave a crit. Ha ha ha, Jin's father Dong is also a hunter. When Dong was 15 years old, he hunted a white shark. That white shark is 20 meters long. Using Mai. Immediately afterwards, using my discovered that the villagers working in the port had taken the snakeskin from Zyja without any surprise, and said, "It's only 5 meters," reluctantly. Using my, reluctantly? The snakes that Jin brought back were all 10 meters away. Go on. It's 10 meters away. What nonsense, Zyja and Helu, they carried a bear back last time. Using my. She turned her head and saw Rumi looking at her at the same time. The eldest lady was silent for a while, and simply made up for her. The dog I raise is 6 meters tall and is called San Mao. My dad caught it. Using my. Illumi, as an ordinary person, raising dogs, catching snakes, and fishing are actually quite normal. For those with the ability to think, raising a few meters high beast dog, catching a 12-meter long rare animal python, and playing a 20-meter long beast shark, is not commonplace. Using my. Yuan, original, do ordinary people in this world live like this? On the 5th night of the day when I came to Whale Island, using my lay on the bed and edited the drift bottle. She feels that her 3 views have been reorganized, and she needs to talk to Chi Mu Nang Siang about this strange world. Yes, weird world. Raising a few meters high dog, catching snakes of more than 10 meters, and fishing 20 meters of fish. If this is placed in the dark continent, she will feel extremely normal, but in the rookie world of LV.1, what does she always think is wrong? She urgently needs to find Chi Mu as a reference, and ask her if there is anything weird in the world. Using my typed a line, I want to know, is it normal for an ordinary person to catch a dog several meters high? Click send. It's a pity that using my was out of luck after all. Obviously only one step away from the truth, she threw the drifting bottle sent to Chi Mu into the sea because of her random thoughts. Using my covers his face with one hand, forget it, edit another one equals. Who knows, she received a reply from an unknown person before she left a word. From I am bald and stronger, normal. Using my. An ordinary person catches a dog that is several meters high. This is called normal? This bald strong person's reply successfully attracted using my's attention. She left Chi Mu behind her head every minute, and started a one-on-one question and answer. What about ordinary people killing a python that is more than 10 meters long? Other party, normal. How about a single man hunting a 20-meter white shark? Normal. Using my twitched his mouth, this is all normal, so what is abnormal? The other party, I can't even deal with this, it's abnormal. From I am bald and stronger, the friends and colleagues around me can deal with these things, don't you? Using my. Looking at this message, using my couldn't help but fall into contemplation. She, a savage, an aboriginal from the dark continent, is she ashamed of her hometown? At the same time, Illumi, who had been shut down for a whole day, stood on the balcony and turned on the phone. As he expected, it was a dozen missed calls and unread text messages. In the 5th second of his startup, his biological father Sheba rarely called in person, and seemed to have tolerated his passive sabotage behavior to the limit. Illumi answered the phone, "Dad." Sheba carried out the killer's consistent efficiency and went straight forward, "Illumi, your behavior has crossed the line. I have no objection to you choosing an ordinary person as your fiancé." Siba's voice was cold, "But if you will be affected by this, you understand the consequences." Illumi said indifferently, "Fiancé, shouldn't it be a family? The creed of beating an enemy guest is that you can't deal with your family." Sheba, "Unmarried does not count as family." Illumi expressed his understanding and turned on the dog talk mode, "Okay, Dad. After you kill her, my fiancé will be Hisoso." Sheba. The eldest master didn't panic at all. The mother and the fetus had solo for 23 years and had no feelings, just so confident. In addition, Hiso is really a brick, where to move? Illumi said calmly, "I am with her right now, and then I will take my 2 children home to see." Well, Zyja and Hela can take them home and push the gate of Huangchuan. Flix is worthy of friendship, Fox's words. He remembers that ACI mainland seemed to have had this surname 100 years ago, and he also explored the Dark Continent. However, due to errors in Illumi's verbal expression skills, Sheba's reading comprehension score was 0, which caused the two father and son to have a conversation and immediately opened the skylight. The same sentence fell in Sheba's ears, and it was, "I was with her, and I will go home with 2 newborn babies soon. If you dare to kill, the child has never been a mother since childhood." Sheba. The patriarch who beat the enemy off hung up the phone, with his fingers crossed on his lips. He couldn't help being lost in thought. If this is the case, Illumi's passive sabotage is excusable. Chijo peeled the grapes and chewed slowly. "Anata, what's the matter?" Sheba speculated, listening to Illumi. "That woman seems to be pregnant with his children, twins." Chijo. With a snap, a grape rolled to the ground. She stood up suddenly, and turned over a whole plate of grapes with a scream. Ah screamed hoarsely. Chijo covered his face and was deeply intoxicated. "I am indeed Mama's Illumi. Mama is proud of you." Sheba. It was only then that he suddenly remembered that his third son, Chie, was still on the way to persuade his brother-in-law to break up. In a distant world, an ordinary hero sits in an ordinary house. A bald head with eyes wide open stared at the phone, silent for a moment, and asked, "Genos, the only people who can contact our phone should be from the Heroes Association, right? The author has something to say. P.S. Connection. Genos is cooking. Teacher, what happened?" "Saitama, I received an inexplicable message. It seems that he is a new hero who has just joined the association. He is unbelievable about the fact that ordinary people can kill monsters." Genos sighed, "Really a newcomer? Does he need help?" Saitama was silent for a while, and said, "I will seriously investigate." He had never seen software like Drifting Bottle. Where did it come from? Mr. Saitama said he was very curious. P.S. So, Sing Chong was discharged from the hospital to find Yuzinja and Chi Mu Nangsho's Hisoso, and ran into Mr. Saitama ==. "Illumi, you deserve to be admitted to the hospital for the 3rd time." Hisoso. P.S. Teacher Saitama, I was finally pulled out for a stroll. Do you dare to move? Chapter 43, 43rd Money. Using My came to Whale Island and was refreshed almost every day. She was obviously a college student who came to educate people in the countryside, but she turned out to be a little turtle taught to be a human. Sue is due to the aggressive style of the people of Whale Island, and even her style of painting has changed from a good young man in society to a hot-blood runaway, or the kind of sea king who holds a harpoon in hand and steps on a reef ==. Upon seeing this, the villagers said with satisfaction, "It's really nostalgic. The little girl has a golden demeanor, but she is not wild enough, nor sloppy enough." Zyja clenched a fist and shouted, "I must become a man like gold." Hella Fisted seconded. In front, is the turbulent Peng Bei IC, behind, is the red glow of the setting sun. At this moment, the people on the ship raised their eyes and looked into the distance, as if they were back on the day when Jin took them out to sea. Passionate. Using My was holding a 4-meter-long king hairtail with his left hand and a 3-meter-long squid in his right hand. Amidst the repeated golden slogan, he fell into serious doubts about himself. Using My murmured, "I even fork back deep-sea fish species, why don't they feel strange?" Illumi said lightly, "If it were 400-meter king hairtail and 300-meter large squid, they would be surprised." Yusin nodded slightly. It turns out that the Icelanders have such a strong endurance. Illumi made up a knife. They will be surprised that who has taken the pet that Jin keeps in the deep sea ashore. Using My. After staying for 5 or 6 days, Using My understood it thoroughly. Whale Island is worthy of being a golden island. It is simply a large heretical organization gold worship sect. Up to 80 old ladies, down to 3 years old. 11-year-old child. As long as it is an individual, they regard gold as an idol. They don't want any prey of 5 meters, 6 meters, or 7 or 8 meters. The starting price is more than 10 meters, the price of blood and sweat is tens of meters, and the price of jumping off the building is several hundred meters. This is the supreme belief of Whale Island. Using my side with rare emotion, unexpectedly, I lived so ordinary. Illumi read with a great bar, it's great that you can be aware of your normal. Therefore, ordinary using my ended a week of ordinary teaching, and asked his 2 ordinary students if they would like to enter the ordinary world and go to ordinary school. Zyja shook his head and said, Sister Xingmai, I want to stay with Aunt Mit on Whale Island. He Lu pouted, I can't go. Dad wants to train me as a hunter by himself. Although using my expected the result, he still sighed when the result came out. After 7 days of getting along, she deeply understood that these 2 children were not for reading. They are more suitable for living unfettered on Whale Island than entering the metropolis. But as an educated adult, she still wants to say a few more nonsense. She told them seriously, actually, reading is to give you more choices. The Chinese traditional thinking says that children can lack everything, but they can't lack learning, the family can be poor for everything, but they can't be poorly educated. Using my had sneered at this statement until she passed the high school entrance examination, entered the university, and was about to face a job. Only then did she finally understand what speaking is not rough. She didn't hope that when the 2 children grew up, they were restricted by a diploma. Hearing this, Zyja smiled, Sister Xingmai, there are too many choices, isn't it annoying? Yuxin was taken aback for a moment. The boy raised his face, facing the light and wind, his eyes were clear, as if he could look into the distance that adults could not see. People have too many choices, and they can't be indomitable. Zyja smiled and said, and I don't like to leave a way out for myself. I know my sister wants to be nice to me. Zyja has a beastly intuition about the good and evil of others, but regardless of the outcome, if you follow the path you choose, at least you won't regret it, will you? The salty sea breeze hit using Mai's long skirt into a hunting noise. The long hair fascinated her eyes and made her feel that Zyja at this moment is dazzling. Just like sister. Zyja looked at Illumi, then at using Mai, and continued, my sister has too many people in her eyes, and there are too many choices, but Rumi, she has always been only looking at you. Using Mai, hey? She turned her head dumbfounded, and met Illumi's paralyzed face and debt-collecting eyes. Using Mai. This is especially the look in the eyes of capitalist exploitation and oppression of the people equals. Using Mai turned his head away with a twitch of the corner of his mouth. After getting along for a week, she did become good friends with the eldest lady who was a lot of trouble thieves, but when Zyja said that, something was wrong. However, this is not the point is since the 2 children have decided, then she will not do anything reluctantly. The return date is approaching, and it's time to say goodbye. However, Yuxin never expected that he had a meal at Miti's house before leaving, and he actually had a shocking melon. The full name of the leader of the gold worship cult is Jin Fulishi. He is Zyja's own father, Mit's cousin, and the original owner who borrowed her DNA. In other words, Jin Flix is her nominal father. Using Mai shook his hand, and the sashimi fell into the soy sauce. Illumi was silent for a while, but he reached out his chopsticks to pick it up, and put it into his mouth smoothly. Mit is 28 years old this year. He has a heart to pay his cousin by mistake. In order to insist on not marrying his whole life, he raises his cousin's child. And her cousin Jin Fulishi, who has not returned to the island for 10 years, does not bring a baby, but is not young, spends all his life on the outside, saying that he is pursuing dreams and distant places. I haven't even made a phone call home for 10 years. The family remembers to hang on him every day. Using Mai. Damn it. 2 scumbag. After the meal, Mit went to wash the dishes, and Xiaja went to take a bath. Using Mai nibbled the melon without bite, in a mixed mood. At the same time, Illumi added fuel to the fire. In my house, my dad is going out. When doing business, he will call back. If my father hadn't called for 10 years, Chihu's mother would have returned to Xingzha and remarried. It's impossible for the man in our family to make his cousin fall in love with himself. The men in our family, as long as they are not in business, will go home on time every day to help bring the baby. If you don't go home on time, your husband's life will not be harmonious, and there is a high probability of quarrels and fights. A fight, asking for money, a lot of money. The men in our family will not spend time outside, let alone pursue dreams and distances. It's a lot of money for people who spend a lot of money. If you pursue your dreams, you will be beaten up until you wake up, and you will be wanted at home when you run away. Therefore, it is the best choice to be a beating enemy who stays away from pornography, gambling, drugs, and embraces his wife and baby's money. Yes, that's right, the male morality education that beats the enemy haka is so successful equals. As the saying goes, there is harm when there is contrast. Upon hearing this, Using Mai deeply realized that Jin R and F is really a scum. Using my side, your man is so nice, I want to say it all. Illumi, hey. I want to marry your brother. Using my side, speaking of which your brother is 11 years old, I am 7 years older than him. It is not impossible. Illumi. Using my broke his fingers, he is 18 years old, and I am 25 years old, that's okay. Rumi, you are beautiful, and your brother must not be bad. Even though I am older, you won't lose money by marrying me. After all, I am good looking and can take care of others. Using my poked his face, right? Illumi. In fact, Using my just followed Illumi's words to make a joke. It's like seeing a 3-year-old boy come out with a girlfriend, and she can't help but say something like, "Baby, don't you think the big sister is beautiful? When you grow up, do you want to marry your big sister?" It's a pity that she didn't know that Illumi was a true master, and he took everything she said seriously. "Illumi, why pick my brother? Is it just because of Chiya's aptitude?" Using my, if you are a man, Rumi, I will pick you. At this moment, she didn't know the consequences of verbosity equals. Only Illumi stared at her quietly, her dark cat eyes motionless, and she didn't know what she was thinking. Using my was puzzled. "What?" "It's nothing," Illumi replied, "I just remembered one thing suddenly." The young master remembered that Chiya was still walking on the way to persuade Using Mai to leave him. "Well, sure enough, are there not enough pins?" In a different time and space, in an ordinary residential building, Saitama poked a screaming chicken with his eyes open, and said boredly, "Genos, have you analyzed anything?" Cyborg Genos held the phone for a long time and traced it for a long time, and said, "Teacher, I can't explore the source of the signal. But this floating bottle software is like a product of the earth." Saitama's bald head flashed, as if thinking of something. "It's from the earth, but I can't find it. Genos, it's like a different world." Saitama scratched his face and looked up at the ceiling, with a sluggish expression. "Genos. I'm here, teacher. I want to try if I can go to another world." Saitama's bald head shone brighter. Genos sighed, "Teacher, the other world is just a guess, even if it exists. How did you get there?" Saitama raised his fist and said seriously, "I punch myself." Janosch. Saitama, a bald man who held 100 push UPS, squatted 100, and jogged for 10 kilometers every day for 3 years and finally lost his hair. He gained power even more terrifying than a god. No matter how powerful opponents he encounters, he can defeat them across the board as long as he gives a serious punch. Even mutants, evolved people, aliens, or spaceships can't escape his punch. One punch can destroy mountains and rivers and shake the world. One punch can transcend cause and effect and destroy the world. One punch can open Tianyu and reshape everything. Saitama's punch is the power of God, the power of magic, and it is also a force of force. But now, Gua forced Gua to aim at himself, planning to give a serious punch. When beliefs converge to a certain apex, and when they earnestly become the endorsement of belief, everything that Saitama wants will always be realized in unexpected ways. Saitama touched his fist and let out a sigh of relief, "Please." The next second, he punched his face mercilessly. Accompanied by a loud bang, the uncontrollable fist not only tore open the cracks in the space, but also shattered the abandoned street 100 meters behind him. Smoke and dust are flying, and the corridor is shaking. When the storm stopped, Genos could not find Saitama again. The author has something to say. P.S. Sanmei and Sangwo Force team up to play a copy together. After Kurora, Illumi, and Hisuo worked hard to cut off the blood skin of the boss, the 3 hooks came out. Using Mai yelled, "Look, 99.99% of the blood volume is left. Saitama, remaining blood, let me come. Chi Mu, seeing me, give the boss a few mouthfuls of milk, and add a sacrifice, otherwise you won't be able to fight. Mimi. I don't want to talk equals. Chapter 44, 44th Money. Zi said, the farthest distance in the world is not the distance between life and death, but the passing line where you differ by 60 points. There are only 3 days left to review. Facts have proved that every word of the dog's words spoken by the ancestors is the truth. Until the day when Using Mai returned to university, she finally recalled the fear of being dominated by the final exam and the pain of staying up all night in the library. I turned on my roommate's cell phone, and the information about practice activities are over. Please return to school to prepare for the final exam has been in each student's mailbox 4 days ago, but she treat it as a harassing information shielding, and treat it as spam equals. Once there was ample review time in front of her, she didn't cherish it, and regretted it after losing it. The most painful thing in the world is this. If God could give her a chance to do it again, she would say to the dusty textbook, I will review. If she has to add a deadline to this review, she hopes it will be QAQ for 1 semester. Unexpectedly, after spending 7 days in Whale Island, let alone review, she even forgot to clean her boss. Facing textbooks, notebooks, and exercises that are taller than Everest and longer than the Amazon River, Using Me has a green face, and the icon of crematorium, please go here flashes across his mind, and the icon refers to it. At that, it is the library that died suddenly in the last life equals. What can be done? Go back to the Dark Continent to be the Abe Mount Tai, go to Whale Island to join the Golden Worship, or stay in the metropolis to pick up trash. No, a million rejections. She wants to get a diploma, find a stable, high-paying job, and live a petty bourgeoisie life of 9 to 5, Starbucks on weekends, and long vacations. In order to successfully confuse the overdue final exam, Using My simply rolled up the textbook and rushed to the library. It's because she didn't have a touchscreen mobile phone these years, otherwise, even if she entered the library, 80% of her efforts would have been lost. The penalty imposed by Yabal University for failing a subject is notoriously serious, and it is by no means a problem that can be solved by a make-up exam. If a student fails 1 or 2 subjects, there is still a chance to make up the exam. However, if students fail to reach 3 subjects, they will be dismissed directly by the school. The most terrible thing is that the black history of being dismissed will be recorded in the archives. Leaving this stain, it will be difficult to enter a university anymore. Thinking of this, Using was so sad that his head was almost bald. However, the same Illumi, who has not reviewed a single word, is much more calm than her. On the first day, Using My gnawed his notes frantically, and Illumi calmly took over the business. The young master upholds the good man rules of beating the enemy haka, and calls back from time to time, there are dried cacti on the balcony. If you don't have time to eat, just eat that. Using my. Aren't we friends? Can't you just say I will bring you a meal? Also, you did the reason why the cactus planted by Qualia died on the balcony, right? Right. On the second day, Using my was addicted to doing exercises, while Illumi calmly played dumb puzzles. The young master adheres to the principle that the fat sheep client cannot be blackmailed, and calmly talked to Hisuo, if you think your own hands are long, I don't mind cutting off a piece for you. This is the last time, Hisoso. I won't touch your apple, and you don't touch my prey either. After reaching a verbal agreement between the two parties to step back, Illumi gave up. After that, he dialed Using my's number, is there any cactus left? Keep me if there is any. There is no half-price discount for box lunch in the convenience store today. Using my. Is this cactus stock horrible? Also, you a rich lady who eats half-price boxed lunches and gnaws on leftover cacti. Is it really scientific to save so much? On the third day, Using my began to take a deep breath to cheer herself up. Illumi answered the news calmly and wrangled with the customer. Seeing that the big exam is about to come, Lumi hasn't reviewed at all. Adhering to the principle of passing good sisters together, Using my called Illumi, Lumi, I have organized the test sites and notes. You can come back and take a look. Otherwise, what should I do if I fail? Illumi's tone Gujing Wubo, I don't know what to do. This is a declarative sentence, without any futility at all. Especially the protagonist's tone is calm as stagnant water, as if I won't fall for a discipline is a natural truth. At this moment, Using my felt that he had been critically hit by Swiba, you just want to be happy. Illumi nodded slightly. If you dare to let an enemy guest fail, you dare to let the scoring teacher fail. Just to be on the safe side, the eldest master still upholds the principle that his brother does not need to be used in vain, and gave an order to Miji, 3 minutes, I want the original question and the correct answer for the final exam. Victim Miji. Brother, you are really my eldest brother .. Obviously he is already the best performer in the Kruckling Mountain, isn't that enough? You still have to get the first place in the exam. You are really crazy. But, forget it. The first offspring who beat the enemy Haka to take the formal final exam, how could he get the first exam, right? The victim, Miji, did some manipulations and sent the original questions and answers of the broadcast hosting department test paper to Ulamai. It is divided into 2 sets of A and B. I don't know which one to use. Brother needs to take the exam. Look at the classification of the test papers. Illumi said that there was no problem, and remembered all the answers in Volume A and Volume B. However, the eldest master who has never participated in the exams never expected that the test paper was divided into a B. He looked carefully, the answer sheet was also divided into a B, and he didn't care .. 3 days ago, in the ordinary morning, an ordinary garbage dumping airship ushered in the ordinary meteor street. The huge airship passed high above the sky, the belly door opened, and countless was dropped. Expired food, broken clothes, rusty metal, and even glass and various waste products are falling from the top of the head, as if it was raining heavily. Obviously, it was the day when the stench was released, but it was the harvest day that the residents of Meteor Street had been eagerly awaiting for a long time. As far as Meteor Street is concerned, all the garbage discarded by the outside world is a material that needs to be obtained desperately. They hugged the united gang, squatted at the place where they were placed, and waited for the fresh garbage to fall, and then cut their heads to grab it. During this period, it doesn't matter whether it is a death fight or losing one's life. I thought that after the garbage was put out, it would be great fortunate to be able to dig out expired water, bread, and meat products in the garbage mountain, but unexpectedly, there is a giant ostrich egg that is smooth and round in today's trash mountain. Even if the sun is covered by the haze that obscures the sky, the ostrich egg still shines in the trash mountain. So round, so bright, so dazzling. The bright color resembled a chalk head thrown by Cupid, the of love, and it hit the hearts of the residents of Meteor Street in an instant. This is an egg that can be eaten for a long time. In an instant, they swarmed up and rushed towards the shining egg at the top of the trash mountain. They fisted together, their thoughts resisted, spitting at each other, and hitting to the highest point with black noses and swollen faces. For an egg, they make a big move to level A, the nanny pulls steady, DPS sprints, assists assault, and meet T hard bar. Wherever he went, not to mention the available garbage, even some breadcrumbs were gone. It is simply the most horrible scene, the most terrible expense, and the lowest damage. Sure enough, there is a reason why Meteor Street is so poor. However, as everyone was fighting like a raging fire, the shining ostrich egg trembled slightly. It hatched a pair of dead fish eyes. In the exclamation of a woman's gaffe, the fighting crowd suddenly stopped and looked at the flashing egg. Seeing the top of the garbage mountain, the egg trembles and slowly climbs out of the garbage mountain. A bald-headed man wearing red gloves, a yellow jumpsuit, and a white bed sheet, staring at them with a dazed expression on his face. The residents of Meteor Street also looked at him at the same time, opening their mouths slightly, with a terrifying expression. Saitama blinked, frowning in all the attention, raised his hand and waved, "Oh, hello, I am Saitama, a professional hero." Residents of Meteor Street. Is this man a fool? Is there a convenience store near here? Is there a discount? Saitama rubbed his stomach, his nose shook, it smells. Trash mountain. Ah! What a joke, a tall man of the reinforcement system roared, how is it a person? Shouldn't it be an egg? Saitama is completely out of condition, egg. At this moment, his bald head exudes a bright light. The enhanced man was furious, just for you. For you, a worthless thing, killed a companion. I killed you. The man rushed up, raised his casserole-sized fist, and hit Saitama's smooth head with a mighty force. Under the testimony of everyone, Saitama's head shook rhythmically, unscathed, accompanied by a loud sound of bang. Instead, the man's hand was swollen all over. All Meteor Street residents are in awe, this is the ironest man I have ever seen. Saitama stared at the man, his tone of voice was not irritating or angry, from the beginning, what are you talking to yourself? The man rose from the ground, shouting hoarsely, and struck Saitama with a blow that envelopes his mind. Its power is overwhelming, its shape is like a tiger descending a mountain, its sound is like thunder, with unmatched power, as if everything that is hit will be wiped out. Someone murmured, there is, no impact, that person can't live anymore. But no one thought that Saitama stood still on the spot with his face, still amidst the roar of the opponent. He stretched out his hand, flicked his fingers, and aimed at the opponent's forehead with a steady and speedy gesture. Then, lightly flick. Boom! The man suddenly turned into a cannonball, and was instantly beaten from one end of the trash mountain to the other. During the period, it ran through 1, 2, or 3 abandoned buildings, and it took 6 or 7 or 8 rolls before it could stop the momentum. The man lay on his back in the ruins, spit out his soul. Everyone! Saitama retracted his hand, patted his clothes, and said casually, where is this? He raised his eyes and looked at him, and everyone's eyes were full of alert. Only one child said softly, Meteor Street. Meteor Street? Oh, thank you. Saitama nodded politely, by the way, do you know someone named Dark Continent Ironhead Baby? Everyone. What is the Ironhead Baby in the Dark Continent? Don't you know? Forget it. Saitama walked slowly down the trash mountain, and all the people around, as if Moses were sharing a Red Sea, gave him a broad road. In Meteor Street, the strong are worthy of everyone's fear and respect. However, Saitama didn't care, and he fished out the phone and poked the drifting bottle desperately, hey, where are you? Due to the high-tech signal on Meteor Street, the drift bottle cannot be sent out at all. Saitama had no choice but to turn around and ask someone, "Do you know where there is internet?" Network. A thin man pointed to the elder zone and smiled maliciously, "There is." Saitama, "Oh, thank you." On this day, the glowing bald man entered the elder district of Meteor Street. On this day, the buildings in the elder district were blasted out of a big horrible hole. On this day, everyone heard a cry from the soul, "Aren't you sorting garbage?" Residents of Meteor Street, give and sort the garbage. On this day, Saitama got the second hero nickname besides Bald Man in the Cape, named Bald Strong. Saitama. Do you all have an opinion on my head one by one? On this day, Using Mai was still frantically reviewing the night battle, and didn't have time to look at the drifting bottle ==. The author has something to say. P.S. Saitama, are you, the Iron Head baby? Seeing me, are you, a strong bald head? Nangxiang, why are you all having trouble getting along ==. P.S. Saitama, it's also bald, why can you grow your hair? Seeing me, let me give you the Amway Kixie of mind and take care of your growing hair. Saitama, really? How to learn this? Seeing me, first of all, we have to go round and round together. So Hashimai drilled into the sky, and Saitama drilled through the center of the earth ==. Kujuo. I really am the smartest cub in this team. Chapter 45, 45th Money. Meteor Street, a chaotic place deliberately avoided and ignored by the informed world. Since it existed, how long the history has been cannot be tested. It is only known that it contains all the filth in the world, and it also gives rise to the extreme malice in the world. This is a place of exile abandoned by mankind, and also a barren place for unneeded things. The law does not exist, the strong make the rules, the moral is no longer, the use of force to resolve disputes. People who grow up on Meteor Street will never be able to integrate into a normal society. In a normal society, you should never want to change the people on Meteor Street. The tacit point is already a customary rule. Regardless of this, it is the only tacit understanding between Meteor Street and the outside world to take care of each other's faces. However, in an ordinary day, an ordinary bald man in a cloak came to Meteor Street. God said there should be light, so the bald reflection came. Saitama said that there should be a net, so the wall in the elder district collapsed. Bald headstrong Saitama came to the elder district in the east of Meteor Street and borrowed the only outlet in the district. But he had just opened the drifting bottle, before he could type a word, he was besieged by hundreds of people who thought of abilities. Saitama raised his hand and made a reasonable request, wait first. I finished sending the message, Drink. The person with the power of manifestation condensed a spear and pierced Saitama's throat fiercely. This blow was quick and brutal, and it was aimed at the vital point, and it was a posture that did not save anyone's life. Rao encountered a person with the same level of thinking ability, and had to avoid his edge. Pian Sheng, this fell in Saitama's eyes like. The little doll poked over slowly with a dog's tail, trying to tickle his neck ==. Not only did he not panic, he even took a leisurely look at the bunch of thugs behind him, and then counted the number of freckles on the face of his rival. Finally, I started to think, what method should I use to be efficient and not get out of control to solve a group of humans? Accompanied by the reflection of the bald head, Saitama's inspiration appeared, revealing a simple and honest smile. He raised his hand and turned his fist into a palm. Like fanning away a fly, gently fanning towards the face of the adversary. Snapped. One hit. Opponent immediately turned into a meteor in the sky and disappeared in front of him. Saitama looked up at the sky and muttered, "Is it too heavy?" Before it was too late to sigh with emotion, the second rival rushed up. Saitama's meal is an instant blessing to the soul. He turned into a ghost animal-slapped man, and ended the second battle with a very gentle touch. After that, pop seems to have become a new type of rock. Whenever a beat sounds, a shooting star will appear in the sky. Initially, Saitama slaps the palm with one hand. After the palm of the hand slaps one person's left cheek, the back of the hand can still slap the other's right cheek. But because there were so many people coming, he could only put his hands together, like a conductor playing a symphony, raising his hands, crossing, waving, and fanning. The white cloak was hunting and hunting behind him, matched with the bald head shown by the holy light. At first glance, it looked like the Buddha came to the world, mercifully transcending the people. At this moment, Saitama is shaking with a sense of rhythm. Even if it is matched with a Croatian rhapsody, it can be perfectly stepped on, and it is full of passion. In order to defend Meteor Street, the mind-powered person was beaten brutally, and the bald-headed Jiang slapped in the face in order to send the message smoothly. When thousands of shooting stars struck the sky, mixed with saliva, dentures, hair, and blood foam that fell from the sky, this unspeakable scene of death became an eternal shadow in the hearts of this generation of Meteor Street children. Saitama lay down the Elder District with the strength of Fanyu 3000 times, achieved the world achievement of Trash King, and won the only title of Bald Head Strong from Meteor Street. Then, there is no more. When the defeated personnel climbed back to the Elder Quarter with difficulty, looked at him with hatred, and asked him what he wanted in Meteor Street. Saitama scratched his face and said, "Ah, there is something I want." The defeated personnel sneered, "What do you want? Which force is it that wants to settle down on Meteor Street? Such a monster was sent out." "Saitama, where can I charge my mobile phone?" Defeated personnel. Saitama raised the phone and showed the black screen to them with swollen noses and swollen faces. "I just want to charge up and send a message." "Silence, silence is the Meteor Street tonight. The reason for being beaten is really awkward. In the distant Ukexan, ordinary university student using Mai didn't even know that Pinjo had come to her. At that time, using Mai closed the machine in order to take the final exam seriously, except for making some necessary phone calls to his roommates, and had no idea of opening the drift bottle at all. She studied hard for 3 days, prepared everything neatly, and was about to pass the exam safely and steadily. But unexpectedly, on the way to the examination room, I met a handsome boy with silver white hair and blue cat eyes. He stopped in front of her, with one hand in his pocket and a skateboard in the other. Wearing sky blue short sleeves, bright white 5/4 pants, stepping on a pair of blue and white sneakers. When the wind blew, he raised his blasted hair and swayed gently. The boy raised his eyes to stare at using Mai, his chin raised slightly, his expression was cool, and his tone was very tugging. "Hey, you are using Mai, right? Real people are more beautiful than photos." Could it be that his terrible big brother really caught her face? Using Mai was taken aback. "May I ask who you are?" "I am Chia." Chia carried the skateboard and walked from the shadows. "It's hard to get rid of that guy Kurt." "Hey, listen, I don't have much time, I will only say the next thing once." Yu Xing's head filled with question marks. "Listen well, I will only say the next thing once." How could this line be full of the tyrannical spirit of the Xiao Yan style? Chia's tone dropped abruptly. "Do you have a boyfriend?" Using Mai. Wait, you stopped me on campus, in the shade of the trees, in the road, just to ask me if I have a boyfriend with this kind of low and hoarse juvenile voice? This kind of time, place, and lines are too clever, right? According to popular routines, when the man asks this question, and the woman answers no, it is often the beginning of a school romance drama. Using Mai looked at the boy who was at most 11 or 12 years old in front of him. His face was gentle and elegant, and his heart was full of complaints. Don't this kid just watch some brain-dead romance drama, come to the university campus to catch people and perform it? Of course, it is also possible that you have encountered the troubles of adolescence and want to talk to someone. As for why I found her? Nonsense, all 3-year-olds know that they give the sweetest sister in their hands to eat. Of course, 11 or 12-year-olds are also visual animals. But regardless of whether the child is acting desire or has some puberty troubles, using my is not willing to entangle too much. In order to put an end to follow-up troubles and to hurry up for the exam, she stretched out her hand and scratched her chin and said, "Yes." Just this sentence made Chiya's cat's eyes widen slightly, revealing a in the day. He never expected that his eldest brother, who had been an orphan, really had a girlfriend. It is said in body language that when a person is lying, his eyes will turn up subconsciously and his fingers will be placed on his lips unconsciously. And using my, just did this action. Therefore, she may be lying. Chi Yao narrowed his eyes. "Oh, what does your boyfriend look like?" Using my. It's another very subtle line, and it also has a meaning to the bottom. This kid really has watched too many romantic dramas. Yu Xing smiled awkwardly. He has black shiny hair, white skin, long limbs, and very tall and straight. Sorry Rumi, first use your image equals. Chia. Using my looked at his watch and waved at Kia. Sorry, I rushed to the exam, goodbye little brother. With that said, she stepped up and crossed Chia, but in the next second. Chia made a violent shot, grabbed her wrist, and squeezed it tightly. He raised his head, his eyes were complex, and his tone was firm. Hey, you break up with him, leave him. He is totally unsuitable for you, do you know his true identity? Under the tree that year, month, and day, the young man stretched out his hand to grasp her pulse. He took the script of the male lead and walked the way of the villain, performing the male partner's affectionate and speaking the lines of the father-in-law's mother. Generally speaking, the expression, emotion, speech and body are all in place, and the lighting, scene, time, and stuck points are also perfect. If it weren't for a 5 million check, it would be a famous scene in major film and television dramas. Using my this heavenly operation. She took a deep breath and smiled and said, never divide, never leave, fit, no. Goodbye, I'm going to take an exam. Using my shook off Chiya's hand, took 2 steps and 3 steps, and quickly left the scene. Chiya. Looking at Yu Xing's back, he had only one thought in his heart, what kind of luck did his elder brother have to make such a firm girlfriend? After stealing the remains of a lost civilization in a hidden corner of the ACI continent, the members of the Phantom Brigade counted the spoils and found an empty place to rest for a while. I thought it would be salted for a few days after the war, but when it was noon, the knight received the news from Meteor Street. The handsome blonde man stared at the email, his tone was full of vitality. Ha ha ha, things will happen to Meteor Street too. Full of schadenfreude, quite a mentality of watching the excitement and not too much. Hey! A group of spiders moved closer to him, and even Kulilo took his attention away from the book. The knight sent a group of emails and said, the invitation for help from the Eastern Elder District said that a bald head broke into Meteor Street, and everyone was helpless with him. The opponent seems to be a strengthened element, with a very strong mind ability. No matter what kind of attack it encounters, it will be solved with one punch. The knight tossed his cell phone casually and said, are you going to meet him? The militant Wojin laughed and said, ha ha ha. Of course I am going, head. Finks and Franklin seconded, and Phaeton smiled and carried the umbrella. They really want to know how strong a mindful person who has the ability to break into the Elder Zone can be. Kulilo smiled and closed the book, nodded and agreed, it's Meteor Street after all. Where they grew up, it was not yet a turn for an outsider to be presumptuous. However, he was even more curious about the opponent's ability to read than this. No matter what attack you encounter, is it solved with one punch? Kurora's smile was quite intriguing, if that's the case. He wants to get this ability. Chapter 46, 46th Money. Since experiencing the Hulk's Mamita incident, although Kulilo can't be said to have caused a serious psychological shadow, he has indeed been more cautious than ever in the subsequent pre-planning, handling and calculations. Therefore, it is rare to receive assistance from Meteor Street. After being funny, he couldn't help but start thinking about how strong the invaders are to make the entire Eastern Elder District helpless. If he remembers correctly, since he established the Phantom Brigade at the age of 13, he has forged a relationship with the Elder District because he did not accept the solicitation of any party. After that, the contradictions escalated in frictions of all sizes, and several battles of life and death were fought. Even if the Phantom Brigade wins more and loses less in battle, Kulalo also has to admit that the psychic abilities under the Elder District are really not weak, and many are even considered elites. Otherwise, the beating enemy will not deliberately come to Meteor Street to take care of things, and it will last for hundreds of years. In other words, someone can knock down the elites in the Elder District with a punch, forcing the Elder District to bow their heads first, and ask the Phantom Brigade for help. If there's nothing tricky here, Kulalo doesn't believe it. If it weren't for Meteor Street's special meaning to them, and the one-punch thought ability made him interested, Kulalo might not be able to take a trip to this muddy water. Even if you wade, you have to wade clearly. So, on the way to find the fault, Kulalo first asked the knights to collect information about the Bald Headstrong, and made a serious analysis of Saitama. Unfortunately, due to different dimensions and different styles of painting, the analysis of the entire brigade collapsed across the board. In the end, this building was crooked into outer space. The reason for everything is that Saitama's appearance is really, two ordinary equals. He has a shiny bald head, a pair of godless dead fish eyes, a mentally retarded expression, and a simple and honest smile. Wearing a yellow jumpsuit and plastic gloves suspected of washing dishes, even the cloak on the back looks like a curtain that has just been torn down. Kulalo stared at the photo and asked, "What do you think is his biggest characteristic?" The brainless intensive department headed by Wojin, bald. Kurora. Parker, are the gloves for washing dishes? Is the cloak a tablecloth? Marky, when paired with Zayadai's puff eye, it looks very convenient to clean up the housework. Kurora. Phaeton sneered, "It looks ordinary. The knight is very meaningful, well, it's as ordinary as using my spiders." As soon as the word normal came out, it was like a switch, instantly awakening countless dreamers. Thinking of using Mai, who was far away from Yukexen, thinking of Phaeton who had cut her hair and was, all the spiders couldn't help but fall into contemplation. "That's exactly what I want to say." Kulalo put down the information and continued, "Cuckoo's Slaughter Mountain has beaten enemies, and we are not in the same water as the river at the moment. Yukexen has using Mai. As long as that city is not on our recipe, there is no need to make enemies. And the unknown that appeared in the sky arena is not yet known." Kurora smiled. At this moment, an intruder who was too strong came to Meteor Street, still a bald head. Wojin scratched his head, "Is there any connection?" The knight keeps up with thinking, the head of the team means that this bald headstrong is the same person as the unknown in the arena. Kurora didn't explain, just holding the picture of Saitama in his left hand and twisting the virtual image of the Golden Buddha in his right, and asked, "What do you think is the biggest similarity between these two photos?" "Spiders. I don't know, but it's very subtle at a glance. This shiny bald head, matched with the Golden Buddha, seems like a match made in heaven, like a symbiosis." "Yes. How come they didn't expect it?" "Bald head, isn't it just a monk?" "Monk, don't you just worship Buddha?" "Bald Jiang and Golden Buddha are perfect matches and must be locked." In this way, it can fully explain why the Bald Headstrong can defeat all the elites in the Elder District with one punch. It turns out that he is unknown. This. The knight touched his chin and said, "If the bald head is unknown, we may not be opponents, so, you have to steal his thought ability first." Kulalo closed the book and smiled softly, "No matter whether a punch or a Golden Buddha, they are all things I want." And the Phantom Brigade, as a group of qualified robbers, what to do when they see what they want? Nonsense, of course, grab it. Just do it if you think of it. The spiders have never been maxed out, without any futility at all. Before arriving at their destination, they still had the mind to do their homework. By the way, they learned that the bald headstrong was named Saitama and was a professional hero. Hero. This is like a joke to spiders. In this world, the rich spend time and drink, and the slums are hungry and cold. The killer and the gang coexist, and the hunter association separates power from the dignitaries. Money divides a person's hierarchy, power determines a person's position, aptitude restricts a person's development, and mental power determines a person's strength and value. The so-called harmony and fairness are just superficial things. The so-called kindness and justice have never been absent in life. No, this world can never give birth to a real hero. There is one and only one, but the impulse of young people that has not been consumed. Just like this Saitama, once he loses the ability to read, what is left of him? What capital does he have to manage justice? Immediately, he will be reduced to an ordinary person who has done nothing, and will be repeatedly tortured in the heat of the world, until all his passion is dried out and he dies desolately. This is what the spiders understand as a hero. Don't die well. Whether Saitama is a hero or unknown, up to now, he is just the prey in their eyes. Spiders are never afraid of trouble, they really want to be targeted, even an elephant has to gnaw off. After getting Saitama's ability, is Yuzinja of Ukexin still a problem? No, she will never be a problem for spiders. Soon, she will also become the prey on the plate. In order to carry out the plan smoothly, Kulalo put on the student outfit that had been shelved for a long time, lowered his smooth and shiny big back and turned it into thick and broken hair. He took the white bandage and tied the cross in the center of his forehead. When he opened his eyes again, his whole body temperament changed. It is no longer a powerful spider lurking in the dark, terrifying and cold, but a clean student walking on the campus, sunny and positive. Kurora is a person who thinks about the ability of the trait system, and the trait system means special and different from common sense. His ability to think is just like his essence as a robber, it is to steal and deprive others of their ability to think. But just like where there is light, there is darkness, where there is fire, there is water, and where there is yin, there is yang, such a powerful and curious mind ability naturally has the conditions for its use. If he hadn't been constrained by his abilities against the sky, he would have become a veritable king. To steal Saitama's abilities, Kulalo must meet the following conditions. Within an hour, he had to see Saitama using his mind ability with his own eyes, and he had to ask questions related to the other party's mind ability and get his answer. Finally, Saitama's hand had to be placed on the handprint on the cover of Rogue no Chii. The knight asked, "Head, is it okay?" Kurora smiled, "No problem, just take care of his decent as a hero." As a result, the Phantom Brigade successfully arrived at the east side of Meteor Street and received a warm welcome from the defeated. It's no wonder that men, women, and children came out to greet them together. Compared to Saitama, the Phantom Brigade is simply a pure little angel and a docile little lamb equals. Before the action, Kulalo asked, "Are there any updates?" This is the fourth day of the incident. A middle-aged man's left face was swollen into a pig's head, the bald head forcefully occupied the Eastern District and ate all the expired instant noodles in the Eastern District. He also ran out of toilet paper because of diarrhea. Such a waste. Kurora. What I want to hear is not the news of running out of toilet paper after eating expired instant noodles and having diarrhea. A young man whose right cheek was swollen into a pig's head, Meteor Street invited the enemy to beat him. Kurolo raised his eyebrows. Maha beating enemy only glanced at Bald Chiang from a distance, and then left, and even returned all the nuns on the same day. Kulalo frowned slightly. He has seen Maha beat the enemy. Brigade number 8 was killed by Shiba, but the Phantom Brigade went to beat the enemy to make trouble. and Maha beating the enemy off is an obstacle that even he found it difficult to overcome. Without this ancestor to beat the enemy guest, the brigade would not necessarily stop. K. Rao is such a strong person, also choose to give up? Sure enough, Saitama is the unknown of the arena. Anything else? Kulalo straightened his neckline. A child raised his eyes and said, he seems to be looking for someone, and that person's name is Dark Continent Ironhead Baby. Kurora. If he couldn't get the information he wanted, Kuralo didn't plan to waste any more time. He realized that the thief's ultimate intention was held in his hand, and he climbed the trash mountain with difficulty as an ordinary person, and marched towards the elder district. And successfully found Saitama, who was playing with a mobile phone next to the charging socket. Saitama raised his dead fish eye. Are you also here to come to me to learn from you? Looks accustomed to. Kulalo smiled gently and was about to explain something. Unexpectedly, Saitama put down the phone and got up and walked outside. Kulalo didn't know why, but he immediately followed, who knew that after this walk, he came to a garbage mountain. Saitama hunched his chest, and his expression was numb. Did you see that trash mountain? Kulalo nodded. Well, I saw it, may I ask? Saitama yawned and slapped a soft punch in the direction of the mountain. Boom! Accompanied by a violent roar, the whole garbage mountain collapsed, and the middle part was wiped out in smoke. Kurora! There was no time to say a word at all, and the first condition was fulfilled, seeing Saitama's ability to use thoughts with my own eyes . Is it really good to be so smooth? Saitama tilted his head. Do you still want to learn from me? Kurora. Saitama has an unwritten principle that he will blast his opponents into scum with one blow when he treats weird people, villains, and mutants. But in the face of purebred humans, he will be more tolerant and gentler. He didn't want to kill anyone, but he couldn't stop someone looking for death. At first, he could solve it with a slap in the face. Later, he thought that the slap in the face might be too heavy, so he simply changed it to the trash mountain. As everyone knows, this self-righteous gentleness is absolutely terrifying in the eyes of others. Kulalo deserves to be the bandit leader, with surprisingly good psychological quality, and even his ambition to win. He restrained his emotions and praised sincerely, it's amazing. Is this your ability? Can you destroy everything with one punch? The second trap begins. Saitama didn't care, yes. The kind that is directly hooked and doesn't even bite the bait. Kurora. This is going too far, right? Kurora narrowed his eyes and smiled particularly harmlessly. How did you manage such a powerful ability? Are there any restrictions? Saitama looked at the innocent smile of the ordinary people around him that day, and replied, there is no limit. You just have to jump 100 times a day, squat and stand 100 times, run 10 kilometers, and persist for 3 years. Kurora. The hand holding the book trembled slightly. I read a lot of books, don't you want to bluff me? Kuralo took out a pen from his pocket and handed it to Saitama. Actually, I didn't come to you to discuss it, but to ask for your signature. Saitama. Sign, sign. Saitama's eyes widened. Since he became a professional hero, he has defeated so many rookies and made countless contributions. He has been promoted from a C rank hero to a B rank, and he continues to increase his popularity. In addition to fulfilling his dream of becoming a hero, fulfilling his duties as a hero, and guarding the fragile world, he really wants to be recognized by others. Although this is not necessary, but this is the first fan he has met since he became a hero. Saitama took the book and pen, and left his name on the blank paper. At the invitation of the enthusiastic fan, he put his hand on the handprint of the book cover and took a photo with the fan. At this point, all the conditions for Kurora to steal the ability of mind are up to the standard. At the same time, there is finally news from Saitama's drifting bottle. Sorry, I was preparing for the exam before, and I just saw it now. I'm at Yukeksan. Yukeksan. Saitama's bald head shone slightly. He asked Kurora, "Do you know which direction Yukeksan is in?" Kuroro smiled and said, "There." Pointing in one direction. After stealing the mind power, Saitama can't die. Once he dies, the mind power he has stolen will disappear. Therefore, Saitama is alive. Instead of staying in Meteor Street and dying tragically, it is better to live in a normal human world for a few more years. As long as it works properly and sends him to prison, wouldn't it be more perfect? Saitama, well, thank you. He waved his hand, said goodbye to Kuroro, and moved in the direction of Yukeksan. Kuroro returned with a full load and received unanimous praise from the brigade. Amid the laughter of the spiders after they succeeded, Kuroro took off his school uniform, put on a fur coat, and took off the bandage on his forehead. He triumphantly held Rogue no Ji, stretched out his hand to stroke his forehead, and prepared to personally comb the broken hair of the good student into a big, domineering, leaky head. He stroked his hair and stroked it hard from front to back. In an instant, I felt refreshed, the sky was broad, as if I had lost the pressure of life, and even the top of my head became extremely cool. Regiment, head. Hesitating voice. Head. A horrified voice. You're. The voice was helpless. After finishing the styling, Kuroro chuckled slightly, "What's the matter with you? Even talking is hesitating. The author has something to say. P.S. Connection. Hair." The choking voice. Kuroro turned his head confidently, his dense black hair drifting away in the wind, revealing a perfectly curved, eggshell-shaped skull top. Under the shining of the sun, it is shining brightly. Spiders. The knight took a deep breath. "Head, you are bald. P.S. Illumi, it's strange, why are people always asking for the shampoo I use recently? Forget it, raise the price again. Kuroro, I regret that I have blacked out and beat the enemy Haka eldest master. Do you want to release it? Using my long hair needs blood and ginger, or you should drink brown sugar tea with the girls, Kuroro." Kurora. Chapter 47, 47th Money. Chu Luoluo hadn't figured it out. After stealing the bald head's strong thought ability, his thick black hair would fall a little bit. However, Kurora didn't care about it, and didn't care about it. As a standard powerhouse born in Meteor Street, possessing a beautiful skin is far inferior to possessing a strong power. If you get the power of one punch, you only need to pay the price of hair, then the price is really too light and too light. Although the effect of the sequelae is a little ugly, Kuroro will not lose it, and even feel that it doesn't matter if he is bald for a lifetime. To put it bluntly, no man can refuse to become stronger. Behind the one punch, it symbolizes the power to dominate Meteor Street, it means to defeat the power to beat the enemy, and it implies the power to stir the whole world. This makes Kurora, why not be moved? Strength is the romance that men really pursue. Therefore, when the knight said, "Captain, you are bald," Kuroro was a little surprised, but behaved indifferently. "It's just hair, it doesn't matter. What's more, a bald head is the only criterion for testing a handsome guy, and Kuroro has proved this statement with his strong appearance and strength, and has become the most declining guy on Meteor Street. Oh no, the most handsome cub equals. However, Sue is because he usually has too little black material, and Sue is the spider himself is restless, and Kuroro let him go, but he didn't expect the brigade members to let him go. Among them, the knight is the most skinny. The knight smiled so happy that he not only took pictures of Kuroro, but also gave him a complete inspection of his bald head. At the end, he smiled and said, "Head, your head is so bald." Kuroro kept smiling. "Sooner or later, the hair will grow." "No, Captain." The knight began to broadcast the bad news, "The hair follicles on your head are already closed." "Kurora. Where does hair grow, come from hair follicles. If the hair follicles are closed, doesn't it mean that no hair will grow out? This does not seem to be a problem that metabolism can solve. The knight sighed with emotion. Head, you don't even have a pore on the top of your head. The whole skin is so bright that it seems to be able to show people's shadows. Kurora. He couldn't help but remember the first sight of seeing Saitama, that shining head stabbed his eyes. At this moment, it subtly pierced his heart. The knight continued to hit critical damage. Head, you need a reliable doctor to help you transplant your hair follicles, so you should be able to grow your hair. Kurora. So, he is going to the orthopedics department of the hospital, and now he is going to the hospital for a hair transplant? For the hair, I don't care, knight. Kulalo finally spoke, his bald head shining brightly. Don't you care more about what new abilities I have gained than this? Sure enough, as soon as the new ability came out, Kulalo not only succeeded in helping himself, but also immediately diverted the attention of all staff. Indeed, baldness is nothing, strength is the highest, isn't it? Kulalo opened the thief's uttermost meaning, turned to the page signed by Saitama, exuberantly, try to find a mountain of rubbish. He wanted to feel the power of destroying a mountain of garbage with one punch. Obviously, the spiders are all militants, and Mujiang is even more instinctive. They happily followed Kulalo to find a mountain of garbage, looking for a suitable angle to look at each place full of expectations. Kulalo stood at the bottom of the trash mountain, facing the foul wind and flying mosquitoes, learning the posture of Saitama punching, raising his hand, clinging to the mind, aiming at the target, and slowly sending a punch. The trash mountain stays still. A strange bird flew across the sky, pulling down a pile of poo. It poured on the trash mountain with a crash, emitting an unspeakable stench. Kurora. Spiders. The knight honored the commander in time. It turns out that the commander sometimes performs abnormally. The spiders thought about it, felt that it made sense, and continued to wait and see. Kulalo was silent for a while, and his fists wrapped in thought force slammed out and went to the trash mountain, a distance of more than 10 meters. A plastic jar trembled tremblingly, and it rolled down the mountain with great face. Kurora. Spiders. The knight was speechless at once. What else could he do? Could it be possible to say this jar is really good, add chicken legs? Anyone with a discerning eye can see that their leader seems to be, not only failed to steal the ability, but even lost his hair. It's simply a model of stealing chicken but not eroding rice. At the crucial moment, Marge appeared on the stage to protect the respect. Head, do you use this one punch ability, and what additional conditions are there? Parker immediately connected. Did that bald head say anything? Kurora paused and replied. He said, squat and stand 100 times, repeatedly jump 100 times, and run 10 kilometers. The knight twitched his mouth. Is this a starting condition? It's already like this anyway, you can try it, leader. Repeat 100 horizontal jumps, squat and stand 100 times, and then run 10 kilometers. Kulalo stared at him solemnly, without saying a word. The knight smiled awkwardly. Head, don't you really try? Kurora. In order to maintain his final decency, Kulalo does not want to waste time on the basis of clear results. In other words, he missed a move this time and lost. Even if I don't understand why after all the conditions are met, the stolen is actually a bald, but it does not prevent Kurora from changing the concept, tell all the personnel. Unexpectedly, this time our spiders didn't grab anything of value. On the contrary, someone snatched a handful of hair. This definition of robbed immediately caused an uproar. That's right, spiders have always robbed someone else's things. How can someone else rob a spider? This hair is no longer the head of the head, but the hair of the entire Phantom Brigade, and it is the decent and dignity of the robber. In any case, we must take back the lost hair. Absolutely, absolutely cannot let go of that bald strong head. Phaeton's eyes were cold. Tell me, where did that guy go? He was holding an umbrella. Murderous, I will kill him. Killing him means the disappearance of Nian. Then, the head's lost hair, the decent brigade that was shattered, can all come back. But where did Saitama go? This is really a good question. Kuroro let out a long sigh. His heart is rare and full of fatalism. Yukeksan. Feitan. Spiders. Destiny is so impermanent, it goes back and forth, and in the end, the brigade is still to be sent to Yukeksan. Thinking of using Mai, who was staying at Yukeksan, even Kuroro couldn't help thinking about whether Yukeksan's feng shui place was not good, so he specifically targeted the Phantom Brigade. After achieving his goal, Kuroro was in a good mood, so the direction pointed out to Saitama really led to Yukeksan. I thought that the bald headstrong could definitely catch up with the speed of the brigade not long after the departure. But after all, they overestimated their own pace, but also underestimated Saitama's ability to act. After clarifying the goal, if Saitama wants to go to a place seriously, no matter how far away it is. So when using Mai finished the exam, turned on the phone, and less than 5 minutes after sending out the message, he received a message from an unknown bottle friend. I'm at Yukeksan. This, such a fast speed, reminded her of a bad friend. Using Mai. On the day when Chi Mu Nangxiang first arrived, he seemed to use the same tone to invite her face to face lightly. Thinking of Chi Mu's danger, comparing it to the new bottle friend. As a savage super intuition tells her, this may also be a scourge. Using Mai hissed softly, suppressing the surging emotions in his heart. Talking with roommates with a smile on their faces, and tactfully refused their appointments. Using Mai smiled and raised his phone. I have an appointment, sorry. Kalaya and Camilla immediately winked at her and left wittily. Only Rumi stood there, staring at her mobile phone, and in a calm tone, said cool words, did you have an appointment with Owen? Using Mai. Miss, Owen really just repaired a window in the first place. No, it's a netizen. Using Mai also didn't know why he had to explain, when I first came to Yukeksan, I will go face to face. Illumi tilted his head, take me. Using Mai. Generally speaking, it is relatively safe for netizens to bring a third person to the scene. But, what if the other party is similar to Chi Mu and can't control a big runaway? She is fine, but the eldest lady is just a delicate girl. In case you lose your life. Using Mai flatly refused, no. Illumi felt that she was guilty, so, you have an appointment with Owen, right? Mysteriously. Using Mai. Damn it, I said if you have a crush on Owen, so you really care about whether I make an appointment with him? It's really not Owen. Oh, then take me. Endless loop . Using Mai really felt that the eldest lady was a particularly clinging facial paralysis. Not only has a weird personality and weird thinking, but also a kind of paranoia that is not clear. And this kind of paranoia applied to her, it became sticky like a dogskin plaster. What can she do? Using Mai had to take Lumi to Myanji with the bottle friend. Through the exchange of drifting bottles, Yuzinja and Saitama met together smoothly. Obviously, there are people coming and going, and they have never met each other, and they didn't talk much, but when they gathered in the same place and raised their eyes subconsciously, it was destined to be an encounter. This is a sense of attraction that cannot be described in words. It seems that the whole world is a black and white silent film, only the other party is filled with color. The strong attract the strong, this is the eternal law. But this fell in Illumi's eyes, and it became. Using Mai looked at the bald head in the crowd, his eyes widened, and his pupils tightened. The breath was stagnant for an instant, his expression was dazed, his body was slightly tight, and his movements were stagnant. She let go of the mobile phone in her palm, watched the other party and moved away from the crowd, walking slowly. Illumi. From the perspective of psychology, this reaction of women after seeing men seems to be called love at first sight? Inexplicably, the young master felt a little uncomfortable. He couldn't help but look at the Saitama who was walking towards him, only to find that he was extremely ordinary and dressed strangely. Abruptly, Illumi asked, "Where are you looking at him?" Using my didn't hesitate, bald. Yes, bald. Using my swears that it is the shining bald head that condenses a force that makes her feel suffocated. Using my murmured, "This bald head is too manly." At the same time, Saitama hunched back and waved his hand, revealing a mentally retarded smile. Illumi. Too man? The author has something to say. P.S. Illumi, did I die of too much hair? Do you want to shave a bald head? Hisoso, why did the head and Xiaoi both shave their heads? Should I keep the formation? Using my, if you shave a few more, we can form the Shaolin 18 bronze formation ==. P.S. Hunter exam, Yuzinja saw Hanzo, are you Saitama's younger brother? Hanzo? Chapter 48, 48th Money. After stripping off the perverted force value, Saitama's nature is an out-and-out honest person. For a drifting bottle, he will travel thousands of miles to another world. Only because of the scattered information sent by Bottle Friends made him feel that Bottle Friends was in danger. So, he came. In order to meet the previous side, Saitama did not hesitate to squat in the garbage for 3 days. No matter how much malice and offense he suffered, he maintained a tolerant attitude towards every living person. Therefore, Meteor Street survived. When he really saw Yuzinja and determined that she didn't need his help, Saitama's first thought was not "I knew that I would not come anymore, but I will be fine if I leave her." Var. Even, because I stayed in Meteor Street, I got a taste of it, because of the lack of money and lack of financial resources, because the food and beverage outlets in big cities are expensive. Saitama didn't want to cause trouble to anyone. He didn't want to eat a meal. He just wanted to return to the original world. He didn't want the 2 female students to pay for him. Saitama is such an honest person. He felt that others needed help, so he came, felt that the trouble had been cleared, so he left. Mingming's feelings are indifferent like a god, but he has a warm and sincere heart. Although he has always hung the sign of being a hero by interest, everything he does is what a hero does. Therefore, after Saitama greeted him, exchanged names with Using My, and said drifting bottle contact, he really decided to leave. But Using My grabbed his arm. Illumi. This action implies a firm attitude to stay, as well as showing kindness and intimacy. Let's have a meal together. Using My smiled, I have friends from afar, and I can't even leave a meal. What do you like to eat? There are hot pot, Western food, and restaurants nearby. Illumi. Paying for a treat and testing each other's preferences means wanting to understand more. Saitama shook his head and pointed to his clothes. It smells. Illumi nodded slightly. Yes, it smelled. As if they had just crawled out of the garbage dump, there was a lingering smell of expired instant noodles. Since the bald head knows that he smells bad, he should leave automatically. Using My smiled and said, well, it's really masculine. Illumi. Very yes, male human taste. Let's go eat hot pot tastes great. Using My felt guilty about the matter of hanging Bottle Friends for 3 days, just book a box. Saitama took a look at Yuzinja, then touched his belly. Finally, in Illumi's faint gaze, he said, well, are there any discount restaurants nearby? Of course, Using My would not choose a discounted restaurant. She chose a hot pot restaurant with a large passenger flow and an excellent reputation, and chose a 4-person box. By the way, he sent a message to Chi Munang sighing happily, a big deal. Come here. As everyone knows, Chi Mu really frightened Chi Mu when this information came out. He tilted his pen and made a long mark on the workbook. Chi Mu has a deep understanding of Using Mai's force level. If his rank is God, then using my is at least a half-god. And if using my, who is at the demigod level, can send a message of important. Come on, could it be that the world is ruined? Chi Mu can't do this homework anymore. He pushed aside the chair, checked the suppressor again, held the phone decisively, and transferred time and space every minute. The hot pot restaurant is in full swing, and the taste of freshness fills the tip of the nose. Chi Mu looked up at the busyness of the store, and looked back at the street, still prosperous. There is no catastrophe of the world, there is no unknown crisis, half of it is missing. In the four-person box of the hot pot restaurant, there is a demigod sitting in the east, a supergod sitting in the west, a killer sitting in the south, and this in the north. Chi Mu Nangxiang. Suddenly I wanted to suggest the owner of this hot pot restaurant to buy a lottery ticket. At the same moment, Saitama also raised his eyes and looked at Nangxiang Kimu. There was a flash of lightning, like Halley's comet hitting the earth, bursting out infinite sparks. Saitama is a rare serious face, Saitama is a professional hero. Nangxiang still has a paralyzed face, Kimu Nangxiang is a student. Illumi looked at Chi Mu Nangxiang blankly, well, he remembered him. The brother courier who once gave using my toys in the middle of the night, a boy full of threats and dangers, did not expect to come to this box today and appear as an acquaintance of using my. Illumi, your acquaintance? Using my, yes, I've known each other for a long time, confidant. That mouth is hurting. Illumi, confidant? So, besides the bald head who fell in love at first sight, are there any students who are in love for a long time? The young master's brain circuit completely turned into the ditch equals. Using my took the chopsticks, put a pile of potato chips into the pot, and said, by the way, since we are all here, let's eat together. With that, she added lettuce, lotus root slices and tofu, plus a bunch of meat. The hot pot is steamy and the atmosphere is quite strange. Especially Chi Mu Nangxiang, who possesses mind reading, has a very complicated mood, which is beyond words. He heard Saitama's heartfelt voice, ah, are these three acquaintances? It seems that I am the superfluous one. He heard using my's heartfelt voice, tisk, these three are all facial paralysis, I feel like I am the superfluous one. He heard Illumi's heartfelt voice, even if the relationship is very close, I won't be the superfluous one. Chi Mu Nangxiang. Judging from your IQ, no one is superfluous, the superfluous person is just me equals. When the ingredients came out of the pot, the four of them held their chopsticks and stared at the bubbling soup quietly. After a while, when the first piece of white beef floated with bubbles, and when the first aroma was too late to evaporate out of the pot, the four pairs of chopsticks moved in unison, almost rushing at the beef with lightning speed. Keng, it was like the sound of gold and iron. Chi Mu held using my got on Chi Mu, and Yi Lumi's hunger speed was not as fast as Saitama. Saitama took the top spot and put the beef dipping sauce into his mouth, it's delicious. Illumi. How can the speed of beating an enemy guest be no match for an ordinary person? However, it turns out that the speed of beating the enemy is really no match for the ordinary person equals. When the second piece of meat floated, the three pairs of chopsticks dropped all at once. Chi Mu quickly picked up the longest serving chopsticks, picked up the meat slices with a 20 cm advantage, and shook it violently, and then smoothly picked it up in the bowl. Super God has eaten meat, how can he fall behind as a god, haha. Chi Mu put the meat into his mouth, it's delicious. Immediately afterwards, the third piece of meat floated. Using my directly picked up the bowl grid to block Chi Mu's chopsticks, picked up the long spoon with his left hand, and scooped up the pieces of meat with lightning speed. She smiled and put the meat slices into the bowl, chewing slowly, acting very ladylike, it's delicious. Illumi. The eldest master is not stupid. After 2 or 3 rounds, he can see the beast in the box in human skin clearly and plainly. Where is this hot pot? This is clearly an unknown battlefield. CO authoring him is the superfluous one? The family motto of beating an enemy guest is not to be an enemy of an invincible strong. Illumi held the chopsticks and was silent for a long time. He saw that using Mai's chopsticks were as fast as the speed of light, and could not be caught by the naked eye, but Chi Mu was always able to accurately block them, and even fished out the pieces of meat in her picture. Saitama took out his chopsticks with a serious look, but he succeeded in snatching food from Chi Mu's chopsticks without even leaving him with any foam. After weighing the pros and cons, the young master took the initiative to give up the big fish and the meat, and instead picked up the grass in the pot ==. Until, using Mai, who was fighting like a raging fire, clamped a whole piece of mutton into his bowl. Using Mai's chopsticks are like lightning, eat. Today we must have one full. Chi Mu chopsticks rained, it won't let you succeed. Saitama chopsticks intends, it's so interesting, I want to win. They seemed to be on top, and they did not shy away from him, an ordinary person, who could dig out any strength. Illumi. The young master turned on the phone and looked at the date above it as 15th, then looked down at the table card and found that the number was 51. He looked at the 3 fiercely fighting unknowns and counted the 28 plates on the table. Finally, Illumi sent a text message to Miji, buy me a lottery ticket. The numbers are 15, 51, 03, 28. After a hot pot meal, Yulumi did not eat enough, and the 3 unknowns did not eat well. But because the fights were well matched and each had something to gain, the 3 of them established a deep friendship of fighting together when you have time with the friendship of a hot pot meal. Suzinja and Chi Mushi had an appetite for Saitama, and it was rare to ignite his fighting spirit. Saitama said that he would come often when he was free in the future. After that, Chi Mu chose to take Saitama a ride and walk around in the world of his new partner. The dinner has ended, and the bond has just begun. When Chi Mu and Saitama's backs disappeared into the vast crowd, Using Mai smiled, and his black eyes seemed to be covered with stars. Illumi, are you happy? Using Mai, yes. What are you happy about? It's nice to meet you. The young master is automatically immune to men and chose it's nice to meet you. So he was satisfied. Well, he really is not the superfluous one. Phantom Brigade is still on the way to Yokiksen. During this period, Kulalo tried 3 or 4 times, and after confirming the fact that he was bald but not strong, he decided to return the Neon to Saitama. Yes, Neon can be stolen or returned. However, returning, like stealing, is subject to conditional constraints, and it is definitely not something that can be paid back if you want. Just like stealing the power of mind, when returning, Kurorod stood in front of the stolen while holding the thief's ultimate meaning. Let the stolen person tear off the page of paper that recorded his thoughts, and burn the paper to ashes with fire before returning it. Although Kulalo never returned the stolen power, he also understood that no owner would refuse to regain the lost thought power. In other words, as long as he is willing to return, the stolen can only cooperate and cannot refuse. But this one. This Saitama. Kulalo couldn't help falling into thought. As a fan, he asked for Saitama's signature, but now he has to stand in front of Saitama, let him tear off his signature, and burn it into slag. To put it another way, if someone asks him for an autograph, after he signs it with compassion, the person asks to tear off the autograph and burn it in front of him. That man can't live for 3 seconds. In the same way, Kulalo always feels that he will be beaten to death by a punch ==. The author has something to say. P.S. Kulalo, I regret now, very regretful ==. P.S. Illumi, I decided to introduce Saitama and Kimo to Hisoso for a sum of money. Hisoso, do you want to take my funeral expenses? Chapter 49, 49th Money. The end of a hot pot journey, it's time for the moon to reach the sky. Yokiksen's streets are as prosperous as before, with neon lights festooned, and light beams sweeping the night sky. In the long sound of the car, the stars were concealed, and only the moonlight was left, coating the metropolis with a layer of frost, making the building more and more deserted. Illumi faced the smoky breeze of the city and looked up at the top of the skyscraper, rarely in a trance. What is he doing at this point in the past? Ambush the target, kill the prey, fight the melee or heal the wounds alone, or stand on the highest point overlooking a city, watching the crowds, the noise, the sorrows and joys, but at the end I feel deeply bored. But now, he walked under the lights like ordinary people, shuttled in the crowd. The left hand fragrant meatloaf, the right hand caramel milk tea. By her side, she was also accompanied by a young girl who gnawed sweet potatoes. Her ponytail fluttered high, and she walked him on the hot food court, even jumping in joy. She will ask him what he likes, add sugar, half sugar, or less sugar. She will take the initiative to pay for him. Please eat, I will reimburse, and I will give you all. She will carefully consider for him, is it heavy? Tired or tired? Restless. The young master has never experienced this kind of care that is 365 times more meticulous than his mother. He was indulging in the novel experience, and sincerely replied, a cup with sugar, half sugar, and less sugar. It is not heavy, not tired, and I don't want to rest. I can still eat. This, that and the other, help me wrap it up. Check out. Using my. I don't know why, I feel like a fat house who has finally gotten away from the singles, silly shopping with a special girlfriend, and willingly pay for her equals. What the is this sense of sight? Putting aside their weird thinking, the two of them still marched into the depths of the food court in harmony. Unexpectedly, in front of an old-fashioned and popular barbecue restaurant, Illumi raised his eyes by accident and found Chia who had run away from home and Kurt who was not doing business. Illumi. Very well, Miji is a dead house. He only plays on the computer and doesn't take orders easily. The most dangerous Aluga was kept in a secret room, without seeing the sky all year round. Chia was disgusted with killing, and wanted to wash his hands in the golden basin and ran out. Kurt was not firm, and actually followed him around. And he did not take orders while shopping at Yukiksen. In other words, none of the children of the generation of beating enemies are serious about doing business. So the question is there a skylight in the business of beating the enemy Haka? Is this quarter's turnover really okay? Can the deacon be paid smoothly? The young master shook the hand of the milk tea gently. If he remembers correctly, Chiya's purpose in coming to Yukeksen this time seems to be to find Using Mai, tell her the truth, and persuade her to leave her? If he saw Using Mai. Well, Chiya currently only needs to turn around to meet Using Mai. Illumi took a sip of milk tea expressionlessly. Before the incident, she calmly took out her cell phone and edited a text message to Chia. Your savings card account with the end number XXXX is today's consumption expenditure of RMB 7 billion, and the current balance 6.9 billion. Click send. Sure enough, the moment Chia turned around, the phone shook. The boy curled his mouth and lowered his head, turned the text message with disdain on his face, and when he saw the words Big Brother, he instantly looked like a white cat with exploded fur, even his eyes widened. He seemed to be very afraid of his elder brother, and he swallowed slowly before opening the message. Immediately afterwards, he opened the message. Afterwards, he madly took out the card and ran to the nearby spot, trying to find out how much his balance was left. At that time, Illumi was holding Using Mai's wrist and passing by Chia peacefully. Well, younger brother, he is a younger brother after all. On the other end, Chia, who had a false alarm, finally recovered, only to realize that it was a scam. Kurt covered his face with a fan. Brother, if the deduction is true, it should be a message from the bank. Chia supported the amount. Kurt, the bank that beat the enemy Haka savings card was contracted by Illumi. Kurt. Not long after the words were over, Chia and Kurt received the same message from their eldest brother. tomorrow at 12 noon, I will receive a message from the deacon about Master Chia and Master Kurt have gone home. News. If you don't go home on time, I will freeze your pocket money. Chia x Kurt. Illumi put away his mobile phone, hiding his merit and fame. You are just brothers after all. As soon as the tense period ended, Using My immediately entered a more tense escalation state. Since starting the career of Kang Yoon, she took the lead in choosing Whale Island. Unexpectedly, although it is an island, there are very few valuable weirds. In desperation, she could only take time every day to meditate and practice, so that she could raise the Kang Yoon halfway up the mountain. The upgrade speed was so slow that she was so worried that she wanted to go back to the Dark Continent. However, not long after this idea came out, she actually received Chi Munang Siang's drifting bottle. From Nan, I came to the world of Saitama, yet, it's really amazing here. This world is full of holes and is facing the crisis of destruction all the time. From Nan, there are grotesques underground, mutants on the ground, murlocs in the deep sea, and aliens to attack this planet. Disasters one after another, humans are killed and wounded countless. From Nan, if you are free recently, come over and help. Using Mai's eyes lit up suddenly, thinking that this is really a good thing for sleepy pillows. She crackled and replied, okay. I have a summer vacation for more than a month. During the day I want to work part-time to make money, and I can work part-time at night. After getting Chi Munang Siang's reply yes, she sat up from the bed and asked, what time is it tonight? At 6 o'clock in the evening. Chi Mu returned to the drifting bottle and stood with Saitama on the empty and dilapidated street, staring at the lion-shaped behemoth not far away with his wooden face. It is about 20 meters high and 60 meters long. The muscles of the limbs are knotted, and every step you take will sink the earth a point. Its huge body crushed the building, and its sharp minions shredded reinforced concrete. Among the rustling boulders and dust, the lion-shaped behemoth opened its blood basin and roared at Kimu and Saitama. Suddenly, a smelly wind suddenly began to blow Kimu and Saitama's faces drooling. Chi Mu, would you like this tonight? Saitama, well, I haven't eaten a lion. Chi Mu, neither do I. The lion-shaped behemoth is totally unaware of the danger of the two in front of him. It only feels that its dignity has been violated. It vowed to make these two ants pay the price. So, it attacked the two and launched an offensive. Half an hour later, in front of ordinary old blocks, ordinary bed and breakfast rooms, ordinary tables and ordinary pots, Chi Mu puts the sliced lion meat into the hot pot, and Saitama will treat the clean lion blood into the soup. The hot pot is tumbling and fragrant. Chi Mu, where is your apprentice Janosch? Saitama, the damage is too serious. I have to restore the factory settings. Cyborg repairs are all money, and Genos is a complete financial warrior. On the contrary, Genos is rich and willful, no matter how many games he fights, how badly he is beaten, he can be repaired, no matter how badly he is damaged, he can even be repaired, even if he has money to upgrade his equipment. The so-called restore factory settings is actually an upgrade in another sense. Saitama picked up a piece of lion meat, dipped it in the sauce, and put it in his mouth. I don't quite understand what you said before, what is the pillar chosen by the world? Chi Mu calmly said, you can understand it as the savior. Every world, at the intersection of life and death, choose a person who can help oneself through the catastrophe. And that person carries the blessings of the world and the prayers of all things for life. This is a burden, a responsibility, and a mission. Chi Mu said lightly, my world chose me, and it gave me unlimited potential and infinite possibilities, and at the same time deprived me of the fun of being a human being. Your world has chosen you, and what it gives you is the punch of surpassing cause and effect, while depriving you of your hair and your feelings as a human being. Hey! Saitama was obviously dissatisfied. Because Su is at the same level as Chi Mu, his emotions are always vivid. He touched his bald head and muttered, why is it my turn, but it's the hair. Obviously, Saitama cares more about his hair than human feelings. Chi-mu, this is already the smallest price. He lowered his eyes and said calmly, using that girl. She was chosen by the world and given the possibility of surpassing everything and creating everything, and what she lost was a life. Saitama's rate of eating meat slowed down. Why does she have to pay such a heavy price? Chi-mu, we are following the trend. I change the doomsday, you save mankind. And she is against the trend. Saitama was silent for a while, and said, I really don't understand, hey? Can you see the future? Saitama scratched his face and said, will I grow hair in the future? Chi-mu, don't even think about it. Saitama will never grow hair. Because the weight weighing on Saitama's head is what the world expects of him, and it is also the desire of mankind for a hero. This energy originates from the human heart and also from the sustenance of all things. Just like the mind of the hunter world, it is the energy of life. If the person who gets it is Saitama, whose goal is hero, the stronger his heart, the stronger his power. Strong to detach from cause and effect. If the person who gets it is Kulalo, whose goal is to do evil, then the stronger his heart is, the stronger this will be, and it will make him unlucky every day equals. After all, this mind willingness is to hope that the trustee can become a hero. Chi-mu Nangxiang stared at Saitama's bald head, especially at the thin strands of neon that kept splitting out, and he couldn't help sighing. That hapless bandit leader. When will I be able to realize that a good deed will grow hair? If you keep doing evil, not only will you fail to grow your hair, but even the whole team will be unlucky. The Phantom Brigade stepped into Yukexen's territory again, looking for an abandoned building as a den. After everything was settled, Kulalo ordered the knight to search for the traces of Bald Strong. As an excellent operating system, Xiake invaded Yukexen's public security system quickly. Within a few minutes, he found clues to Saitama from the vast crowd. How did Bald Jiang know using my Chapter 50, 50th Money? The cult organization Phantom Brigade mainly belongs to the arachnids of the phylum Arthropod, referred to as spider. Upon hearing this name, people who did not know could only feel concise, vivid, and easy to remember, as well as an indescribable gloomy feeling that made the image of a spider predator appear on paper. Oh my god, it's so cool! So stylish! The insiders heard of this name, such as Beat Enemy, Meteor Street, and Hunter Association, except that they have no fluctuations, Because in this ruined place of Meteor Street, apart from mosquitoes, flies, mice and spiders, there are only microbes left. Kulalo was only 13 years old when he founded the Phantom Brigade. At this age, he is a freshman in the first year of junior high. He can't afford the name Spider. Is it possible to make a mouse? But let's pull it down, who is it? Thus, the spider was born. The division of its internal class structure is like a huge spider. Kulalo is the spider's head because of his high value, the man is the spider's brain because he plays well with the computer, Fei Tan is the spider's torso because he looks petite, the rest the members are spider legs because they have fewer rolls. And their pig head, pig brain, pig liver. Oh no, it took 10 years for the spider head, spider brain, spider stem and spider hoof to successfully nail the super cool name of the Phantom Brigade to the shame column of the world-class wanted list. In the same month of the same year, the Phantom Racing final battle that was supposed to be held in ACI mainland was forced to change its name to Missing Racing Final Battle because it collided with the Phantom Brigade on the wanted list equals. Even though the Phantom Brigade has been operating continuously all the year round, it is undeniable that every member of the Spider is an outstanding thought master. For example, the Spider Brain Knight is an out-and-out operation system powerhouse. He has a flexible brain and careful thinking, a tall figure and beautiful muscles. Placed in a single frame, he is blonde and blue-eyed, and he is a handsome young man with an eye-catching face. In the same frame, he smiles all the year round, like a harmless boy next door. With a friendly face, no one would associate a robber with a knight, let alone think that this handsome guy with a sunny face would bloodbath the entire internet cafe in order to borrow a desktop computer. No matter how gentle the appearance is, it is just a bladder after all. As an operating system, the knight has the same desire for control and neuroticism as Illumi. In order to efficiently complete the tasks assigned by the group leader and eliminate interference from outsiders by the way, then, find an internet cafe and destroy all external factors. The viciousness and wildness of the spider's nature, forgetfulness and arrogance, made them subconsciously forget the blow that Using My had given. Until the knight invaded Ukexen's public security system, locked the brightest bald head in the crowd, and followed Saitama's trail and found Using My's figure. Only finally realized the seriousness of the situation. Saitama's strength is obvious to all. At least, he enters and exits the elder district of Meteor Street very casually, like walking around his back garden. Using My's strength is deeply felt by the spiders. Not to mention anything else, no one in the brigade can handle the matter of just pressing Phaeton on the ground and rubbing it with an outburst of anger. These two guys, neither one of them is easy to provoke. If they cooperate, this power is not as simple as 1 + 1 = 2. The knight took the video separately and released it to all members of the brigade. From the video, the spiders saw that Saitama and Uzinja entered the hot pot restaurant together, with Illumi in cross-dress behind them. Before long, a young man with pink hair entered. After another hour or so, the four of them walked out of the hot pot restaurant, talking and laughing, and their relationship was very good. Finally, they parted ways. Knight, Saitama, Uzinja, and the young master who beat the enemy Haka are all tricky people. Only this pink hair, who looks like a student, is easier to start. But the knight rubbed his chin and continued, you can't judge people by their appearance. Things are gathered together, and people are divided into groups. I reasonably suspect that this pink hair is not a good thing to provoke. Hey! Phaeton creaked while holding the umbrella. This can't be killed, and that can't be killed. Now that a pink-haired student comes out, should he be jealous? When was the brigade so scared? Kuroura raised his eyes. Phaeton. A soft sound, majestic enough, implied warning. Although Phaeton was dissatisfied, he finally turned off. Even if he is strong, he is still convinced by the leader of Kulalo. The knight's 10 fingers fluttered on the keyboard. He ignored Phaeton's anger, only using information and data to prove his conjecture. I didn't search the public security system about Fenmao's identity information. Like that Saitama, he seems to have emerged out of thin air. I found out the day Saitama came to Meteor Street, the flight of the garbage airship, No 267, let me take a look. The airship numbered 267 did not receive any humanoid garbage. The knight browsed at a glance, speaking quickly and logically, Saitama is someone who appeared on the airship inexplicably. The head of the delegation said that Saitama asked him a question, where is Ukexen? It can be seen that Saitama's goal is not Meteor Street, but Ukexen. Combined with his performance in capturing the Elder District, no conditions, no convenience, no materials. Just occupying a house with internet and electricity, and playing with mobile phones every day. Can I think that he is talking to someone? The knight peeled off the cocoon and restored the truth layer by layer, because the other party did not give specific information. Saitama did not leave Meteor Street. Only when he got important clues did Saitama ask the leader. And this important clue is 99% likely to be I am at Ukexen. The knight suddenly laughed. It's not difficult to understand. The spider brain is the spider brain. Once the knight enters the reasoning mode, he is a Sherlock Holmes. The most interesting thing is that I found the latest final exam of the Yabal University. The previous few days seemed to be a review period for students. Then, the time can be up. In short, Saitama and Uzinja should have met by netizens. The latter left the former to dry for 3 days because of the final exam, and Meteor Street was also unlucky for 3 days. When the latter finished the final exam and finally had time to send a message, Saitama left Meteor Street. At this point of analysis and reasoning, the Mirage Brigade fell silent. Was the elder district of Meteor Street killed by a female college student's final exam? This is really an exciting reason. Xiake suggested, the Fan Mao student is an unidentified person like Saitama. I don't recommend that you provoke it. Besides, I haven't found any traces of their stay in any corner of Yokiksen. The knight called up all the cameras and filled every picture on the screen. Their departure is as confusing as their arrival. Saitama should have the ability to teleport and be able to transfer people. This can explain why Saitama's feet can reach Yokiksen faster than a spider. If the team leader wants to search for Saitama, it is very unrealistic at the moment. Even me, I can't find their whereabouts. So, instead of trying to find a needle in a haystack, it is better to start from a fixed point. Said the knight. Yuzinja, she stayed at the Yabal University and never left. As long as she is monitored, she will be able to wait for Saitama again sooner or later. Monitoring her is easy said than done, but difficult to do. If you remember correctly, the spider and her were grudges on the train, and Phaeton fought with her in the beauty shop. It can be said that once the spider approaches her, it is like approaching a natural enemy. Kulalo looked around, and finally fixed his gaze on the knight's face. Gradually, all the spiders focused their eyes on the knight's face. They remembered it. The knight seems to have never showed his face in front of using my knight. For some reason, there is always an ominous hunch. In the gaze of his little partner, he scratched his hair anxiously, but found that the more it was scratched, the more itchy. Scratching and scratching, he actually grabbed a lot of blonde hair. Knight? The knight at this time did not know that the retribution had come. Chiya is Ilumi's older brother. How rebellious this younger brother is, what kind of temperament he is, Ilumi doesn't say that he understands 10%, but he has also experienced 7 or 88. In many cases, the more he oppressed Chiya, the more powerful Chiya turned against him. Just flaring his teeth and claws at him is more fierce than resisting the persecution of his father and mother. Therefore, just relying on freezing pocket money to force Chiya back can only be a shock for a while, and it can easily cause a strong backlash. Unsurprisingly, the conscious Kurt returned home obediently, and the bear child Chiya refused to accept it, and stubbornly challenged him. In order to prevent Chiya from destroying his painstakingly managed feelings, Ilumi felt that it would be better to spend a little time dealing with his fleeing brother. Therefore, after making sure that Using Mai was staying in a particularly safe bedroom and would not be easily taken away, Ilumi immediately set off to capture Chiya. As a result, as soon as he raised his foot and left, Using Mai was taken away by Chi Munang Siang. Using Mai has experienced death, experienced rebirth, and has been a savage in the Dark Continent for 8 years. In other words, he is a person who has seen big scenes. This time and space travel experience for a while, not only didn't feel the slightest fear, but also eagerly wanted to do it again. She can't forget the ultimate beauty of traveling through time and space. Tianyu is spinning at a high speed, the stars are connected to thousands of white trains, and the halo hits in front of him, and the fierce time and space storm destroys everything. It's like walking on the boundary of life and death, the inversion of black and white, the brilliance of light and shadow. There are grand poems of life, but also full of black shadows of death. The extreme of rigidity and softness, the resetting of yin and yang, as long as you experience it once, you will never forget it. Before Hao, she was like an ant. But just because she has seen this magnificence, she has more ambition to climb to the top. For this reason, once he came to the world of Saitama, he was told that he could make anything here, don't be afraid of accidents, and the people accept superpowers well. Using Mai really gave a carnival. It was only at this moment that Chi Mu and Saitama realized that Yuzinja was the most terrifying person among the three in a sense. When she no longer restrains herself, the abilities that she demonstrates are completely the most essential nature's weak food. It was also to deal with beast-shaped monsters, and using Mai didn't give them a chance at all. Almost as soon as the monster appeared, she locked it, and there was a light of excitement in her eyes. Immediately afterwards, she jumped up, her 5 fingers formed into claws, and fiercely poked into the monster's throat, and then she violently tore it in half. In the rain of blood, she rushed from left to right like a leopard, and several of them jumped down with strength, still dragging a large piece of raw meat in their mouths. Ryu Mao drinks blood, 24K pure savage style. Saitama. Chi Mu. Using Mai licked the meat with a face of contentment. No matter what the meat is or what's in it, he just gnawed instinctively, still enjoying it with relish. This scared the 2 friends. Even the style of painting has changed. Saitama said with difficulty, I said should you cook it before eating? Chi Mu forced himself to calm down. Yeah, are you using this as a hunting ground? Using Mai swallowed a large piece of meat, only to feel a warm force rising in his abdomen, flowing through the limbs, and feeling comfortable from the top of the head to the toes. It's been a long time, a long time, a long time. Haven't eaten this kind of meat products full of life energy. It's so satisfying. Using Mai looked dreamy. Gosh, is this world heaven? So happy, I can finally eat. Saitama x Saigi. Are you the devil? It turns out that using Mai is a devil. It took her 3 hours to slaughter the beast-shaped monsters and adult bodies in the forests of the entire city, and then cramped and skinned the adult monsters, packed a few sacks of good meat, and blood flowed into a river wherever she passed, calling it hell. Even using Mai stretched out his hand to calm the monster cub gently, and spoke the most creepy words in the softest voice, of the fresh meat I have eaten, you are the most delicious. Growing up obediently, I will come to you to play. Frightened a brood of cubs alive. Saitama murmured, come on, little beast, he will kill the Demon King when he grows up. Chi Mutuko said, they have no chance to grow up. Using Mai, who has returned to his nature, is too sturdy. She doesn't have the human concept of if a person offends me, I will fight back, but like a beast, she will take the initiative to attack, encircle the site, and treat all the creatures on the site as her own food. Given the 8 years of savage experience, she can follow unremarkable clues to uncover a large number of monsters and weirdos hidden in the ground, caves, and lakes, and kill them like hunting. And Saitama and Chi Mu, who followed her, almost became the clerk who accompanied the girls to the vegetable market. Using Mai slapped the lettuce head to death and asked, what is this? Is lettuce? Can you eat it? Saitama, I killed a kelp-headed weird man. I took a kelp down to make soup and drank it. It tasted good. Using Mai, take it away. Saitama, yet. Chi Mu. I always feel that these 2 people turned on some kind of incredible switch. Using Mai stomped on the head of the mantis monster and asked, is there a big pot? Let's deep fry this thing, add cumin and salt and pepper, and apply it spicy. It's exciting. Saitama's serious face, there is no pot with a diameter of 10 meters, but there is a crater with a diameter of 100 meters. We can go to the active volcano for barbecue. Chi Mu. Hello, are you 2 planning to save the world by eating? Using Mai picked up a huge clam shell from the bottom of the lake and said excitedly, it's such a big clam. When I pick it up, this shell can be used as a pot. Saitama nodded and said, if there are pearls in it, you can sell them. Ah! I suddenly felt. I found a way to make money. Chi Mu. He discovered that when using Mai came to this world, he was changing the development of the world line with a very strange influence. The deviation of cause and effect, the infinite vitality, drilled new hope from the cracks. The world began to watch Yuzinja, and blessings similar to those of Saitama were rushing towards her, but the person concerned was not fully aware of it. This guy. At the other end, Saitama and Yuzinja had a very happy chat. During the chat, Yuzingmai learned about the overall structure of the world, which is mainly divided into three categories: heroes, weirdos, and people. Relation. Weird people include mutants, aliens, and undersea people. Mainly acting as a strange and powerful villain, his job is to destroy daily, oppress ordinary people, and bring the shadow of death to the world. Heroes, similar to the models of supernatural beings, Ultraman and Savior. It mainly symbolizes the positive role of justice and light. His job is to defeat the forces of evil, save the suffering in all living beings, and bring love and hope to mankind. The people are vulnerable groups waiting for rescue and urgently in need of rescue.